401, Who is the demon? Located on Yotsuya, there was an apartment building. After their confession, while they often talked to each other through the phone, they hadn't met each other after that kiss. Shishio came to this apartment with various emotions, but one thing for sure, he missed her, so he pressed the bell of her apartment to remind her that he had come. Yeah, yes. Shizuka, I am here. Shishio didn't call her sensei. Instead, he called her by her first name. Wait a moment. I'll go down quickly. While hearing the sound of the hurried footsteps through the intercom, Shishio waited for Hiratsuka to let him enter the apartment since only the residents could enter the building. He waited for a while and saw Hiratsuka come out from the building with an awkward expression. Hiratsuka still wore her usual shirt, black pants, and a lab coat. Shishio could see that Hiratsuka was nervous and didn't know what to say, so he raised the plastic bag in his hand and asked, "Have you eaten dinner yet? How about we eat together?" "Oh, okay. Come in." While Hiratsuka drooled when she thought she would eat his food, she felt nervous when she thought to let this wolf enter her apartment. Hiratsuka might have been quite bold by kissing him in the middle of the corridor before, but when she thought of it clearly, she knew that their relationship was quite bad, especially when they were a student and a teacher. Luckily, Shishio didn't come to her apartment with a uniform, but casual clothes along with a black cap to cover most of his profile. While Hiratsuka was excited when she thought she could be with him, she also felt nervous when she thought that she had done something wrong, considering she dated her own student and her best friend's nephew. Hiratsuka somehow could imagine how Chihiro's reaction was when she knew that her nephew dated her. "Shizuka. Yes. We're right in front of the lift." Oh, right." Hiratsuka quickly pressed the button on the floor where she lived. As the door of the lift closed, there were only two people in this narrow space. They could hear each other breathe and the sound of their heartbeat. "Shizuka. Yeah, yes. I miss you." Hearing those words, Hiratsuka felt that all the brake on her mind disappeared, and she just pushed him to the wall of the lift as she kissed him fiercely. Hiratsuka held Shishio's wrist tightly, without letting him go, pressing her knee between his legs, closer to his nether region. His voice was full of loneliness, and it was so sad, so Hiratsuka didn't care anymore and did what she had always wanted to do. On the other hand, Shishio was speechless, wondering why those women who were close to 30 were so aggressive. Whether it was Chihiro or Hiratsuka, all they wanted was to attack him fiercely, without letting him. While this position might have slightly humiliated him, Shishio decided to bear it since he knew that sooner or later, Hiratsuka would be at the bottom position. Still, he didn't like the smell of tobacco in her mouth, but since this woman was beautiful, he decided to bear it. They kept kissing each other in such a forceful position. It wasn't until the sound of the lift was opened that Hiratsuka stopped, kissing his lips and pulling him out of the lift. "You were too forceful." Shishio felt that he had been raped. "You don't like it?" Hiratsuka asked with a smile. "Well. Then, what's the problem?" Hiratsuka still had this cheerful smile on her face and said, "I am hungry. Hurry up and cook." Yes. Shishio let out a sigh and said, "I wonder whether the reason you date me is so you can have someone to cook for you." "Well, I won't deny it, but the real reason is that I love you, right?" Hiratsuka said with a handsome smile. Shishio looked at this woman and thought if her gender changed into a man, without a doubt, she would become so popular with many women. How about you? Do you hate?" Hiratsuka asked nervously. Shishio looked at this woman again and thought that his woman was really the cutest. He hugged her subconsciously and kissed her cheek. "I love you more if you stop smoking. Your mouth stinks." "How rude. What kind of boyfriend is insulting her girlfriend's mouth as it stinks?" Hiratsuka was annoyed and jumped into him as she bit his neck. "Ouch. Ouch. Stop biting me. Also, you're heavy. Damn it. You're so sweet before." As they bickered each other, they entered her apartment. While Shishio didn't think that Hiratsuka would have a girly room, considering her personality, he felt quite surprised since the room was quite neat. He looked at her and asked, "Did you just clean up?" "What are you saying? Cleaning up is my favorite thing to do in life. I love cleaning very much. Also, isn't it rude to think that my room is messy?" Hiratsuka pouted. Shishio looked at Hiratsuka in doubt, but he was too lazy to argue. "Sorry, I know that it's not good to have such prejudice, so I'll cook you a dinner as an apology." "Okay, that's what I have been waiting for. Let's go to the kitchen now." Hiratsuka pulled Shishio's hand again to the kitchen while telling him where she placed the utensils, seasonings, and many other things. While listening to Hiratsuka's explanation, Shishio had been observing her room. Her room was normal, without many things, and only a few necessary items were messy. The faint smell of the tobacco could still be smelled throughout the room. If Shishio didn't know that this was Hiratsuka's room, he would think the one that lived in this room was a guy. Shishio knew that he might be rude, but he really didn't see a single shred of femininity from Hiratsuka. Besides her well-toned body and beautiful appearance, Shishio felt that Hiratsuka wasn't much different from a guy. I'll start cooking. You still have a job, right? Is that okay? Hiratsuka felt quite troubled when she thought she would leave the rest to Shishio. It's okay. You're busy, right? Let me handle this. Okay. Hiratsuka nodded after a moment of hesitation. She sat in the living room again as she continued with her job. While she did her job, she glanced into his figure in the kitchen, cooking her dinner, and somehow she could imagine their future be. Shishio. What are you going to do in the future? Tycoon. Hiratsuka's lips twitched, then asked, don't you think there's a more realistic career? Oh? What kind? Household husband. Oh. Shishio turned and looked at Hiratsuka. Do you want me to become a household husband? Well, yeah, I will take care of you, Hiratsuka said confidently. While Hiratsuka might be a teacher, her family was relatively well off, and she could confidently take care of Shishio and their children in the future. Shishio only smiled and didn't say anything. Hiratsuka was displeased and asked, what? You don't want to? She stood up and approached him while showing a stern expression on her face. Shishio only looked at Hiratsuka, who was on his side, and asked softly, just how much you love that you want to monopolize me. Hiratsuka's face reddened, but then she was kissed suddenly by him. Shishio parted their lips as he observed her embarrassed face. Cute. Hiratsuka somehow wasn't sure why, but she felt that she had lost. Okay, you'll bother me if you keep standing here. Just go back first. Hiratsuka pouted, but she held his chin before kissing his lips again. Shishio. Looking at his stunned expression, Hiratsuka showed a smug expression before she walked away. Shishio looked at Hiratsuka for a moment and thought that even if he didn't become a demon, Hiratsuka might be the one who would become a demon. Well, it isn't bad, though. While cooking, the two talked to each other until the dinner was ready. Hiratsuka ate with relish and definitely didn't feel regret when her decision to date him. The two had fun together, and after the dinner ended, they rested on the sofa together while playing a fighting game together. Say, it isn't fun if we don't bet on something, right? Hiratsuka suddenly asked. You want to bet something? Shishio looked at Hiratsuka in doubt. Yeah. Hiratsuka nodded. Shishio looked at Hiratsuka for a moment and could see her smile seemed quite perverted. He felt he was looking at a perverted old man for some reason which made him feel weird since he felt that he was being raped through those eyes. What do you want to bet? The one who loses will lose one piece of their clothing. Hiratsuka said proudly. You just want to see my body, right? Shishio asked speechlessly and felt that their role should be reversed. Shishio should be the one who was greedy of her body, but why did it seem to be otherwise? What? Of course not. Hiratsuka definitely wouldn't admit that she wanted to see her boyfriend's body. However, her facial expression betrayed her since her face flushed red, showing the dirty mind that she hid inside her mind. Shishio looked at Hiratsuka suspiciously and sighed, wondering why Hiratsuka seemed to be so different before they dated each other. However, Shishio must admit that this personality of her had the charm on her own. I don't mind, but aren't you cheating? Shishio asked. Hey? Am I cheating? How could that be? I'm the personification of an honest woman. Hiratsuka refuted his words without hesitation. Shishio looked at Hiratsuka, who wore her usual lab coat, but this time, she tied her hair in a ponytail, and somehow he could imagine how this woman might say that her hair tie was part of her clothes. He thought for a moment and asked, say, if you lose, you'll also lose a piece of your clothes. Of course. Hiratsuka nodded with a smug expression and asked, aren't you getting excited, you little pervert? Well, yeah, I can't wait to undress you fully naked later, Shishio said with a brimming fighting spirit. That's my line. Let me see you cry after I make you naked in front of me. Hiratsuka didn't care anymore and said those words as she licked her lips. Right now, neither of them is a student or a teacher. They are just a woman and a man in love with each other, and they probably feel lustful towards each other. With that thought on their minds, they started their first fight, showing their determination to make their opponent fully naked. 402, nothing is going to stop them anymore. Their first fight as a couple ushered in. Hiratsuka thought that she had won this match, considering how famous she was in her school days. She was once called the king of the fighting game. Without a doubt, her skill reached a level that a human had never reached. Her experience was also longer than him, especially when she often played the game alone. Hiratsuka knew that it was a lonely way to spend her life, spending her time playing a game instead of getting a boyfriend when she needed to consider her age and how most of her acquaintances had married and even had children. Hiratsuka sometimes cried when she thought of how she spent her free time alone. However, now, it was different since she was glad that she had played a game so much that if she played in the professional competition, she could become the champion easily. Hiratsuka knew that it was wrong to think this, but she would definitely win and let him show his body. Also, shouldn't a high school boy be more perverted? While Hiratsuka didn't say anything, she thought Shishio would mercilessly ravage her body. However, the perverted one and the most excited one was her. She knew that it might be wrong for her to do so, but Shishio was, after all, her first boyfriend. If their relationship wasn't with a teacher and a student, Hiratsuka would scream to the whole world that he was hers. While Hiratsuka must admit that she couldn't have him on her own bothered her heart, she decided to accept it since she knew she had fallen deeply to him. What character are you going to use, Shishio? Hiratsuka asked as she chose the petite taekwondo girl as her character. Well, I'll choose this one. Shishio chose the rouge man with a tank top. Hiratsuka glanced at Shishio for a moment and suddenly wondered whether she should lose deliberately, so she could let him see her naked, making him go wild and attack her. Hiratsuka suddenly hesitated, but when they started their game, she was beaten senselessly by Shishio. So, will you take off one of your clothes now? Shishio asked softly. Hiratsuka blinked her eyes as she took the hairband that tied her hair in a ponytail. You're on. I won't let you go back until I make you naked. But what if you get all naked first before me? No way. I'll win. Hiratsuka didn't know his ability before, and she had underestimated him, so she only used 10% of her power, but it was different since this time, she was going to use 100% of her power. No, she was going to use 120% of her power. Plus Ultra. Shishio looked at Hiratsuka, who had lost, but instead of taking off a piece of her clothes, she just took off her hairband, which made him speechless. While Hiratsuka dressed in many pieces of clothes, his clothes were relatively minimal since he only wore a t-shirt, skinny jeans, pants, and a boxer. He only had 3 pieces of clothes, yet this woman wore many of them. Shishio didn't really mind since he wasn't a nitpicky type of guy, and frankly, it was better if she wore more clothes since that way, it would be better for him to take off her clothes one by one. However, this time, Shishio decided to lose and took a t-shirt without hesitation, showing his muscular body in front of Hiratsuka. Hiratsuka, who was happy with her victory, quickly shut her mouth, and she couldn't open her mouth when she looked at his bare chest. She knew that his body was good, especially when she had seen him when she stayed on Sakurasu before. Her eyes were glued, and she couldn't take away from him. Hiratsuka thought to touch his body, but Shishio slapped her hand away. What are you doing? I want to touch it. No. Why? I haven't lost the battle yet. Shishio looked at the screen and said, you can touch me after you have won. Hiratsuka raised her eyebrow and asked, haven't you seen the clear distance between us? The meaning of her words was clear. No matter how much his struggle was, it was useless. Hiratsuka felt that she had an overwhelming advantage in their first fight, and sooner or later, every part of his body would be owned by her, so wasn't it better to enjoy the pleasure instead of showing a useless machismo? Really? Then, I'll show you my real power. Hiratsuka snorted and said, then, let me see your real power then. Shishio only showed a faint smile but didn't say anything, and as expected, he won. Hiratsuka. One piece of your clothes. Instead of getting embarrassed, Hiratsuka was quite gloomy, but she took off her lab coat, showing her alluring body that was wrapped in a tight white shirt and black trousers, emphasizing the shape of her trained body. Still, his unbridled gaze wasn't hidden, and somehow it made Hiratsuka blush and nervous. While she might have seen this type of gaze in the past and felt disgusted toward it, she felt different when he was the one who saw her this way. Hiratsuka felt excited since she knew that she was attractive and he was crazy about her body. Gulp. Shishio didn't lower the sound of the gulp of his saliva and said, how about we continue the game? His voice was hoarse, as if he were trying to chain down something. Yeah. Hiratsuka nodded nervously, but then she suddenly realized something. Why should I get nervous? She looked at him and wondered whether everything was part of his strategy to make her nervous. If it was another woman, they wouldn't think so, and they would only think that their bodies attracted Shishio. However, Hiratsuka was a woman who had been single for almost 30 years. While many people had shown an interest and even loved her, she didn't have any experience since she had never fallen in love, except for the young man who sat next to her. But Hiratsuka suddenly thought if his urge and excitement were real and he would push her here and now, what would she do? Would she accept? Well, if possible, Hiratsuka wanted to accept since she also sought after his body, but would it be too early? Hiratsuka was caught in a dilemma all of a sudden. If Shishio knew what Hiratsuka was thinking, he would give her 100 points since all of his actions were acts. He did this to make Hiratsuka lower her guard since he didn't expect her skill at the fighting game to be so amazing, and it made him wonder how many times she needed to play this game to achieve such a level. If Hiratsuka fought Nana, without a doubt, Nana would be massacred by Hirotsuka mercilessly. After they talked, they continued to play the game, and Hirotsuka quickly lost continuously. She lost her hairband, lab coat, shirt, and black trousers. Right now, there are only a pair of matching black bras and panties covering her body. However, Shishio also had lost once again, and there was only his boxer left. As expected, Hirotsuka's attire caused force majeure, and as a man, he reacted. Shishio was embarrassed and said, "Sorry. No, it's okay. I also understand." Hirotsuka was shy as she tried to hide her bountiful breasts and panties by curling up. However, her eyes kept staring at the big tent that was hiding under his boxer. Somehow there was an awkward silence between them, and they weren't sure what to say for a moment. "Do you want to continue the game?" Shishio asked. Well, Hirotsuka knew that their game had reached a dangerous state. If Shishio lost, he would show his hardened phallus. On the other hand, if Hirotsuka lost, she would show her bare chest or the slit hidden under her panties. Luckily, Hirotsuka had shaved yesterday, so she was confident her body could attract him. "What do you want to do?" Hirotsuka couldn't answer and threw this question to Shishio, leaving everything to his decision. Shishio didn't feel surprised by her decision, but he was in silence for a moment and said, "Let's play one more game." Okay. The two started their last game, but unlike before, the characters on the screen moved slowly as if they deliberately beat each other slowly, and when the time ended, the result of their battle ended with a draw. "It's a draw. Yet. Should we take off our clothes together?" Hirotsuka was shy, but it didn't mean that she rejected him. The two stood up while facing each other. They looked at each other for the last time before they made up their minds to do the thing that they were about to do. Hirotsuka took off her bra and quickly covered her nipple with her arm. Shishio had his phallus hardened, and it was simply impossible to hide it with his hands, considering how huge it was. Gulp. Hirotsuka stared at Shishio's nether region, and her eyes were glued again. "Shizuka." Hirotsuka raised her head and saw him approaching her, and she quickly threw aside all her reason and pushed him to the sofa. Shishio was speechless, but right now, he let himself be pushed by Hirotsuka. The sound insulation of her apartment was quite good, and the curtain had closed the windows of her apartment. There was nothing that would stop them anymore. If one asked what might stop them, it might be their conflicted feeling whether everything was too early. However, Shishio underestimated the frustration of a leftover woman, and Hirotsuka just wanted to forget everything, whether it was their status as a teacher and a student, their standings on society, and their morals. Right now, they were just a male and a female. They had returned to their natural state without anything that covered them. They were just in love with each other, and nothing could stop them anymore. Shishio suddenly took control and positioned himself on the top. Hirotsuka, who was on the bottom, blushed, looking at him timidly, and said softly, "Be gentle, all right." Shishio felt something broken in his mind at that time, but one thing for sure, he started gently before he became a beast. 403, Shishio can't be saved anymore. Shishio and Hirotsuka lay on the bed together. Hirotsuka seemed tired, but her expression showed satisfaction, and her skin became even glossier. It might be her first time, but she must admit that it was more enjoyable than she had thought. If her legs didn't give up, she might ask him to continue. While Hirotsuka wanted more, she needed to ask about his situation. "Shishio, are you all right?" "I am all right." Shishio was 3 times stronger than normal people. He also had an enhanced recovery and an enhanced testicles, so even if he did another woman again, he didn't have trouble. However, Shishio must admit that a woman's situation was quite unfair. While men could only do it a few times, women could do it as much as they wanted to as long as they still had their stamina. Even without math, there was no way a finite would be able to win against an infinite. However, a man had a technique, and even with their finite, they could conquer the infinite. Hirotsuka was a woman who trained in martial arts, and her stamina was stronger than a normal woman's. If Shishio had a normal body, he would be tossed around by her physical ability alone. Luckily. "Say, is it too early?" Hirotsuka suddenly asked. "Isn't it a bit too late to ask that question now?" Shishio was speechless. Hirotsuka blushed and hammered his chest lightly. "Don't tease me." Shishio grabbed Hirotsuka's fist and put it on his chest near his heart, and said, "Not really. I think this kind of thing depends on the mood. If the mood is well, there's nothing wrong with it, especially when the two of us are in love with each other, right?" Shishio. Hirotsuka hugged him tightly as she kissed his neck, giving him many hickeys on his body. "Don't give me a hickey in a place that can't be hidden. It'll be hard for me to go to school tomorrow," Shishio said helplessly. "But you have given me a hickey on my neck too." Hirotsuka felt that it was unfair if Shishio had given her a hickey while she didn't. Also, while she might not say anything, she just wanted to mark him with his hickey. "You have long hair. You don't want a hickey." Even if Hirotsuka knew that Shishio was right, she acted like a baby, asking him whether he didn't want a hickey from her. While she might be nearly 30, she acted like someone who had her first love. She was like a high school girl who had just dated someone. Okay, give me a lot of them. As much as you want. Shishio decided to give up and let her do what she wanted since it was her first time, so it was normal for her to act like a baby. He was also her first boyfriend, so he wasn't surprised by her reaction. Still, Shishio must admit that it was quite surprising that no one was able to conquer this beautiful teacher for the past decades. What are you thinking? Hirotsuka asked while putting a hickey on his body. No, I am just thinking how lucky I am to have you. Shishio caressed Hirotsuka's hair gently, making her snuggle even closer with him. Me too. Hirotsuka smiled, then looked at the thing in his nether region and let out an amazement sigh. That thing is so lively. I have heard that most of the people can only let out once or twice, but yours. Hirotsuka didn't continue since she was embarrassed. I can do more, though. Let's do it later. I am all wobbly now. Hirotsuka sighed and wondered why she didn't train her body harder, so this way, she could have more time with him. Also, Hirotsuka wondered whether it was possible for her to dry him out, so this guy wouldn't go to other girls. What are you thinking now? Shishio asked. No, nothing. Hirotsuka hid inside the blanket since she was afraid her expression might betray her. Shishio looked at Hirotsuka speechlessly and knew that this woman had planned something bad, but he decided to ignore it since he knew that it was her first time, so he was quite tolerant toward her. It was already midnight, and they were pretty drowsy right now. Shishio didn't feel that sleepy, but he decided to sleep anyway until Hirotsuka suddenly asked, Shishio, can I ask you something? Should we tell Chihiro about our relationship? Shishio looked at Hirotsuka for a moment. Her head had come out from the blanket, looking at him straight into his eyes, wondering what kind of decision he was going to make. You want to tell her? Shishio asked. Hirotsuka didn't really want to tell Chihiro since it would be awkward when she thought that she was going to tell Chihiro that she had dated her nephew. Without a doubt, it would be so awkward. While Chihiro had joked, telling her to date Shishio in the past, Hirotsuka knew that Chihiro wasn't serious. However, the reality is different now. The two had decided to date each other, and they even had sex with each other. While there was no way for them to announce their relationship, considering their status as a teacher and a student, Hirotsuka felt it should be okay to tell this to her best friend. Do you want me to tell her? Shishio asked. No. Hirotsuka quickly stopped Shishio and took a deep breath for a moment. I'll be the one who does it. Shishio looked at her determined expression for a moment and nodded. Okay. I'll leave this to you. Thanks. Hirotsuka let out a sigh of relief. By the way, if you're asked why you date a scumbag like me, what will you answer? Shishio asked. Hirotsuka was stunned by this question for a moment, then smiled and answered without hesitation, he has seduced me. Shishio turned his head toward the ceiling as he let out a sigh inwardly, thinking that he might be stabbed sooner or later. Say, Shishio. I love you. Shishio looked at Hirotsuka, who showed a mischievous smile. He also gave her the warmest smile he had ever shown and said, I love you too, Shizuka. The next day, Shishio spent his time in the literature club with Shina taking a nap on his lap since she was tired, drawing her manga. Shishio had just eaten his lunch and thought to open his rewards from Hirotsuka. Still, no matter how many times he did this, he felt quite strange somehow. His feelings were mixed with both guilt and expectation. However, the ratio of those feelings wasn't 50-50, and it leaned more toward the feeling of guilt. Was it wrong for me to think like this? Shishio wasn't sure, but he knew that he would keep receiving a lot of rewards as long as he had a system. While he knew that it was better for him to just enjoy the rewards without thinking too much, he knew that he couldn't since it felt like he dated all of those girls for the system's rewards. While he knew that he was a scumbag, Shishio felt that his heart was still pure. While no one believed him, it didn't really matter as long as he believed so. Shishio looked at his rewards for a moment and whistled inside his heart. He had enough of thinking too much before, so he could open his rewards right away without hesitation. Leaving aside the assets and the sport psychology mastery since they were pretty much obvious, Shishio focused on the toxic immunity and the judo mastery. Shishio had a disease immunity before, but now, he had a toxic immunity, and with this, he knew that he wouldn't die so easily if he was assassinated or something. However, even if one wanted to assassinate him, he felt that it would be hard for them to do so since he had a danger intuition. Shishio was quite happy with this reward and decided to check the next reward. Judo Mastery, hey! Shishio thought about the Aikido that he had learned from Guki Shibukawa. While there were some similarities, considering how Judo and Aikido used to throw to take down their opponents, they had some differences. If Judo used 70% strength and 30% skill to take down their opponents, Aikido used 100% skill to take down their opponents. Aikido was several times harder, but it was the reason why it was more interesting. However, his Judo mastery also wasn't bad either. Shishio thought about his fight that would be held next week and couldn't wait for it since he wanted to try his technique on his opponent sooner or later. Shishio, you're going to the service club later, right? Nana asked. Yes. Shishio nodded and said, I'll go to your new apartment after I have done with my club. Okay. By the way, Mom is in my apartment now, moving my luggage there. Is it alright for you not to use a moving company? Nana laughed and said, I don't need to since I only bring my clothes, books, and many other things. As for the heavy things like furniture, I leave them in my room. If you say so. Shishio didn't feel surprised by Nana's decision since her room was ready and she just needed to move her clothes and daily necessities, and she was ready to live there. By the way, you're going to be the one who cooks, right? Nana asked with a smile, feeling excited when she thought she could eat his delicious foods again. Yes, I'll cook. Shishio nodded and asked, what do you want to eat? What kind of food can you cook? Nana asked curiously. Everyone also looked at Shishio curiously, wondering what kind of cuisines he could cook. I can cook many things. Whether it is a normal dish, pastry, bakery, etc., I can do all of them. I can also do French, Chinese, Japanese, Thai, Italian. Italian. Nana, who was dumbfounded, quickly became interested. What? You want a pizza or something? Shishio asked. Pizza. Everyone became excited. Okay, I'll cook a pizza later. Can you buy the ingredients? I'll cook them once I come back from the club. I'll give you a note about what you need to buy. Okay, everything will be ready when you come back later. Nana gave a salute, then asked, don't forget to invite Yukino-senpai too. Shishio was in silence for a moment, looking at Nana, who smiled before he nodded. Okay. Looking at this innocent smile, he knew that he needed to make her up, or else it wouldn't be weird for her to just dump him, considering how scumbag he was. Well, let's worry about that matter later since there was something that he needed to do later. But he had made up his mind to cook the best pizza. 404. How to become a perfect household husband. Friday was one of the days Shishio anticipated the most since he would have a weekend tomorrow, which meant he could freely spend his time with his girlfriends. Luckily, Shishio is a student right now since if he is a social animal, without a doubt, he might have to go to the company even during a weekend, considering how dark the employment is in this country is. If there wasn't any system, Shishio might as well become a bureaucrat and let himself be supported by the taxpayers, enjoying the 9-to-5 work 5 days a week. While the salary wasn't as high as the executive of the companies, it had fewer work hours and stable income since he knew that he didn't need to worry the company that he worked for would go bankrupt, considering he would work for the country. Anyway, with such a random thought on his mind, Shishio entered the service club almost late. As he entered the room, as expected, he was being reprimanded by Yuki Nashida. You're late. Sorry, I am too lazy to go to the club. Hikigaya. Hikigaya stared at Shishio with dead fish eyes speechlessly. If it was a normal Raiju, they would say that they were busy with their class or friends, or something like that, but this guy dared to say to Yuki Nashida that he was lazy to enter, which made him amazed somehow since he didn't dare to do it. Yuki Nashida wanted to scold Shishio again, but he suddenly said, that should be the case, but when I think that I can't see you today, I change my mind and go to the club in a hurry, which is I am glad since I can see you today, senpai. Hikigaya. Yuki Nashida quickly looked away, trying to hide her blush, but Shishio could see her ears were red, showing how cute she was. However, Shishio didn't intend to tease her any longer and pulled the seat on the back, putting it near Yuki Nashida. Yuki Nashida didn't say anything when Shishio sat next to her and asked, so, are you busy with something? Yes. Shishio nodded and said, Nana is going to move. Nana? Where? Yuki Nashida asked. Near your apartment. Remember the apartment that I have told you about before? Oh? There. Yuki Nashida was surprised since they would be living so close from now on. She'll have a moving party later. Do you want to come? I'll cook. Okay. Yuki Nashida nodded after a moment of hesitation, but when she thought about his food, she decided to agree since she knew how delicious it was. What are you going to cook? Italian cuisine. You can cook Caesarea food. Shishio and Yuki Nashida looked at Hikigaya, who interrupted their conversation. Being stared at by Shishio and Yuki Nashida, Hikigaya knew that he had messed up. However, it couldn't be helped since Shishio suddenly said he could cook Italian cuisine, which was one of his favorites. As for what Caesarea was, it was a fast food Italian cuisine in Japan. While it was mostly disdained by Raiju, it was Hikigaya's favorite place. Yeah, it's something similar, senpai. By the way, I am glad that you joined, or else I'll forget your existence here, Shishio said with a warm smile. Can you not do something so cruel with that kind of warm smile? Hikigaya must admit that Shishio's words were cruel, but it was better than being ignored. By the way, don't compare Shishio's foods with Caesarea, Yuki Nashida suddenly joined. Hey? Why? Hikigaya was confused. There's no comparison at all. Yuki Nashida was in a daze for a moment and said, his food is so delicious. Hikigaya looked at Yuki Nashida in a daze, wondering how food could make the famous ice queen in Swime have such an alluring expression. Shishio was also in a daze, and if he didn't know how delicious his foods were, he thought he might have had a one-stand night with Yuki Nashida before. Ahem. Yuki Nashida awoke and looked at Shishio. Still, I am surprised that you came, senpai. Shishio looked at Hikigaya in surprise and said with a gentle smile, it's all right. It's normal for a high school boy to want to have a girlfriend. That's not it. Hikigaya quickly refuted with blush and said, I didn't come here because I want a girlfriend. Don't look down on me. So you want a boyfriend? Of course not, damn it. Hikigaya felt that his emotion was really high whenever he talked with Shishio. Not that he hated it since this strange banter didn't make him feel uncomfortable. It felt like he had a friend or something. Well, he had never had a friend, so he wasn't sure how it felt. However, it might feel this way, probably. Shishio let out a sigh and said, senpai, as I have said before, it is normal for a high school boy to want to have a girlfriend. If you don't want them, you're either unpopular or gay. So, which category is he in? Yuki Nashida asked. It should be unpopular, Shishio said without hesitation. Can you not talk bad about me right in front of my face? Hikigaya really wanted to cry somehow. Senpai, that's where you went wrong. If you want to talk bad about someone, you should do it right in front of the guys instead of talking behind their backs. This way, you can react and respond to their bad talk. On the other hand, if we talk bad about you behind your back, you can only pretend nothing has happened with a forced smile as you talk with us, right? If that's what you want, I don't mind, though, but are you okay with that? The youth that is full of lies, not something genuine, is that something that you want? Shishio asked. Something genuine. Hikigaya stared at Shishio in a daze since he felt Shishio could understand him. Even though they were different. Hikigaya was at the bottom of the hierarchy, but Shishio was the one who controlled the hierarchy. However, strangely enough, Hikigaya felt that they were similar to each other. What? You think we're similar to each other? Shishio asked with a smile. Hikigaya. You're not wrong. Hikigaya was dumbfounded. However, at the same time, we're different. If you see the world permissively, I see them positively. That's the difference between us, so even if I become a scumbag and even announce it to the school that everyone knows about it, there isn't much of change on me, right? Shishio smiled and said, I live well, and I still have my girlfriends. Nothing has changed at all. If there's, then I don't need to hide my relationship again, which makes us more comfortable. So your intention is to announce it to become a scumbag so you can flirt with any women that you want? Yuki Nashida asked with a frown. Of course not. Shishio quickly looked at Yuki Nashida as he held her hands naturally. I just don't want to fool them and prove that I am serious about them when I have decided to confess to them. Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio for a moment and nodded. I understand, but is there a need for you to hold my hands? Is that not okay? Yuki Nashida lightly hammered his arm before looking away. Hikigaya looked at the two and wondered whether they had become a couple without one knowing it. Still, Hikigaya must admit that he was quite jealous. After all, similar to what Shishio had said before, no high school boys weren't interested in having a girlfriend. However, with his pessimistic view of life, it would be quite difficult for him to do so since if a girl suddenly confessed to her, he would think that the girl might have lost a bet instead of confessing because of love. Well, senpai, have you found something that you want to achieve in this club? Shishio suddenly asked. Something to achieve? Hikigaya was looking at Shishio in doubt. If you don't want a girlfriend, how about we help you to achieve your other goal? My other goal? Hikigaya doubted and asked, so you're going to help me to become a perfect household husband? Yuki Nashida. Well, if you want to become a perfect household husband, you need to master 3 things. Shishio said confidently. Please say. Hikigaya turned all of his attention to Shishio as if he was going to worship him as a teacher. Yuki Nashida. Do you know the 3 great desires of humans? Hikigaya frowned and asked, you mean hunger, rest, and lust, right? That's right. Shishio nodded and said, if you want to become a master of household husband, you need to master those 3 things. He raised 3 of his fingers and explained. The first desire is hunger, so you need to become a cooking master. My cooking skill isn't that bad. It's easy for me. Hikigaya was confident. The second is a rest. So you might need to master a massage skill for your wife, who supports your life. Is that okay? Oh, leave it to me. I am a pretty talented guy, so I can learn that type of skill easily. It's great that you have such confidence. Yuki Nashida let out a tired sigh, but she didn't say anything since even though their conversation was ridiculous, Shishio's explanation was logical. Still, Hikigaya felt confident since he felt that he could become a perfect household husband after hearing Shishio's explanation. Lastly, this is the most important. Lust. Shishio looked at Hikigaya and said, you need to master the art of sex. Sex. Hikigaya was dumbfounded as his face was quite embarrassed, but he was so interested in this type of conversation. However, Yuki Nashida quickly slapped Shishio's head. What the hell are you talking about? Calm down, senpai. Shishio quickly held Yuki Nashida and guided her to sit down, so she would calm down. I mean, my explanation is logical, alright? You need to master the art of sex, or else you might get NTRD. Hikigaya somehow gulped. While it is impossible for me to teach you technical knowledge since you're a virgin. Who said that I am a virgin? Hikigaya was like a cat whose tail was stepped on and glared at Shishio. You're one, right? Hikigaya. Anyway, let's continue. Hikigaya plopped on his seat as he was defeated. What you need to do is to build muscle. Muscle. Hikigaya was dumbfounded. Yes. Shishio nodded and said, you might think a muscle is useless, but I don't think so. It's like a girl who is working hard on their makeup and dress. We, guys, also need to work hard on our muscles. Hikigaya wasn't sure what to say since his answer was so unexpected that he could only stare at him in a daze. That's unexpectedly good advice, Yuki Nashida said in agreement. Right. Still, while they were about to continue their conversation, the door suddenly knocked on, and they could see someone was about to enter. Come in, Yuki Nashida said. Excuse me. A beautiful girl with fair skin, light orange hair with a loose side bun on the side, and peach reddish eyes appeared before them. 405, he isn't a virgin. A beautiful girl appeared before them. However, even though this girl was beautiful, there was still some distance from Yuki Nashida. If Yuki Nashida had 9 points, then this girl had 8 points. However, the girl's chest was bigger than Yuki Nashida's disappointed chest, so this girl had a plus point. Shishio didn't stare at this girl unbridledly and looked in Yuki Nashida's direction with a smile since he was too lazy for an argument. Yuki Nashida had somehow gotten used to Shishio's routine, so she only snorted, but she was quite satisfied with his reaction. Came here cause Ms. Hiratsuka told me to. The girl looked around curiously, but then she was dumbfounded when she saw Shishio. Hey! But then, she was even more dumbfounded when she saw Hikigaya. Hey! What's Hiki doing here? Her reaction was so exaggerated, which made Shishio wonder whether this girl was Hikigaya's ex-girlfriend. Well, that should be impossible. Shishio quickly erased that possibility and thought that they might have an unusual relationship, which somehow made him curious. I am a member. Hikigaya felt uncomfortable with this type of girl, so he looked at her with his usual unfriendly eyes. Still, it was his first time for someone to call him Hiki, and he also didn't know who this girl was. Shishio, sit near Hikigaya for a bit, Yuki Nashida said as she pulled the chair from back class. Why? So you won't lay your claws at this girl? I am not doing anything like that. Yuki Nashida only stared at Shishio. Shishio rolled his eyes, and he was too lazy to argue, so he took the chair that was pulled by Yuki Nashida as he sat next to Hikigaya. The girl seemed surprised by the interaction between Shishio and Yuki Nashida, so she whispered to Hikigaya. Are they dating? Hikigaya was stunned and felt his entire body jolted when a sweet scent and warmth of her breath invaded his entire being. However, he was someone who had been baptized by many things in his life, so he wouldn't be trapped in this love comedy situation. Probably. The girl seemed to want to ask about Shishio's deeds as a scumbag, but she decided to shut her mouth when Yuki Nashida told her to sit next to her. The position of their seats had changed. Hikigaya was sitting near the wall with Shishio on his left side, then Yuki Nashida, who sat next to Shishio naturally. You're Uegahama Ui from class 2F, right? Yuki Nashida asked as he patted the free chair on her side. Have a set. Ui nodded with a smile as she sat on the chair. Oh. So you, know about me. Shishio looked at Ui for a moment, then whispered at Hikigaya. Do you know her or something? No, I don't know her. Hikigaya shook his head and asked with his dead fish eyes. What? Do you have an interest in her or something? He knew that this guy was a scumbag, so as long as there was a pretty girl, Shishio might hunt her without hesitation. What are you thinking about? I am just surprised by her reaction. Shishio sighed and said, I'd thought that she was your ex-girlfriend or something. What? Hikigaya was dumbfounded when he heard Shishio's words. However, when I think about your condition, I think it is impossible. The last part is unnecessary, right? Hikigaya gritted his teeth and looked at Shishio as if he wanted to swallow him whole. What are you talking about in the murmur there? Yukinashita asked with a frown. We were talking about how Hikigaya-senpai had decided to give up to become a household husband and become a civil servant, Shishio said. Yukinashita was confused and asked, why have you decided to become a civil servant? Hikigaya also looked at Shishio in confusion since he didn't have a plan to become a civil servant after all. He might have given up on letting his wife support him, so he let the taxpayers support him, Shishio said. That's a great idea. Hikigaya was surprised since he had never thought about such a possibility before. Right? Instead of having an impossible dream to become a household husband, why don't you aim to become a civil servant? It's easier, considering how smart you are. That's true. Hikigaya suddenly thought that he needed to change his dream somehow. Wait. You mean, it is impossible for me to have a wife or something? Shishio didn't say anything and only smiled. Watching how Shishio and Hikigaya talked about how to become a civil servant and let the taxpayers support their lives until death before they started to bicker to each other, Yukinashita could only let out a sigh. However, Ui somehow laughed and said, this club seems kind of fun. Hey. 3x. Shishio, Yukinashita, and Hikigaya looked at Ui at the same time. By the way, Hiki, you're, totally running your mouth. Hey. Hikigaya was confused. Ui became slightly panicked before saying, you totes act differently in class. And it's, disgusting how much of a snob you're. She played with her hair lightly, showing how nervous she was. Hikigaya gritted his teeth before he snorted as he looked away. Fuck you, slut. What? Ui stood up in disbelief. Who are you calling a slut? I'm still a veer. She suddenly realized she was about to speak and her face turned burning red. Wait, forget that. Yukinashita was calm as ever and said, it's not a big deal at this age, is it? It's okay to be a veer. Before she finished her words, Ui quickly stopped her. Oyaa. What are you talking about? But this is my second year, you know? It's totally embarrassing. Shouldn't my girl power be super hardcore? What worthless values? Yukinashita let out a sigh. Still, a girl's power? Seriously? Reeks of a slut. Hikigaya still felt hurt being called disgusting. You did it again. I can't believe you can run around calling people sluts. You're a total creep, Hiki. What's calling you a slut that's got to do with me being a creep? Also, stop calling me Hiki, you slut. Damn, you're annoying. Disgusting. Ui couldn't handle it anymore and insulted Hikigaya with her limited vocabulary. Shishio, who had been silent, nodded and said, you two have a good relationship. Are your eyes blind? 2x. Neither Ui nor Hikigaya felt their relationship was close. Instead, they are a deadly enemy right now. Continuing our conversation before, what do you think, Shishio-kun? Yukinashita asked. What? Shishio was confused. It's about being a virgin at our age. What do you think? Yukinashita asked curiously. Why did you ask me that question? Shishio was speechless. Is it not okay for you to answer this question? Yukinashita asked. Shishio looked at Yukinashita for a moment and sighed. Alright, I don't mind answering your question, but my answer might be unexpected for you. Oh. 3x. Whether Yukinashita, Hikigaya, or Ui also looked at Shishio at the same time since they wanted to know how the famous scumbag of the Swime Academy would answer this question. I think it is wonderful if one wants to preserve one's virginity, Shishio said without hesitation. 3x. They were surprised by Shishio's answer. What? Do you think that being a virgin is uncool or something? No. Instead, I think being a virgin is something amazing. You preserve your purity for the person that you love instead of following everyone, so no one will think that you are weird or different. Shishio looked at Yukinashita and said, there's no need to be in a hurry. When you fall in love and find the right person for you, it isn't too late for you to lose your virginity, so right now, if you don't have someone like that, it is better not to think too much. Once you lose it, you won't be able to retake it. You only have one membrane inside you, so keep it for the person that you love the most. Shishio had to sigh when he thought of how the majority of people in this country wanted to be the same as everyone else. They didn't want to become weird and different, so they did what everyone had done. It was similar to Rui, who just wanted to taste sex so she wouldn't be left out by everyone, but Shishio wasn't going to say much about her decision since everyone had their own choices in their life. There was nothing wrong or right with each of the decisions, and there was only a decision that you regret or not in life. Somehow Shishio realized that he hadn't talked with Rui, which made him sigh somehow. Uegama-senpai, you must be the type of person who feels relief that you are the same as everyone else, right? Shishio asked. Ui nodded since that's how she was. She was afraid to be different, and she felt relieved that she was the same as everyone else, which was why she was insecure when she talked about her virginity, considering how the majority of girls in high school had lost their virginity. There's no need to get embarrassed, but at the same time, it is understandable that you find us quite incompatible. Shishio pointed his finger at Hikigaya and held Yukinashida's hand. You see, the three of us are a different type of person from you. We won't follow the everyone, we resist everyone, and that's why we're genuine. That's who we are, and we won't force you to like us either since we won't change to accommodate you, so you will like us. Hikigaya stared at Shishio in a daze. Yukinashida also did something similar and held his hand tighter. That's also why the two of them are loners, though, Shishio said. Oi. 2x. Well, Yukino-senpai aside since she has many friends now. Hikigaya are the only loners here. Oi. Hikigaya felt stupid for being moved by Shishio somehow. However, he must admit that he didn't hate this part of him. Yukinashida didn't say anything since she knew that the reason why there were many friends around her was because of this scumbag who was sitting next to her. If he wasn't here, she might still spend her time alone in this room without anyone. While she was glad to meet him, her feelings were also mixed since she knew he was the worst type of guy out there, but she didn't deny that he was charming. Wow! Ui was amazed, and her eyes were glittering like stars. Amazing! Okay, don't praise me. I'll get ahead of myself later. Shishio quickly stopped Ui since he didn't want her to fall for him. Yet, be careful, or you'll be eaten by him, Yukinashida said while looking at Ui. Eaten? Well, Oga, can I ask you a question? Hikigaya suddenly asked. What's wrong, senpai? Shishio asked. So, after you have said all of that, are you a virgin or not? Hikigaya asked curiously while looking at Shishio. Suddenly the room drowned in silence, and all of them looked at Shishio. Shishio only gave a gentle smile and asked, Uegama-senpai, what's your request? Can we hear it now? He's not a virgin. 3x. Yukinashida, Ui, and Hikigaya thought at the same time. 406, cookies. Cookie? Shishio helped to tie Yukinashida's apron before patting her back gently. It's done. Thanks. Wearing an apron, Yukinashida tied her hair with her red bows into a lazy ponytail that she draped over her chest. Shishio was fascinated by Yukinashida's appearance for a moment and said, somehow, I want to go to the ward office now. Hey? Why should you go there? Yukinashida asked with some confusion. Well, maybe, I want to change your family name to Oga there. Yukinashida snorted with some blushes and said, who will change my surname? Stop saying something stupid. Are you going to help or not? She knew how amazing his cooking ability was, so she wondered whether he was also going to help. I am going to watch you first. You can bake a simple cookie, right? Well, that's true. Leave this to me. Ui and Hikigaya, who watched their interaction, wondered whether they weren't dating. Alright, Uegama, come here. I'll help you with the apron, Yukinashida said as she helped Ui to wear her apron. Thanks, Yukinashida-san. Ui smiled happily. So you want to make cookies? That's all. Shishio, who sat next to Hikigaya, asked naturally. Yeah. Yukinashida nodded as she prepared the ingredients for the cookies. She wants someone to eat her handmade cookies, apparently. Ui looked away, feeling embarrassed. Since she doesn't have much confidence in her skills, she'd like us to give her a hand. That is her request. Hikigaya let out a troubled sigh. Why don't you just ask your friends? Well, that's... Ui showed a troubled expression as she fidgeted her fingers. You know, I don't want people to find out. Besides, my friends are, like, not down with serious business. Oh, really? Hikigaya looked at Shishio, wondering whether he wasn't going to say anything since whenever this guy opened his mouth, he must have something beautiful to say. What? Shishio noticed Hikigaya's gaze. You won't say anything? Hikigaya asked. Shishio looked at Yukinashida and said, it's not my place to talk. Hikigaya looked at Shishio for a moment, then Yukinashida, feeling that this guy was really a Casanova, which made him wonder whether he could ask him to be taught. Is that so? Yeah. I heard back from Ms. Hiratsuka. You guys grant students' wishes, right? Ui asked. Wrong. Yukinashida, who had been observing the ingredients for the cookie, said, the service club will only help. We do not give people a fish. Instead, we teach them how to fish. That sounds cool. Ui was amazed, even though she didn't really understand. Yukino-senpai, we're only the tasters, right? Shishio asked. Yeah, just wait for the cookie to be ready, and you can tell us your opinion, Yukinashita said. Okay. 2x. Shishio and Hikigaya didn't have any complaints since their jobs were easy enough. By the way, Ui-senpai, can I ask something? Yes. Ui looked at Shishio curiously. You said you have someone that you want to give a cookie to, right? So what kind of purpose are you going to give this cookie to this person for? Purpose? Ui was confused. Well, the most common thing is confession. Are you going to confess to this person? Shishio asked curiously. Yukinashita and Hikigaya also looked at Ui at the same time. Ui blushed and furiously shook her head. No, it isn't like that. Then. It's. If you don't want to talk, you don't have to force yourself. No, it's okay. Ui kept fidgeting her fingers, and she gave a forced smile. I just want to thank this person. Thanks, hey. Shishio nodded and said, then you should give this person the best cookie, so that person will understand how grateful you are. Yeah, yes. Ui clenched her fists and raised them high to the sky. I'll do my best. Yukinashita showed a rare smile and said, then, if you're ready, I'll guide you now. Yes, please guide me, Yukinashita-san. Ui nodded furiously. Shishio looked at the two girls and whispered to Hikigaya. Watching beautiful girls working hard toward the goal, isn't it beautiful? Yeah. Hikigaya had to agree this time since he also thought this scene was wonderful. However, Shishio, Yukinashita and Hikigaya were in silence, watching the aftermath of the battle. No, it should be the finished cookies. Unlike the brown, sweet-smelling, and nice shape of cookies, Ui's cookies couldn't be called a cookie. Instead, it would be fitting to call it coal because of how black it was. How can you even make that many mistakes at once? Yukinashita let out a long sigh. Shishio took one of the cookies and knocked it on the table, creating a loud sound like a rock that was knocked against a hard object. Is this a new type of biohazard weapon? How cruel! Shishio let out a long sigh and ignored Ui, and said, I can't believe that we, as humans, have developed so much. Yeah, it's really amazing. Hikigaya had to nod at his words. It might even be poisonous. What are you calling poisonous? Ui couldn't accept it and took one of the cookies to observe it. She stared at it for a moment before her confidence started to falter. Okay, you might be right. Any chance of her dropping dead? Yukinashita looked at Shishio helplessly. Shishio could only rub her shoulders gently and say, work hard. I'll support you. Yukinashita let out a helpless sigh. It's easy for you to say that. However, she didn't intend to give up since she would do her best to help someone as long as it was possible for her. Anyway, let's think about how we can do this better. With Uegahama never stepping foot in the kitchen again, Hikigaya said without hesitation. Is that how you solve things? Ui retorted before she let out a depressed sigh as she lowered her head. Maybe cooking just isn't me. You know, talent or whatever. Don't get it. The only way we can solve things is through hard work. Uegahama. You just said you didn't have any talent, didn't you? Hey? Yeah. Fix that mentality of yours. Those who don't even try don't have the right to envy those with talent. Those who fail to do so because they can't imagine the kind of effort put in by those who succeed. Bulletin, but you know, everybody says they don't want to cook these days. I'm just not cut out for this stuff. Yukinashita stopped what she was doing and looked at Ui with an uncomfortable gaze. Could you please stop trying desperately to fit in? I don't like it at all. Doesn't it embarrass you to blame others for your own stupidness and clumsiness? Hikigaya was speechless and looked at Shishio. Shishio didn't say anything and just looked at Ui, wondering what she was going to say. So. Ui held the hem of her skirt tightly as she said, so cool. What? You don't sugarcoat things at all. That's, so totally cool. Yukinashita was speechless and even backed down for a moment. Did you even listen to what I have said? I believe I was quite harsh. You did say some pretty horrible things. It felt to me like they came from the heart. I can tell because I have always been trying to fit in with people. Ui bowed her head and apologized. I'm sorry. I'll do my best this time. Yukinashita looked at Shishio helplessly. Just help her for now, Shishio said. Yukinashita let out a sigh and said, if it isn't good, I'll ask for your help. Okay. Yukinashita then looked at Ui and said, I'll show you how it's done, so try following along. Yeah. Ui nodded excitedly like a dog. After a while, the cookie was ready, but while the result was better than before, it wasn't something that could be given to someone, considering how horrible it seemed. They're totally different. Ui sighed when she compared her cookies with Yukinashita's. Yukinashita only lay on the table weakly, seemingly giving up since Yui's cookies were horrible no matter what she did. I wonder what I should do to make her bake a delicious cookie. Shishio and Hikigaya ate Yui's cookies. While it wasn't bad, it wasn't something good either. Hey, why are you two trying to make a delicious cookie? Hikigaya suddenly asked. What? 2x. Hikigaya smiled and said, come back in 10 minutes. I'll show you what real homemade cookies are like. Me too. Shishio asked. Stay here, then, Hikigaya said. Okay. Yuki Nashida and Yui were in doubt, but since Shishio was there, they somehow reluctantly believed Hikigaya. While Hikigaya couldn't read their minds, he knew they were thinking something rude. The girls waited for a while before they entered again as they tasted the cookies made by Hikigaya. They ate them reluctantly before they frowned. Is this the real homemade cookies? It's not that good. Hikigaya sighed and said, I see. Sorry, I'll throw them away. Wait. Yui quickly stopped Hikigaya and said, you don't have to throw them away. She ate the rest of the cookie in her hand and said with a forceful smile. It's not that bad. These are the cookies you baked, though. Yui was dumbfounded. What do you mean? Yuki Nashida asked. Hikigaya seemed to be proud and said, it's a story that comes from a friend of mine. Senpai, do you have a friend? Shishio asked. Shut up. Hikigaya was embarrassed, but he quickly told the story of his painful past. No, it was a story of his friend's friend. He told them that there was a girl who often talked to him and he thought that this girl had fallen for him, so without hesitation, he asked whether she liked him, but... What the hell? That's sick. Please don't ever say that again. Yui, Shishio, and Yuki Nashida. Senpai, please don't tell us about your trauma here. Shishio let out a sigh. Shut up. You, a scumbag who is dating several girls at the same time, won't understand my feelings. Hikigaya shouted with all of his emotion. After he shouted those words, he felt relieved somehow, and he was also glad that Shishio didn't seem to show any reactions and only smiled at him, which somehow made him even more annoyed. So, in the end, what do you want to say? Yuki Nashida asked with a sigh. Well, what I want to say is that men are simple creatures. They get all hot and bothered when all a girl does is talk to them. Just getting handmade cookies will send them flying up to cloud 9. It doesn't really matter if they taste terrible. Terrible. Yui seemed unable to accept the cruel fact and retorted. Shut up. Anyway, as long as they know you did your best, they'll be moved. Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio and asked, Shishio-kun, what do you think? Well, I won't deny what Hikigaya-senpai has said since it is definitely something happy to have a clumsy girl who doesn't have an experience in baking does her best to present our cookies with all of her feelings. Is that so? Yui somehow gained some confidence in Shishio's words. However, the problem is, are you okay with that? Shishio asked. What do you mean? Yui was confused. While it might seem cold, we, people, often see the result instead of the process. The person you want to give cookies to might or might not understand how hard you are baking these cookies. While I won't deny that they'll be happy as long as you give them truthfully, is your feeling, gratitude, or other types of emotions are alright with this? Are you alright with these results? If you're okay with it, I won't say much. However, Shishio looked at Yui and said, if you want to work a little harder, then we'll help you. Hikigaya wasn't wrong since any guys would be happy as long as they received something from a pretty girl like Yui, especially when they knew how hard she had worked hard to bake cookies that she had never tried before. However, Shishio's advice was more emphasized Yui's feelings. Was she okay with this? Was she feeling okay with this half-baked result when she could have made something even better? In other words, did she want to work harder so she could convey the feelings that she had toward this person? Or just stop since she was told so? Hikigaya was in silence since he realized that he only emphasized the guy's feelings, not toward Yui's feelings, what kind of feelings she held for the person she wanted to give her cookies. Hikigaya looked at Shishio, and somehow he understood why this guy could have a harem. Yui looked at her cookies for a moment and said, I want to work a little harder, so please help me. Then, she bowed her head, showing how sincere she was. Shishio looked at Yui, then looked at Yuki Nashida. Help her, Shishio-kun, Yuki Nashida said without hesitation. Okay. Shishio nodded and said, how about we make something fancy? Something fancy? 3x. Yes. Shishio nodded and said, let's make a tiramisu. Somehow this had gotten so big. 407, like Suzuki Uchiha. It's done. Yui was dumbfounded, looking at the white and chocolate-layered tiramisu in front of her. While she was struggling to make the right cookie and even created charcoal in the process, she could make a perfectly baked tiramisu, which was a fancy dessert that she had never thought to make. Somehow Yui felt that she was a cool woman, and she didn't care about what the other people view of her after she saw the result of her hard work. It's amazing. Yuki Nashida was also amazed since she knew how clumsy Ui was, but under Shishio's tutelage, Ui could grow from a cute caterpillar into a beautiful butterfly. Gulp. Hikigaya was just hungry since the tiramisu seemed to be delicious. I have also made one. Should we taste it? Shishio asked. Yes. 3x. The three of them answered at the same time, without hesitation since they had been eager to taste the tiramisu that was baked by Shishio. Unlike Ui's tiramisu, Shishio's tiramisu was more perfect and created to the detailed golden ratio. The white and chocolate colors were so beautiful, and even though it was made with the normal ingredients on the school, it was like it was made from expensive ingredients. Shishio sliced a few pieces of the tiramisu and placed them on small plates, giving them to the three. Should we eat now? They nodded and clapped their hands gently. Let's eat. They used a small fork to take a bite size of the tiramisu before eating it. Boom! They felt like their bodies were so excited at that moment. The deep flavor of the coffee, the mild taste of the cheese, the sweet yet gentle taste, and the hint of vanilla. Everything was so perfect and flawless. It felt like they were in the middle of the festival, dancing along with everyone happy. Delicious. 3x. Yuki Nashida was once again amazed by Shishio's cooking skill and thought marrying him wasn't bad at all. When she suddenly realized what she had thought, her face turned crimson as she shook her head furiously. No, she recalled their conversation in Tateyama before and felt gloomy all of a sudden. Shishio didn't wish for change, and he just wanted their relationship to be like before. Nothing has changed. It was like before. Yuki Nashida also wished for it. She wished for it, yet something made her change, and sadly she couldn't stop it. On the other hand, Ui and Hikigaya realized how this guy could have a harem. Somehow Hikigaya wanted to be born as a woman, so he could be taken care of by Shishio. He could even give up his dream to become a household husband and support him if he could eat the foods prepared by Shishio. However, Hikigaya quickly gave up since it was impossible, considering their gender, and he was also normal. Still, Ui looked at Shishio and asked, by the way, Oga-kun, why did we make a tiramisu? Yuki Nashida and Hikigaya also looked at Shishio, wondering why he made a tiramisu when there were many desserts out there in this world. Do you know the meaning of tiramisu? Ui obviously shook her head. Tiramisu means cheer you up, so hopefully, with this dessert, you can make the one that you want to give this tiramisu feel happy. Hikigaya once again realized why this guy had a harem. So, what's the real reason? Yuki Nashida suddenly asked since she knew this guy often made various excuses and a master of sophistry. Well, my girlfriend is moving to a new apartment, and she requests an Italian dish, so I'd thought to make a tiramisu. Hikigaya and Ui. So sorry, I can share much of the tiramisu with you since I don't make much, Shishio said while looking at Hikigaya and Ui since his intention to make one was for everyone later at Nana's moving party. It's okay. You don't need to worry, Oga-kun, Ui said with a gentle smile. Yes, you don't need to worry. Hikigaya somehow felt that he had found a teacher to achieve his dream of becoming a household husband. Okay. Shishio nodded and asked, should we pack up now? And lastly, Uegahama-senpai, are you satisfied with the result? Yes. I am very satisfied. If Ui wasn't satisfied with this, she could only become a professional pâtissier. So we're done, right? Hikigaya asked. Yes. I will go back then. It was quite late, so Hikigaya wanted to go back. Okay. They didn't stop Hikigaya since Ui's task had been completed. Still, when Hikigaya left, Shishio suddenly asked, Uegama-senpai, are you okay with this? Hey. Ui was confused. Are you satisfied with this? What do you mean, Oga-kun? I mean, don't you want us to help you to give your tiramisu to the person that you are grateful to? Shishio asked, which caused Yuki Nashida also to look in Ui's direction. Ui opened her eyes wide when she heard his words. It's Hikigaya-senpai, right? What? How did you know? Ui was in shock. I am not sure, but it is just my intuition. Shishio knew that Ui had been looking at Hikigaya from time to time, and when she came for the first time, he saw her focused on Hikigaya instead of him. Usually, it was something unthinkable since most girls would draw toward him. However, Ui was different, which meant she felt something toward Hikigaya, but what kind of feeling she had, Shishio wasn't sure. So, do you want us to help you? Shishio asked. Ui, who was caught red-handed, felt helpless, but at the same time, she felt that she was saved since this guilt had riddled her for the past year. However, someone reached out to her and told her that he could help her. Yes, please. Ui cried and asked for this help without hesitation. Calm down. You don't need to cry. He shouldn't be going home yet. You should be able to reach him now. Shishio took a handkerchief and gave it to Yuki Nashida. Yuki Nashida looked at the handkerchief on her hand, looked at Shishio for a moment, then walked toward Ui. Come on. Wipe those tears and snot first. Ui was speechless, but she cleaned up herself from tears and snot. On the other hand, Shishio called Hikigaya back without hesitation. What's wrong? Hikigaya's dry voice was heard. Senpai, you're not home yet, right? Yeah, what's wrong? Can you come to the service club again? Well. Hikigaya hesitated for a moment, but Shishio said, it's not like you have something to do anyway. What are you hesitating for? Can you not be so blunt? Hikigaya let out a tired sigh and said, wait a moment, I'll go there. Okay. Shishio ended the call, then looked at Ui, then said, somehow it feels like we're helping you on a confession. Ui blushed, hearing Shishio's words. It's not a confession. Bulletin, but it isn't much different, though. She was going to confess to Hikigaya, but not that type of confession. She then looked at them and asked, don't you want to ask what has happened? You want to tell us? Shishio asked. Ui hesitated for a moment before she shook her head. Then you don't need to. We're just helping you, not forcing you to tell us everything. Thanks. Ui showed a sweet smile, then moved closer to Yuki Nashida as she whispered. I'll support you, Yukinon. Yuki Nashida was stunned, her face reddened, scolding Ui without hesitation. If you have time to joke around, you should be ready to do this without our help, and don't call me, Yukinon. No, no. I am not ready yet. Please help me, Yukinon. Ui cried as she hugged Yuki Nashida sticky. Yuki Nashida only sighed as she tried to push Ui away. Shishio only smiled and said, come on. He should be coming any time now. Yeah, yes. Ui became nervous, but when she felt two hands on her shoulders, she looked at the two of them with a smile as they walked out of the room to meet Hikigaya. Hikigaya had been waiting for them at the service club, so when he saw the three of them, he felt confused and asked, what's wrong? Why did you call me so suddenly? Well, there's someone who wants to talk with you. We'll wait outside. You should talk there alone. Shishio and Yuki Nashida walked out of the room, leaving Hikigaya and Ui alone inside the room. Hikigaya suddenly felt his heart thumped, wondering whether he would receive a confession, but his heart that had been trained with countless rejections, quickly erased that possibility since he knew that Ui didn't come to him with that intention. Ui had an awkward smile on her face and said, Hi Hiki, I want to apologize for. While Hikigaya and Ui were talking to each other, Shishio and Yuki Nashida were standing next to each other with their backs leaning on the wall. Since when did you notice? Yuki Nashida asked. Probably when she entered the clubroom, Shishio answered truthfully. How? Yuki Nashida was dumbfounded. It might sound narcissistic, but Uegahama-senpai kept glancing at Hikigaya-senpai even though I was there. Yeah, that sounded so narcissistic. You don't need to remind me that, okay? Shishio let out a sigh, but then he noticed Yuki Nashida's expression was quite wrong. What's wrong? I didn't notice anything. Yuki Nashida lowered her head, feeling slightly depressed when she couldn't be of much help in this situation, but then suddenly she felt her head was patted. She looked at him subconsciously since the feeling of this patting was so soothing and comfortable. It's not your fault. Everyone has their own roles in life. You have your own specialty and weakness. Even Goddess Yuki Nashida isn't perfect, which is why, let this worshipper of yours support you, alright? Shishio said with a gentle smile. Yuki Nashida stared at his smile, and somehow something started to change inside. She wasn't sure what it was, but for now, she decided to bury it inside her heart, locking it with several locks, so it wouldn't be shown since this wasn't his wish. Yuki Nashida then snorted and swept his hand away. Shishio-kun, are you getting so cocky lately? I am older than you, you know. Is this a famous school bullying? While the two were talking and joking with each other, Ui and Hikigaya walked out of the room. Ui seemed relieved, but Hikigaya showed his usual aloof and tsundere expression on his face while bringing a bag of tiramisu that was baked by Ui. Hikigaya looked at Shishio for a moment and knew that everything was this guy's plan, and it made him wonder why he was born as a male for a moment. Okay, I'll go back now. See you later. He left like Sasuke Uchiha, showing a cool and aloof atmosphere around him, but strangely enough, he was cool enough to pull it off. As I have said before, a tsundere guy is disgusting, Shishio said. Can you shut up for a moment? Hikigaya was mad. With those words, somehow, they felt their relationship became closer. 408, 3 combos. The matter of Hikigaya and Ui was solved. Shishio and Yuki Nashida went to the apartment where Nana was moving. Isn't this where your apartment is? Yuki Nashida asked since the location of Nana's apartment was the place where Shishio was living. Mai lives there too, Shishio said. Yuki Nashida. Anyway, you don't need to think too much and enjoy the food, all right. Shishio was also helpless by this situation, and it was better not to think too much. Yuki Nashida stared at Shishio for a moment and sighed since it was better not to have such an expectation, considering how bad this guy was. Still, I won't cause you trouble again. Shishio asked. What kind of trouble? Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio curiously. Like your big sister coming disturbing you or something again. Shishio knew that his relationship with Yuki Nashida should be known by her family, and he was afraid, considering the status of her family, they might be engaged so suddenly or something. Frankly, Shishio wouldn't be surprised if that happened since their family position was quite similar to each other. If they married each other, without a doubt, her father's career in politics would be easier, and his family's influence would even strengthen in Tokyo and also spread toward the Chiba area. However, Shishio decided to throw that matter aside now since there was something that he had to do tonight. The two walked toward Nana's room and knocked on the door. They didn't wait too long, and the door was opened. Shishio. Nana jumped into him and kissed his lips without hesitation. Yuki Nashida. Shishio was silent, but Nana quickly realized, and her tanned skin turned slightly redder. Sorry, senpai, I just miss him somehow. It's all right. Yuki Nashida shook her head gently and said, congratulations on your move. If he didn't tell me, I wouldn't know you were going to move so near to my apartment. Right, here's fried chicken. I bought it before I came. Thanks. Nana happily received the package of the fried chicken and said, come in. Come in. But then she realized something and asked, your apartment is close, senpai. Yeah, it's over there. I'll show you later, Yuki Nashida said calmly. Nana looked at Shishio in silence. Shishio was speechless, then raised the tiramisu that he had baked. Here, I baked a tiramisu earlier. Everyone should be inside, right? Come on. Let's eat. I'm sure you're all starving. Yes, we have bought all the ingredients. Come in. Come in. Hurry up and cook. Nana decided to talk about this matter later since she was quite hungry right now. As the three entered, they saw many girls were there. All Shishio's harems were all there, even Roberta. Ritsu, Maya, and Meiko were also there too, doing their own things. However, when they saw Shishio, they became excited since they had been waiting for him. Eat this fried chicken first and the tiramisu. I'll make you something fast soon. Shishio didn't waste his time and entered the kitchen to show his ability. I'll help. 3x. Saki, Miu, and Nanamai said at the same time, which caused the three of them to look at each other. Okay, come here. Shishio didn't stop them and started to cook the Italian cuisine they had been waiting for. While waiting, Shina ate the tiramisu that was baked by Shishio with a happy smile. Mashiro, your mouth is all messy, you know. Mai sighed as she wiped Shina's mouth. Thanks, Mai. Shina nodded with a smile. Shishio looked at Mia and Shina for a moment and thought that their relationship had become closer than ever. Is it only me, or has your relationship become closer? What? You're jealous? Mai asked with a smile. I am very close with Mai, Shina said as she hugged Mai. Mashiro. Mai looked at Shina with a smile. Shishio looked at the two while wondering whether it should be possible for him to do a threesome with the two later. However, there was something that he needed to ask first. Nana, where are your parents? They've been here before, but they have come back quickly because they don't want to bother us, Nana said with a smile. Us. This single word caused Shishio to turn quiet since he wondered whether it was really all right, considering how he had taken the virginity of two females continuously. Without a doubt, his chance to be together with Nana tonight was greater than ever, and Shishio also could feel Nana's intention from her gaze alone. Well, whatever happens, it will happen. Shishio wasn't the type who would force the girl to go to bed, but if he was offered, why should he reject? Before long, the pizza, lasagna, and spaghetti were ready, and everyone ate together at the same tables. Including the tiramisu that Shishio baked and the fried chicken that Yuki Nashida bought, there were many foods, but there were many of them, so it was easy to clean all of those foods. By the way, Nana, Ayakane didn't come before. Shishio asked since he felt weird that Ayaka didn't come when Nana decided to move. She was here before, but she came back since she had to take care of the dorm, Nana said. Shishio thought for a moment and understood since Ayaka's job as a caretaker made her need to take care of the dinner and many other things for the people who were living in the dorm, she couldn't stay at night for Nana. What? You miss her? Nana asked in a whisper. I miss you more, Shishio whispered. Nana looked at Shishio for a moment and nodded in satisfaction. You pass. Shishio only rolled his eyes and didn't say much. After they ate dinner, they rested for a moment, lazying around, before Meiko suddenly said, Say, Nana. Can we stay here for tonight? Meiko asked. Nana was in silence for a moment before she glanced at Shishio. What the hell are you saying? Maya couldn't help but reprimand Mako directly and pull her cheek forcefully. What? Mako was confused. Maya couldn't help but slap her forehead, thinking this girl was sometimes quite clueless. It's okay, isn't it? Shishio said as he patted Nana's hand gently. Nana looked at Shishio in doubt for a moment, but she knew that this guy must have had some plans, so she didn't say anything and agreed to let them stay. Still, Shishio was speechless since it seemed they had planned to stay from the beginning, considering how they even brought their own clothes when they decided to play. When they decided to take a bath, Shishio walked out of the room and stayed on the veranda alone, drinking a warm tea while watching the scenery of the town. While watching the scenery, Shishio suddenly thought about Kiria's words that gave everyone a chance to write something. He might not have had an interest before, but it was a different matter when he thought of the benefit that would be brought by becoming a writer. Shishio thought for a moment and suddenly thought of one book that might be good to write. What are you doing here? Shishio turned and looked at Mai. I am trying to cool down since something might happen tonight. Mai stood next to Shishio and asked, Say, you have eaten Nanamai, right? She could tell there was a change of Nanamai which made her even more beautiful, and she also. Yet. Why didn't you tell everyone? Mai asked with a frown. She's complicated. She still wants to become my secret lover. Was such a girl exist? You saw her, right? Mai let out a sigh and asked, besides her? Is there someone else? It's Shizuka. Shizuka. It's Hirotsuka-sensei. Mai then grabbed Shishio's little brother with her claw without hesitation. Should I cut this thing off? Ouch. Ouch. Mai, it hurts. Your nails. Your nails. Shishio quickly moved away Mai's hand from his little brother and checked it to see whether he was all right. He let out a sigh of relief when he saw it was okay. How is it? Mai also asked worriedly, wondering whether his little brother was okay. I am sorry. She realized how dangerous her action was and knew what kind of consequences would happen if she really cut off his little brother. Okay, you don't need to caress it since we're outside now. What if someone sees us? As Shishio said, he had been observing his surroundings and knew that they were all right, and no one was watching them. However, Shishio knew that he needed to be careful since there were many people who were too free with their time in this world, and sometimes they often watched over the apartment with many rich people to peek at their activity or take a picture of them. So I can caress it when we're inside? Mai asked while staring into his eyes. Shishio wondered how he had turned this strong girl into such a perverted girl. After they had taken a bath, they had changed into their pajamas, and somehow it was pretty hard for him to watch them, considering how attractive and alluring they were. Yuki Nashida also stayed together too since she was forced. While she seemed didn't want to, she wanted to stay, so when they kept begging her, she could only sigh and stay together. However, she came back to her apartment first to take some clothes before she returned. Still, if Miu and Nanamai didn't follow Yuki Nashida, she might not come back. After that, they gathered together, had a pajama party together, and talked happily. Shishio was excluded since he was a male who made him sigh helplessly, so he walked to his room, which was located on the top floors of this apartment building, while also sending a text to Nana since he was waiting for her. While waiting, Shishio decided to write a story since he had decided to become a writer. While he was writing, suddenly he felt two familiar soft things on his head. Did you wait too long? The lavender-like smell invaded his nose. Shishio looked up and saw Nana was smiling at him. Unlike most of the reader's imagination, Nana only wore a plain jersey, seemingly sloppy, while looking at him with a smile. No, I didn't. Shishio shook his head and asked, so you left them secretly? Yeah, Saki, Miu, Roberta-san, Mashiro, and Mai let me go to you, Nana said smugly, feeling that she was smart and also asked him to praise her. Good girl. Shishio could only praise this girl helplessly as he patted her head, letting her sit on his lap. So, what do you think of my clothes? Nana asked, trying to test him. No matter what you wear, you're beautiful. Shishio had no doubts since Nana was an attractive girl. He. Nana then slipped down the zipper of the jersey, showing the purple lace bra that was hidden inside. Gulp. Shishio. So, what do you think? Nana asked with a smile. Is it okay? Hug me tonight, alright? Nana wrapped her hands and legs around him tenderly. Shishio didn't hesitate and brought her to his room, ready to take her to the stairs of adulthood. Still, Shishio knew that he had tried to refuse to become a scumbag. However, he knew that it was impossible now. 409, Mai, let's go back, Shishio. Shishio somehow wanted to be lazy around today, but he just couldn't, especially when his cheek was poked several times. He opened his eyes lightly and saw Nana was looking at him with a smile. He. Nana laughed happily as if she had succeeded with her prank. There were many things that Shishio wanted to ask, but he decided to kiss this girl first. Nana also responded by hugging his neck. They kissed each other for a moment before they parted their lips. Nana lay on his chest weakly, feeling sleepy. You haven't slept. I have slept earlier, but I feel sleepy again. Nana rubbed her eyes lazily, then glanced at Shishio. It was all thanks to certain someone who was so wild last night. My bad, my bad. Shishio just let her release her emotion since he was too lazy to argue. So as a punishment, you have to become my pillow until I wake up again. Nana happily hugged Shishio while rubbing her face on his chest. Shishio was only looking at Nana in silence while thinking, what kind of cute creature is this? Still, this thing is still as lively as ever, hey. Nana looked at the big thing below the blanket and touched it without hesitation. After all, they had done it, and they also did many postures and poses that one couldn't imagine, so her shame had disappeared without a trace. Being stroked gently, Shishio let out a satisfied sigh, but somehow he felt annoyed when he saw Nana's smug expression. It felt good, right? It felt good, right? Shishio could see those words come out from Nana's face. However, he could only let out a satisfied sigh again as he patted her head. However, Nana seemed to misunderstand his meaning and said, it's okay, I'll use your favorite thing. She dove inside the blanket, and suddenly he felt two huge things wrapped around his phallus. Don't tell me. Shishio opened the blanket, and he opened his eyes wide when Nana wrapped his phallus around two big things on her chest while moving them up and down. While Nana's skin might be tanned, her inner was white, including her chest was white, but her nipples were in beautiful pink color. Also, Nana had inverted nipples. They would only be shown when they got hard. Luckily, they were so hard right now, and her lewd expression couldn't be hidden as she sucked his glands greedily. Shishio didn't say much and only patted her head, but Nana misinterpreted his meaning again and swallowed everything he had unleashed before showing her clean mouth. I'll wash my mouth first. Do you need help? Okay. Shishio carried Nana in his arms, and the two brushed their teeth together. After they were done, they lazily laid on the bed again together while he asked, was it okay to swallow them? What were you talking about? Aren't you the one who forced me to drink? Nana pouted. Shishio didn't say anything since Nana was the one who misinterpreted, but he didn't say much. They kissed each other again before Nana continued to sleep since last night was too tiring for her. However, Shishio didn't sleep and opened the rewards that he got from Nana. While checking Nana's condition after she lost her first time, Shishio looked at his rewards which were quite unique. His first reward was the Funasho Group, a trading company that specialized in the distribution of a variety of fresh fruits and vegetables imported from around the world. As for the second, Shishio got 63% of the shares of Fuji Kyoko. While some people were confused about what kind of company Fuji Kyoko was, it was a company that operated the Fuji Kyoko Line railway and regional and long-distance bus routes. It operated the Tenjo-Yama Park MT Kachi Ropeway and Fuji Q Highland Amusement Park. Shishio somehow wanted to go to this theme park that he had just received since he was quite curious about the scariest haunted house in the country. However, it was better to check his next reward, which was the agriculture mastery. Should I grow my own vegetables and fruits in Sakurasu? Shishio felt that it wasn't impossible, and he also felt that the vegetables and fruits he grew would be amazing, that they might reach the black or red color status, which tasted so amazing that one couldn't imagine. Shishio was somehow satisfied with his rewards and decided to sleep too since he was going to spend a lazy day today. After they woke up in the afternoon, everyone gathered in Shishio's apartment that was located on the highest floor of the apartment building. They looked at Shishio silently, who prepared breakfast with nothing but a naked apron. Frankly, they had never thought of this possibility before if Nana didn't ask this request. Shishio was also too lazy to argue, too, and they had seen each other's bodies, so there was nothing wrong with wearing a naked apron. The worst thing was that he could marry them if he couldn't marry in the future. As for breakfast, Shishio didn't make anything complicated since he only made an egg with toast and coffee or tea. He also prepared some jams if they wanted to and some simple salads since he knew how those girls were so fascinated with the word healthy. However, Shishio didn't blame them since he knew that they were worried about his health, considering how he needed to fight many girls at the same time every night. Before he cooked, he also had to fight several girls before everyone gathered there. Still, it was better to talk about that matter later since they were more focused on the breakfast in front of them. While it might be simple, everyone ate with relish and happiness since they could eat something he made last night and this morning. Right, when is your fight, Shishio? Nana suddenly asked. She had heard that Shishio was going to fight again, but she wasn't sure when it was going to be held. She had seen how amazing he was at the underground arena, so she wondered who he was going to fight again this time. Fight. 5x. Nanamai, Ritsu, Meiko, Yukinashita and Maya looked at Nana simultaneously, with a confused expression since they didn't understand what was happening. Oops. Nana quickly realized her mistake when she was nudged by Mai and received a glance from Shishio. She panicked and knew that she had made a mistake. However, This wasn't her fault since she thought that Nanami, Ritsu, Meiko, and Maya had already become part of his harem too. She clasped her hands together while looking at Shishio apologetically. What did she mean, Shishio-kun? Yukinashita asked worriedly. Well, I might not have told you, but I am a martial artist, you know. Shishio thought for a moment and felt that there was nothing to hide since he didn't fight in the underground arena. Instead, he was going to have a spar, so there was nothing to worry about. So you're going to have a fight? Nanami asked worriedly. It's not a fight, but it is a spar. It's different, all right. Now that you mention it. Ritsu thought for a moment and said, you have mentioned in the past that you had fought a random martial artist in the past, so that was true. You thought I was lying. Ritsu didn't say anything, but her embarrassment showed everything. Oh, isn't that quite normal? Meiko suddenly said. Normal. They looked at Meiko with a strange expression. I mean, he's a martial art, so isn't it normal for him to have a spar, so he'll become stronger? Meiko told them she wanted to become a hairdresser, so she also needed to train at how to cut people's hair from a wig and something else. But it doesn't change the fact. You're going to fight, right? Maya looked at Shishio worriedly and asked, are you sure? I have fought several times, so you don't need to worry. Shishio reassured them that there was nothing to worry about, and they somehow felt relief since they knew how strong he was, considering how often they saw his body in the sport class. They had only heard it from the teacher, but his body should match the first-class athlete, so there was nothing to be worried about. Can I watch the fight? Nanami asked since she was worried about Shishio. I don't mind. It's going to be held tomorrow, though. Is that okay? Shishio asked. Tomorrow. They were surprised, but somehow they agreed and made their decision to watch his fight together tomorrow since they were free. Still, Nana cried and kept apologizing to Shishio, which made him sigh inwardly, thinking that he might need to punish his older sister too later. With everything that had been decided, they wondered what kind of martial arts and what kind of opponents he was going to fight. My opponent should be a karate user, Shishio said since he remembered the information that Tokugawa had told him before. While he hadn't seen his opponent, he knew that his opponent should be a strength type of opponent. Karate. They nodded, and somehow they became even intrigued by what kind of fight they were going to watch. What is your opponent's name? And from what karate school? It's not from Shinshinkai Karate School. Yukinashita asked since she knew how bad this karate school was. After the loss of Doppo, the Shinshinkai Karate School had almost decimated, especially with many bad rumors that came after another. The only one who left was probably someone who was loyal to Doppo, but even so, those people would also disappear shortly. No, he should be from Rokushinkaiken Karate. What kind of school is that? Oh, it's also quite a famous school too. Yukinashita knew this Rokushinkaiken Karate and explained it to everyone. You're quite familiar with martial arts, Yukino? Mai asked curiously. Yukinashita hesitated for a moment and said, my big sister is also a martial artist, so I know quite a bit. Mai could see Yukinashita didn't really want to explain this matter, so she changed the topic about who he was going to fight. I am not sure, but his name should be Wakatsuki Takeshi. Wakatsuki Takeshi. Hearing this name, they didn't think too much and kept asking about his experience at fighting since it was interesting. However, when the day arrived, they were dumbfounded since they didn't expect Shishio's opponent would be a monster. Shishio, let's stop the fight. Mai held his hand as she tried to stop him. 410, Wakatsuki Takeshi. Shishio had asked Tokugawa to let him prepare someone to fight him. He just wanted to spar to see how far he was with his Aikido and didn't want to have a crowd, but even so, Tokugawa told him to have a fight on the underground arena since there weren't many people there and he could lend that venue as long as it was used to fight. Still, it was the first time some girls had come to the underground arena, and they would be lying if they weren't excited about this mysterious place. So the match will be held in the Tokyo Dome. Mai asked since she was present when Shishio made an appointment to have a spar. That's right. Shishio nodded, then looked at Yukinashita, Mai, Maya, Meiko, and Nanami, and said, still, before we go there, I must tell you that you must keep this place a secret, all right? Don't tell your parents or even your friends. If you can't promise me that, I'll have you all to go back now. Unlike Roberta, Shina, Saki, Miu, and Nana, who had come to this place before, the five of them had never come to the underground arena, so they were pretty clueless about this matter. However, before they answered, Shishio was called by someone excitedly. Shishio. Everyone turned their gazes and saw a short old man running in Shishio's direction excitedly. While they didn't know who this old man was, they could see that this old man was quite close to Shishio. However, Yukinashita frowned since she felt this old man was quite familiar. Tokugawa Jie. Shishio gave the nod and asked, is it ready? Yeah. Tokugawa nodded, then looked at all the girls and was amazed. You're really a beast. Can you handle all of them? Everyone blushed and glared at Shishio. Cough. Cough. You don't need to worry. They're pretty satisfied. Anyway, is it okay for them to enter? Shishio asked. They knew that Shishio changed the subject of the conversation, so they didn't say anything and also didn't intend to deny it either since it was troublesome, and they didn't really hate it either, though. Sure, sure. Tokugawa nodded without hesitation. Are you okay if some of them tell this matter to someone? Shishio asked. Well, it isn't like someone will believe their words even if they tell their parents or friends, right? Tokugawa gave a reassuring smile since he still had much power in this country. The rules of Tokugawa that had lasted over 260 years weren't something that could be erased easily. Until now, there were many people who would give him a face and power that one couldn't imagine. After all, without a doubt, this country had been peaceful and gained many things over the past 260 years of Tokugawa's rules, so Tokugawa still had many powers and money. While they talked to each other, the girls thought differently while wondering who this old man was, especially when they realized many men wearing black suits stood in the surrounding area as if they were protecting this old man. However, Yukinashita quickly realized. Have you realized his identity? Mai asked in a whisper. Yukinashita looked at Mai in shock and asked, is he? Mai gently nodded since she wasn't surprised by Yukinashita's reaction, considering she wasn't much different. Yukinashita. Should we go now? Tokugawa asked. Sure. Shishio nodded and asked, where's sensei? He's waiting inside. It's hot after all. Tokugawa wiped his sweat on his forehead with a handkerchief. I see. While they talked to each other, the girls who didn't know anything asked Miu, Saki, and Nana, who had come to this place before. Shina had also come to this place before, but somehow they felt it was better not to ask her, considering they knew their situation well. So my opponent is Wakatsuki Takeshi, right? Shishio asked. Yes. Tokugawa nodded with a smile and said, he's coming with his employer to this spar, but you need to treat it as a real fight since it seems he also wants to fight you. He wants to fight me. Shishio was confused since he didn't remember meeting this person before. It was all because of Kano Agito. Tokugawa used his fan to cool himself and said, he was defeated by Kano before, so when he knew you wanted to have a spar, he insisted to have a spar with you. Well, if he can even defeat Kano, does he think he can defeat me? Shishio was speechless. He had defeated Kano when his strength was just 1.5 times stronger than ordinary people, and the only martial art he had mastered was Bajikwan. However, it was different now since he had become 3 times stronger than ordinary people and mastered many martial arts. That's what I think too. Tokugawa nodded since he also understood how strong Shishio was. He chose this opponent because Shishio wanted to test his Aikido skill, and this person fit the description. However, when I saw him, I could see that he might have a chance to defeat you. Still, once he saw the real person, he must admit that Wakatsuki Takeshi was strong. Shishio looked at Tokugawa for a moment and said, somehow, I feel curious about this person. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but he really didn't think that someone could defeat him now, especially with many of the senses of his body having been strengthened. Even a bullet wouldn't threaten him anymore. Okay, let me help you meet him now. He's already in the underground arena. Follow me. Tokugawa said excitedly as if he had become a tour guide for everyone. Everyone became curious, but they were dumbfounded when they entered a lift that connected them to the underground. There's an underground area in the Tokyo Dome. Meiko was dumbfounded. This is the first time I have heard of it. Maya wasn't sure how to react. Are we going to somewhere dangerous now? 2x. Nana laughed, looking at her friends, and said, it's okay. It's okay. It isn't that dangerous. Instead, it is quite a nice place. She still remembered her first time to come to this place, and she was so nervous at that time, but it was different now since she knew how strong Shishio was. Yeah, this is the best place on the entire earth. Tokugawa said with a laugh. Shishio was in silence while looking at Tokugawa and thought the only person who thought this place was the best place on the entire earth was someone as fighting fanatic as him. After they arrived at the underground arena, the girls looked around curiously, but the huge and spacious corridor made them even dumbfounded since no one realized there was such a secret under the Tokyo Dome. Everyone was looking at Shishio and thought if they didn't come with him, without a doubt, they wouldn't know about this place. Should we go to the arena? You haven't seen them, right? After all, you have been waiting in the corridor, Tokugawa said since Shishio's girlfriends didn't have a chance to walk into the arena, considering his last fight with Kyoretsu brought so many audiences. Shishio looked at everyone and asked, what do you think? Except for Shina, the rest hadn't visited the arena. They agreed since they were also quite curious about the stage where he would have a spar. They walked together before they saw a wide hexagonal area, which somehow made them slightly nervous and made them move even closer to Shishio. As they entered, they were greeted with a vast area with the ground covered with sand. However, Nana realized something and was startled. This isn't a sand. They were dumbfounded and realized they didn't stand on the top of the sand. Instead, they stood on the top of nails, teeth, bones, and many other things there. Somehow even though it was faint, they could imagine what kind of fight had happened in this place. They became scared and wanted to tell him to go back. However, someone suddenly came. Are you Shishio Oga? Everyone turned their gazes and saw a humongous man walking toward them with a flat expression. His figure was imposing, and he had a densely well-defined musculature. He had short blonde hair, thick blonde facial hair on his chin, dark eyebrows, a chiseled cheek structure, and discerning eyes. His height was 193 centimeters taller than Shishio, but unlike Shishio's slender body, the term monster would be suitable for defining his body. The girls were so nervous when they saw this man since they could see the difference between Shishio and this man. While they knew that Shishio was strong, they could see that this man was strong, and somehow they felt nervous when they thought he was going to fight this man since they were afraid he might be hurt. If Shishio knew what they were thinking, he wouldn't feel surprised since an amateur would only see whether one was strong or not through a body alone. Still, it didn't mean one with a huge body was weak. Instead, one with a huge body had a natural strength that one with a small body didn't have. It was also the reason why martial arts were invented, so the people with a smaller build could fight against the huge body. However, the girls didn't understand that, and they were too intimidated by Wakatsuki Takeshi's body, hoping that this person wasn't Shishio's opponent. While the man had a flat expression, Shishio still had a faint smile on his face. You're Wakatsuki Takeshi-san, right? I hope we can have a good fight today. Wakatsuki observed Shishio and ignored the girls around him. He also gave a faint smile and said, Me too. I hope you can show me the power that can defeat the Fang. You'll see it soon. Why don't you prepare since I want to start right away? What a coincidence. I want to start right away too, but I'll give you time to prepare. Wakatsuki walked back to the corridor where he came from since he needed to prepare since he realized his opponent wasn't as simple as it seemed. However, it was something that he had expected since this boy was someone who could even defeat the Fang, Kano Agito. Wakatsuki, what do you think? A man with a stout build stood in the corridor and asked Wakatsuki curiously. Wakatsuki's expression became emotionless, and he said, Frankly, I don't think I can hold back, so I'll go all out from the beginning. While Wakatsuki talked with his employer, Shishio looked at his girls and wanted to tell them to go out and watch him in the audience area. However, Mai held his arm and said, Shishio, let's stop the fight and go back. Shishio. 411, Hard vs Soft 1. Shishio's opponent was different from what Mai imagined. When Shishio fought Shibukawa before, Mai didn't think too much since the difference in their physical ability was obvious to her. Even if Shibukawa was known as a master, there was still a difference between the physical ability of young people and old people. However, Wakatsuki Takeshi was different. Mai had never thought that Shishio would fight against such a monster, so without hesitation, she stopped him. Not only Mai, but most of the girls also thought the same since no one would expect Shishio would fight against such a monster. Shishio, are you really going to fight that person? Sheena asked. Yes. Shishio nodded and said, so don't stop me and watch quietly, alright? Just believe me. You can see that Saki is calm right now. Unlike the rest, Saki was strangely calm. Saki, are you okay with this? Miu asked worriedly. Saki let out a sigh and said, you know how stubborn he is, so no matter what you say, it'll be useless. You also might not, but his opponent in the past is even scarier and even bigger than this guy. Even bigger. They were dumbfounded. Saki didn't say anything wrong since she had been listening to Shishio's conversation with Tokugawa. Saki still remembered her first time watching Kengan match, and his opponent was Kano Agito. While Wakatsuki Takeshi might have a bulkier and more imposing body, Saki still felt Kano Agito was stronger, considering what kind of evil face that guy had shown. Okay, I am going to prepare now. You should watch from the audience seat. Shishio looked around and found Shibukawa sitting on the audience seat. Shibukawa only waved his hand with a smile, watching from a distance. Still, he was speechless when the number of girls around Shishio became even bigger, and they were all beautiful girls. Sit over there and just watch me, alright? Shishio said and tried to reassure them before he took off his clothes without hesitation. Everyone. They were dumbfounded when they saw him take his clothes and change into an Aikido uniform given by Roberta naturally, ignoring that many girls were standing right beside him. On the other hand, Roberta collected Shishio's clothes without saying much as she stood by his side. They were in silence and weren't sure where to put their eyes since his upper body was sculpted perfectly, and on his lower body, they would be able to see his big bulge, which made it hard for them to close their eyes. Why the hell are you getting naked? Yuki Nashida was furious and looked away but secretly glanced at Shishio. Ritsu was at a loss, and she didn't know what to say. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she kept her mouth shut. I am going to fight, alright? Okay, we can talk about this later. You can sit in the audience seat. Also, you don't need to worry about my safety since if something happens, there's a medical staff that is ready, waiting over there. Shishio pointed at the doctor and nurses that had been waiting in the corridor. They looked at Shishio reluctantly before talking with the medical staff for a while until they believed that they could save him no matter how severe his injuries were. Be careful, alright. Mai said with a sigh, kissing him before she walked to the audience area. Nana, Shina, Saki, and Miu also kissed him. Roberta also joined too. Only Rito, Meiko, Maya, and Yuki Nashida watched this scene speechlessly. Shibukawa and Tokugawa could also watch this scene silently in jealousy, but they were old, so they didn't have that much excitement toward girls. Shishio didn't care about what everyone was thinking, and after his girls left, he stood in the arena, watching Wakatsuki, that slowly walked out again from the corridor. However, unlike before, Wakatsuki was full of fighting spirit, and he also had changed into his fighting shorts, walking imposingly towards Shishio. On his face, it clearly told Shishio that he was going to defeat him. Shishio's expression didn't change much, and he just showed a faint smile on his face in excitement to test his new martial arts. He's a perfect sandbag. Shishio thought and couldn't wait for their spar to start. While Shishio and Wakatsuki were facing each other, Mai and her group walked to the side of Tokugawa and Shibukawa. Tokugawa-ji, Shibukawa-sensei, it has been a while, Mai greeted them with a smile. It's been a while, Mai-chan. Shibukawa nodded with a smile. Sit here. Sit here. Tokugawa patted the seat beside him. While Shibukawa and Tokugawa might not have much interest in girls, it felt better than being surrounded by muscular men. However, when they noticed Roberta, their expression slightly changed since they could tell that this woman was strong. Excuse us. They sat next to each other while maintaining some distance between Shibukawa and Tokugawa. By the way, can I ask more about Shishio's opponent? He has only told me that his opponent is a karate user, Mai said since she knew that Shishio's opponent was more than a mere karate user. Tokugawa nodded with a smile and said, yes, but you should understand that Wakatsuki Takeshi is famous among the underground fighting circle. Underground fighting circle. The girls were dumbfounded, wondering whether they had misheard since they had never thought something that only appeared in the manga would appear in reality. They wanted to argue that such a thing didn't exist, but the reality in front of them said otherwise. He's the fighter of Furumi Pharmaceuticals. He has won a total of 306 matches and earned over 3 trillion yen for that company. Everyone. 3 trillion yen. Their heads were dizzy, wondering how many zeros were on that total amount of money. As for what is so special about him, Tokugawa thought for a moment and said, it's without a doubt his natural strength. As for his mastery over karate, frankly, it is quite decent. Natural strength? Can you be specific? Mai asked. Everyone also relied on Mai since she was the only one who knew Tokugawa and Shibukawa, and among them, without a doubt, she had the best conversation skill, considering she had met various people during her career as an actress. While Nana was also good at communication, she wasn't that good at talking with an adult with a high status since she had never met one, so she just quietly listened to Mai, who talked with Tokugawa and Shibukawa. Young lady, Wakatsuki is without a doubt, a monster. Shibukawa continued the conversation. A monster, sir? Yet. Shibukawa nodded and said, you can see how thick his body is. His muscle density is 52 times stronger than normal people. His karate might be decent, but that's enough for him to defeat the majority of people. 52 times the muscle density of a normal person. Nana's lips twitched. She couldn't imagine how strong that was, but one thing for sure, she could tell that Wakatsuki was strong from that description and appearance alone. However, it doesn't mean Shishio is weak, Shibukawa suddenly said. While the girls were surprised and happy by Shibukawa's words, Tokugawa frowned and asked, Shibukawa, are you sure? He's only using Aikido that you have taught him in this match, right? Tokugawa, you underestimate him. Shibukawa sighed when he thought about Shishio's talent. He should have mastered most of my techniques and might even develop it further. Worst case scenario, his skill should be similar to mine. Really? Tokugawa was dumbfounded. Try to imagine. Shibukawa looked at the arena and said, what if I have a better body, become younger while maintaining my skill in Aikido, and experience of the fight? What do you think will happen? Tokugawa was silent, but Shibukawa would become a monster if that really happened. Shibukawa was a master of martial arts, without a doubt. However, his weakness was also apparent to all. Shibukawa was short, so his strength was naturally weak. He was also old since he was in his 70s, an age where he should just rest but spend his time fighting, which was impressive enough. If Shibukawa became younger and gained Shishio's athletic body while retaining his skills and experience, without a doubt, Tokugawa knew that Shivyuka would become a monster that wouldn't lose to Yujiro Hanma. Can he defeat Yujiro Hanma? Tokugawa looked in Shishio's direction, and somehow he wanted to see the fight. However, his logic quickly erased that possibility since he knew what kind of monster Yujiro Hanma was, and if Shishio was killed, then somehow Tokugawa would feel lonely if such a thing happened. Wakatsuki and Shishio stood a few meters away from each other. I am curious. Shishio looked at Wakatsuki and asked, why did you accept my spar? I want to test the difference in our strength, and I want to see whether you can really defeat Kano Agito or not, Wakatsuki said flatly. You have lost to Kano before. Wakatsuki. Shishio only showed a faint smile and said, well, I won't say much. How about you try the skill of one that has defeated Kano Agito? You sure talk big. Let me see how you can handle one of my punches later. While Shishio was still drinking milk on his mom's, Wakatsuki had been fighting in the underground arena for the Furumi Pharmaceuticals. Still, Shishio's aura was so normal, and besides his elegance and his handsome face, he just couldn't see how this young man was able to defeat Kano Agito, the one who had messed up his Achilles' heels. Go ahead. Shishio still maintained the faint smile on his face while saying that. They maintained a similar stance. However, while Wakatsuki closed his fists, Shishio opened his fists. Without a doubt, their battle would be a battle between a hard and a soft. Tokugawa knew that it was the time, so he shouted, start. As his voice fell, everyone was staring at the arena without blinking their eyes, afraid they would miss something. Shishio and Wakatsuki tried to close their distance slowly, but Shishio suddenly closed his distance with a dash. Wakatsuki was surprised, but he quickly reacted by sending his right punch towards Shishio. With this punch, it was enough to send a grown-up man dead. However, as Wakatsuki punched Shishio, he felt something strange, and suddenly he felt he was pushed by a tremendous power. Wakatsuki was flown, and he hit the wall of the arena. His mass and the powerful force that had attacked him caused the wall of the arena to be a mess. The loud crack and boom sound echoed through the arena, and everyone could only open their mouths wide by the scene in front of them. While Wakatsuki lay on the ground and felt confused about what had happened, Shishio whistled and said with a faint smile, as expected of one with 52 times muscle density of a normal people, you flew so far away. What's happening? That question became a problem for everyone who watched this match. 412, Hard vs Soft 2. What's happening? They saw something that made their eyes open so wide. Tokugawa and Shibukawa had explained Wakatsuki Takeshi, the monster born with Superman syndrome. His body had 52 times the muscle density of an average person, his height was almost 2 meters, and his weight was 200 kilograms. Such a humongous body was blown by Shishio to the edge of the arena, and the impact of that blow could even destroy the wood wall around the arena. Is this an act? Mako asked unsurely. Everyone was in silence and looked at Mako speechlessly. However, they didn't feel surprised by Mako's words since they knew that it was out of common sense how Shishio could push Wakatsuki with such force, so they wouldn't be surprised if this was an act. But if this act, their act is too good. However, don't be stupid. Yukinashita was the first one who denied Mako and said, what has happened here is real. As for how he was able to throw that man like that, it was all because of Aiki. Aiki. Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at Yukinashita curiously. Oh? Young lady, do you know about Aiki? Shibukawa was surprised while looking at Yukinashita. My big sister has learned about it in the past, so I know some of the theory, but it is my first time to see it in reality. Still, it was also because Yukinashita had learned from Yukinashita Harino that she was dumbfounded when she saw how Aiki worked in reality. In reality, the Aiki wasn't so simple. In the hundreds of years of history of the world of modern martial arts stemming from the Meiji period, it was doubtful that even 10 martial artists have mastered true Aiki. Even if they could use it, it was done on the agreed-upon conditions. It meant they deliberately let themselves be hit with the Aiki technique so the master of Aiki could show the might of this martial art. However, if this was done in the actual fight, those masters would be beaten hard without a doubt. However, Shishio could use it in real fights. Such a complicated technique was used in the actual fight by him. If Yukinashita didn't see it with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe it. However, the fact appeared in front of her, and she just watched this scene dumbfoundedly. Hearing Yukinashita's explanation, everyone was looking at her in surprise since they didn't expect her to have such an understanding of this martial art. Even Roberta was also surprised, but it was normal for her not to understand since she didn't know how to do martial arts. Instead, she just knew how to kill someone, and Shishio's Aiki really surprised her, considering how complicated it was. Young lady, who is your big sister? Shibukawa asked curiously. Yukinashita looked at Shibukawa for a moment, and after a moment of hesitation, she said, Yukinashita Harano. Oh. Shibukawa was surprised and asked, you're Harano-chan's little sister? Yukinashita was startled and asked, you know my sister? Of course. She's my student, after all. Yukinashita. You're from the Yukinashita family, right? Shibukawa rubbed his chin and said, I remembered that they hired one of my students for a private lesson, but Harano-chan wasn't satisfied and came to my dojo directly in the past. So how strong she is? Yukinashita asked hesitantly. She's strong. Even among my students, she's the best, but if you want to compare it to Shishio, then there's no need to. Why? Because Shishio is a monster. While some of them were in awe, Saki, Miu, Nana, Mai, Roberta, and Sheena blushed since they also agreed that Shishio was a monster. Is that all? Isn't there more explanation? Nana suddenly asked since they were silent. What do you want to ask? Yukinashita asked speechlessly. Just what did Shishio do? How was he able to blow that huge man away with so much force? Nana asked since she was sure that this question also wanted to be asked by everyone too. Everyone was also curious, and when this question fell, they either looked at Yukinashita or Shibukawa. Yukinashita wasn't sure since even if she learned an Aikido in the past, her understanding was quite shallow, so she looked at Shibukawa. Shibukawa also understood Yukinashita's situation, so he didn't embarrass her and said, as that young lady said before, Shishio used an Aiki. Now, do any of you know what Aiki is? Everyone. When they were in silence, Shibukawa knew that they didn't understand, but he had good patience, especially toward many beautiful and cute girls in front of her. Aiki is a Japanese martial arts principle or tactic in which the defender blends, without clashing, with the attacker, then go on to dominate the assailant through the strength of their application of internal dynamics or ki energy to effect techniques. Sheena quickly caught the key and asked, so Shishio used the strength of his opponent? Yes. Shibukawa nodded and said, blending with an attacker's movements allows the Aiki practitioner to control the actions of the attacker with minimal effort. One applies Aiki by understanding the rhythm and intent of the attacker to find the optimal position and timing to apply a counter technique. He looked at Shishio and sighed, thinking that he was so old and thought that the mantle of the national treasure could go onto Shishio's shoulders somehow. Shishio deflected his opponent's attack with their power and also added his power in the process, which resulted in this situation. Wow! They could only stare in awe. Even if the explanation was quite simple, without a doubt, it was complicated, and at the same time, they were thinking about whether they should learn a martial art from him. Shishio might have offered to teach them before, but somehow they were too lazy to do it, especially when they had him to protect them. While the girls were discussing his fight, Shishio crossed his arms as he put them on the sleeve of his Aikido uniform, watching Wakatsuki that had slowly gotten up. Oh? As expected of the wild tiger, you're strong. Wakatsuki stood up dizzily since the part that was hit by Shishio was his solar plexus, and it still hurt. It took all of his willpower to stand up, and at the same time, he realized how strong Shishio was. While Wakatsuki knew that he might have the upper hand in the strength, it was all useless if his strength was redirected back at himself. It was his first time for Wakatsuki to be hit by his own power. While his entire body was hurt, Wakatsuki didn't regret accepting this spar since he felt he could become stronger. Come on! Shishio taunted, and Wakatsuki also didn't hesitate. Wakatsuki charged forward with his imposing body. His figure was like a truck, especially when he sprinted forward. He made a feint with his hands, so Shishio would be confused whether he would punch him with his right or left fist. However, suddenly he changed his stance and did a front kick at Shishio. The power of this front kick wasn't a joke. While Wakatsuki's skill at karate couldn't be compared to either Doppo or Katsumi, without a doubt, his natural strength that came from 52 times of muscle density of an average human wasn't something that could be scoffed of. His front kick was enough to destroy a thick tree. If Shishio was kicked by this front kick, even if his body was 3 times stronger than an average person, without a doubt, his bones would be broken, and his internal organs would be in a mess. The sound of the breaking wind was heard, and his kick was about to reach Shishio. Wakatsuki thought he had defeated Shishio, but the scene before him made him dumbfounded. Shishio naturally moved to the side and dodged his front kick easily. After all, while Wakatsuki's strength was powerful and the impact that came from his natural strength could make everyone freeze in fear, it was nothing for Shishio. Even without his autopilot, Shishio could easily dodge this front kick. However, this wasn't the end since Shishio also lifted the heel of Wakatsuki's leg that he used to do this front kick. Have you ever flown before? Wakatsuki wasn't sure what had happened, but he felt his body was out of control, and he flipped in the air, but then Shishio's claws caught his face, and he was slammed into the ground. Boom! The huge body of Wakatsuki and the force that came from Shishio's slam caused a great impact. Everyone was staring at this scene in a daze as Shishio kept his distance slowly from Wakatsuki, and they must admit that his technique was beautiful and elegant, which made them think that they wanted to learn a martial art from him. While Wakatsuki was strong, flexibility wasn't his strong point since his body was all muscles. After being slammed, his brain shook, and his nose was broken. He couldn't see since his eyes were hit by the sand, nails, teeth on the ground. However, he gritted his teeth and tried to catch Shishio with his claws aimlessly, based on his instinct alone, and once he caught him, he would slam him to death. Still, Shishio had already distanced himself, and Wakatsuki's struggle was futile. Looking at Wakatsuki, Shishio let out a long sigh since he must admit that he was pretty disappointed in him. Except for being known for his natural strength and muscled head, Shishio couldn't see anything special about Wakatsuki. While Wakatsuki could defeat many small fries easily as much as he wanted to, his overall ability was quite disappointing in Shishio's eyes. Wakatsuki-san, personally, I am disappointed since if I want to, no matter how many times you throw your fists, you won't be able to land them on me. It's too early for you to say that. Wakatsuki was burning with anger, but what could he say? Wakatsuki knew the truth, but how could he openly admit it? Wakatsuki still had his own pride, and how could he accept such a thing? Wakatsuki's expression had broken, and all that was left was an angry expression shown on his face. He was like a wounded wild tiger that was ready to fight for the last time, and as long as Shishio let go of his guard, he would bite him to death. Now. How about this? I'll give you one chance. Shishio still crossed his arms, showing a relaxed expression, and said, I won't move, but you need to attack me with your strongest attack. Can you do it? Everyone was in a daze since they didn't expect such a crazy sentence to come from Shishio's mouth. Even Wakatsuki's employer was also dumbfounded when they heard Shishio's words. If you can defeat me, I'll teach you how to defeat Kano. What do you think? Shishio asked. Wakatsuki took a deep breath and said, No, you don't need to, but I agree to this request. Oh? Why? Because I want to beat the shit of you now. Everyone. However, Shishio only smiled and said, Welcome. He hoped that Wakatsuki could give him fun, or else this battle would end soon. 413, Hard vs Soft 3. You're too dull, Tiger. Wakatsuki recalled the humiliation he received 8 years ago when he lost to someone for the first time. During his career, Wakatsuki had only lost twice, but his first loss was the one that humiliated him the most, and this time, he received a similar treatment that he received in the past. While he might always show a flat expression most of the time, without a doubt, his pride was bigger than anyone. As one born with supernatural power, Wakatsuki felt that he wouldn't lose to anyone, and even if he lost, he didn't want to be treated like this. Wakatsuki took a deep breath, burning his energy further as he walked towards Shishio. He had kept this technique a secret and thought to use it during his revenge against Kano Agito, but who would expect that he would use it in this place? However, Wakatsuki must admit that Shishio was strong. Shishio was strong, which was why Wakatsuki wanted to beat the shit of him. Shishio wouldn't dodge, and he wouldn't move. He just stood still, waiting for Wakatsuki to start his attack. While what he did sounded arrogant, there was a reason why he did this. Shishio felt a bottleneck on the development of Aikido, so he thought to develop it further by letting Wakatsuki use all of his power on him. Be careful. If you don't blame me. His voice might be quiet, but it was heard by everyone. Roberta wanted to move, but she knew that it was too late. After 8 years of his defeat, Wakatsuki had always been thinking of how to defeat Kano Agito. While his talent in martial arts was decent, his body was simply a weapon itself, and as long as he had this body, he didn't think he would lose to anyone. After healing from his injuries, Wakatsuki developed a technique that used his advantage to the limit. To use an analogy, it is like a spring compressed to its limits, then released all at once. All the muscles on his body are compressed towards a single point. This point can be called the core. All of his power is focused on the center of his body then unleashed. Hey. Along with his howl, Wakatsuki unleashed a punch at Shishio. The form of this technique has striking similarities to the no-motion reverse of traditional karate. Wakatsuki called this technique the blast core. It was a technique that Wakatsuki had developed to break the Fang, Kano Agito. However, Wakatsuki used it on Shishio, ignoring the fact he might tell the world about this secret technique that he had secretly developed. Still, Wakatsuki felt that it was alright since right now, he just wanted to beat the shit of this young man. Shishio ignored Wakatsuki's inner dialogue and faced this punch grimly. He knew that he might have underestimated this guy so much, but his opinion didn't change even if he faced him several times since, in his mind, this guy was nothing but a musclehead. While his muscles were enough to break the majority of people in this world, it wasn't enough to hurt him. However, there was something that Shishio needed to do first. Shishio activated his zone instantly, and everything moved slowly. With his enhanced vision and enhanced sense of smell, nothing could escape him. Even with his autopilot, Shishio could dodge Wakatsuki's blast core. However, if Shishio did that, it would break his real intention to develop his Aikido. If Shishio didn't intend to use his Aikido, there were several ways for him to solve this. With his boxing, Shishio could do a counterpunch. With his Taekwondo, Shishio could also be a counter kick. With his Bajikwan, Shishio would decimate Wakatsuki. With his ninjutsu, Shishio would dodge easily. With his Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Shishio would catch his hand and do a triangle lock. With his Judo mastery, Shishio would simply slam him down to the ground. However, Shishio had decided to use just his Aikido. He didn't bother to use anything else, so he caught Wakatsuki's blast core with his palm. Wakatsuki didn't understand what Shishio was planning to do, but he didn't have mercy and unleashed all of his power on this punch. A booming sound was heard, and someone was blown away. However, the one who was blown away wasn't Wakatsuki. Instead, it was Shishio. Shishio was blown away until the end of the arena and even the audience area. The ground scattered around, and all the seats in the audience area were all messy because of the impact. Even the wood on the wall of the arena was broken. Everyone was in silence, and they just opened their mouths wide. The underground arena was void of noise, and it was so quiet that one might mistake it for a graveyard. However, when they realized what had happened, the girls quickly shouted in panic. Shishio! Even Sheena, who had always been in a daze, knew the situation was bad. Her eyes were red, and she had tears in her eyes, wanting to help him as soon as possible. Every girl was panicked, but they didn't know what to do. After all, they had never encountered this problem, and they would have never expected his body would be blown away so far. They didn't know what would happen to Shishio, but they knew he might be in a critical situation. Tokugawa was also dumbfounded, thinking how amazing Wakatsuki was. However, Shibukawa was in doubt. Still, watching this situation, Wakatsuki and his employer didn't feel surprised since they knew how amazing the blast core was. When the girls were about to run toward Shishio, Roberta suddenly said, "Calm down, Shishio-sama is all right." As her voice fell, Shishio stood up again as if nothing had happened to him and jumped into the arena again. His Aikido uniform was all messy. The upper part of his uniform had torn apart, leaving only the bottom part. However, he was okay and didn't seem to be hurt by Wakatsuki's blast core. "Everyone." Shishio looked at Wakatsuki with a faint smile and said, "Can you attack me with that punch again?" Not only the girls but Wakatsuki and his employer were also dumbfounded. However, the fact happened in front of them. Shishio stood a meter away from Wakatsuki again, unscathed. "How can you be all right?" Wakatsuki asked after he recovered. "Do you want to know?" Shishio asked. "Yeah. It's a secret." Wakatsuki. "If you have time to ask, just punch me again, or you can only do it once." Shishio asked. "That's what you want?" Wakatsuki didn't show hesitation and didn't believe that his blast core would hurt Shishio. He thought that Shishio was pretending before him since there was no way he could believe that Shishio was all right. However, Shishio was really all right. While the way he was blown away might seem exaggerated, he didn't hurt, and he was okay since he redistributed the force that came from Wakatsuki's blast core. However, Shishio must admit it was a really interesting experience to be blown away by a punch. Still, Shishio had gotten the feeling of how to redistribute the force of an attack, and he had mastered it, so when Wakatsuki's blast core came, he caught it with his palm. Everyone was dumbfounded, and everything happened so fast that the girls couldn't react. Their hearts were still pounding when they saw him being blown away, but this time, Shishio asked Wakatsuki to punch him again. They were wondering whether his head was hit, and Shishio became stupid. However, they needed to stop him first. They wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Shishio. Wakatsuki's blast core came, and it hit his palm like before. However, unlike before, Shishio wasn't blown away, and he received Wakatsuki's blast core without moving away. His figure was as straight as an oak tree, and he didn't seem to move an inch after he received that outrageous striking technique. Everyone opened their mouths and eyes wide at this moment since they didn't really understand what was happening. Even Wakatsuki and his employer didn't understand either. However, Shibukawa noticed the change in Shishio. While it was hard to notice, Shibukawa heard a crack sound, and he saw the ground under Shishio's feet was broken. Watching this, he instantly understood everyone, and it surprised him. "Oh!" His voice woke everyone up, and Tokugawa quickly asked, what has happened?" He really needed to know what had happened right now since he didn't understand anything. Even the girls and Wakatsuki's employer also looked at Shibukawa. "He has redistributed the force of Wakatsuki's punch," Shibukawa said excitedly. "Redistributed the force?" "Yeah." Shibukawa nodded and said, "By moving his whole body and perfectly shifting his center of gravity, Shishio has received the blow and released it into the ground through his legs without having it reverberate in his body at all. It's like how a lightning rod redistributes the lightning to the ground." Everyone was in a daze again. Is that humanly possible? Ritsu, who had been quiet, asked exaggeratedly since it seemed that she was watching a fighting manga instead of a real fight. In theory, it's possible, but, it's hard. Shibukawa let out an amazement sigh and said, he needs to make his entire body soft, and just one mistake, he'll be blown away like that. Worst case scenario, he might become disabled. However, he was able to do it. He could do it once, so it should be easy for him to do it twice. Shibukawa's voice was even more exciting when he saw someone was able to develop Aikido to such a height. While Wakatsuki was shaken and decided to send another blast core, Shishio had already had enough of him, and it was time to defeat him. Thank you. When Wakatsuki sent his punch, Shishio swept his leg and caused Wakatsuki to lose his balance. However, Wakatsuki thought that he had fallen, suddenly his head was caught by Shishio, and he was being rotated in the air by Shishio. Defying gravity, Shishio accelerated his rotation on Wakatsuki by 12 seconds, then slammed him into the lethal weapon known as the ground at ultra-high speed. Wakatsuki's head was slammed, and he passed out. While Wakatsuki's body was full of muscles, it didn't mean his head was full of muscles. Its structure was the same, and his brain was also similar, so he passed out once his head was slammed and his brain was shaken. Shishio stood up gently as he patted his waist with a warm smile on his face. Thanks to you, I have become stronger. After that, the girls couldn't handle it anymore and ran into the arena since this fight scared them to death. 414, number 1 under heaven. Are you okay? You're not hurt, right? Let's go to the hospital now. Tokugawa-san, please call the ambulance. Shishio was speechless when they were all worried about him, but he also felt warmth. While he was alright, his appearance was messy, and even if he had distributed the force of Wakatsuki's first punch before, his head was bleeding from hitting the chair in the audience area. Okay, calm down. I am alright. Shishio tried to calm them down, but they became furious. How could be okay? Your head is bleeding. They thought it would be a normal spar with protectors and a professional around them, so when something happened, Shishio would be okay, but who would expect his fight would be real and he was even hurt? Shishio. Sheena hugged his waist as she cried. Don't do this again, alright. When she saw him blown away and hurt, she felt she was hurt too, and she just couldn't bear to see him like this. Shishio was silent and didn't answer Sheena's question. Mashiro, I am alright. You don't need to worry. Also, your question is like me to ask you to stop painting, can you? Sheena was in silence for a moment, but then she nodded. Aye. She realized how heavy her request was, and she started to think about whether it was really possible for her to stop painting. So don't ask that kind of question again, alright? Yes. Sheena knew that she had done something wrong, so she just hugged his waist and didn't let him go. She might not be able to stop him from fighting, but she didn't give up, and if she was going to hurt like this again in the future, she was going to hug him all the time, so it was impossible for him to fight. Shishio looked at Shiina helplessly, who had become a koala by hugging his waist with her hands and legs. He only caressed her hair gently, then looked at Furumi Heihachi, the CEO of Furumi Pharmaceuticals and Wakatsuki's employer. He gave a faint smile to Furumi and greeted him warmly. Furumi-san, my girlfriends asked to go back, so we'll go back now. I am sorry for going home like this. Wakatsuki was still passed out, but Shishio didn't wake him up since he knew the feeling of loss wasn't good. It's alright. It's a rare chance to see someone as powerful as you. Furumi waved his hand, showing the smile of an amiable old man. As for Shishio and his girlfriends, he had passed the age where he was interested in those kinds of things, but then there was something that he needed to ask Shishio first. So, what do you think of Wakatsuki? Shishio thought for a moment and said, he is strong, without a doubt. In the Kengan match, he should be able to become a champion, but it won't be easy. I see. That's great. Furumi nodded with a smile, then he asked, so, he should be able to defeat Kano Agito. He should be if that punch that he used on me before. Shishio looked at Furumi and asked, does the technique have a name? Yes, it's a blast core. It's an interesting technique by compressing the entire muscles on his body and unleashing it at once. Once someone is hit, they won't be able to go stand up again, Shishio said. But you've stood up after you've received that punch. Furumi wanted to refute, but he also understood what kind of monster the young man in front of him was. While he was frustrated when Wakatsuki had lost, he was still calm since he was a businessman, and he must admit the advantage of becoming Shishio's friend was several times better than becoming his enemy. Also, Furumi still remembered Shishio's words that he wanted to teach Wakatsuki to defeat Kano, and if possible, he wanted Shishio to teach Wakatsuki. As for letting Shishio become his fighter, Furumi didn't think there was such a possibility, even though he wanted to. After all, he wasn't Togo Tamari. Still, when he glanced at his girlfriends before, he wondered whether it was possible to let him fight by using a woman as bait. Furumi thought there was such a possibility, but then he was dumbfounded when he heard Shishio's explanation about Wakatsuki's technique. Watching Furumi's uncomfortable expression, Shishio only smiled and said, "You don't need to worry. I won't tell anyone about Wakatsuki-san's technique, and I am sure whether my girlfriends, Tokugawa Jiai or Shibukawa-sensei, will also talk about this." "Thanks." Furumi nodded with a hearty smile. "After all, I am grateful for him since if it wasn't for him, I might not have been able to develop that technique before," Shishio said. "That technique before?" Furumi tried to inquire about the technique that Shishio used to catch Wakatsuki's blast core before. While he had heard Shibukawa's explanation before, he still wanted to hear it from Shishio's mouth. "It's not like it's a secret. You know, it's Yukimi," Shishio said. "Yukimi?" They were dumbfounded, especially those who understood martial arts. Yukimi. Nana, Meiko and Maya didn't understand martial arts, so they looked at Shishio, waiting for his explanation. Mai wiped the blood on Shishio's head gently and said, "After this, we'll go to the hospital to check your body." Okay, Shishio reassured Mai, then told them about his Yukimi. Yukimi is the art of knowing how to respond correctly to an attack and often incorporates skills to allow one to do so safely. Judo, Jiu-Jitsu and Aikido were similar to each other. While their techniques and how they attacked might be different, their Yukimi was identical. His Yukimi was on a different level, and with his technique, it should be possible for him to be okay after being hit by a truck. Of course, it wasn't a truck with hundreds of tons of weights, but a normal truck that was usually used to travel goods or something similar. By using his Yukimi, Shishio could disperse or redistribute the force of the impact to the ground, like a lightning rod. It was also the reason why the ground cracked when he received Wakatsuki's blast core before. While they had heard Shibukawa's explanation, they were dumbfounded when they heard Shishio's explanation. Tokugawa looked at Shishio in amazement and thought he had become a national treasure. Shibukawa had become a natural treasure of his country by his knowledge, experience and talent in Aiki, so Shishio, who had mastered the Aiki, also became a national treasure. However, Tokugawa was more excited about Shishio since Shishio was young, and he knew his talent more than anyone. Moreover, he knew that Aiki was just one among his martial arts, and if he wanted to, he could learn more. Is it possible for other people to use this technique? Furumi asked calmly, but inwardly he was frustrated and hesitated since he was afraid that Wakatsuki's power would be useless in the future. Wakatsuki definitely wasn't weak since his muscle density was 52 times that of an average human. However, Shishio was too strong. As of now, the only one among my acquaintances that can use this technique should be me. Shishio looked at Shibukawa, who stood there. However, Shibukawa shook his head and said, No. I can't use this technique." While he was also a genius, Shishio was a monster. He knew the difference between their talents, and it was impossible for him to replicate Shishio's technique. "You heard it there." Shishio looked at Wakatsuki for a moment, then said, "While I am not sure whether there's another Aikido user who can use this technique, but without a doubt, unless one has mastery over Aiki like Shibukawa-sensei or me, Wakatsuki-san's blast core is invincible. Unless there's an enemy who has more muscles than him." After all, while Wakatsuki was strong, it didn't mean he was the strongest. Shishio was sure that there must be some idiots who grew their muscles to the limit with training, medicine, theory, and various things. Or someone who has mastered a similar martial art to what I have shown you before. The world is vast. There are many incredible things that we don't know. Still, if I have to give advice, why don't you let Wakatsuki-san train in ninjutsu? Ninjutsu? Furumi was dumbfounded and subconsciously asked, "You want Wakatsuki to throw shuriken or play with poison?" "Of course not." Shishio shook his head and said, "It doesn't have to be a ninjutsu, but at least, he has to train in a movement technique." Movement technique? Furumi quickly became interested. "I can see that he has trained in grappling, but his level is just decent. On the other hand, Kanoa's grapple level has surpassed almost all the people in this world. Even a champion in Jiu-Jitsu, Judo, BJJ or any other grappling martial arts might not be able to defeat him. If Wakatsuki-san tries to use a grapple, he will be countered immediately. Instead, I think he should focus on his punch and kick since it's his ultimate weapon. But the question is, what if his kicks and punches are being dodged? After all, while Wakatsuki-san's speed isn't slow, it isn't his strong point. If you want to win small fries, it doesn't really matter, but if you want to fight someone as strong as Kano, it isn't enough. So that's why he needs to learn a movement technique." "Yet." Shishio nodded and said, "I know that there are many unique movement techniques in ninjutsu. If you can master it, Wakatsuki-san might be able to approach his enemy suddenly and send a sudden attack." Wakatsuki's body was his strongest weapon. Therefore, there was no need to do a complicated matter. However, if he wanted to grow even stronger, he needed to master martial arts since if he didn't do so, he wouldn't have progressed and be stuck in this realm, unable to break away from it. Furumi was dumbfounded by that possibility. Wakatsuki became a ninja, sending a powerful punch when his opponents didn't even notice him had stood right beside them. He felt that possibility was feasible, but he thought to ask Wakatsuki's opinion first. Well, that's just my opinion. You don't need to listen to me. Well, I'll go back first. Furumi-san, Tokugawa-ji, Shibukawa-sensei, will go back first. His girlfriends also greeted everyone before they left together. Right now, when they were alone, they didn't care about the gazes of Tokugawa, Shibukawa, and Furumi since they still respected him and didn't want him to be belittled by those old guys, but when they were alone, they scolded him for being reckless, stupid, and many other things since this guy didn't understand how they were worried. However, they also understood that a man also had something that they wanted to do even if his girlfriends didn't understand them. They knew that they couldn't stop him, so they could only support him, scold him, and take care of him when he was hurt. Still, while they had gone, Furumi looked at Wakatsuki, squatted down, and said, "Wakatsuki, have you woken up?" "Yet," Wakatsuki said weakly, still feeling dizzy. "Did you hear what we were talking about before?" Furumi asked. "Yet." Wakatsuki nodded and said, "It's complicated, but if I want to become stronger, I have to do this." Furumi smiled and patted his shoulder. "Come on. How long are you going to lay there?" "Okay." Wakatsuki nodded with a smile. While it might be difficult to beat that monster, it should be possible to defeat the Fang. Your chances will soon appear, so right now, just focus on becoming stronger, Furumi said with his businessman expression. Yeah, I know. Wakatsuki knew which path he should choose, but still, he turned his gaze, looking at the corridor where Shishio had disappeared, before shaking his head. He couldn't see Shishio. He was like a bottomless hole. When he thought he had found the end, he only realized that it was even deeper and darker, giving him helplessness that he had never felt before. After that fight, Wakatsuki knew that there shouldn't be anyone in this world who could match him. It should be, but more and more opponents with a crazy power would appear one after another in the future, but even so, Shishio didn't plan to lose and decided to keep winning until he became the number one under the heaven. 415, Amnesia. While walking, Ryu Unosuk tried to move away from the group since they became the center of attention. Still, while he tried to move away, there was a meter distance between them and he wouldn't move so far since he kept looking at the cause of this attention. Shishio was walking normally, but he let out a tired sigh, looking at the girls around him. You don't need to worry. I won't be fighting for a while. For a while. 4x. Misaki, Shina, Ritsu, and Nanamai looked at Shishio with a frown at the same time. After coming back from the underground arena, Shishio went to the hospital to take care of the wound on his head. While he wasn't hurt and was mostly unscathed, there was bleeding on his head. While the bleeding would recover quickly since he had an enhanced recovery, his girlfriends felt worried, and in the end, there was no way for him to tell about the matter of the system and the uniqueness of his body since he didn't want to be kidnapped in the laboratory. Still, considering his status, those who kidnapped him should be the ones who worried. Also, Shishio felt that it might be good to use part of his blood to create a medicine so one could recover faster. After all, he had a pharmaceutical company. It would be wasteful if he didn't do so. However, what Shishio wanted to say was the aftermath of that fight. While the girls knew they couldn't stop him, they would watch him and tell him to remind them if he went on a fight. After all, it scared them to death when they saw him, hurting. Unlike most of his fights where he came out unscathed, this time, he was blown away so exaggeratedly and had a bleed on his head, so they realized how dangerous his fight was. It might be only a bleed on his head now, but what about the future? Thinking about that possibility, they became scared, especially when they thought they might lose him. While their care and love moved him, Shishio was tired after being scolded, but it might also be his fault for playing around, letting himself be hit. Still, Shishio must admit the aftermath of that fight was troublesome since he had gauze wrapped around his head, especially after he came back to the Sakurasu. Touching the gauze on his head, Shishio felt worried when he thought Hiratsuka would know about this since he hadn't told her anything before and went on a spar with the rest of the girls. As for Ayaka, Shishio could imagine, he was being doted to the limit, but being scolded by her wasn't bad either. You naughty boy. Shishio somehow could imagine that plot, but frankly, he regretted getting hurt since he saw them crying for him. Still, he didn't think that he would fight for a while since he had become so strong right now. While his body was just 3 times normal human and hadn't reached an exaggerated level like Wakatsuki or Yujiro Hanma, he still had confidence in his technique, especially on Aiki. Whether it was a powerful punch, kick, force, or anything, Shishio could either redirect or return them back. Unless one was using their hands like a knife, or an exaggerated power and technique like Yujiro Hanma, Shishio believed that there were no people that could defeat him. There was no point in fighting someone who was weaker than him since it was just a waste of them. Right now, his focus is on the novel that he is writing and to help Misaki with her anime. Misaki-senpai, when do you need us to dub your anime? Shishio asked, ignoring the gaze on him along the way to the school. While worrying about him, Nanami also looked in Misaki's direction since it was her first as a CEO, and of course, it would be lying if she wasn't excited. Also, it might be a good thing since this way, he would be busy, and there was no need for him to do something like fighting again. It's on Thursday. Misaki quickly chirped and asked, are you ready? I am ready. Shishio nodded, then looked at Nanami. How about you, Nanami? Unlike Shishio, who could confidently say he was ready, Nanami hesitated for a moment since she would be lying if she wasn't nervous, but when she saw his dependable figure, she nodded gently and said, yes, I am ready, senpai. Good. Misaki was happy by their response and said, okay, I can't wait for Thursday. If possible, she wanted to start the dubbing right away, but it wasn't ready yet, so she could only bear it for a while. By the way, are you feeling all right? You don't feel dizzy, right? You don't have brain damage, right? You don't have amnesia, right? Also, my name is Misaki Kamiyagasa. Don't ever forget my name. When she saw Shishio come back to Sakurasa with a gauze wrapped around his head, she was so panicked and thought to call an ambulance, but only realized it was useless since he had come to the hospital before. Still, even so, Misaki was worried about him since she didn't expect something like this to happen. Shishio stared at Misaki in silence until the sleeve of his blazer was tucked by Shina. Then, he looked at Shina in confusion, but then, Shina said, my name is Shina Mashiro. Everyone. Shishio let out a sigh and patted Shina's head gently. Hello, my name is Shishio Oga. Shina stared at Shishio in shock, thinking he might have forgotten about her. Everyone. They played an amnesia game for a while, walking toward the school together. By the way, if I really forget about you all, what will you do? Shishio somehow felt curious if he was in amnesia. He wondered what they would do. When this question fell, they were quite surprised for a while. After all, amnesia only happened in the movie as for the real thing. They never encountered it. Still, this was an interesting question since if this really happened, what would they do? Usually, in the story, it would be a girl who had amnesia, and the boy would work hard for the girl to remember him again. However, this time, it was the reverse, the girls were the ones who worked hard, but it didn't really matter since either way, it was romantic, so they thought for a while until Shina said, I'll tell you everything about you. Everything. Shishio looked at Shina curiously. Yes. Shina nodded and said, like the number of moles on your body, at how you always look at my legs, at how you love to rub my legs, like how. Shishio quickly closed her mouth with his hand since he was afraid if this continued, this girl would blabber something that shouldn't be said. However, the aftermath of Shina's answer made him sigh since he could see their thoughtfulness gaze on him, which made him sigh tiredly. Good answer. Still, the milk had spilled. There was no use bitching around, so he just praised Shina before he asked the other girls. How about you, senpai? Me. Misaki thought for a moment and said, I'll tell you how you have rubbed my breasts violently. Shishio. Everyone. Shishio knew Misaki wasn't wrong. Instead, she was right, considering he really had rubbed her breasts violently in the past, but who would expect that this girl still bore a grudge of that act? Do you still feel angry about that? Of course. Misaki fumed and said, I am a girl. How can you rub my brie? Shishio quickly covered Misaki's mouth since he was afraid the damage to his character would be even more severe. The wounds that were caused by Shina were deep enough. There was no need to sprinkle salt over them. Shishio let out a sigh, but two girls and one boy were looking at him with an expressionless gaze. How about you, Nanami? Shishio asked since he knew Nanami was the most gentle among everyone, so he thought her answer would be gentle, but who would expect that she wasn't that much different from Misaki and Shina? Are you sure you want to hear my answer? Nanami asked with a gentle smile. Shishio was in silence before he looked at Ritsuo and asked, How about you, Ritsuo-senpai? What are you going to do? While he knew this girl was quite cold, he knew that this girl was quite gentle. Still, he felt this question was quite inappropriate, considering their status as a friend. Hearing this question, Ritsuo thought for a moment and felt that she wasn't sure how to answer. After all, their relationship was just a friend. However, she felt uncomfortable when she thought how Shishio would forget everything about her. If you don't want to answer, it's okay, though. No, I can answer. Ritsuo was quite embarrassed, but then she said, I'll tell you that you're my friend. Unlike the rest, their relationship was just a friend, so Ritsuo just told him normally that they were friends. That's true. Somehow suddenly, the atmosphere between them became so awkward. Shishio was helpless, but he quickly looked at Ryu Unosuke and asked, Ryu Unosuke, what about you? He didn't intend to ask him, but if he didn't do so, the awkward atmosphere would remain, so he asked him. Me? Yet. Ryuanosuk looked at Shishio for a moment and said, I'll tell you about the history of your browser and what you keep inside your hardware. Shishio looked at the sky and felt slightly lonely since he wondered whether there was someone who could give him a normal answer. Shishio, what about you? What if I have amnesia? What will you do? Sheena suddenly asked. Everyone looked at Shishio curiously, wondering what he would do when Sheena forgot all about him. Well, first, I'll be disappointed since you have forgotten all the memories that we have made, including the fact you have loved me. Shishio didn't continue and tried to imagine what he would say if something like that really happened. However, I'll try many ways so you'll remember me. Still, even if you forget and can't remember me, I won't give up and try to make you fall for me again, even if you're not the same as you were before. If we can fall in love once, we should be able to fall in love twice, so while it might be hard, I won't give up since the love that is born from such a process is precious and dear for us, right? Sheena was in a daze, staring at Shishio, and wanted to kiss him, but Shishio quickly stopped her since they were in the middle of the street. Later, all right. Shishio put his finger on Sheena's lips. Sheena showed disappointment, but she nodded reluctantly. Still, not only Sheena but Nanamai somehow also wanted to jump on him, but with her status as a mistress, it was hard to do so, which was why she could only bear it until there were only the two of them. However, when Nanamai looked at Sheena, who could hold him and flirted with him openly, she would be lying if she wasn't jealous and wanted to develop their relationship further. But that quickly stopped when a question emerged in her heart. Was it okay for me to do that? Nanamai wasn't sure, but right now, she could only look at them with a forced smile. As for Misaki, Ritsu, and Ryuanosuk, they looked at him for a moment before they looked at the cloudy sky in silence. It started with a playful question, yet why had it become like this? They weren't sure, but right now, it was better to go to the school and bury the strange feelings in their hearts, lock them, and throw them to the side until they forgot about them. Yet, was it possible? 416, Divine Message. While May was spring, the cherry blossoms period had long passed. Also, while it was spring, it was more like summer, especially when the cloudy sky covered the sky. It was all muddy and humid, making the mold grow faster and harder to clean. Even girls and boys who had trouble with frizzy hair were all troubled by this session. However, when they came to the school, they were attracted to him. While he was handsome without a doubt, the gauze that wrapped around his head attracted them even more. Shishio knew he would become the center of attention with the gauze on his head, but he just ignored them, and as long as he showed he was okay, no one would say anything. Also, he had gotten used to becoming a center of attention, so this was nothing new for him. Shishio. Shishio turned and looked at Futaba Ryo. He nodded and greeted her back. Good morning, Futaba. What's wrong? What's wrong with your head? Futaba was startled and panicked when she saw his head was wrapped in gauze. Shishio looked at Futaba for a moment and said, I fell from the stairs 2 days ago. It was so slippery since it was raining 2 days ago, right? He used a quite loud voice, raised it deliberately, so the people around could hear him. While he didn't think there was a bad rumor that might appear because of this, considering he had many girls fans whose heads thought many unique things, they might think of him as helping someone in need. However, his bad deeds as a scumbag had spread around the school, so when he thought it might be possible for them to believe he had fought someone or fought with his girlfriends, which caused a gauze on his head, so before that happened, he used Futaba's question to erase the doubts on everyone. I see. Futaba, still worried and asked, are you okay? You're not hurt, right? Everyone who heard their conversation also nodded and understood why there was a gauze on his head. I am okay. If I am not okay, I should rest, right? Shishio suddenly wanted to slap his forehead when he thought it was his chance to skip school. If I skip school, I can spend my time with Ayaka, right? While Ayaka was coming yesterday to his apartment, there weren't many things that they could do together, considering she came as Nana's older sister, not his secret partner. Ayaka was also relatively free during the weekdays, considering how all her tenants would go to the school during the days, leaving her alone in the Sunoera dorm, doing the household chores alone. Shishio suddenly regretted his decision to go to school today. What's wrong? Are you okay? Nanamai asked worriedly. I am okay. Shishio quickly recovered from the damage as he continued to talk, but then Momo Kashiwabara and Rui Tachibana came toward them. Shishio, what's wrong? Momo panicked. However, Rui was in a daze and seemingly out of focus. Shishio repeated what he had said before, but then he asked, Rui-ne, are you okay? You seem to be sick. Probably. Her reaction was quite slow, especially when she realized her forehead was touched by him and could only stare at him in a daze. You have a fever. Isn't it better for you to go back? Shishio said worriedly. While he might have a gauze wrapped around his head, it was like a fashion since he was okay. On the other hand, Rui was really sick, so it was better for her to go back. While Rui's mind was slower than before, she still wanted to resist Shishio. I am okay. I know my body the best. She strode slowly and walked away while trying to hide the blush on her face when he put her hand on her forehead. Shishio looked at her back and looked at Momo. He wanted to say to take care of Rui, but he saw Momo's action was quite weird. What's wrong? This. Momo gave him a piece of paper. This is. That's my number. Text me when you are free, alright. Momo gave a gentle smile and said, I have made up my mind, so please give me an answer. She then strode like Rui, feeling embarrassed, and ran away. Shishio could feel the gaze on him, and it made him speechless, but then he reacted fast and held his head in pain. Ouch! Ouch! My head is dizzy. However, they were just staring at him and thought this guy was a scumbag. Still, they loved him so much, so they worried he was really hurt. As the morning problem ended, Shishio needed to talk with various people about what had really happened to him. They asked him the same, similar questions all the time, which made him sigh, but he knew that it was all good since it was better than being ignored, and they made a conclusion on their own. In the class, Shishio thought about Momo, who had given him her email and phone number before. She had confessed to him, but he told her to wait until Golden Week since she needed to understand his situation and who was known as a scumbag. However, Shishio could tell that Momo didn't even listen to him and just wanted to be with him. Still, Shishio must admit he underestimated Momo's persistence and only realized she didn't give up at all. Somehow, Shishio was curious and wanted to understand what kind of upbringing she had. Their first meeting was when he helped her when she was almost poured with a basket of water. He could tell that she didn't have a good time in the school, yet she still smiled like that, which made him wonder whether that was the genuine part of her, or would that be an act. Shishio wasn't sure, but he thought his problem with a woman became even messy than he had thought. When it was time for the break, Shishio thought to eat with his girlfriends. Nana, Maya, and Mako pulled him since they have been curious about the world of martial artists since. While what had happened yesterday surprised them and made them worried, without a doubt, they were interested and wondered about that part of the world. However, when they were about to go to the literature club, USA approached them nervously while looking at Shishio nervously. What's wrong, USA? Do you have something with us? They looked at USA curiously. As expected, USA wasn't good when he was stared at by a group of people, so he could only look at Shishio. Hopefully, Shishio could understand his signal. However, Shishio didn't look at USA, pretending he didn't see USA's signal. If you have nothing to say, we'll go then, Nana said since she was quite tired of USA. She knew what USA felt toward Ritsu, and she thought it was better for him to confess and be rejected already. Instead of bothering her boyfriend all the time. Why would USA be rejected? It was because Nana was clear about Ritsu's feelings, but right now, it was better to keep quiet about it since she didn't want more girls to approach him again. Still, Nana suddenly thought it wouldn't be bad to match Ritsu with USA. Shishio, you should talk with USA for a while. We'll be waiting for you at the literature club, Nana suddenly said. At 4x. Not only Shishio but USA, Maya, and Mako were dumbfounded. However, Nana didn't give them a chance to ask and pushed Maya and Mako away. Hey, Nana, what's wrong? Yeah, what's wrong with you? Nana looked at her two friends and wondered whether they had stopped loving young boys and loved her boyfriend instead now. Shishio looked at USA for a while and said, treat me bread. Okay. Leave it to me. USA nodded without hesitation as he patted his chest. He was glad he had worked a part-time job, or else his wallet would be empty now. The two went to the bench near the vending machine as they held the bread USA had bought on the truck food before. USA was eating yakisoba bread, and Shishio was eating a chocolate cornet. While they sat next to each other, 2 cans of soda separated them. The place was quiet and comfortable, but even so, Shishio could notice the girl's gaze on him. You don't want to eat more? USA asked since usually, Shishio asked him to treat him to a lot of things. No, it's okay. I still need to eat more later when I return to the literature club. While it was fun to buy something with someone else's money, Shishio wasn't going to eat so much since he would eat again later after this matter ended and came to the literature club. So, what's wrong? Shishio asked as he ate. Oga. USA looked at Shishio with a determined expression. Shishio looked at USA speechlessly and thought that if Ebonahina saw them, she would be excited. Don't be all exaggerated. Just tell me what you want to tell me since I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. While Shishio's words might be cruel, USA decided to forgive him since this guy was his cupid, so he took a deep breath and said, I can't give up on Kawaii-senpai. Shishio didn't feel surprised when he heard USA's words since he knew there was no way for this guy to give up on Ritsu, so he only nodded. Okay. USA waited for the follow-up, but Shishio didn't say anything. Why didn't you say anything? What do you want me to say? You like her. That's all. Do you think you're Aladdin? I am not your genie. Shishio was speechless, and he didn't want to hear this nonsense. Was USA expecting to help him with his relationship? Shishio wasn't free enough to do that. After all, while they had talked to each other about this matter, Shishio hadn't promised USA to help him with his relationship. Instead, he just wanted to ask him whether he really loved Ritsuo or not. As for whether their relationship could blossom or not, it wasn't his problem, so Shishio decided to walk away, but USA wouldn't let him go. No. Please help me, Shishio-sama. Without you, I can't do anything. USA wanted to hug Shishio's waist while crying. However, how could Shishio allow that? Shishio quickly pushed USA's head away from him and stopped him, but then he noticed Ebina, who was staring at him. Ebina noticed Shishio's gaze on her, and she just clapped her hands twice and bowed her head as if she thanked him. Shishio stared at Ebina in silence before he looked at USA, who was oblivious of everything. Finally, he let out a sigh and said, "Okay, be quiet and listen to what I am about to say." Yes. USA was so happy when he heard Shishio was going to illuminate him with his blessing. Still, he knew he needed to prepare more money, or else this blessing was going to end soon. 417, this is the last time. Yeah, hello. Ebina Hina smiled as she greeted Shishio. Are you going to stop becoming a scumbag and becoming a homo, Shishio-kun? USA. Watch your mouth, or I'll wash them with soap, Shishio said coldly. Ebina pursed her lips and said, I was just joking. You don't need to get angry. She knew she had said too much, but even so, his reaction was too much. Ebina was still a beautiful girl. Ebina felt she should be treated gently, right? That joke isn't fun. Shishio looked at Ebina and said, if you have nothing to do, just go back to your class. You're so cold. My mood isn't good. You know my head is hurt, yet you teased me with such an unfunny joke. Shishio moved closer and whispered, if it is someone else, they'll think that joke is disgusting. While he often said same-gender relationships were more tolerated today, that didn't mean it would be easily accepted. Sorry. Ebina stopped joking and apologized with a downcast expression. It's okay. I am not angry. It's just don't do this kind of joke again, alright. Shishio patted Ebina's head gently. Ebina stared at Shishio for a moment and wondered whether he gave her a stick and carrot deliberately. While it feels nice, aren't you the rude one for patting my head? You don't like it. Ebina didn't say anything since there was no way for her to admit that his head pat felt good, so she quickly changed the topic of conversation. It's quite rare to see you be with a male classmate, so I just can't help but feel curious, and so you know. Shishio and USA were in silence since they realized Ebina was right. It is rare for him to be with a male classmate, especially when he has always been surrounded by his harem. It isn't something special, you know? He just needs advice, Shishio said as he patted the free space on the bench right beside him. Advice. Ebina sat next to Shishio before she looked at USA for a moment, then looked at Shishio. It's about love, right? Ugh. USA wasn't sure why, but he felt he was being treated as a simple guy. Is it so obvious? Shishio asked curiously. Ebina only laughed and didn't answer his question since the answer was obvious. Well, you're not wrong. He is asking for love advice. Shishio nodded. Oga. USA was embarrassed. USA had taken Shishio somewhere, so no one would hear their conversation since he was embarrassed. However, who would expect Shishio would blabber his mouth to a stranger that he didn't know? USA, you just like someone. Shishio looked at USA calmly and said, what's so embarrassing about it? USA was in a daze. There's nothing embarrassing about it. It isn't like you do a crime, right? We well. Look. Shishio pointed at Ebina and said, this girl also loves something, yet she doesn't feel embarrassed to express it. Somehow Ebina felt smug and said, that's right. There's nothing wrong with liking something. It's like me who likes BL, boys love. You can also love other guys too. USA was troubled and shook his head. I am normal. I see. Ebina slumped and felt depressed. Let's ignore this girl for a while. Yes. How cruel. Ebina complained, then asked, who is he falling for? Oga, don't tell her. USA wanted to close Shishio's mouth, but Shishio pressed his head. Who is going to tell her? Don't you believe me? If you don't believe me, then I'll just go back now. No. 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 Don't go back. USA begged as he cried. Ebina looked at USA and whispered to Shishio. Is he so desperate? Well, yeah. Shishio nodded, then looked at Ebina and asked, Ebina senpai, can I ask you something? What? Ebina looked at Shishio curiously. If, for example, there's a guy who is in love with a girl, but that girl doesn't know you well and only treats you similar to the other guys in the school, do you think she'll agree to that confession? Shishio asked. USA was startled, then quickly looked at Ebina. While it was good to listen to Shishio's advice, it also wasn't bad to listen to a girl's opinion. Ebina didn't answer his question for a while and said, no. USA felt everything was crumbling, but he still didn't want to give up and asked, why? It's like when someone who is gay confesses to someone who isn't gay, do you think the other party will agree? Hina said calmly. While the example was quite weird, USA must admit Hina's words weren't wrong since there was no way for someone normal to receive a confession from a gay. While her example is quite problematic, it isn't wrong. Shishio looked at USA and said, you need to know her better, and she also needs to know you better, so either of you will regret when you date each other. Still, while I have said this, you need your crush to have an interest in you. Interest? Yes. Shishio nodded and said, the most simple one is like someone handsome. The girls will be attracted to you with your face alone, right? I see. USA nodded then asked, if so, why isn't she interested in me? He thought his face wasn't bad, so why didn't his crush have an interest in him? Shishio and Ebina looked at each other wryly and didn't expect this guy would have such confidence in his appearance. Because you're not handsome enough. 2x. While it might be cruel, this was the fact. However, Shishio and Ebina weren't cruel enough to remind this poor boy. Falling someone for their appearance is a shallow thing, and such a relationship won't last long, Shishio said while shaking his head. I see. USA nodded and wrote those words in his note. Shishio looked at USA in silence, wondering whether this boy didn't realize his sarcasm since USA also fell for Ritsuo because of her appearance too. Still, the reality isn't a manga where you can find the heroine in a crisis, and you help her during that time. This country is peaceful, and you need to take a slow approach, trying to get close to her as you present yourself to her. Present. USA was looking at Shishio in doubt. Shishio nodded and said, you need to show the part of yourself that can make her love you. USA somehow got excited and asked, what is that part? I don't know. You don't know? USA was dumbfounded. Each person has a different part, and as I have said to you, I am not your babysitter or Cupid. While I give you advice on whether your endeavor can be successful or not, it all depends on yourself. Still, if you can show her that you're dependable, gentle, tolerant, and tough, that's the key. Shishio looked at USA and said, however, the problem is, can you show that part of yourself to your crush? USA was silent. While USA knew the key for a girl to fall for a boy, and he even made a note, remembering it deep into his head, he didn't have a chance to show it to that girl, which made him desperate. On the other hand, Ebina looked at Shishio with interest, carefully listening to his every word. Then how am I going to show that part of myself? USA asked expectantly. Shishio was silent and thought that this had become so troublesome. He knew that USA had become dependent on him, and the more he thought about this, the more troublesome it was, so he made his decision and said, USA, before I tell you, this will be the last time I give you advice. What? USA was dumbfounded and asked, why? He showed disbelief and showed an expression that he had abandoned. It's troublesome. USA. So this will be the last time. I'll give you a chance for you to appeal that part of yourself, and as for the rest, you'll do it on your own, Shishio said. Why? I can give you more money. USA was desperate since Shishio's advice was right on the spot. Still, he also knew how troublesome he was, and he could give Shishio money for every bit of his advice. It's not about money. Shishio shook his head and said, and it's not like I lack money after all. USA. The reason why I have decided to help you is that you're my friend, but frankly, I have realized it has become quite troublesome for me to manage, so this will be the last time. I'll give you a chance to show that part of yourself to your crush. USA wanted to say something, but Shishio's threat stopped him from saying anything. If you don't agree, I'll steal that crush and date her. USA's mouth closed tightly after he heard Shishio's threat. He thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, I agree. With a heavy heart, he agreed since if he didn't agree, his crush would disappear. As for whether Shishio could date Ritsuo or not, USA wasn't sure, considering how difficult Ritsuo was, but he didn't want to bet on it. Okay. Shishio nodded and said, free your schedule on the weekend. USA was in doubt and asked, what's wrong? Let's go to the theme park. Theme park. While USA didn't know what Shishio planned, he agreed without hesitation. Also, this is my last piece of advice. What? Don't be in a hurry. Instead, slowly learn more about her, and let her learn more about you, so you two won't regret the relationship. Hearing that advice, USA could see how sincere Shishio was to teach him and to answer him. He nodded vigorously. Yes, Oga-sensei. Shishio decided to ignore the last part and felt relief since the trouble had disappeared. He decided to go to the literature club where everyone was waiting, but Ebona came with him and walked by his side. He looked at this girl and asked, "What's wrong?" "I just understand why you can have a harem now," Ebona said with a smile. Shishio only patted Ebona's head a few times and said, "Even if you fell for me, it won't work." How narcissistic. Who is going to fall with a scumbag like you? They looked at each other before they smiled and laughed. Ebona looked at Shishio for a moment and wanted to invite him again to the Ikebukuro, but suddenly someone called his name. "Shishio." "Hiratsuka-sensei, what's wrong?" Shishio asked calmly. Hiratsuka looked at the gauze on his head for a moment and pulled him. "Come with me." As for Ebona, she ignored her and didn't care at all. Shishio was helpless, but he didn't fight back. Instead, he only turned and looked at Ebona, then said, "See you." "See you." Waving her hand, Ebona somehow felt quite lonely. 418, this is a misunderstanding. Seemingly angry, Hiratsuka brought Shishio to the guidance counselor's room, and as soon as they entered, she locked the door without hesitation. Shishio's expression was a bit weird, and he said, Shizuka-chan, even though I don't mind doing it at school, is it really alright with you? Do you want to taint this sacred place for study with our mark? What the heck are you thinking about?" Hiratsuka was furious and wanted to knock his head, but she stopped when she saw the gauze on his head. She looked at him worriedly and asked, "Say, Shishio, did you fight on the underground arena or Kengan match?" Shishio looked at Hiratsuka in surprise since he didn't expect her to know about this. "Are you surprised that I know about the underground fights?" "Yeah. My father is the chief of Chiba Prefectural Police Headquarters, so I have seen those underground fights, and you should know how I like to do martial arts, right?" Hiratsuka recalled when she heard a rumor about a prodigy fighter in his 15 years, who had won the championship of the Kengan match and brought down the master of Chinese martial art in the underground arena. While his name wasn't revealed, she somehow had a feeling it was Shishio since the rumor he was really handsome, and from his expression, she knew she was right. If Hiratsuka knew the fact he became a fighter in the underground fight because of her martial art hobby, Shishio wouldn't think too much. However, the fact the chief of the Chiba Prefectural Police Headquarters was her father surprised him a lot, and it made him wonder whether he would be caught messing around with his daughter. "What are you thinking about? Be serious. I am talking with you." Hiratsuka scolded Shishio when he didn't seem to listen to her words. "Sorry, I was afraid your father might catch me," Shishio said truthfully. Hiratsuka was amused by his worry and just knocked his chest lightly. "You should. So don't you dare to hurt me." "I know." Shishio hugged Hiratsuka's waist and said, "I have always taken care of you well, right?" Hiratsuka looked at Shishio for a moment and let out a sigh before they kissed each other. The guidance counselor room is located on the highest floor of the school building, and it was also equipped with a curtain to cover what had happened inside the room since no students wanted to be seen scolded by the teachers along with their parents. In conclusion, it was also a perfect place to mess around inside the school. Wait. Don't do it here. Hiratsuka quickly slapped his hand away when his hands became naughty. Shishio also stopped and didn't force her since he wanted her to be the one who made a move. Hiratsuka looked at Shishio, who stopped and felt complex since if he was slightly forceful toward her, she might agree to do it here. Frankly, she felt it wouldn't be bad to do it in school since the sense of immorality was quite exciting. Still, she held it since she was a teacher with a strong sense of responsibility. "Shishio, let's talk whether it is true if you really fight on the underground arena or not." Shishio looked at Hiratsuka and asked, "If I tell you the truth, will you give me a reward?" "Reward?" Hiratsuka was dumbfounded then asked, "If I give you one, will you tell me the truth?" "Of course." "What kind of reward do you want?" Hiratsuka asked curiously. "Please wear a high school uniform when you do it next time," Shishio said with a serious expression. "You pervert." Hiratsuka wanted to punch Shishio, but he was smart and quickly adjusted her trajectory to his head, which caused her to stop punching. She gritted her teeth and thought this guy was quite unfair. "Ugh, my head is hurt." Shishio held his head, pretending that he was hurt. Hiratsuka let out a sigh as her cheeks blushed shyly. "Do you really want to see me in a high school uniform that much?" "Yes. I'll think about it." "Yahoo! Shut up. Now, answer my question first." "Yes, sensei." Watching Shishio, who had become an obedient student, Hiratsuka smiled funny and asked, "So is it true?" "Yeah." Shishio nodded. "It's true. I have been fighting on Kengan match and the underground arena." There was nothing to hide, and he even thought to invite Hiratsuka to watch his spar with Wakatsuki before, but in the end, he didn't since he felt it was quite troublesome, considering how she might scold and try to stop him. After all, Hirotsuka was unlike his other girlfriends. Hirotsuka was several years older than everyone, and of course, her experience in life was richer than everyone, so she also knew what kind of danger that one would be when they fought on the underground arena, especially when she also trained well in martial arts. Hirotsuka wanted to say something, but Shishio said, "Of course, I know this is dangerous, and it is also the reason why I just had always told Chihiro-ne that I had a spar." "Then why did you do it? Even though you know it is dangerous, why do you do it?" Hirotsuka asked with a frown since she was worried about her loved one since she knew how cruel the underground fight was. There were no rules. Everyone was free to do what they could to defeat their enemies as long as they didn't use a weapon. It was a cruel place where one could lose their lives. They had just confirmed their relationship, and they had become together, so Hirotsuka didn't want to lose him. "Shizuka." Shishio moved closer and hugged her gently. "I know that you are worried about me, but I am not as weak as you have imagined. On the contrary, even among the fighters in the underground fight, I am part the strong one. Also, I don't plan to enter any more now." "Why?" While it felt nice being hugged like this, Hirotsuka thought about how to stop him from fighting in the underground arena, but who would expect him to tell her he was going to stop fighting, which made her dumbfounded. "Isn't it because of you?" Shishio pinched Hirotsuka's nose gently as he said in a gentle tone. The truth was, he decided to stop because he couldn't see the improvement to fight the fighters on the underground arena again. Shishio had become so strong, and he was strong enough to bring down a country now or two. It might seem ridiculous, but with many combinations of his martial arts mastery, his heightened senses, strong body and many skills mastery, Shishio could bring a country to ruin easily. Shishio also knew his girlfriends were still tense since they saw him being blown away by Wakatsuki. Even if he told them he was alright, who would believe him? After all, they were so scared when they saw him being blown away. When they saw him hurt, they also felt hurt, so Shishio decided to stop fighting on the underground fight. However, it didn't mean he was going to stop since as long as there was a fighter that interested him or a reward that made him interested, he might fight. However, without any of that, he decided to stop since it was so dull to fight a fight with an obvious result. "Really?" While Hirotsuka felt happy, she still looked at him in doubt. "Really?" Shishio nodded, without any shyness, even if he might fight again in the future. Hirotsuka stared at Shishio for a while until she let out a sigh. "Shishio, I know the urge of every martial artist. They want to become the strongest, so they fight many fights. I also feel the same after all since I also want to become the strongest." Shishio looked at Hirotsuka and felt she was a little boy who was trapped in the body of a charming woman. However, he must admit this part of her was cute, so he said, "It's all right. Your man is the strongest since he defeated many strong opponents. As of now, there are no opponents that interest me, so I won't fight. Haven't you tasted my fighting power before?" Hirotsuka blushed and lightly hit his chest. "You pervert." Still, she must admit his fighting power was amazing. He had the explosive power of the carnivore and the stamina of the herbivore. The combination of the two made him a monster in bed, and frankly, it was amazing, and she wanted to do it again tonight. "Are you free tonight? If you don't mind if I stay for a few hours, I can go to your apartment tonight." "Okay." Hirotsuka kissed his lips without hesitation, and after she parted her lips, she asked, "By the way, what kind of martial arts did you practice?" She only remembered that she had never asked him this question before, which made her curious. After she was done with her scolding, she acted coquettishly like a girl who had fallen for the first time. Looking at Hirotsuka, who sat on his lap and hugged his neck, Shishio must admit that it took all of his will not to push her here and now, but at the same time, he was also curious at what kind of martial arts she had trained. "How about you? I have never known what kind of martial arts you learn." "Me? Well, I did all the martial arts usually trained by the police like judo, taihojutsu, arresting art, kendo, karate and a little aikido." Hirotsuka had trained in many martial arts since she loved it, considering her dream was to become the strongest in the past, but even though she had trained a lot, it was still impossible to defeat him on the bed, which made her slightly frustrated and thought she was going to have her revenge tonight. "I see." Shishio was quite surprised, but then he asked, "Do you want to have a spar with me?" "Spar? Us? Yeah." Shishio nodded. "I have a dojo in my apartment. You can come to see." Hirotsuka stared at Shishio for a moment and asked, "Are we really going to fight? If you want, we can also have a rematch there." "Okay." The two talked for a while before they reluctantly left. Still, Shishio walked into the literature club lately and was stared at by everyone, but luckily, they thought he was talking with USA before. "So, what did you talk about with your friend?" Mai asked curiously. "Mai?" Shishio looked at Mai and solemnly said, "Guys have something they can't talk about with women. Everyone. Even if USA was a simple guy, Shishio wouldn't betray him and tell the content of their conversation to everyone. However, they seemed to misunderstand him. Probably about porn, right? I have you. Why do I need porn? Somehow the conversation moved in a strange direction. Luckily, the lunch was quite fun, and they returned after the class after the break ended. Everyone was thinking of visiting a sweet store or something. Shishio just listened and didn't join their conversation since he just followed them, but then he noticed Rui, who walked toward their direction. Rui nay. While she might have ignored him, it didn't mean he was going to treat her similarly. Even a drop of water could break a stone. His sincerity should be able to break her cold persona, right? However, Shishio didn't expect his sincerity would be able to break her heart so quickly. Shishio. Rui seemed unsteady and out of focus before she fell into him, and he caught her subconsciously. The girls saw him hugging Rui in public, making them stare at him together. Everyone. This is a misunderstanding, Shishio said helplessly. 419, Unfamiliar Shoes. The misunderstanding had happened, and Shishio had explained, so there was no need to worry about it anymore since the more important thing was to understand why Rui suddenly fell into him. His sense of smell instantly caught something, and he pressed her forehead subconsciously. It's hot. Shishio was surprised and said, You have a fever. Rui's breathing was rough as she tried to stand up. Fever. Listening to his voice, the girls realized there was something unusual about Rui. While her reddened face and gasp seemed erotic, they became worried since the cause of this was an illness. Should I take you to the hospital? Shishio asked. No. I want to go home. While Rui was weak, she could still listen to his voice. She didn't want to make her family panic and just wanted to go home, resting, but her body was too heavy, and she was so dizzy. Shishio looked at the girls, and they also understood him. Just send her back if she's sick, Miu said worriedly. The others were also the same since no one would expect Rui to have an illness, and they also looked at her worriedly. Sorry, I'll make this up later. Shishio helped Rui change her shoes and, along with others, walked out of the school before he entered the taxi with Rui after saying goodbye. Still, the girls were curious at how he was going to make things up for them. Also, they had a feeling the number of girls around him would increase after this, especially when they saw how he took care of the girl who was sick, and somehow, they wanted to fall sick too, so he would take care of them. Inside the taxi, Shishio told the driver to send them to Rui's house and moved carefully so as not to make Rui feel dizzy. The driver nodded, following his words since he could tell Rui was sick from her complexion. Still, he must admit it was quite weird to see someone whose head was wrapped in gauze taking care of the sick. However, this wasn't his problem since he was just a driver and he just needed to send them to their destination. Shishio didn't care about the driver and took care of Rui by letting her sleep on his lap, taking care of her bag, and wrapping his blazer around her body to warm her up. However, Rui frowned, showing an uncomfortable expression. Rui nay, did you feel sick? Is it motion sickness? Because you were lying down? Come here. Rui was moved, and she slept peacefully on his chest. It smells nice. Rui opened her eyes lightly and looked into his profile for a moment before she snuggled further as she let him pet her back gently, reassuring her that everything was all right. Before long, they arrived at her house, and Shishio entered after he got the key from Rui. He carried her all the way to her room and put her on her bed gently. Rui nay. Rui was sleeping soundly and didn't seem to wake up soon, but she didn't let go of his hand and held it tightly. Shishio looked at Rui for a moment and gave up to wake her up. He took a novel he brought to read in the school and read it quietly on the side as he held her hand, but he thought for a moment and decided to text Hina. As for how he could get Hina's contact information, there was no need to say, right? Shishio, Rui nay is sick. I am accompanying her at the house now. Shishio thought it would take a while to receive his reply, but he didn't expect Hina would reply to him so soon. Hina, what? Really? What should I do? I am going to be late to go back. Shishio was speechless and replied, Don't worry, I'll take care of her until one of you returns. Hina, is that okay? Your girlfriends won't be mad at you. Shishio, she suddenly fell in front of me when I was with my girlfriends. They understood the situation, so it should be all right. But can you tell me where you put? Shishio asked where their family kept a basin, glass, towel, medicine and other necessary things to take care of the sick. Hina also answered one by one and told him everything she needed to know before she told him she would try to go back as soon as possible. As for Natsuo Fujii, neither Hina nor Shishio talked about him at all since they didn't think Natsuo would be able to help at all. They ended their conversation shortly after Hina repeatedly told him she would return as soon as possible. Shishio put his phone in his pocket before looking at Rui's sleeping face. He had taken off her blazer, leaving her with only her white shirt and short skirt. He thought for a moment and decided to prepare a compress for her. Letting go of her hand, Shishio walked out and prepared everything that was needed when one was cold. Still, Shishio wondered whether this was alright and where was Natsuo Fujii right now? While Shishio and Rui were at home together, Natsuo, who didn't know anything, decided to visit his friend at the El Amant Cafe where his friend was working. Unlike in the original, his relationship with Rui wasn't particularly close, and their relationship was just greeted by each other shortly after, and it had slowly become better, especially after they had visited his mother's grave together. However, everything changed after Natsuo decided to talk about how close Rui with Shishio was. Natsuo, as a step-brother, tried to take care of his step-sister since he knew Shishio was a scumbag and being with him wasn't good, but the result? While a huge fight didn't happen, Rui just stared at him coldly and said, "It's my own problem. You don't need to take care of me." "What? How could you say?" However, Rui ignored him directly, and neither of them talked until now. Still, Natsuo felt bad and thought to discuss it with his friend about this matter. His friend, who heard Natsuo's story, also agreed with Natsuo's action since being with a scumbag wasn't good, and it was better for his step-sister to move on early. "Let me take care of your step-sister then." "The hell?" Natsuo looked at his friend, unhappy, thinking that this guy also wasn't good. Also, Natsuo wasn't sure why, but he just felt uncomfortable when he saw Shishio and Rui were so close to each other. They were just step-siblings, and he knew he shouldn't be involved with her trouble so much, but he was also worried about her since they had become a family. While the two were talking to each other, Masaki Kobayashi, or Marie, had been listening to their conversation and couldn't help but interrupt. "Natsuo-chan, I don't think it is good for you to reject the relationship between your stepsister and this scumbag so one-sidedly." "Master." 2x. Natsuo and his friend, Fumi Yakurimoto, were surprised. However, Natsuo frowned and asked, "So you mean, I have to agree?" Shaking his head gently, Masaki said, "You should know that when one is in love, they'll become blind. Look at me, for example." "You." 2x. "Yes." Masaki nodded and said, "When my father found out that I was a homo and loved a man, even decided to embrace my inner self as a woman, he decided to sever our relationship. Unfortunately, by then, he had died, and it was too late." He let out a depressed sigh as he put his hand on his cheek. Fumiya and Natsuo were dumbfounded but also understood Masaki's sadness. "However, but how can I allow that? I know that man is a scumbag, yet I just let her be fooled by him just like this?" Natsuo asked. He was still stubborn since it was his first time encountering this type of problem, so he was confident he wouldn't mess up like Masaki. Masaki stared at Natsuo for a moment and asked, "Do you like your stepsister?" "What?" Natsuo was dumbfounded with a slight blush on his face since he was new in the matter of the opposite gender, and he also didn't have experience on it, so this question startled him, and it made him blush. "Oh? I see." Masaki nodded in a thoughtful manner. "Now, I understand why you want them to part with each other." "You misunderstood. Natsuo, you." Even Fumiya stared at Natsuo in disbelief. "It's all right, isn't it? After all, there isn't any law that forbids one to marry a step-sibling." "Master." Masaki shook his head and stopped to tease Natsuo. "Natsuo, you should understand, when someone is in love, it is like there's a flame inside their heart. If someone forbids them, that flame will become so intense that they won't be able to stop, so instead of trying to stop them, isn't it better to talk to your step-sibling first? Ask her what she likes about this scumbag? Why has she fallen for this scumbag?" Natsuo was in silence since not only his step-sibling but most of the girls in his school had fallen for this scumbag. However, Natsuo must admit there were many reasons for girls to fall for Shishio. Not only was Shishio the most handsome, athletic, popular, good personality, smartest, but there was also even a rumor that he was quite wealthy, and his thing was huge. With all of those points, it would be strange if a woman wouldn't fall for him. However, as for a guy, Natsuo could only bite his lips in jealousy, and it was also hard to understand Masaki's advice since what he wanted to do was just to part with Shishio and Rui as soon as possible. Masaki could also see how Natsuo was going to perceive his advice, so he didn't say anything else since it was useless. His stay made him not feel good, so he decided to return home after he emptied his coffee. Fumiya told Natsuo that it was better to give his stepsister to him. However, Natsuo could only walk out faster since even though he knew Fumiya was a great guy, he didn't want to give Rui to him. He knew that it might be selfish of him, and he just wanted to maintain their relationship like this as a normal sibling without an interruption from the outside. Still, Natsuo thought it was also necessary to talk with Rui since he knew it would be awkward if their relationship kept like this even though their parents had decided to marry each other. He didn't want to bring a problem to his father, so he returned back and thought to talk with Rui. "I am back." Natsuo was surprised when he smelled a delicate aroma from the kitchen and wondered whether Rui was cooking. He knew Rui had a hobby to cook, and her food was delicious, so with excitement, he entered the house, thinking the food was made from him, but then his heart stopped when he saw unfamiliar shoes placed in front of the entrance of his house. 420, fever. Rui opened her eyes gently as she felt something cold on her forehead. This is... Rui was confused when she saw she was in her room. Have you woken up? Rui was surprised and dumbfounded. She woke up abruptly, but her head became dizzy. Ugh! You have a fever. Don't move so suddenly like that. Shishio was speechless and helped her to sleep again on the bed. However, Rui kept looking at Shishio and asked, "Why are you here?" While she was happy, it was quite hard to show it when she ignored him before. Weren't you the one who fell on me so suddenly before? Shishio looked at Rui helplessly and said, if I didn't meet you back then, you might not be able to go home. He had a feeling she might pass out on the street, and someone might do something to her, which was something he couldn't allow. Shishio took a glass of water and put the straw near her mouth. Here's the water. Drink it first. Rui obediently followed his words and sipped the water slowly while feeling slightly fuzzy, but one thing for sure, she was happy, and she also recalled what had happened before. Do you need anything else? By the way, sorry to rummage around your house a bit, but I have received permission from Tachibana-sensei, Shishio said. Hinane did. Rui looked at Shishio and thought his relationship with her older sister was quite good, but she decided to ignore it right now since there was something that she wanted to do. A towel and pajamas. I am all sweaty. I want to wash, warm water, and change my clothes. Okay, wait here for a moment. When Shishio was about to stand up, Rui called his name out subconsciously. Shishio. Why you're here? Rui asked with a headache on her head. Shishio looked at Rui for a moment and said, isn't it obvious? Because I am worried about you. Stop asking something stupid. You should rest and let me take care of you. Rui pursed her lips and smiled, watching his figure that walked out from her room while laying on the bed gently. It might be her imagination, but she felt better somehow. Is it because he's here? Rui wasn't sure, but she wanted him to stay as long as possible. Before long, Shishio came back with all the things that Rui needed. However, who would expect Rui to suddenly unbutton her uniform? What are you doing? I feel sick. Help me change my clothes. Are you serious? What are you acting surprised for? We have had sex several times, right? Help me. Rui was weak and wanted him to help her. Okay. Shishio also wasn't sure why he became hesitant even though he was familiar with every part of her body. However, he couldn't be blamed since the last time she had ignored him so suddenly, so it was quite surprising for her to ask him to change her clothes. Still, it was good that she felt better. Shishio unbuttoned her white shirt and bra with ease since it wasn't his first time doing this. Rui blushed, but then she slapped his hand with slight anger. Why do you rub the boob of someone sick? Sorry, it's just too cute, and it has been a while. It had been a while since they had sex and watched her well-shaped boobs and pink nipples. Shishio felt his throat dry, but he quickly showed a solemn expression since he knew she was sick and it wasn't a time to do this. Watching his solemn expression, Rui was dumbfounded and then became speechless since she had become naked. You haven't shaved yet. Shut up. Shishio only smiled and asked, come on. Let me wash your body. Rui was embarrassed, but strangely, she didn't feel dizzy anymore, and she just pouted, letting her body be wiped with a wet towel. She wasn't sure why, but when she felt her body became better and better when he kept washing her body. However, why do I feel so hot? Rui looked at the air conditioner inside her room, and even though it was turned on, she could still feel her body was hot. She bit her lower lip when she saw him, wiping her inner legs, underboobs, and many places near her sensitive parts, teasing her repeatedly, without giving her time to rest. When Shishio wiped Rui's body, he used his chi and Haman to make her body feel better. But why am I the one who becomes worse? Shishio noticed Rui's eyes that looked at his nether region, but his hands were preoccupied, so there was nothing he could do to hide his hardened phallus. While neither of them talked to each other, it didn't mean the situation was uncomfortable. This silence was also comfortable, but their bodies were quite uncomfortable since they needed to release the heat inside their bodies. Luckily, Shishio didn't need a long time to wipe Rui's entire body. While it was true that Shishio wanted to touch her body longer, it was quite inappropriate to do so when Rui was sick. After Rui wore her pajamas, she rested again on her bed. I made your porridge. Do you want to eat? Shishio asked. You made me a porridge. Rui was surprised. While Rui knew Shishio could cook, she didn't expect he would cook something for her. Are you not hungry? Not really, but let me taste it. Rui was curious and wanted to taste his porridge. Okay, let me get some. Shishio put porridge in the bowl before he helped to feed her. Open your mouth. Rui stared at Shishio for a moment and opened her mouth obediently, eating the porridge. What do you think? Shishio asked. Rui felt she had seen the space since the taste of the porridge was so delicious that she almost passed out. However, she opened her mouth again without commenting on his food. Shishio smiled and continued to feed her before stopping when she had emptied the bowl. It's good, right? Yet. Rui looked at Shishio in an unbelievable gaze and asked, your cooking skill is good. It's not bad. Shishio didn't really want to tell the detail of his cooking skill since it might sound arrogant, and this wasn't a good occasion, but then he heard the sound of a thermometer that was put on her armpit. Before she ate, he put a thermometer there, so there was no need to wait too long. It's 37 degrees Celsius. Not bad. Your fever should be okay tomorrow, but to make sure, do you want medicine? Shishio asked. Okay. Rui nodded while thinking she should ask him how to make such porridge before. However. Here. Rui looked at Shishio, who put a suppository near her pillow. I'll be out for a while. Tell me when you're done. Shishio wanted to go out, but his wrist was taken. I can't put it there by myself. Help me, Rui said with a begging tone. Shishio looked at Rui for a moment and nodded helplessly. Okay, roll over and show me your butt. While Rui knew it was a necessary process, her face was burning red, but she obediently rolled over her body and pulled open her pants and panties. Shishio walked into her bed and grabbed her cheek butts, and opened them so he could see her anus better. Shishio. Even if Rui had asked for his help, she still felt embarrassed. Wait a moment. Shishio took a deep breath, trying to calm his raging boner when he saw her beautiful pink slit and arse. He let out a sigh, wondering how every part of a woman could be so beautiful. Anyway, Shishio took the suppository and put it inside her anus gently. HMN. Rui held her moan when she could feel his thick finger enter that place too, but she quickly scolded him. Shishio. While she had felt better, she felt she might get sick again if this guy kept teasing her. Shishio let out a sigh as he patted her butts gently, helping her put her panties and pants on before going to the bathroom to wash his hands. It wasn't that he felt disgusted, but it might be strange when he touched her hand or face later. Even though the one he touched was her arse. Still, when he came back, he could see how happy she was. Shishio sat next to her and asked, do you feel better? How about you sleep then? Shishio asked. No, I can't sleep. The heat on her body made it hard for her to sleep. Do you want me to give you a massage? Shishio asked. Massage? Rui looked at Shishio curiously. Shishio didn't say much and massaged her head gently. HMN. Rui moaned and felt comfortable when her head was massaged. It feels nice. That's good. Just relax. I'll take care of you until your family comes back. Rui was in silence for a moment and asked, say. Do you like my anus? Why do you say that? Shishio almost coughed blood when Rui asked this question. You have been teasing it for a while before. Do you want to try an anal? I wonder what's going on with you after Golden Week that you have ignored me. It seems you're fine now, Shishio said helplessly. Rui pouted and said, wasn't it you who announced that you had become a scumbag? It was hard to talk with you after that. Your relationship with your girlfriends became even closer after that, making it hard for me to talk with you. I thought you understood what kind of relationship we had, Shishio said softly. Rui was silent since she understood they weren't lovers and she shouldn't get jealous, but it was impossible for her not to be jealous since she understood what kind of feeling she had for him. Sorry, it is my fault for seducing you even though I have girlfriends, Shishio said as he caressed her bangs gently. Rui shook her head and said, no, it is also my fault for falling into a scumbag like you. Shishio. Still, I want to understand my feelings more, Rui said since she understood she was quite needy and jealous, so it was quite hard for her to see him be with another woman. It's okay. Take your time. By the way. It has been a while since we did it. Rui was quite shy and asked, do you want to do it? You're sick, right? I heard that you would feel better if you sweat a lot, right? You're not wrong, but... There were many things Shishio wanted to say, but he decided to swallow them. I don't bring a condom, though. There should be many packs on my table. They're your size. Shishio stood up and checked her table, finding the pack of condoms easily. They were also his size, which made him speechless. When did you buy it? With Momo before. She is very knowledgeable about this matter, Rui said plainly. So, do you want to do it? Okay. Shishio opened the package and took off the condom. I'll be gentle. You don't need to move. I'll be the one who moves, so just lay there. Rui nodded and just lay on her bed while looking at him, who smoothly pulled her pants and panties. Her place was already wet, so it didn't take long before they started to act. While they did it, Shishio said, do you know? HMNN. Rui bit her lips, trying to hold her cry since the pleasure she got was too amazing, considering how immoral it was to do it at her new house. You'll feel better if you transfer your sickness to someone, so transfer your fever to me, alright. Rui wanted to say something, but her lips were taken by him. While the pleasure made her brain melt and hazy, she smiled and hugged him tightly with her hands and feet. If he didn't use a condom, Rui thought she would let him out inside her right now since those words were so sweet. 421, it's kind of awkward. Thank you for your help, Shishio-kun. Tsukiko Fujii, Rui's mother, smiled and said, it's great that you're there when she is sick. It's okay. You don't need to thank me, auntie. I am also quite worried about leaving her alone. Also, let me apologize for using your kitchen and moving around your house without your permission. Even if I have Tachibana-sensei's permission, I haven't received yours. Shishio apologized again since what he was doing was quite rude. It's okay. You don't need to apologize. After all, it is a sudden situation. Who would have thought Rui-chan would get sick? Akihito Fujii, Natsuo's father, waved his hand with a smile, showing his understanding. Yes, you don't need to apologize. If you're not there, I am not sure what will happen to Rui, Tsukiko said with a gentle smile. Tsukiko, Akihito and Hina had returned after work and gathered in the living room after they checked Rui's condition. Shishio was also brought to the living room too. Still, I wonder where Natsuo is. Akihito seemed angry and said, his step-sibling is sick, yet he isn't found anywhere. Shishio was silent and didn't say anything. However, his expression was slightly unnatural and naturally changed the conversation's topic. If you don't mind, I'll excuse myself. I have stayed quite late here after all. Ah? Are you going back early? Don't you want to have dinner with us? Tsukiko asked since she was fond of her son-in-law candidate. Even though he came to their house so suddenly, he came to take care of Rui thoroughly until she got better. She had heard how bad her daughter's situation was before, but now, she was just slightly warm, and she should get better tomorrow. Tsukiko was even surprised when she heard Shishio prepared dinner for Rui. As for the wet towel, a uniform full of sweat, and bras placed on the basket in the bathroom, Tsukiko decided to pretend she didn't see anything since she was afraid Shishio might get embarrassed. Still, has their relationship reached that stage? Tsukiko was curious, but as a parent, it was also quite awkward for her to ask this question. However, she thought to ask this question to Rui later when she got better since she didn't want Rui to become a mother in her teens. By the way, Shishio, were you the one who cooked porridge in the kitchen? Akihito asked curiously since he had smelled a delicate smell from the kitchen for a while. The smell aroused his appetite, and he wanted to try it. Ah, yes. I made it for Rui-ne before. I subconsciously made a lot since I was usually in charge of cooking. I am sorry. Shishio apologized. No, it's okay. It's okay. We didn't prepare a dinner either since we were coming in a hurry when we heard Rui-chan was sick, and we had thought to take it out in a nearby shop or something. Akihito quickly stopped Shishio, who apologized, and asked, by the way, can I eat them? Please. Shishio didn't stop Akihito since it would be wasteful to leave the porridge as it was. Should I help you to prepare it? No, no. How can we let you do that? Tsukiko quickly stopped Shishio and said, just treat this place as your home. Shishio looked at Tsukiko and wondered how he was going to interpret those words. However, it was better to keep his mouth shut since he was afraid the situation would become more complicated if he said something. Tsukiko and Akihito went to the kitchen and tasted the porridge together, but then they couldn't help but shout out loud, delicious. What? What's wrong, Mom, Fujii-san? Hina was startled when she heard the exclaim of Tsukiko and Akihito. Hina, try this. This is delicious. Akihito said excitedly and didn't stop his hand from eating the porridge. Really? Shishio made this one, right? Hina was looking at Shishio in doubt. Shishio. Just shut your mouth and eat this. Tsukiko fed the porridge to Hina's mouth. Delicious. Hina was dumbfounded and just continued to munch the porridge on her mother's bowl. Hey, take your own bowl. Tsukiko scolded her daughter and robbed her bowl back. Hina pouted, but she didn't complain since she also decided to eat. While the three ate the porridge, Shishio decided to excuse himself. I have stayed too long. I'll go back now. Ah, I see. I am sorry that we can't send you back, Shishio-kun. Unlike Shishio, who had his own motorcycle, the Fujii family didn't have a vehicle. However, it was something normal in this country, especially when it was hard to maintain a vehicle, considering there wasn't even a carport in their house. I'll send you back, Hina said and stood up, ready to send Shishio back. Akihito and Tsukiko nodded and felt relief to let Hina send Shishio back while Akihito tried to call Natsuo since his son hadn't come back. Shishio looked at Akihito naturally, but he didn't say anything. When they walked out of the living room, Shishio said, "You don't need to send me back, Tachibana-sensei." Tachibana-sensei. Hina looked at Shishio with a pout. Shishio looked at Hina speechlessly and said, "Hina-chan sensei." "Good." Hina smiled and said, "By the way, thank you for taking care of Rui. It's okay. You don't need to worry." "Still, has she become your harem member?" Hina asked, but the smile on her face had disappeared. Shishio looked at Hina for a moment and said, "Rui-ne is just a friend. They might be friends, but they were more than mere friends." However, he wasn't going to say it. "Is that so?" Hina didn't want to continue this conversation and said, "By the way, thank you for your advice." "Advice? When did I give you that?" Shishio was confused. "Don't you remember it? You gave me advice when you announced that you were a scumbag in the school right after Golden Week." Hina stared at Shishio with contemptuous eyes. "Shishio. However, I have to thank you for keeping my relationship with Shiyu-san a secret." Hina was grateful for Shishio since he had never said anything about her relationship with a married man to her family. "It's okay. You don't need to worry. Don't you want to ask me?" They were right outside the house, and even if they talked to each other, neither Akihito nor Tsukiko would hear their conversation, so Hina was bold enough to say those words to him. "About what?" Shishio wanted to go to Hiratsuka's apartment, but he stopped and looked at Hina, waiting for what she was going to say. "About my relationship with Shiyu-san. Don't you want to ask what has happened between us?" Hina asked with a faint smile on her face. Shishio looked at Hina and wondered whether she wanted him to care about her. While he didn't really care, she was still Rui's older sister, and she also seemed to want him to ask her a question, so he asked, "What are you planning to do with him?" "We have decided to take a break from our relationship. I think we need time for each other to see whether our relationship is right or not." Hina said those words surprisingly calmly as if she had planned to break up with her boyfriend from the beginning, but she just hesitated, so when someone pushed her back, she could do it without hesitation. "Oh. You don't seem surprised." Hina pouted. "It isn't surprising. After all, you want his responsibility, but he can't give you that, so next time, get a better man, all right?" "Do you think it is easy to get a good man?" Hina asked annoyedly. "Just do it slowly, don't be in a hurry. You're still young after all." Hina was still young, compared to Hiratsuka or Chihiro. There were still many years in front of her, and there was no need for her to be in a hurry, especially when she was beautiful and had a stable job. Still, Shishio also knew that Hina needed to be in a hurry, too, since a woman's youth was limited. If not, Hina might become like Chihiro, who was still single even though they were in her 30s. As for Hiratsuka, she was alright since she had him now. However, Shishio wouldn't tell this matter and shut his mouth. "It feels weird to hear something like that from someone younger than me." Hina looked at Shishio with a weird expression. "So, is that all?" Shishio asked since he wanted to go back now. Hina hesitated for a moment, but then she said, "By the way, are you free this weekend?" "Weekend?" Shishio planned to bring everyone to a theme park but looked at Hina for a moment. Finally, he shook his head and said, "No, I am free." "What's wrong?" "Shishio-kun, I have troubled you so much, so why don't the two of us go somewhere this Sunday?" Hina asked with an awkward smile and strange blush. "Are you serious?" Shishio asked and was dumbfounded by her invitation. "If you don't want to, it's alright, though, but I might get depressed, and there are also many things that I want to talk about." Hina started to murmur depressedly, thinking she had been rejected. "I have never said that I don't want to." "Okay. I don't mind going." Shishio wasn't sure what this woman wanted to say, but one thing for sure, he was quite curious. "That's great." Hina let out a sigh of relief. Shishio's nose twitched slightly before he asked, "Is it just the two of us?" "Yeah." "Oh. See you next Sunday then." Shishio felt that it was quite awkward, so he decided to go back. "Okay, see you next Sunday." Hina waved her hand gently and said, "By the way, don't tell anyone, all right?" "Sure. I won't tell Rui-ne or your family." "That's great." "What's great about it?" Shishio didn't question Hina's remark and just went to Hiratsuka's apartment, hoping everything was just his imagination. Also, Shishio knew there was obvious trouble that waited for him in the Fujii family, especially when he knew someone stood in front of Rui's room when he did it with her. While Shishio wanted to stop, he couldn't stop Rui, who had gotten wild since it had been a while for the two to be together. Also, Shishio thought about Momo, who was waiting for his response. Shishio looked at Momo's phone number for a while before he put his phone back since right now, he decided to focus on Hiratsuka first. As he stepped forward, Shishio felt it was light, as if there was no burden or anything, making him realize he really had become a scumbag. 422, Cooking Rendezvous. It was 2 in the morning. Shishio came out of his room and went to the kitchen since he felt hungry. He didn't stay in his apartment but stayed in Sakurasu, considering how furious Chihiro was with him when she found out his head was wrapped with gauze. Shishio couldn't go out for a while, but it didn't really matter since he didn't plan to do so anyway. After staying with Rui and taking care of her, he went to Hiratsuka before returning to Sakurasu. Shishio spent his time with Nanami and Roberta for a while before he wrote his novel down. It might be strange for him to decide to write a novel, but he felt it was also a good path for him if he wanted to become a prime minister in the future, changing the law and allowing polygamy in this country. Maybe allowing an aunt to marry a nephew too. It might be because of how hungry he was that his mind wandered around. Unlike two of his creations, the novel he wrote right now was made for himself. Not for others, so when it was done, he might ask his publishing house to help him publish it. Still, Shishio wasn't in a hurry, and he wrote this novel slowly, each of its words carefully likes how many grams he used for cooking something. It's sure to be quiet. It was a void of voice. The only noise he could hear was the noise that came from the wind. It's certainly nice. Sometimes, having a quiet night was also a good thing, but having someone by your side was even better. However, Shishio shook his head and decided to eat something first since his stomach had been rumbling. Shishio entered the kitchen and thought about what kind of food he should make. His metabolism was fast, and it was also impossible for him to get fat. However, Shishio would certainly feel guilty when he ate something fatty or fried at this time and hour. Shishio thought for a moment until suddenly, his waist was hugged. Shishio. Shishio turned and looked at Sheena, who was hugging him with a mischievous smile. Sheena was like a naughty cat who wanted to tease her master, startling him so suddenly. Unfortunately, Shishio had realized her presence for a while and just let her surprise him, so she would be happy. You startle me. What's wrong? Did you get hungry after drawing? Unlike Roberta and Nanami, who were free before, Sheena was busy drawing her manga. When Sheena drew her manga, Shishio didn't interrupt her since she had always been full of focus, and she would ignore everything around her unless she asked for advice. Still, Shishio must admit that even though Sheena's clothes were quite sloppy, they were revealing. Sheena wore an oversized t-shirt with a camisole that could be seen from the gap in her collar. She didn't wear anything below and only wore panties. Luckily, her t-shirt reached her thighs, so her panties weren't revealed to the public. Sheena also tied her hair in a low ponytail, so it wouldn't interrupt her when she was drawing. Do you want to do it? Sheena asked since she noticed his gaze on her. While she was shy and tired, she didn't mind having time around with him, so she could get a good sleep. However. Growl. Shishio, I am hungry. Sheena touched her stomach and wanted to eat something. Shishio patted Sheena's head gently and said, okay, let's eat something, and since it's already at night, let's get something with a low calorie. What are you going to make? Sheena asked. How about an egg drop soup? While Shishio wanted to eat something with more filling, such as rice, he also needed to care about Sheena's figure. He wasn't sure whether she could maintain her figure all the time, considering how much sweets she usually ate, but he had helped her to work out every night, so it should be okay, right? Egg drop soup. Yeah. Shishi opened the fridge and took out chicken tenderloin, shimeji mushrooms, mini tomatoes, and eggs. Mashiro, can you wait there? It'll be done in a short moment. Sheena hesitated, then said, can I watch? I love seeing you cook. Sheena looked at Shishio and kissed her lips without hesitation. Okay. Sheena smiled and stood by his side, watching him cooking a little guilty food at night. Shishio warmed up the konbu stock that he prepared for breakfast before slicing the mini tomatoes in half. Then he cut the base of the shimeji mushrooms, cleaned the dirt, breaking them apart before he added them to the pot. Next, I'll prepare the chicken. Meat? Is that okay? Sheena asked since she had heard how big the calories of the meat were, and eating it at this hour would definitely make them fat. However, Sheena didn't feel fear since she knew Shishio would help him to slim down her body by a nice exercise. The tenderloin is located in the low-fat area, so we can limit our calorie intake. Shishio pointed at the part of his chest where the low-fat area was. However, Sheena tried to touch them and even rubbed them with her hands. What are you doing? Sheena didn't rub the chicken meat. Instead, she rubbed Shishio's chest. I am curious. I know you're curious, but can you let go of me now? Sheena-san. Okay. Sheena reluctantly let go of his body and watched him continue to cook. Shishio took out the tough tendon inside the meat and sliced it diagonally to make it easier to cook. He then seasoned the meat with salt and pepper before covering it with potato starch. When it was done, Shishio put all of the ingredients in the pot, gently stirring it. Is it me, or has the stock become clearer? The potato starch makes the meat more rigid and keeps it from floating around. Shishio then seasoned the soup with salt, chicken broth, and vinegar before tasting delicious. The taste of the soup was gentle and comfortable. It was nice. Shishio. Shishio. Sheena tucked his t-shirt, seemingly wanting him to feed her too. Okay. Okay. Here, taste it. Shishio fed Sheena with the soup gently, which made her let out a comfortable sigh when her body was all warm and nice. It's delicious. Right. After it was done, Shishio poured the beaten egg around before turning off the fire, so the meat wouldn't be overcooked. Is it ready? Sheena was already hungry. Wait a moment. We need the last touch. Last touch? Yeah, it is this one. That is sesame oil. Shishio dropped a few drops of sesame oil and enhanced the aroma of the soup. It smells so nice. Sheena was surprised and took the bottle of sesame oil since she didn't expect just a few drops of it would enhance the aroma of the soup so much. Okay, let's eat. Okay. Shishio prepared 2 bowls and put the soup there. They sat next to each other in the dining room while eating the soup together. Sheena scooped the soup and egg slightly and ate it. Hot. HMN so warm. She was tired from her work as a mangaka, but that soup was enough to recharge her energy. She felt her entire body was so comfortable, so cozy, like she was being hugged by the softest cloud. It's good that you like it. Shishio smiled and continued to eat. The two ate quietly before washing the dishes and returned to his room. Sheena also followed him to his room and sat on the bed, sitting between his legs, letting him hug her while watching the scenery through the window. It's so quiet. She was quite jealous of his room since it was located on the 2nd floor, and her room was located on the 1st floor, so it was impossible for her to see the scenery unless she came to his room. You can come anytime here, right? That's true. By the way, are you all right? Our manga will be published next week, right? Don't you feel something? No. Sheena shook her head and said, I have confidence our work will become the best. Shishio looked at Sheena in a daze. While Sheena might have always acted out of common sense, without a doubt, when it came to her work, she had always been serious and confident. That's great. How about we celebrate it then? Celebrate? Sheena looked at Shishio curiously. Yeah. Shishio nodded. It's our first manga together, so why don't we set up a celebration here in Sakurasu? I'll be the one who cooks. Okay. Sheena nodded with a smile, feeling happy, and rubbed her face on his chest. Is there something that you want to eat? Shishio asked. Bongkuken. Bongkuken, hey. Shishio thought for a moment. Is that not okay? Sheena asked sadly. No, I thought I'd make it even better. How? How about we add cheese and chocolate fondue there? By then, you can add cheese or chocolate to make it taste better. Sheena was in a daze and didn't expect such an amazing combination to appear. Oh. Why don't we add jam too? Are you going to kill me? Shishio laughed and hugged Sheena tighter. Sheena smiled and kept rubbing her body against him, but then she felt the wind was quite chilly, making her body tremble. Is it cold? Yeah. Let's close the window then. Shishio closed the window, but then Sheena called his name. Shishio. Do you have another project? Shishio looked at Sheena curiously. I feel that you are doing something. Well, yeah, I have 2 projects. One is a website, and the other one is a novel. Website? Novel. Sheena titled her head. The website is ready, and it has already become popular, so you don't need to worry. As for the novel, it isn't completed yet, so I won't show you. Is there something that I can help you with? Help? Yes. Sheena clenched her fists and said with a pure expression, I want to help Shishio. The truth was, there were many things that Sheena could do to help him, but... Sure, but... Let's do it first. Shishio leaned forward and kissed her lips. Sheena clutched into his t-shirt and let him push her. The two started slow, but it became so wild that it couldn't be controlled anymore. Sheena was sure she would doze off when she was at school later. On the other hand, Shishio wondered whether he could sleep tonight. 423, The Path of the Scumbag. There was nothing special on the day he went to the school after he ate the soup with Sheena. If there was something special, it was probably because he was going to stay in his apartment instead of Sakurasu today. Mai and Nana were excited about this, and they told him to go back with them later. Miu and Saki would also join later together. Meanwhile, Sheena would also join them to sleep together later. Still, Shishio knew there were many things that he needed to solve. One was about Momo's confession since he had been avoiding her, but he knew he couldn't do it sooner or later since she had given him her number and he needed to talk with her. Frankly, his feelings toward Momo were mixed. While Shishio didn't mind becoming a sex friend, he didn't need a reason to make one since he had many girls, and there was no need for him to get a sex friend. As for the rewards from the system, while Shishio was excited about them, he didn't feel that urgent anymore since he was already strong enough, smart enough, and rich enough. He was already satisfied, and there was no need for him to search for them again. However, even if he didn't want to, those girls or women would keep approaching him and sway his heart with their charm. Shishio was a scumbag, and he couldn't escape them. Shishio knew what Momo wanted, and while it was possible for him to give her something she wanted, he felt it was too easy for him to do so since he didn't really want to add more girlfriends carelessly. As long as they could trigger his system, Shishio would bring them back to his home and give them a good night. Shishio didn't want to do that, and he wanted to know them better, but he didn't mind having some entanglements with them. However, it would be different if they asked about his responsibility. Still, Shishio felt he was thinking too much since he just needed to follow his desire. There was no need to think too much. As for the rest, Shishio felt he should be able to handle them. As for the second problem, it was Hina. Shishio thought about how Hina had invited him to go out somewhere on the weekend last night. While he didn't mind since he thought to help her, considering she might become his sister-in-law, he couldn't help but think of some plots in the hentai story. While part of him was excited, the other part of him was confused since he wondered what he would do when such a thing happened. Still, if nothing happened, it was all good since he didn't need to think too much and just enjoyed their trip on the weekend. As for the third problem, it wasn't a problem. However, Shishio needed to help Misaki with the dubbing of her anime. While Shishio had trained Nanami, and she also gained confidence, he couldn't help but feel worried since it was her first time doing dubbing, and everything started from here. If Nanami could do well, she would gain experience that would help her in her career. If Nanami had a talent, Shishio wouldn't have this trouble. Unfortunately, Nanami was just an average high school girl who was just working hard. Shishio knew that, and this was why he was attracted to her. It definitely had nothing to do with her D-cup size. Definitely. Really. As for the fourth problem, it was his career. Shishio had made a new novel and a website. His website went well under his instructions, and his people listened to him well. The Pixif that he had created had gained many users, whether from this country or abroad. While Shishio wasn't sure whether this website could become the largest online community for an artist in the world, it wouldn't be a problem to become the biggest in Asia. As for his new novel, he wasn't in a hurry, and he just wrote it slowly since he wanted to embrace the feeling of writing. Still, while he said he wrote his novel slowly, he wrote around 4,000 words each night. While Shishio didn't write every night, it was still amazing, considering what he wrote was just a short novel. USA was also part of the trouble since Shishio promised to set up a plan, so Ritsuo could be somewhat noticed USA. Shishio had a plan, but everything depended on USA. If USA was included, Hikigaya should also be included. However, if he did that, there wouldn't be an end to this, so he wouldn't bother to explain it anymore. Also, some people might notice and wonder why he should talk too much about what kind of problems he would encounter. While Shishio had listed many troubles there was one big problem that was waiting for him. The big problem was that someone had listened when he had sex with Rui before. While Rui was moaning loudly, thinking that her house was empty, she let go of her brake and became a horny beast. However, someone was there, listening to what they were doing. Shishio knew about this, and he wanted to remind her to keep her voice down, but Rui didn't listen to him and became wilder and wilder. Of course, it might be partly his fault that he didn't take care of her for a while, but who would have thought she would become such a succubus when she was sick? Shishio suddenly felt he had become one of the characters in the cliché NTR manga. While the person who listened might not have a relationship with Rui, it wouldn't be weird to call him the actor or the person who was being NTR'd. Shishio wasn't sure what Natsuo was going to do with him, but for now, he just pretended that he didn't notice anything. After all, it would be weird of him to notice Natsuo, who listened to his dirty deeds with Rui when Natsuo was walking quietly like a ninja. Shishio could stop and told Rui that Natsuo was there. However, it was hard for him to do so since Natsuo was walking quietly. Unlike Hina, Akihito, or Tsukiko, who entered the house in a grand manner, slammed the door hurriedly and ran toward Rui's room in a hurry because they were worried about him. Natsuo walked quietly, so no one would notice him, which made it hard for Shishio to say that Natsuo was there. Shishio wasn't sure what would happen to Natsuo, but he didn't feel worried about him. Instead, he was worried about Rui. What if Natsuo suddenly forced herself on Rui? Shishio felt there was such a possibility. Hopefully, nothing had happened, and Natsuo just pretended nothing had happened, so Shishio could also do the same thing. Nothing had happened. They could continue with their family like before. That's all. That's what Shishio hoped for, especially when the relationship between Rui and Natsuo wasn't that close, to begin with, and it was normal for a lover to do something like that. While his relationship with Rui wasn't a lover, it wasn't much different. However, everything could happen since a man's mind was complex. Shishio wouldn't feel weird if Natsuo suddenly abandoned his old flame for Hina and was in love with Rui instead just because of a coincidence or another. However, in Natsuo's case, he probably became indecisive and wasn't sure how to utter his feelings toward his loved one. Not that it was his problem, but Shishio just hoped for Natsuo to make up his mind, so no girls would be hurt by him. As for his case, Shishio had made up his mind to become a scumbag. As for the girls who he wasn't chosen for but had fallen for him, Shishio didn't think it was a problem, considering how many girls would fall for him even if he didn't want to. He was like a nuclear bomb, just happened to explode, causing the mind of the girls to explode and their hearts to be preoccupied with him. Even if Shishio had gone, his radiation was still there and would exist in their bodies no matter how long it was. While the current medical advancement was able to erase the nuclear radiation from the human body, probably, Shishio's radiation couldn't disappear unless one had fallen for someone. However, would they be satisfied with other men when someone was exposed to his radiation? It might be possible, but they needed a long time to erase his radiation. Which was why Shishio had such a happy problem now. However, when Shishio thought about Natsuo, he couldn't help but think about Sorita and Mitaka. He knew they retreated from Sakurasu before they weren't strong enough, but he didn't blame them since everyone had their own choices, and when they couldn't bear it, it was okay for them to run away. After all, no one forced them to face something so painful. Hey, what are you thinking? Nana whispered. Shishio looked at Nana and said, I am thinking how beautiful you are. Right. Nana showed a proud expression. Shishio had expected this haughty answer, so he asked, what's wrong? Before you go to my apartment, can you visit Oni-chan? She misses you, Nana whispered. Shishio was silent and thought about Ayaka. While they had confirmed their relationship, it was quite hard for them to meet each other, considering the distance and how busy he was. Shishio had planned to visit Ayaka anyway, and with the gauze wrapped around his head, he thought Ayaka would pamper him, so he gave the nod. Okay. Good. Nana nodded with a bright smile. Shishio looked at Nana's smile in silence and thought this girl must be thinking something bad, but that bad thing might be a good thing for him. However, Shishio, who had been thinking about Natsuo, Mitaka and Sorita, suddenly thought of Akishina. Shishio hadn't met Akishina for a while, and when he came to Sunoarasu, Akishina just happened to be out and went home during Golden Week. However, this time, Akishina should be in Sunoarasu. Shishio wasn't sure why, but he felt Akishina's destiny might not be much different from Natsuo, Mitaka or Sorita. Shishio suddenly looked in Sorita's direction before he looked away. He wondered why all the protagonists he met weren't like Hikigaya or Sakuta Azuzagawa, a quiet, loner, and peaceful type of main protagonist since that way, he didn't need to think too much and just concentrated on the path of Scumbag. 424, Shishio is once again. Walking through a familiar street, Akishina had been living in Tokyo for the past month. While he was still nervous and there were many things that he was unsure about, he had gotten used to living in this bustling city. Coming back from his hometown after Golden Week, Aki missed Ayaka and thought about meeting her, and he was happy to meet her again. Even though Ayaka might have had a strange relationship with Shishio, he knew Shishio was Nana's boyfriend, so while the relationship between Shishio and Ayaka was close, it was normal since they might become siblings-in-law in the future. However, unlike Aki, the rest of the girls who stayed in the Sunahara dorm could see something was different about Ayaka, but neither of them was going to talk to him since they weren't obligated to do so. Also, it was hard to talk with Ayaka since she had always smiled and changed the topic of the conversation by pressing those girls on her boobs, shutting their mouths forcefully. While the change in Ayaka made the girls feel curious and also doubtful, Aki was more cornered about what had happened to Ayaka lately since he could see her mood wasn't good. She seemed to be depressed and worried about something. If he didn't happen to see her letting out a sigh alone in the living room, he wouldn't realize something had happened to her. Aki knew something must happen to Ayaka. While he wasn't sure what had happened, he knew something must happen. Aki tried to ask Ayaka, but she just changed the topic of conversation and smiled like usual, pretending nothing had happened. Aki was worried, but there was nothing he could do. However, Aki didn't give up and thought of a plan to cheer Ayaka up. Let's make good food. Aki happened to see a magazine that told a way to cheer someone up through food, so he thought to cook dinner today. While Aki might have messed up the dinner last time, he had grown up. He was different from his past self, and he had been reborn to a new self. Yosh! Let's make something to cheer caretaker-san up. Aki clenched his small fists together before raising them together. The people who saw him could only laugh while thinking Aki was a cute girl. However, Aki didn't hear them since his mind was preoccupied with Ayaka, and even if he heard them, he wouldn't care much either, considering how he had gotten used to being treated as a girl. In high spirits, Aki returned to the Sunoara dorm, looking straight, without noticing the motorcycle parked inside the dorm. If he noticed it, he wouldn't be in high spirits again, and his body would be deflated. Luckily, Aki was so excited that he didn't notice anything. Even if Aki entered the dorm, he didn't notice the unfamiliar shoes were placed at the dorm entrance. He just ran straight and entered the dorm to search for Ayaka, telling her about his big plan to cheer her up by making her good food. Caretaker-san. Aki called, but he didn't see her anywhere, even inside the living room. He looked around the dorm, wondering where she was, but then he heard a noise inside her room. Be careful, Ayakane. It is sensitive. Sorry, did it hurt? No, it's okay. It feels nice somehow. Really? Should I touch more? Don't be in a hurry. Do it slowly and gently. Aki wasn't sure what had happened there, but he felt so uncomfortable right now. His high spirit was destroyed instantly, and he just didn't know what to do since he heard Ayaka's voice inside with someone he didn't know. Who? Aki questioned inside his heart. He wanted to ask Ayaka, but there was something that made him scared somehow. He tried to open the door in front of him, but his body couldn't move and was stuck there. Aki stood still and was unable to move until he decided to return to his room since somehow he was afraid to be seen. However, Aki was seen by Yuzuo Yukimoto, Sumire Yamanashi and Yuri Kazumi, who happened to go home. Neither of them had a student council job, so they just wanted to go back since they felt worried about Ayaka, like Aki. They had noticed Ayaka was depressed about something, and similar to Aki, they also wanted to do something. Hey, Shina, you have gone back. Yuzuo greeted, but Aki didn't seem to hear her voice, ignoring her before entering his room. Hey. Yuzuo felt annoyed she was being ignored. However, Aki didn't seem to hear her voice. What was wrong with him? Yuzuo frowned. Yuzuo-chan, that. Yuri suddenly pointed at the unfamiliar shoes that were placed at the entrance. Yuzuo and Sumire also noticed the shoes, and they were startled since they didn't notice them before. The shoes were placed on the side, deliberately or unintentionally placed on the inconspicuous place, so it wouldn't attract anyone's attention. However, Yuri was different from an average person since she could see often take a photo of everyone from a secret place. In other words, Yuri was a stealth expert, so she could notice something that was out of the ordinary that happened in this dorm. As for the motorcycle, neither of them saw them since they hurriedly entered the dorm, and it was also similar to the shoes, considering how the motorcycle was placed deliberately or unintentionally placed in the blind spot of someone. After all, the owner of the motorcycle and the shoes was a ninja, so such a thing was possible. As for why that person did this, it might be just because of a habit or something, considering his previous experience in Rui's house. The three girls looked at each other and suddenly felt something strange. They didn't walk to their rooms, toilet, or even the living room. Instead, they subconsciously walked to Ayaka's room since Aki's reaction was so strange. They walked quietly, trying to erase their voices and noises, but a gasp came out from their mouths when they heard the ambiguous and strangely lewd voice that could be heard from inside. Their faces quickly reddened, and they were in shock. However, unlike Sumire and Yuri, Yuzuo's reaction was more exaggerated. Her petite body was launched, and Yuri opened the door without hesitation. What are you doing? Her loud voice attracted everyone's attention. However, the three girls quickly focused their attention on the people inside. As for the people inside, they were just staring at the three girls in a daze. What are you doing too? Ayaka asked with some confusion but at the same time sighed in relief since she didn't need to show the three girls something that they shouldn't see before they became an adult. However, one thing was for sure, everyone was silent, and everything became awkward. After what had happened, everyone gathered in the living room, and they understood that everyone was a misunderstanding, especially when they saw a gauze wrapped around his head. Even Aki, who had returned to his room, also joined everyone inside in relief since he understood everyone was a misunderstanding. Ayaka was just checking Shishio's wound since she was worried about him. Fortunately, the wound was alright, and it would recover soon. While they talked about how Shishio got his wound and how relieved everyone was when they knew he was alright, Yuri noticed something. Why is Shishio nii here? Yuri was confused, but when she looked at Ayaka, who smiled at her. What's wrong, Yuri-chan? Ayaka asked with a bright smile. Yuri wasn't sure why, but she shuddered and shook her head furiously. No, nothing. Ayaka only tilted her head, showing confusion as to why Yuri seemed to be afraid of her. While Ayaka didn't realize what she had done, Yuri also started to ask Shishio about the camera and photography question, considering it was rare for him to come and there were many things she wanted to ask. Shishio, you'll stay here for dinner, right? Ayaka suddenly asked with a smile. Yeah, if that's not a problem. No, it's not a problem. Eat here, alright. Thanks. The two looked at each other while smiling warmly. It might be everyone's imagination, but why did they feel their relationship became closer? However, when they thought about his relationship with Nana, they felt it was understandable, so they didn't care much and continued to talk to each other since it was quite rare for him to come, and they also weren't sure when he was going to come here again. Shishio nii, when are you going to come again? Yuri suddenly asked. What's wrong? Shishio didn't answer Yuri's question. Instead, he asked her a question since this way there wouldn't be a misunderstanding. You're really popular, Shishio-kun. But you're the only one for me, Ayaka-ne. While it was quite disappointing Shishio and Ayaka couldn't stay together and do what they did during Golden Week, there was nothing they could do. After all, Ayaka couldn't leave the children in her dorm alone, and as the caretaker, she needed to take care of everyone's needs, considering she was paid for it. The two talked to each other through their eyes without anyone noticing. I want you to teach me about photography, Yuri said with a sigh since there were many things she could learn from Shishio, but the time was limited. He was in high school, and he also had Nana as his girlfriend, so it was quite hard for him to stay with her. Wait, if I were his girlfriend, would it be possible for him to spend more time with me? Yuri suddenly blushed with that possibility, and if that really happened, she might pamper him so much that he wouldn't be able to leave her. Shishio wasn't sure why, but he felt a shudder somehow when he noticed Yuri's gaze. He put a slight distance from this girl who caused him to touch Sumire Yamanashi, who sat next to him. Sorry. No, it's okay. Sumire shook her head while hiding her facial expression through her long hair. Shishio was silent, then asked, You want me to teach you photography, right? Yes. Yuri nodded without hesitation. Shishio thought for a moment while looking at Ayaka and asked, Say, Ayaka-ne. How about we go out together? Everyone was dumbfounded by Shishio's invitation to go out toward Ayaka. However, it was normal since they were confused about what was wrong, considering his invitation was so random. It's okay, but what about everyone? Ayaka asked. They were even dumbfounded when Ayaka received Shishio's invitation. How about we all go out this Saturday? Shishio asked. Where? Yuzu was the most excited and quickly asked. It's Ashikaga Flower Park. I have heard the flowers there bloom the most beautifully in May. I can also teach you how to photograph and take your pictures there, but if you don't want to. We're going there. 4x. Ayaka, Yuzu, Yuri, and Sumire said at the same time. Okay. We'll go there together on Saturday. I'll pick you up in a car. While they talked to each other about their plan, Aki, who was on the side, also would be lying if he wasn't excited about their trip to the Ashikaga Flower Park. However, was he invited? Well, yeah, after all, Shishio wasn't that cruel. Still, Aki didn't realize that his first crush had fallen for someone else. However, neither Shishio nor Ayaka thought about Aki's feelings right now since they knew on Saturday, there were many things they could do together, and they were excited about it. 425, every day in the service club. The appointment had been made, and on the next Saturday, Shishio planned to take everyone from Sunoera dorm out to the Ashikaga Flower Park. While it might be good to take everyone too, Shishio felt it was better to take Ayaka and everyone in the Sunoera dorm alone since he had too many of his girlfriends, and bringing them together was quite troublesome, considering how it would be noisy and he was just a single person. While Shishio was quite experienced at taking care of women, taking care of a group of women was taxing. Each of them was also a single individual, and of course, all of them needed his attention. After all, they weren't a bitch who would open their legs like an automatic door in the convenience store, so he needed to be careful with how he treated them. Right now, they were eating lunch at the literature club. It might be because they had done it many times that this had become a routine for them. However, even though they often spent their time together, Shishio was still unable to pierce the last barrier to have them together, having XX some together. By the way, Shishio. You're writing a new book, right? Nana asked. Everyone was quite attracted by Nana's question and looked at Shishio curiously. They knew that Shishio loved to write, and he had written 2 stories. One was used by Shina for her manga, and the other one was used by Misaki for her anime. This time, it was the 3rd story, and they were quite curious about what kind of story it was. Yet. Shishio nodded since he didn't plan to hide the fact he wrote a novel. Is it done? Miu asked curiously since she loved his work. Not yet. Shishio shook his head and said, I want to do some research first before I finish this novel. Research? They somehow became even curious. What kind? Well, it's kind of embarrassing to say it here. What? You suddenly make us feel curious. Shishio let out a sigh when he was stared at by everyone, so he could only say, I want to do research about a ladyboy. Ladyboy. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard Shishio's words. Are you serious? I am 100% serious. Shishio nodded since what he would write needed him to know the information about the ladyboy in this country. Unlike his previous novels where Shishio could use his imagination to write, this time, it was different since he needed various necessary information to complete this novel. After all, it was different to write when one knew it, and one didn't know it. Even though it might be strange, Shishio needed to do this since he didn't want to write a half-assed novel, and he needed to thoroughly research everything before he completed this work. What kind of novel is this? Mai became curious somehow. It's not something perverted, right? Mako asked with a cheeky smile. Have I ever written something perverted? Shishio asked speechlessly. They were silent and only realized that even though Shishio had often written stories, he had never written something lewd or obscene. All of his writing was pure and delicate, unlike his real personality, which was quite raunchy. However, they suddenly understood why he could be so romantic. So what kind of story is this? Nana asked curiously. Sheena and Ritsu were also curious and kept staring at Shishio. Shishio let out a sigh and said, I won't say the details, but I want to write a story about the persistence of loss and memory, and about finding one's path through the world, with some romance and lots of delicious food along the way. What? Shishio looked at everyone who had suddenly become silent. Somehow, it is more serious than I thought, Maya said with a strange expression. Mako nodded vigorously. But I must admit if you write something related to a delicious food, it must be something good, Mai said. You know, if you write a cookbook, I am sure it'll be sought after, Saki suddenly said. Hearing Saki's words, everyone was stunned since if Shishio really wrote a cookbook, they would also buy them. Everyone had tasted Shishio's food, and they knew how delicious it was. While the conversation continued, Shishio tried to change the topic of the conversation with something else since he didn't want to spoil his book, and he also thought it might be a good chance for him to bring one of his girlfriends out to the night date. Shishio looked at Saki, and she also stared at him. Even though neither of them said anything, they nodded and had made up their plan to go out together shortly. With the matter on the literature club ending, Shishio continued his activity to the service club. As usual, the 3 members of the club gathered there together, reading a book in silence. While Shishio usually talked, causing the two to interact with him, he was unusually silent and just read his book without saying anything. Even though he had read a book, his hand didn't move, and he just stared at the book in silence. While Hikigaya felt uncomfortable by his silence, Yukinashita didn't hesitate to pierce this silence without hesitation. What's wrong, Shishio-kun? You have been silent for a while. Am I a rowdy type of person? Even I want to read my book in silence sometimes. Shishio was just thinking about his novel, and it might be because he tried to brew the feelings to write something. It was like when an actor tried to enter his character by acting as his character in the movie. He also did the same thing and wanted to understand the characters inside his story. As for his messy relationship with various girls, Shishio didn't think too much about it and just followed the flow. Worst case scenario, he just needed to date all of them together. You act like some wannabe actor or something, you know. Hikigaya said. If I became an actor, believe me, whether it is your mother, grandmother, or little sister will become my fans, Shishio said confidently. Hikigaya was silent and thought it was possible. With Shishio's charm, Hikigaya knew what kind of possibility would appear if Shishio became an actor. He felt a shudder and shut his mouth since he wouldn't wake up the sleeping giant, and it was better to let him lie down, living in his usual life without bothering anyone or else. Many guys would be harmed, considering their girlfriends or wives might be attracted by him. So what's wrong, senpai? It seems you have something to talk about with me. Shishio asked while looking at Yukinashita. Are you alright? Yukinashita asked. I am happy that you are worried about me, but I am alright, and if I need your help, I'll talk to you. You don't need to worry, Shishio said and naturally held Yukinashita's soft hand. Leave aside how you hold my hand, so naturally, I'll take your words now. Yukinashita was still worried, but when she saw him still able to flirt with her, she felt relieved. Hikigaya. Leave your matter aside. You're going to leave my matter aside. Was that the right thing to do? Uegama-san's request last week, I mean. Shishio was speechless when Yukinashita ignored him. Where's this coming from? We're doing good, right? The tiramisu was so good. Hijikagaya still couldn't forget the tiramisu that was baked by Shishio. Even his little sister enjoyed it so much and wanted him to get her again. However, it was impossible unless Shishio decided to make one again and became his brother-in-law. No, no. I can't allow this scumbag to seduce my little sister. Hikigaya vowed inside his mind. I believe you should take up any kind of challenges if it's going to help you to grow. I think it would have helped Uegama out in the long run if she did. As long as there was a chance to make herself better, Yukinashita wouldn't hesitate to take it since that was what kind of person she was. However, Hikigaya was different. Hard work won't betray you. Though at times, it will betray your dreams. Hey! Yukinashita looked at Hikigaya in confusion. Working hard doesn't necessarily mean you'll fulfill your dreams. It's more common for it not to beat fruit. But just the fact that you did your best can serve as a sort of consolation. Hikigaya gave his lifelong lesson. That's just a shallow sense of satisfaction. You're so naive. Disgusting. Ugh. Hikigaya was hurt, but then he looked at Shishio and asked, Oga, what do you think? Me? Yeah. Hikigaya nodded and asked, do you think my words are wrong? Yuki Nashida also looked at Shishio too. Shishio rolled his eyes since he didn't really want to get involved in this conversation. I don't agree with you, senpai. Oh ho? Can you tell me the reason for that? Hikigaya asked and didn't feel surprised by Shishio's rejection. However, he was quite curious as to why Shishio could say that. He already knew while the two of them were quite similar, they were fundamentally different, and this might be the reason why he was quite tolerant toward his bad talk toward him most of the time. It definitely had nothing to do with the fact he didn't see a chance to win when they fought each other. Definitely. We don't know if trying our best will help, but we do know that if we don't try our best, it won't help for sure, right? Shishio said with a smile. While Yuki Nashida nodded in agreement, Hikigaya was speechless since he had nothing to say to refute Shishio's words were right. Their hard work might not be paid. However, if they did nothing, nothing would happen. It was a simple fact, yet people made them complicated. You know, life is simple. If you want to get smarter, then study. If you don't like someone, just tell them. If you feel angry, just let it out. If you're hungry, just eat. If you want to poop, just go to the toilet. If there's something wrong, just fix it. We, humans, often make everything complicated. Shishio looked at Hikigaya with a relaxed expression and said, our egos are the source of trouble. Hikigaya and Yuki Nashida. So if you like someone, you can just confess. Yuki Nashida thought, but she shook her head since, just as Shishio said before, her ego made everything so complicated. When they thought about continuing their conversation, the door was knocked on again, and two beautiful girls appeared in front of the entrance of the service club together. However, Yuki Nashida frowned since Shishio let go of her hand naturally, but she said nothing and looked at the guests who came to their quiet club. 426, Vending Machine. The two girls that appeared in front of the entrance of the service club were Yokohama Ui and Rui Tachibana. Yeah, hello. Ui greeted everyone at the service club happily before looking at Rui curiously. Hello. Rui greeted everyone politely before looking at Ui curiously. The two had met each other along the way, but neither of them knew each other, so neither talked to each other and only gently nodded at each other before they walked to their destination. However, who would expect them to have a similar destination? Still, while Ui was good at communicating, she had never taken the initiative, so she only gently nodded again while looking at Rui curiously. On the other hand, while Rui was a good girl, she wasn't good at communicating with someone, so she also nodded at Ui while looking at her curiously. The two girls looked at each other, wondering who they were. Hello. Yuki Nashida greeted Rui politely before she looked at Ui with a blank expression and asked, what do you want? What? Ui was stunned by Yuki Nashida's reaction, then asked, am I not really welcome here? Do you hate me, Yukinon? She looked at Yuki Nashida with an unsureness and anxiety but also a hint of hope, hoping everything was just a misunderstanding. I don't. Yuki Nashida thought for a moment and said, it's more like of dislike. They both mean the same thing in girl speak. Ui pouted and complained. Yuki Nashida ignored Ui and asked, Tachibana-san, is there something wrong? You're ignoring me. Ui protested, but she also looked at Rui curiously since she didn't expect someone would come to this place beside her. Yuki Nashida-san, can I take Shishio for a while? Rui asked. As for why Rui asked Yuki Nashida, it was because Yuki Nashida was the leader of this club, and Shishio was just a member and a junior. Even though this club was relatively free and mostly did nothing, she still asked Yuki Nashida's permission since it would be rude if she didn't do so. Hearing Rui's request, Yuki Nashida didn't show much change in her expression, but she felt uncomfortable. She knew that she didn't have a right to stop Rui from getting Shishio, but she didn't want him to go out, so she looked at Rui and said, wait a moment, let me ask whether Uegama-san has a request or not. She then looked at Ui and asked, so do you need something Uegama-san? No, I don't need anything. Ui subconsciously answered as she shook her head. Then, why are you here? Yukinohita asked with a sigh. Can I just visit you, Yukinon? I want to talk with you more. Ui looked at Yuki Nashida with a puppy-like gaze, showing fear of being abandoned. Yuki Nashida let out a tired sigh. However, Ui proved to be more persistent than she had thought and kept asking her whether it was okay to eat lunch and stay with her there. Hikigaya suddenly felt it was better for him to silently leave since he could see how two girls were about to bond their friendship, and Shishio was about to meet another girl, which made him sigh. Yukino-senpai, I'll go out a bit, Shishio suddenly said and stood up from his heat. Yuki Nashida opened her mouth but then closed it again. Go. I'll go back. Shishio could see Yuki Nashida was unhappy. Even if Yuki Nashida tried to maintain her calm expression, Shishio could smell an unhappy smell from her. However, Shishio decided to pretend not to see it since it was troublesome to manage it, and there was something he needed to talk about with Rui. I'll talk with him for a bit, and I'll return to him later. You don't need to worry, Rui said calmly. Just take him if you want. Yuki Nashida knew it was wrong, and she didn't have a right to get angry, but why did she become irritated? Yuki Nashida didn't do anything and just watched the two walk away. However, Hikigaya and Ui could see how bad Yuki Nashida's mood was. Oh, right. I have baked cookies. Do you want some yukinon? Ui suddenly asked with a smile. Okay, is a tea alright? Yuki Nashida asked. Yes. While the girls seemed to be talking to each other, Hikigaya wondered whether he should walk away now. Shishio and Rui walked together to the ice cream vending machine that was well hidden near the stairs of the special building. The ice cream vending machine was on the building where the service club was located. As for why they chose this place, one was because it was quite close to the service club, and it was quite well hidden, so they didn't need to worry if someone would interrupt or eavesdrop on their conversation. Do you want ice cream? I'll treat you, Rui said. No, it's all right. I am not in the mood for it. Then how about a drink? Okay. The two chose tea and coffee before they sat on the bench together. Thanks, Rui suddenly said. For taking care of me before. Rui looked at Shishio with a gentle smile and said, I am glad that you were there back then. If he wasn't there, she wasn't sure what was going to happen to her. Well, I am also glad that you're all right now, Shishio said as he sipped the cold, bitter coffee in his hand. Rui stared at his profile for a moment before she kissed his lips. Shishio. Your lips have the taste of a coffee, Rui said after they parted their lips. What's wrong so suddenly? I am happy, though. While Shishio was speechless, he would be lying if he didn't enjoy it. Do you want more? Okay. They continued to kiss each other in this place. However, even if they kissed each other, they tried to kill their noise. Still, the sound of the tongue and saliva from their deep kiss was heard, especially when this place was so quiet. When they parted their lips, Rui blushed and looked at Shishio shyly. Rui wasn't sure, but after Shishio had taken care of her before, she felt her heart was beating so fast when she was with him. She didn't talk about this matter to anyone, but one thing is for sure, she felt happy even if she did this secretly. Can we go to the hotel before we go back? Rui asked. Shishio looked at Rui for a moment and asked, You're strangely proactive today. What? You don't like it? Rui pouted and felt unhappy by his question. No, if you're alright with it, I don't really mind. Shishio wanted to say it was better for Rui to text him instead of coming to the service club, but he didn't say it since he knew it would make her unhappy. Right, you haven't answered Momo's confession, right? Rui suddenly said. You know that. She told me. Rui looked at Shishio and said, she told me I was her friend, so she didn't want to lie to me. What do you think? Shishio asked curiously. Rui only shrugged her shoulders and said, You're a scumbag anyway. There's nothing wrong with adding one more girl. Shishio. However, can you handle all of them? Rui rudely looked at his nether region. You don't need to worry about that. If there is one thing Shishio was confident about, without a doubt, it was his little Shishio. By the way, do you want to go out with me? Rui asked. Go out? Shishio looked at Rui strangely, wondering whether this girl had confessed to him. No, I mean, to play somewhere. I want to thank you after you have taken care of me, Rui said hurriedly with a red face. I see. Shishio sighed and showed disappointment. Rui amused and asked, What? Do you want us to go out together? Shishio and Rui looked at each other for a moment, and they approached each other again, kissing as they hugged each other tightly before they parted their lips again. So. However, Rui didn't seem to forget her previous question and asked again. Say, if we really date each other, will something change between us? Shishio asked. Rui was in silence and suddenly thought of this problem. Will our relationship change? Rui was happy with their current relationship, but what if their relationship turned worse if they went out together? I am not sure. Rui shook her head and asked, What do you think? I think it is obvious our relationship will change. As for whether it is good or not, I am not sure since no one can predict the future, but I believe our relationship will be, no, it'll be even better when we date each other, Shishio said as he held Rui's hand. Shishio. Rui knew the name of the feeling inside her heart, and she didn't have a doubt. However, are you ready for it? You still have time now. Right now, you only see a good part of me, and you're blind to my bad part, or you pretend not to see it. I am a scumbag that has dated many girls, and while my heart is longing for you, I think it is better for us to take our time to understand each other's feelings before we confirm our relationship since I don't want you to think of our relationship as something that you regret in your life. Similar to Rui, Shishio wanted to hug her, made her become his, but everything was his ego. Shishio knew a feeling was something that couldn't be understood by logic, and his words were just some sophistry where he didn't want to take responsibility for this girl and wanted to play with her for a while. However, Rui kissed his lips again. But unlike their previous kiss, this kiss was a chaste kiss, and it was only a moment, but it had an impact bigger than all of their last kiss. Her feelings broke all of his sophistry since she knew what kind of feelings she had for him now. No, I won't regret it, so here now, I'll tell you that I love you, Shishio. I want you to make me yours, can you? Rui said while looking straight into his eyes. Rui had said all of that, so why should he hesitate? Can. Rui smiled and hugged him tightly and happily. Shishio hugged Rui back and would have never expected the random girl he met in Tokyo would become his girlfriend now. Rui. I love you. I love you too. Rui hugged him tighter with a smile, but... So I'll tell you that when we did it at your house, someone had eavesdropped on us. Are you serious? Super serious, especially when your cry was quite low. Shishio couldn't finish his words since Rui twisted his waist. Ouch. Ouch. It hurts. It hurts, Rui. Still, after twisting his waist and hearing his plea, Rui felt better, but at the same time, she wondered what they should do now. 427, just like this, I enjoy it. Now, I understand why he hasn't come home yet until now. Rui let out a long sigh when she thought about Natsuo. He hasn't come back until now. Shishio asked curiously. Rui nodded and said, I had heard from Uncle Akihito that he stayed at his friend's house. His name should be Fumiya or something. She had been feeling weird at why Natsuo hadn't come back for a while. Even though her relationship with Natsuo wasn't that close and quite distant, they were still step-siblings, so even if it was just appearance, she hoped they could maintain a good relationship in front of their parents since she knew how hard her mother had been after her divorce. Rui didn't want her mother to feel sad about anything, which was why she was quite worried about how this matter would end. What should I do? Rui murmured. If Rui didn't know the reason why Natsuo decided to leave, she wouldn't say anything and just let him, but that reason was her. As for Shishio, Rui didn't want to trouble him with her matter. However, Shishio was going to help her. Shishio. Rui looked at Shishio, who held her hand. Calm down. We're lovers, so what's so weird about what we're doing? Shishio asked. Rui was in silence and thought Shishio was right. They were lovers, so what was wrong with having sex? Well, if there was something wrong, it should be the place. But who would expect Natsuo to eavesdrop on what they were doing? While Rui wanted to fix the relationship between their families, she also felt slightly disgusted toward Natsuo for eavesdropping, but at the same time, she looked at Shishio and asked, if you know, he has been listening to us, why don't you tell me anything? Rui looked at Shishio with some troubled expressions. She didn't really feel angry, but she wanted to know why this guy didn't say anything when he noticed Natsuo was right outside her room. I have told you, but you didn't listen to me. Shishio let out a sigh and said, also, who was so wild at that time? You were sick before, and you should be quiet, but who would expect you to be so wild before? That was also your fault. If this guy wasn't so good, Rui wouldn't need to cry so loudly and even ignore his reminder. Also, it had been a while since she had sex with him, so she just couldn't help it since it felt so good. Rui also had a good sleep after they did it, and the next day, her health returned to normal. However, her parents didn't let her go to school yesterday, so she could only come today. She should be happy right now, especially after they had confirmed their relationship, but her feelings became depressed when she heard her step-siblings had eavesdropped on what they were doing. Her mother might have talked to her and asked whether she had sex with Shishio. While she was shy, she acknowledged it and didn't hide it since that was the fact, and she didn't want to lie to her mother. Her mother also understood and didn't stop Rui from having sex during high school or before marriage wasn't something taboo in this country, and she just reminded her to always wear protection and told Shishio to revisit their house since she needed to remind him. However, Rui forgot to mention this matter since what was important was what she should do with Natsuo. Okay, it doesn't really matter whose fault it is. What matters right now is what should we do to handle this matter. Rui nodded and knew that this wasn't a time to blame each other since they needed to find a solution to solve this problem. She looked at Shishio and asked, have you found a solution? Yet. Really? Rui was dumbfounded. Of course. How? Just pretend nothing has happened, Shishio said. What? Rui became even dumbfounded since she had never expected this solution. She thought there would be an argument or fight, but should she just stay silent, pretending nothing had happened? I can see that you're confused. Of course. Rui nodded and said, I don't understand why we should pretend nothing has happened. Then, do you want to tell him that you know him listening to us? Shishio asked. Rui shut her mouth and couldn't say anything since there was no way she could do that. Rui thought Shishio was right, and it was better not to say anything and pretend nothing had happened. Then, what should we do with Natsuo? What do you want to do? Shishio asked. What do I want to do? Rui was confused. If you just want a normal family, there's no need for you to do anything. His father will probably tell him to go home since there's no way he can stay in his friend's home all the time. He's a minor, after all. Unless he stays in the dorm or apartment alone, he still needs to return. Once he comes back, there's no need for you to do anything and just act how you usually do with him. Is that simple? Rui felt that she was stupid for thinking too much. It's that simple. Shishio nodded, but then his expression became hesitant. Unless he said nothing about us. Shishio looked at Rui and said, however, there's a chance he might talk with you and say that he had listened to us. Rui's expression became weird, strange, and uncomfortable when she thought of such a possibility. Why? She felt it was better for Natsuo to turn silent, pretending nothing happened, but why should Natsuo do something that would cause something awkward between them? Well, if I have to say, it might be because of my reputation, Shishio said. That's true. Can you at least deny me? Shishio was speechless. No, I feel what you have said is true since you're a scumbag, and Natsuo might come to talk to me, telling me to stop dating you since you're not a good guy. Rui felt it was reasonable and felt it was something normal to do since she also knew how strange her relationship with Shishio was. Rui knew this guy was a scumbag, but even so, she still wanted to be with him, and she was happy with him. However, what about the eyes of others? What would they think if they knew she dated someone who had many girlfriends? Of course, they couldn't accept it and denied her relationship. That's true. Shishio nodded, but before he was going to say something, Rui said, but I chose you. Not someone else, but you. I know you're a scumbag, and you can't be mine alone, but I want to be with you, so no matter what people say about us, I want us to be together. Shishio looked at Rui and kissed her forehead gently. Thanks. Rui was shy and blushed as she lay on his chest. So let's pretend nothing has happened, but if Natsuo-senpai comes and tells you, please tell me. I'll talk to him too, Shishio said. Okay. Rui obediently accepted his plan since she also felt it was troublesome to talk with Natsuo, so it was better to pretend nothing happened. However, if Natsuo talked to her, then depending on their conversation, she could handle it herself or talk to Shishio first. Still, Rui also knew Natsuo was a family right now, so even though she felt slightly uncomfortable, she needed to explain everything. However, Rui felt it was better to talk with her parents since as long as her parents accepted it, then even if Natsuo couldn't accept, it had nothing to do with her. But can they accept it? Rui wasn't sure whether her parents could accept her relationship with Shishio, but for now, she just wanted to be with him and enjoy their time together. They continued to talk to each other and made an appointment to meet at his normal apartment on Friday since Shishio had something to do today. Okay. Rui reluctantly sighed, but it couldn't be helped. However, when she received a key from his hand, she was surprised and asked, "This is?" "It's the key to my apartment. I might be late, but if you want, you can 6. I will visit it today," Rui said without hesitation. "Is that okay? What about your parents and Hina-chan sensei?" Shishio asked, wondering whether it was alright for Rui to go back late. "It's okay. You should know how dark the company in this country is. As for Hina-ne, she should go back quite late because of work too," Rui said. Shishio couldn't say anything since he knew Rui was right. In this country, when one had become an adult, their work was their everything. They had limited time with their families and spent most of their time at work. Even if their work ended, they would spend their time with their CO workers, superiors, or clients. It wouldn't be weird to call their company their houses. "Okay, the address is..." Listening to his address, Rui said, "Do you want me to cook something for you? Is that okay?" "Sure." Rui smiled and said, "I'll wait for you back at home." She kissed him before she left briskly. Shishio could only smile at Rui before returning to the service club since he left his bag there. Still, he was surprised when he knew that someone was still there. After all, his talk with Rui took a lot of time, it was quite late, and the service club had ended already. However, Yuki Nashida was still there, reading her book quietly. "Senpai, why are you still here? You're late." Yuki Nashida stared at Shishio with her blank expression and said, "If you're curious why I am here, you don't need to get narcissist. I am not here to wait for you. Instead, I am worried someone might steal your bag, so I wait until you come back, so don't misunderstand." Shishio didn't ask for such a detailed reason, but he must admit Yuki Nashida was cute. "Thank you, senpai. If you don't mind, how about I treat you to ramen as thanks for waiting for my bag?" Shishio asked. Yuki Nashida was in silence for a moment, looking at her book, without looking at him. There were no words between them. Shishio didn't say anything since he waited for Yuki Nashida, and as expected, she closed her book and let out a long sigh. I am not in the mood for something spicy or weird. Don't worry. This will be something delicious. Okay. Let's go. Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio, who showed a happy smile and let out a sigh again. Her mood was at its worst before, but hearing his invitation, that feeling disappeared. She wondered whether she was such a simple girl. Senpai. Nothing, come on. It'll be dark soon. Okay, okay. Don't be in a hurry. The two walked together next to each other. While Shishio joked and talked about many things, Yuki Nashida gave one or two responses, but even so, they enjoyed their time together. They were satisfied with their current relationship, but was it wrong to ask something more? Neither of them had the answer to this question now, and for now, it was better to enjoy the delicious ramen they were about to devour. 428, Dubbing. It wasn't old news that Shishio was a scumbag now. After having dinner with Yuki Nashida and spending time with Rui in his different apartment, Shishio spent his time with his other girls again. As Shishio clearly thought, he felt his time was limited and that 24 hours wasn't enough for him. However, even if his system was powerful, there was no way it could change the time for a day unless he moved to a different planet. Still, Shishio felt it wasn't a time for him to think about such a random thing when there was something he needed to do right now. As Misaki had told them before, she had booked the recording studio inside the school for her anime dubbing. She had tried to venture into a different anime genre, and it was her first attempt to create a romance anime. The romance wasn't her main strength, and she was quite clumsy, whether it was at work or reality. It might also be part of the reason why Misaki had always fallen for a scumbag. However, Misaki didn't want to stay like she was and tried to make a romance anime with a script that Shishio wrote. She was satisfied with the script and what she needed to do was to create the rest. Misaki was like a single anime studio. Whether it was illustrator, coloring, directing, or many other things could be done by her as long as it was related to anime. Misaki could also do a script, but she wasn't good at romance, so she asked Shishio, who was good at it, to write it for her. Truthfully, it wasn't Misaki's first time creating an anime with someone. In the past, Misaki also had made an anime with someone, and that person was Mitaka Jin. Mitaka was Misaki's childhood friend, her previous crush, and also Misaki's scriptwriter for her anime. Misaki was in love with Mitaka, but even if she was in love, she just couldn't be satisfied with him, and he just couldn't make her feel good. Mitaka was also in love with Misaki, but he felt crushed by her talent, so he could only reluctantly leave if he kept staying by her side. He felt he would hate her instead of loving her. However, unlike Mitaka, Misaki was able to move on, and she had forgotten about her forlorn love, embarrassing a new exciting love. Shishio, Misaki, Nanami, and Misaki's friends, Sayori Himiya, were there. The four of them talked to each other about the dubbing process for the anime. However, the four of them weren't alone, and there was Mai, Miu, Saki, Shina, and the rest members of the literature club who were observing on the side without disturbing their discussion. Kiria and USA were also there since they were also quite curious about the process of anime dubbing. It might be weird, but the location of the recording studio was at Swime Academy. Now, the question is, how does such a school have something as luxurious as a recording studio? While Swime Academy is a famous private prep school, it is also a famous art school. Whether it was a painting, singing, dancing, designer, or many other things are there. It was also the reason why Mai, who was a famous actress, decided to come to this school, considering how tolerant it was toward their students' careers. It was also the reason why there was such a huge recording studio inside the school. Shishio was talking about his understanding of the emotions of Noboru Taro, the childhood friend of Mikako Nagamine, main character, of the Voices of a Distant Star, the name of their anime. Misaki nodded and continued to talk to each other. While the two were talking to each other, Sayori Himiya and Nanami kept listening since they would be part of this project after all. While Sayori was Misaki's friend, she was also Misaki's partner. If Mitaka was in the script, Sayori was in the music, creating many BGM and helping the dubbing process of Misaki's anime. However, it was different now, considering Shishio was there. Misaki might be cheerful and seemed like an idiot, but she took her work seriously, and she wanted it to be as perfect as possible. She was a perfectionist, so she hoped Shishio would be the one who made the BGM for their anime. Shishio agreed since it was quite easy for him to make one. This somehow made Sayori unable to accept for a while, but there was nothing she could do, especially after Misaki had made the decision. She wasn't sure how good Shishio was with music, but she must admit this famous scumbag was so handsome. Shishio didn't expect a sudden reward. While Shishio felt happy, he needed to focus on his first anime first. As for what kind of reward he received, it was a famous company operating sound recording, mixing, and mastering studios in Ginza, Tokyo. While it was a small company, it has quite a reputation in this country and among the entertainment industry. Shishio said while also instructing Nanami. Nanami, have you learned your character? Still, Shishio must admit Misaki's friend was quite cute, and he wondered why Misaki hadn't introduced him until now, since if they knew each other, then… Oops, he felt he really couldn't be saved anymore. Yes. Nanami nodded. How do you see Mikako Nagamine, main character, as a character? Misaki asked. If I have to say, it is a girl who misses her crush. Good. While his script might seem complicated, it wasn't that complicated. In the end, the story of the Voices of a Distant Star was a love story that was separated by distance and time. However, can you picture yourself as a girl who is missing her loved one? By the way, have you ever been in a relationship, Nanami? Misaki asked curiously. Nanami was in silence for a moment before she glanced at Shishio. Shishio? No, not yet, Nanami answered after a moment of hesitation. What? Are you sure? But you must have been in love before, right? Misaki asked as she nudged Nanami's side. Misaki showed a bitter smile and said, it's true that I have loved someone, but I don't have any experience with going out with each other as a boyfriend or a girlfriend. Then. However, I have an experience of being separated by a distance, Nanami said. Hey? What does that mean? Misaki was confused by Nanami's words. Being separated by a distance. Shishio looked at Nanami with a complicated gaze. Nanami's words weren't wrong. After all, while they had done it on the bed together, they weren't a lover or a couple. Their relationship was probably an affair. They were together, and without a doubt, they had feelings for each other. However, there was an invisible wall that separated them, and it was something that made them unable to proceed with their relationship further. Shishio knew to break this wall, there was something that he needed to do, and after hearing the words that came out from Nanami's mouth, he felt he needed to solve that problem faster. But you don't need to worry. I'll be fine. I can do this, Nanami said confidently, since she had kept reading the script on her hands hundreds of times or more. She knew she wasn't someone with talent, so she needed to work harder. Shishio had helped her a lot, so now, she was going to show him the result of her hard work. Misaki watched Misaki's eyes for a moment, and somehow she felt she faced the main protagonist of a shounen manga. Her eyes were also burning, and she slapped her back hard. Go for it. We'll start the dubbing process soon. You two are ready, right? Yes. 2x. Nanami and Shishio looked at each other as they smiled. The two entered the recording room with a script in their hands, waiting for the dubbing to start. The process of dubbing anime was quite simple yet also complicated. In the dubbing process, the voice actor only needed to act as their characters. There was nothing complicated, and that was what they needed. If there was a difference with a movie, the voice actor only used their voices to act instead of their entire body. As for which one was more difficult, it was hard to compare, considering each of them had its own difficulties. Shishio and Nanami stood next to each other in front of the microphone while waiting for the screen to play Misaki's anime. It's my first time seeing an anime dubbing process, USA said in amazement. You should watch and learn well since it is quite a rare experience. In the future, it might be useful for you, Kiria said. Yes, sensei. USA nodded and kept watching. While the two of them talked to each other in a low voice, the girls kept focusing on the dubbing process and wanted to watch how it was going to finish. Sayori looked at Misaki, and Misaki gave her a nod. Sayori used her microphone and said, "We're rolling." She pressed the recording button and let Shishio and Nanami start their dub. Nanami would be lying if she wasn't nervous, but when she noticed Shishio's gaze, she smiled since he gave her the power to move forward and challenged her first step to becoming a famous CEO. There is a word, world. With Nanami starting her act, Shishio also started to act. He also activated his zone and pulled her into his zone, so her act would be even better. The two acted together, ignoring everyone's gaze on them, only focusing on each other's voices and the incomplete anime that was playing in front of them. Nanami, from now on, it will take 8 years and 7 months to receive each other's mail. Sorry. Her voice was full of loneliness and numbness, thinking it was impossible to meet her crush. Nanami, say, we're separated by space and the earth. Shishio and Nanami, like lovers, aren't we? Shishio, since middle school, we probably only saw each other. But a distance that takes 8 years at the speed of light is no different than, say, forever. The time between Makeki and I drifts further and further apart. That's why I have made a goal, to make my heart harder, colder, and stronger. His voice was trembling, seemingly crying all the time, yet he stubbornly grit his teeth, showing his determination to become stronger. No one could take them away, and they might not realize their eyes seemed to brim with tears since the act between Shishio and Nanami was so moving. With the scene of Mikako Nagamine, main character, falling into the enemy and her mecha being destroyed, she closed her eyes, showing a relieved expression after a long struggle. Nanami, say, Noboru. Nanami and Shishio, I am here. When those words fell, Misaki said, all right. Perfect. That wraps up the entire scene. Shishio felt tired, but then he was hugged by Nanami so suddenly. Thank you. No problem. Shishio let Nanami hug him, but it might be his imagination. He felt there were many eyes that were watching him right now. 429, Shishio, I don't see anything. It's good. It's good. It's perfect. Misaki entered the recording area happily and hugged Shishio and Nanami without hesitation, rubbing her cheeks against them. Me Misaki-senpai. Nanami was troubled and felt embarrassed. However, Shishio was silent since he enjoyed the moment when two girls hugged him at the same time. Not bad. However, when his girlfriends kept staring at him, Shishio coughed and said, Misaki-senpai, I know you're happy, but please let go of us, and can we hear the record? Sure. Come on. Misaki knew Shishio was good at this type of dull work, so she quickly brought him with her and checked the record. However, Shishio looked at his girlfriends who had joined the fun and asked, Are you sure you are going to stay with us? We're going to be late, you know. It would take a while before his job finished, so he felt it was better for them to go back. Not only was he going to check the recording, but he was also going to make the BGM for the anime too. He was going to finish his parts on this anime today, so he wouldn't waste his time again, so of course, it was going to take a while. Anyway, Misaki had booked this recording room for a day, so there was nothing to spend a long time in this place. It's okay. I don't have anything to do after this anyway, Nana said since she was living alone now, and besides playing games at her apartment and playing with Mai and the rest of the girls, and Shishio on the bed, she had nothing to do. Also, she didn't lie when she said it was quite interesting to watch the dubbing process. Everyone was the same, and even Kiria also gave a similar response since it was fun to see something like this. Kiria suddenly wondered whether it was possible to create a movie in the future. Even though we're a literature club. However, Kiria still had his job, so he couldn't stay too long and left shortly. Everyone, except for Kiria, had made up their decision to observe together, and Misaki, who was the head of this project, didn't really mind, but she told them to be quiet. They agreed and quietly observed them. However, they must admit that when Shishio was serious, he was really handsome, so even if there weren't many things they did in this room, they enjoyed his profile from the side. Sheena even took out her drawing book and quietly drew him. While everyone was watching, it didn't really interrupt their discussion about the dubbing check. This part, you should add this kind of noise. Also, this part. Shishio kept talking, and Misaki agreed to every one of his words since even if she was an ultra genius in the anime, in terms of music and voice, she lacked experience. After talking, Shishio felt his throat was quite thirsty, so he said, I'll go out and buy a drink first. Oh, let me go with you. I want to talk more. I'll also treat you to the drink, Misaki said. Are you sure? Shishio asked. Sure. I'll even treat everyone here to dinner tonight. Misaki slapped her chest, causing them to tremble several times. Her chest was huge, but the number of her assets was also huge since she had done many works in the anime industry. Shishio glanced at Misaki's chest for a moment before he looked away. Good, that's what you say. It was only for a moment, but Misaki noticed his glance and gave him a thoughtful expression. The two left and went to the vending machine to buy a drink, but before he left, he asked the rest whether there was something they wanted to drink. When Shishio left, USA was the only male in this room, and he knew he should be happy. However, why am I not feeling happy? USA was in silence, staring at Ritsu, who read quietly on the side of the room. He wanted to talk, but he was afraid to interrupt her. He felt sad, but suddenly, he thought about his last advice to Shishio before and remembered Shishio would invite everyone to the theme park. USA was happy with that chance and also wanted to go to the theme park too. However, USA wondered whether he should pay for everyone's ticket. Do I have enough money? USA wasn't sure, but he felt it should be enough, right? I need to work harder. USA suddenly felt he needed to work more, so he stood up and said, everyone, I'll go back first. I need to do a part-time job. He had to work a part-time job, went to the theme park together with his crush, and confessed his love. Looking at USA's excited expression, they thought this kid loved a part-time job so much. Still, while they were here, they talked with Sayori since there were many things they didn't understand about this recording room. While the girls talked happily to each other, Shishio and Misaki walked next to each other and talked about how to make this anime become better. I plan to play our anime in the comic expo that will be held shortly. What do you think? Misaki asked. The anime isn't ready yet, right? Aren't you too fast? Shishio asked. Of course, I need to be fast. The advertisement is also an important part of the anime. Don't you see how many animes that will be aired in the summer have already been advertised? You can now see many of their posters on the street and trailers on the television. Even Shishio also entered the radio, joining various programs to advertise the anime, Misaki said excitedly. Well, that's true, but didn't you tell me you weren't interested in how well this anime would be? Shishio asked speechlessly. Shishio, of course, knew how a single anime could be chained with many entertainment industries, whether it was music, seiyuu, toys, videos, or many other things tied together with an anime, showing how important an anime was to this country's economy. But, of course, it was hard to create an anime, and Shishio could also see how Misaki often stayed late at night to make her anime. Misaki might often be called a genius, but before she was a genius, she also worked hard, so hard that one couldn't imagine. Unlike Mitaka, who just worked hard half-heartedly, Misaki truly worked hard, so it wasn't surprising if he was left to the dust by her. Say, Misaki-senpai, I have a rude request, Shishio suddenly said. Hey. Misaki blushed and looked around nervously before she sighed in relief when no one was around them. She showed a shy expression and asked in a quiet voice, do you want to rub my breasts? Shishio looked at Misaki and wondered how she could come to such a conclusion. Okay, come here. I have also wanted to do this naughty thing with someone who isn't my boyfriend. I wonder how it feels, especially when we do it at school and when someone might notice us. Misaki had prepared herself. She leaned on the wall on the corner of the school building with 2 hands on her back. She lifted her chest slightly, so it would be easier for him to touch them. But be gentle, alright? Don't be like before. Misaki looked at Shishio with upturned eyes, waiting for his naughty act. Stop. Stop. Shishio couldn't let Misaki continue with her nonsense. While it was true, he was interested in her boobs. It didn't mean he wanted to touch them. While it couldn't be denied that he was interested in her boobs, it didn't mean he was thirsty enough to do such a deviant act. Are you sure? Misaki asked while looking at Shishio. Unlike her usual dumb expression, Misaki was like a cute girl right now. Well, she's a cute girl. Shishio couldn't deny that Misaki was a cute girl, but he couldn't deny how disappointing this girl's personality was, so he flicked her forehead without hesitation. Ouch! Misaki cried as she rubbed her forehead. Don't say something stupid. Come on. Buy me some drinks. You're going to regret giving up a chance to rub my boobs for a mere cheap drink. I am not. You don't need to worry. My girlfriend's boobs are bigger than yours. Rude. Rude. You're so rude, Junior-kun. Also. Misaki looked around and asked in a whisper, have you touched Nana's boobs? Did they feel good? She had seen how inhuman Nana's boobs were, and she was also quite curious about them. Do you think I'll tell you? Shishio was speechless. How stingy. Shishio rolled his eyes since Nana's boobs were only his. They were only for him, and he wouldn't let anyone touch them beside him. Well, maybe, his children when they were babies since they needed milk from their mother. Right, my request, I almost forgot to say it. What? Misaki asked unhappily. I might plan to create a video streaming website, so I'll upload that anime in the future. It's okay, right? Shishio asked. Video streaming website? What is that? Misaki was confused. Also, do you plan to make a website? She even became dumbfounded. Well, keep this matter quiet. I don't want anyone else to hear it. Shishio made a quiet gesture. Misaki nodded and made a zipper gesture, showing she would keep her mouth shut, but then she said, well, it's okay. You can do what you want with the anime since you also own the copyright, but Shishio-kun, you have too many secrets. She put her finger on her lips with a smile. I wonder what kind of secret you have been hiding. She somehow felt the school forum or the famous art website, Pixuf, might be related to Shishio, but she didn't have proof, so he didn't say anything. You will know it soon, so just be patient. Come on. Put your money in the vending machine. Didn't you want to treat me? Shishio said when he was right in front of the vending machine. Misaki pouted, but she obediently took her money, choosing many drinks for all of the people inside the recording room while putting those cans of drinks in Shishio's hands. Hey! Hey! I am just one person. There's no way I can hold that many drinks at the same time. Help me, senpai. Shishio couldn't help but complain when Misaki kept putting the beverage cans in his hands. If he didn't have an enhanced balance, he believed he would drop all of those beverage cans on his hands now. He. Misaki laughed happily and said, I have treated you, so you need to become my gopher, Junior-kun. It had been a while since she used Junior-kun to call Shishio, but she must admit it was pretty fun. You're unreasonable, senpai. Shishio let out a sigh and gave up arguing since he knew this girl's mind worked differently from normal people, so the more he talked, the more tired he was. Shishio-kun, can you lower your head a bit? Misaki suddenly asked. What's wrong? Choo. Shishio felt something wet on his cheek before he saw Misaki laughing in front of him. That's my reward for today's hard work. Come on. Let's go back. We still have a lot of work to do. Shishio was in silence and glanced at the corner of the corridor for a moment. Shishio-kun, come on. Don't be slow. Okay, okay. Shishio shook his head and decided to ignore this matter, pretending he didn't see anything since this matter was really troublesome. Still, he really wondered what was wrong with his luck. 430, you have to protect your women well. Shishio must admit his luck was weird. He didn't have a doubt. His luck was great since he could get a system and created a harem too. If he said his luck was bad, he knew many people would rampage toward him. However, Shishio also felt weird because of his luck too. Why did he feel it was weird? It was because there were some accidents here and there whenever the girls around him tried to give him a reward, kissing, hug, or something else, to him. Shishio thought about the day when he took care of Rui when she had a fever, and someone suddenly came in the middle of his treatment. Luckily, this person didn't interrupt his treatment, and Rui was alright the next day. However, the damage had been done, and this person had caught him and Rui in the act. Still, Shishio had a feeling this person wouldn't say anything and pretended nothing had happened. However, Shishio also had a feeling this person would also try to come and talk with him, trying to tell him to break his relationship with Rui. Shishio didn't think too much about this since every person in this world had their own opinions, so if this person wanted to tell him to break with Rui, he was okay with it, but whether he would really break with Rui or not, that's impossible, right? Anyway, leaving the matter of this person aside, Shishio thought his meeting with this person during his act with Rui was just a coincidence, but who would expect, a few days later, a troublesome thing to happen? While Shishio didn't do the act with Misaki, she had kissed his cheek, and it happened to be seen by someone who had a crush on her. As for who that someone was, he didn't need to spell him out, right? Suddenly Shishio wondered whether he had the ability to suck out the luck of another person, but it was better to think about this matter later since he was going to visit Ayaka and Suno Arasua since he had promised to take everyone out to the Ashigaka Flower Park. Shishio nii. Yuzu Yukimoto waved her hand excitedly when she saw Shishio walk out of his car. Yuzu, good morning. Your clothes suit you well. They're cute. Shishio praised. He. Yuzu laughed embarrassedly. Unlike most people who called her Chan, she loved how Shishio called her by using her name directly, which made her face hot. Shishio nii, are you a lilicon? Yuri Kazumi asked curiously. That's something that you shouldn't ask a man. Also, I am just praising her, there's no meaning behind my words, and you also look beautiful today, Yuri, Shishio said helplessly. He, thanks. Yuri laughed happily. Shishio rolled his eyes, then looked at Sumire Yamanashi, who stood beside Yuzu in silence but looked at him expectantly. He could tell this girl wasn't good at communication, and it might be because of her height that she had always worn something mature, even though she wanted to dress with something cuter. Those clothes also look great on you too, Sumire. Thank you, Sumire said quietly while looking away, trying to hide her blush. But don't you want to wear something cuter? I think they'll suit you well. No, something cute isn't suitable for me. Sumire was embarrassed and furiously shook her head. Of course not, right? Shishio said while looking at Yuzu and Yuri. Yeah, you look cute in that dress, Sumire-chan, Yuzu said honestly like a good child. Yes, you should wear those cute clothes every day. Yuri said with a smile, but somehow there was a hint of a tease on her words. Really? Sumire seemed to believe their words. Of course. 3x. The three of them said at the same time, reassuring Sumire that cute clothes would be suitable for them. Still, Shishio suddenly felt weird since he was flirting with a middle school girl. Even though he was a high school student right now and their age difference between them was just 2 or 1 years, he felt weird somehow. There was just something immoral somehow, and he knew he needed to stop, or else this conversation would continue to the place where it shouldn't be. Ah, Shishio-kun. Ayaka ran toward Shishio and hugged him as usual. Sumire, Yuzu, and Yuri. Ayaka-ne. Shishio also hugged Ayaka's soft body. He wanted to kiss her here and now, but there were 3 girls and 1 young boy watching them, and he knew he shouldn't show an inappropriate thing to them. Sorry, I am not ready yet. Can you wait for a while? Ayaka said and sounded apologetic. No, it's okay. I have heard the Ashikaga Flower Park is the best place to be seen at night. We're still early right now. Shishio then moved closer and whispered, I just want to see you as soon as possible, so I come early. Ayaka laughed happily and hugged him tighter, rubbing her face against his neck. She then kissed his cheek sneakily, which caused the 3 girls and 1 boy to be in shock. Ayaka-san. 3x. Yuri, Yuzu, and Sumire were dumbfounded and shouted together. However, Akishina was in shock, and he couldn't believe what he had seen. Shishio rubbed his slightly wet cheek and felt this woman was really a succubus that was born to tempt him. He he he. Ayaka only laughed naughtily at everyone, then said, "Have you eaten yet? There's still some breakfast in the kitchen." "Really? Then I'll eat." Shishio might have eaten, but he didn't mind adding another food to his stomach since it was cooked by Ayaka. He also couldn't get fat no matter what, so why not? "Phew phew phew, then come in," Ayaka said and pulled Shishio inside. However, the girls looked at Shishio and Ayaka in doubt and wondered why their relationship seemed to be closer than before. Still, they couldn't ask since they had entered, so they quickly chased after them. Akishina was also confused before he followed them since he also felt suspicious of the relationship between Shishio and Ayaka. Shishio ate some foods that were cooked by Ayaka while she cleaned up the house and prepared herself to go out. While he ate, he could see Yuzu, Yuri and Sumire wanted to ask him something, and he could tell they were about to ask him a troublesome question, so he looked at Akishina and asked, "Aki, can you tell me something?" "Ah, yes." Aki was startled and looked at Shishio nervously. "You don't need to get nervous. I am just curious about you," Shishio said with a chuckle. "Me? You're curious about me?" Aki was dumbfounded. "Is it something so surprising? After all, you're the only male in this dorm," Shishio said simply. "Male? 3x. Sumire, Yuzu and Yuri only realized Aki was a male, but they couldn't be blamed since it was hard to treat Aki as a male, considering his appearance and how he behaved every day. Still, when they realized this, they started to wonder whether it was alright for a male to stay in the same dorm as them, considering how this dorm was made for a girl in the first place. "I have heard you're coming from Shizuoka." "Ah, yes. I am from Shizuoka, Oga-san." Looking at Aki, who was all stiff and tense, Shishio had already given up telling him not to get nervous in front of him. "Tokyo is quite far from Shizuoka, and you come from such a far place here alone. You're also in your first year of middle school, so is there something you want to do by coming to the school in Tokyo?" He wondered whether Aki had some motifs at why he came to Tokyo instead of studying in Shizuoka. If Aki was a high school student, Shishio wouldn't be surprised if he wanted to study in Tokyo. However, Aki was just a middle school student, so Shishio was quite curious. I want to be treated like a man." Aki said nervously. "A man? Yes." Aki still answered in a low voice. "But aren't you one?" Shishio asked with a strange expression. Aki was dumbfounded while looking at Shishio. "What's wrong? Or you don't have that thing there?" Shishio asked curiously. "Oh, of course, I have it." Aki quickly said with a red face. "Then you're a man." Shishio smiled and said, "And, I think coming to Tokyo alone has already made you a man, though." Really? Aki looked at Shishio, hopefully. "Of course." Shishio nodded since there weren't many guys who dared to study out without their parents' presence during middle school, but then again, when he thought about how cruel the work hours of the people in this country were, he also felt natural that the children in this country were quite independent. I am a man." Aki murmured with a happy face and felt his decision to come to Tokyo was right. However, Aki didn't know if Ayaka didn't tell him his gender in the first place, Shishio might think of him as a girl. Shishio must admit Aki was a simple guy, but he felt it was understandable since he was only in first year of middle school. However, he felt every guy was a wolf no matter how old they were, and he wanted Aki to move. However, Shishio wasn't in a hurry since it was a long-term plan. "Shishio and can I ask you something?" Yuri suddenly asked. What's wrong? Is it about the camera?" "Well, that one too, but can I ask why you're like Ayaka-sans?" "Sorry for the wait." Ayaka came to the living room, and she had dressed up. While her usual plain attire was sexy, her dressed-up appearance was even more amazing, especially her chest. While Ayaka was attractive, Shishio had been baptized by many women in this world, so after he praised her, he glanced at Aki, who was stunned and couldn't look away. He frowned slightly and knew that while Aki was practically harmless, Aki was still a man, so he knew he needed to protect Ayaka well, and he was quite proficient at protecting his woman. "Should we go now?" With those words, they started their trip to Ashikaga Flower Park, and at the same time, Shishio started his plan to protect Ayaka. Ayaka was sitting next to the passenger seat, next to Shishio. She looked at him with a smile and asked, "Do you want to eat a snack, Shishio-kun?" "I can't eat them while driving." "I'll feed you, of course." Ayaka took out the pocky and fed Shishio. "Open your mouth, ah. Shishio opened his mouth and let Ayaka feed him. He kept eating until he put her finger in his mouth before quickly letting go of her fingers with a complaint. "Why did you let your fingers enter my mouth?" He. Ayaka only laughed happily. While Shishio and Ayaka were flirting, they didn't realize there were 4 people who kept staring at them from the back seat area. Stare, 3x. Yuzu, Yuri, and Sumire kept staring, looking at Shishio and Ayaka in doubt. However, Aki, who was in a happy mood, didn't know why but felt his chest tighten somehow. Is it just my imagination? Aki knew Shishio was Nana's boyfriend, so nothing would happen between Shishio and Ayaka, right? With that belief in his heart, Aki still stubbornly believed. 431, Flower Language. We have arrived. Yay! Shishio parked the car while the 2 middle school girls were screaming happily when they saw they had arrived. Don't run around so suddenly, alright? Don't get separated, so any of you won't get lost. Before they entered, Ayaka reminded the 4 of her tenants. If they were nearby the dorm, she might not say much, but the Ashikaga Flower Park was located far away from the dorm, and if they were lost, she would be worried to death. Shishio listened quietly while observing the expression of the 4 middle school students in front of him. While the 3 girls seemed quite excited, he could see Aki was quite depressed. When Shishio saw Aki, he wondered whether he was too cruel since Aki was just a first-year middle school student. However, Shishio didn't make a compromise on the matter of a woman. Aki also wanted to become manly, so wasn't it better for him to move out of a dorm filled with women instead? Still, while Aki felt slightly complicated and confused, the girls were pretty excited about this trip. I know, Ayaka-san. You don't need to worry, Yuzu said with a pout, feeling unhappy being treated as a child, especially in front of Shishio. Kaiku, president, is so cute. Sumire suddenly had a nosebleed when she saw Yuzu, who pouted since Yuzu was too cute. Shishio was in silence, looking at Sumire's reaction. What's wrong, Shishio nii? Yuri asked curiously since she could see Shishio was looking at Sumire weirdly. Is the relationship between Yuzu and Sumire so close? Shishio asked quietly. Still, he was slightly worried about Yuri since it seemed this girl had been observing him for a while, and even if he frowned for a moment, she noticed it, which made him realize this girl was a potential Yandere. Not that I mind it, though. The only problem was Yuri was a middle school student. Even though Yuri grew up well, Shishio felt it was better to wait for a while until she reached legal age. Wait, why have I made a conclusion? Will I do something to her? Shishio suddenly held his head, thinking he was an undeniable scumbag. He had made a move on Nana's older sister, Ayaka, yet he wasn't satisfied, and he was going to reach his claws toward the tenants of Sunoera dorm. Shishio suddenly felt Aki was several times better than him as a person. However, Shishio had never thought of himself as a good person since. After all, he was a scumbag. How could he become a good person? Of course, we study in the same school, stay in the same dorm, and we're also members of the student council. Isn't it normal for us to be so close to each other? Yuri said with some confusion, but then she asked worriedly, are you all right? Do you have a headache? I am okay. Thanks for asking. Shishio gently patted Yuri's head and said, come on. I'll teach you how to take a picture later. Yeah, yes. Yuri blushed slightly before she walked right to his side. They didn't enter immediately. Instead, they went to the ticket booth to buy the entrance ticket, but Yuzu suddenly asked, Shishio nii, I have never asked it before, but what's so special about this place? Everyone. Shishio looked at Yuzu speechlessly and asked, you don't know what's so special about this place, yet you're so happy before. Hehe. Yuzu only laughed embarrassedly. However, Shishio decided to forgive her since this girl was cute. Still, Shishio didn't feel surprised by how confused Yuzu was since even though the Ashikaga Flower Park was fairly famous, many people didn't know about it. It might be because of his invitation that made her excited. Yuzu didn't really care where she would go, and she just felt happy when she thought she would go out with Shishio. Her feelings were pure, and somehow it made Shishio feel he was dirty for some reason. While they had entered the Ashikaga Flower Park, it didn't mean they could see the flower park right away since it was surrounded by walls, so it was impossible to see the inside unless they entered. Kaiku. Sumire had a nosebleed again because of Yuzu's cuteness. Shishio stared at Sumire for a moment before he said, the Ashikaga Flower Park is like a theme park about flowers. Theme park. Somehow even if Shishio only gave such a short explanation, they could understand how amazing this place was. Do you have your favorite flower, Yuzu? Shishio asked curiously. Favorite flower? Yuzu thought for a moment and shook her head. I have never thought of it before. If Shishio didn't mention this place, she might not know about this, and while she loved flowers, she wasn't familiar with them. Somehow, she felt embarrassed again and wondered whether she had given him a bad impression. It's normal if you don't know since a flower isn't really necessary in everyday life. You don't need to get embarrassed. Still, have you heard about flower language? Flower language? Yuzu looked at Shishio curiously. Yes. Shishio nodded and said, Yuzu, your name means orange. Did you know an orange has a flower, and it also has a meaning? Really? What's the meaning? Yuzu asked curiously. The meaning of orange is purity. Your purity equals your loveliness. Your name suits you well. If you don't have your favorite flower, how about you make an orange blossom into your favorite flower? Shishio said softly. Lo lovely. Yuzu's face was so red, and her heart was beating so fast when she heard such a sweet sentence from his mouth, but then she smiled happily. However, she couldn't look at Shishio whenever she saw his eyes, she felt jumpy, and she just couldn't stay calm. Ayaka, Sumire, and Yuri. Me. What about my name is Shishio Nii? Yuri suddenly asked. Yuri, hey? It means lily, right? Yes. The flower language of a lily is a refined beauty. It suits you well. Even though Yuri's personality was quite doubtful, Shishio must admit this girl was beautiful. He. Yuri also smiled happily. Shishio-kun. Ayaka hugged Shishio's arm, trying to get her attention, showing how unhappy she was since he kept flirting with the rest of the girls even though his girlfriend was right beside him. My bad. Shishio smiled and patted Ayaka's back gently, hugging her waist. Ayaka was embarrassed when she was hugged in public, but she didn't love away from him. Sumire, Yuzu, and Yuri. By the way, how about my name? Ayaka suddenly asked since she was also curious about whether she also had something like a flower language or not. Sorry, your name doesn't have anything like Yuzu or Yuri. Even if Shishio remembered every meaning of the flowers in this world, there was something impossible. After all, the meaning of Ayaka was a colorful flower. What is the meaning of a colorful flower? Nothing. It is just a literal meaning, and there is no flower language about it. But even if you don't have such a meaning, you're still as beautiful as a flower, Ayaka-ne. Shishio-kun. Ayaka hugged Shishio tightly and happily. Shishio patted Ayaka's back and felt he was really witty. Ayaka-san. Don't do something immoral. We're in public. Yuzu reprimanded Ayaka, feeling jealous and furious with her immoral act. Shishio Nii, you too. Don't let Ayaka-san seduce you. Yuri also reprimanded Shishio. He. Ayaka only laughed and didn't seem to reflect on her mistake. Okay, we have bought the ticket. How about we enter now? Shishio said, changing the topic of the conversation. Hearing his words, they agreed without hesitation and walked toward the entrance of the Ashikaga Flower Park. Still, Aki thought he should learn about flower language later since he felt he could make Ayaka feel happy. However, Aki didn't know Ayaka could only feel happy with Shishio, not him. However, Shishio wasn't a demon, and he wouldn't remind Aki, letting him realize everything by himself, so that way, Aki could grow up faster. While Ayaka, Yuri, and Yuzu felt happy and excited when they were about to enter the Ashikaga Flower Park, and Aki was thinking about learning about the flower language, there was one girl who was still hesitant and felt tangled since she was the only girl whose name hadn't been mentioned by Shishio. Sumire knew it was quite hard for her to be truthful to herself, and she also wasn't sure how to express her feelings since she also wanted to hear the meaning of the flower in her name. Similar to Yuri and Yuzu, her name also had the meaning of a flower. Sumire means violet. It's a beautiful flower with a lovely scent. Sumire wanted Shishio to tell the meaning of the violet too, but with her personality, it was quite hard for her to ask so. She also didn't know whether the meaning of her name was good or not, especially when she thought about her body. What's wrong, Sumire? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Shishio asked worriedly. Shishio Nii. Sumire was startled, and then she realized she had been standing still, without walking. She was a bit panicked and tried to sort a suitable word to say, but she didn't expect to be teased by him. Or do you want to hear the meaning of your name too? Shishio asked with a smile. Sumire's face was so red. Shishio Nii. She might be quiet, but it didn't mean she couldn't get angry. She felt slightly unhappy when she was teased by him and pouted. Okay. Let's go, or else everyone will be worried about you. Sumire opened her mouth before she closed it again since she knew she had missed her chance to ask him about the meaning of the flower language of the violet. She felt uncomfortable, but then she heard him say, by the way, Sumire, your name has a meaning of a violet, right? Yes. Sumire answered nervously. Shishio smiled and said, do you know the meaning of a violet? No. Sumire shook her head since if she knew, she wouldn't be troubled like this. The meaning of the violet is faithfulness, and that's why I like Sumire, violet, a lot, Shishio said softly. He said he liked the violet by calling it Sumire, so it caused a double meaning that he loved the flower and Sumire too. Shishio Nii. Sumire. What are you doing? Come on. Yuzu shouted hurriedly since she wanted to enter the Ashikaga flower parks as soon as possible. Come on, Sumire, Shishio said and walked away. However, he didn't realize Sumair's face was so red that she might be mistaken for a tomato. Wait for me, Shishio nii. Walking by his side, Sumair felt her steps were lighter, and she was glad to come to this place. 432, it's hard just to be with the two of them. Shishio nii, even though you have said this Ashikaga Flower Park is a theme park for flowers, you haven't said anything about what's so special about this place. As they were about to enter the Ashikaga Flower Park, Yuzo couldn't help but ask. She might be shy after being praised as lovely by Shishio before, but her curiosity was deep, so she couldn't help but ask him. If I have to say what's so special about this place, then it has a different theme every month. Theme? Yet. Shishio nodded and said, we're lucky that we came in May right now. Why are we lucky? If I have to say, May has the most beautiful theme since wisteria flowers bloom this month. There were 8 themes inside this Ashikaga flower, and each theme had its own beauties. Whether it was spring, summer, autumn, or winter, this place showed a different type 8 times a year. In May, the theme of this place was a wisteria story. It was the most beautiful and sought-after theme among all the people who came to this place since the wisteria flowers were so beautiful in this place. Hearing his explanation, they couldn't help but fasten their steps into the park. Come on! Come on! Yuzu, Yuri, and Sumair ran in the direction of the park before they looked at the park in awe. Even Aki, who came later, was also in awe when he saw a park filled with many colors. This scene was so breathtaking and also captivating. When the 4 middle school students walked away, Shishio held Ayaka's hand. Ayaka was also amazed by the beautiful flowers in front of her, but then her smile bloomed even brighter when her hand was held by Shishio. Why don't you do it when you're in front of them? Is that okay with you? Shishio asked. Why not? It isn't like we're doing wrong, right, dear? Ayaka looked at the 4 of them, who were too attracted by the scene before them. After making sure, they didn't seem to look in their direction. She moved closer and kissed his cheek. Feeling his slightly wet cheek, Shishio looked at Ayaka, who smiled mischievously at him, thinking this woman was really a succubus. By the way, have you been here, Shishio-kun? Ayaka asked curiously. No, it's my first time here. While it wasn't his first time coming to a flower park, it was his first time coming here. In the past, Shishio had gone to the flower parks on Inoshima with Saki and Nana. 2 places were different, and each of them had its own beauty. In this place, Shishio could see the beauty of the flowers to the fullest. In Inoshima, Shishio could see the beauty of the flowers with the sea. He. I took your first time then, Ayaka said with a laugh. Shishio looked at Ayaka for a moment and felt his body was quite giddy. The 2 Sunoera sisters might have the biggest pair of boobs that Shishio had seen, but there was a huge difference between the 2 sisters. If the little sister was quite naughty and loved to do a prank, the older sister was gentle but sensual at the same time. By the way, do you like flowers, Shishio-kun? Ayaka asked. I love them. Shishio must admit he loved flowers since they symbolized many meanings and they reminded him of many things, but if he was told to choose one, what he loved the most about flowers, then it was because it reminded him of how he had moved on. His lover in his previous life was unforgettable, and he still couldn't forget about her, but even so, it was already impossible for them to meet each other, so he needed to move on. The process wasn't easy. It was difficult. It was like how a flower died before it was born again from the leaves, seeds, branches, or other things until it slowly bloomed into a beautiful flower again. Still, unlike before, Shishio had many flowers now and not only one, which made him sigh at his progress. While Shishio was in deep thought, suddenly Ayaka kissed him again. However, Ayaka didn't kiss his cheek. Instead, Ayaka kissed his lips. What's wrong so suddenly? Shishio asked speechlessly. It was only for a moment, yet her sweet scent and wet lips were felt on his lips. It was nice and soft. Shishio wanted to do it again, but he needed to know why this succubus suddenly kissed him. You don't like it? Ayaka asked with a smile. No, I love it. Come on. We have paid, and it'll be wasteful if we don't use our time to walk around, Shishio said as he patted Ayaka's back gently, thinking it was better to be patient since she was already his and she wouldn't escape. He needed to find a quiet place, so he could taste those lips thoroughly later. Ayaka smiled and held his hand. She wasn't sure why he showed such a melancholy expression before, but he had become cheerful again, making him happy. However, his lips are nice. Ayaka touched her lips and felt her entire body jolted with electricity. Ah! Shishio nii and Ayaka-san are holding hands again. Looking at 4 middle school students who got excited because of holding hands, Shishio and Ayaka looked at each other and could only smile warmly, watching this scene. The 4 of them didn't know why, but they felt annoyed somehow. Still, Aki felt his stomach churn and become uncomfortable all of a sudden. He thought to go to the toilet, but somehow he decided to hold it since he was afraid many things might happen if he left and he was afraid of that. Even if the four of them felt slightly uncomfortable, they quickly forgot about that feeling when they arrived at an 80-meter tunnel made of white wisteria. Wow! While they marveled at this scenery, Shishio and Yuri didn't forget their first intention to come to this place. You should hold your camera steadily without moving. Use the right angle and natural light from the Sunday. Hearing his explanation, Yuri felt the door was opened for her, and she felt she could become even better with her photography. She then noticed Sumayer's gaze and gave a confirmation nod with her usual fox-like eyes. In response, Sumayer showed a beautiful smile and another nosebleed. Shishio only glanced at the two girls in silence. He wasn't sure what kind of hidden transaction happened under his nose, but it had nothing to do with him. While he took the photo of Ayaka and Yuzu, he suddenly noticed Aki's expression was slightly strange. What's wrong, Sheena? Ah, no nothing. Aki shook his head furiously. Do you need to go to the toilet? Shishio asked. Even if Aki tried to lie, he knew this guy wanted to go to the toilet from his expression alone. Ah. Aki seemed to be found out, and he could only nod. The toilet is over there. Do you want me to send you there? Shishio asked. No, it's all right. I'll go there alone. Aki shook his head since it felt embarrassing when he thought he needed someone to send him to the toilet. The location of the toilet, while it wasn't that far, it was quite troublesome to go there, considering this place was similar to a maze. We're going to stay here. You don't need to be afraid. We're not going to leave you, Shishio shouted. Yes. Aki answered before he walked toward the toilet hurriedly. He's sure a problem. Yuzu let out a sigh when she looked at Aki, then quickly approached Shishio and asked, Shishio nii, can you let me see the photos? Sure. Shishio showed the photos to Yuzu, and she couldn't help but exclaim. Wow! Yuzu couldn't believe that she was so beautiful in the picture and it was like seeing someone else, but she knew the one inside the photo was her. Can I ask for the picture later, Shishio nii? Sure. You can have the data later. Shishio nodded without hesitation. He didn't really want to keep Yuzu's photos since he was afraid many misunderstandings might happen. Even though Yuzu might be a middle school student, her body wasn't much different from an elementary school student. She was different from Yuri or Sumayer, who had a grown-up-like body. Her body was petite. In other words, Yuzu was a loli. Shishio was afraid he might enter jail, so he was going to give all the data of Yuzu's photos to Yuzu herself. Shishio nii, can you give me the data too? Sumayer suddenly asked excitedly. Sure. Shishio wasn't sure why Sumayer wanted Yuzu's photos, but he didn't see a rejection from Yuzu, so there shouldn't be any harm, right? However, when Shishio saw Yuri's expression, he knew something must happen. While they talked to each other, Yuzu suddenly wanted to go to the toilet. Sumayer was worried about Yuzu, so she followed. In the end, Yuri also decided to join, leaving Shishio and Ayaka alone. It sure is hard just to be with the two of us. Shishio let out a sigh, thinking he might be able to get a chance to be together with Ayaka in this Ashikaga flower park, but who would have thought the three female middle school students tried to get his attention. But now, we're together, right? Ayaka smiled. The two were sitting on the bench next to each other. When Shishio realized this, he moved his lips forward and kissed her lips. Ayaka. Shishio moved his head slightly and smiled. Yeah, we're together now. He was so glad they were alone right now since he just wanted to monopolize her blushing face. Geez. You should tell me if you want to do it. Ayaka pouted and showed she was unhappy even though her heart was beating so fast right now. My bad. My bad. By the way, how about we take a picture together? Picture together. Yeah. Shishio hugged Ayaka's waist to move her closer and said, 1 + 1 =. Ni, number 2 in Japan, ... Ayaka showed a bright smile as they took their photo together, and when she saw the result of the photo, she said, Shishio-kun, can you print the photo later? I want to put it on the frame. Ni is like a cheese in Japan when you take a picture. Should I get the frame for you? No, I will take care of the frame since I like to do this kind of thing, Ayaka said with a smile, but then, she asked, by the way, next year, let's visit my hometown. Your hometown? Shishio was confused and asked, isn't your hometown in Tokyo? I mean, my grandma's house. She's in Shizuoka, Ayaka said. Let's visit her then. Thanks. Ayaka rubbed her body at him. She didn't know why just staying with him and hearing he agreed to her invitation made her feel so happy. By the way, Ayaka-ne, I think wisteria is a suitable flower for you, Shishio suddenly said. Eh? Why? Ayaka was surprised. Do you know the flower language of wisteria? Ayaka shook her head innocently. It's an eternal beauty. Like you, I think you'll stay beautiful as always every day, from now on and even in the future. Ayaka didn't say anything and just kissed his lips. Shishio also didn't say much and just hugged her waist, so they could become closer. The bench where they sat was quite hidden since it was located behind trellises with many wisteria flowers. They kept kissing until someone interrupted them. Caretaker-san. Oga-san. Where are you? Hearing this panicked voice, Shishio and Ayaka parted their lips, and the two could only laugh bitterly, thinking they might need time with just the two of them alone. However, the fire was burning, and there was no way to stop it. Still, they weren't in a hurry. They were going to hold it until they couldn't hold it anymore, letting it explode when they were alone together. 433, Nice Dream. After watching the scenery in Ashikaga Flower Park at night, they stood in awe since there was a massive difference between a day and a night. If on the day, the wisteria would show its natural beauty presented with the help of sunlight. At night, the wisteria showed its beauty with the help of illumination. Each of them had its own beauty, but if one wanted to ask which one was their favorite, without a doubt, at night since it was more romantic. The night when one couldn't see anything and when the sun had gone, only darkness was left, the illumination brightened the park along with all the wisteria flowers and other flowers in this park. While it was beautiful and most people loved it, Shishio didn't know why. He felt it was too exaggerated. On the other hand, he loved to see the wisteria flower that wasn't illuminated by the light or the illumination. Instead, he loved to see the wisteria flower located on the edge, which was illuminated with the natural light from the moon and stars. Those lights might not be the brightest ones to see, but there was an indescribable beauty that made one couldn't look away. It gave a mystical and aloof beauty as if trying to tell the world and everyone in this place that even without those artificial illuminations, it could show its beauty proudly to everyone. That image struck him, and when he took a picture of it, whether it was Ayaka, Yuzu, Yuri, Sumire, or Aki must admit, this might be the best photo he had taken today. However, even if it was the best, this wasn't Ayaka's favorite. Her favorite was a photo she had secretly taken with him on the bench together. Still, while they were in awe and wanted to stay here a little longer, they needed to return since the longer they stayed, the longer they returned. However, even if they showed various sophistry and even cried, Ayaka wouldn't listen to them and reminded them to go back, especially when she saw Aki had become sleepy. Aki was really sleepy. After all, he had walked around the Ashikaga Flower Park and also come to the toilet earlier. His mind was also constantly challenged when he thought Shishio and Ayaka might do something secretly together. Fortunately, nothing had happened, and it was time for them to go home, so all the exhaustion he had accumulated over the day burst out and made him sleepy. Yuzu, Sumire, and Yuri could only sigh, but they also agreed to go back, especially when they saw how Aki couldn't even stand up properly and almost fell from time to time because he was sleepy. Also, it seemed his yawn was contagious that the three of them also felt slightly sleepy, which quickly alerted them. In the end, Shishio had to carry Aki in his arms since this guy was sleeping. Looking at his feminine features, he sighed and knew he must be cruel toward this little guy. He knew some people might think he was exaggerating since, without a doubt, Aki was just a kid. However, even if Aki was a kid, he was still a young man. Shishio was once a young man, and he knew a young man was like a horny monkey. They were full of hormones that couldn't be released. If he was around Aki's age and also stayed in Sunoarasu, he didn't believe anything would happen. Something must be happening. However, Shishio also knew Aki's personality was different from theirs, so something might not happen. Still, it wouldn't hurt him if he took precautions before everything was too late. Shishio put Aki on the back and let him sleep soundly before he sat on the driver's seat again. By the way, Shishio NII. What's wrong, Yuzu? Thank you very much for treating us and bringing us here. 3x. Yuzu, Yuri, and Sumire said at the same time that they were grateful for his care and how he had taken care of everyone's tickets and food during their trip to this place. They were just middle school students. They didn't have much money, and they also couldn't take a part-time job since only a high school student could take one. Which was why they were grateful for Shishio. It's all right. You don't need to worry. I am the one who invited you, after all, and it isn't like we'll do this every day, so you don't need to be so formal like that. Shishio must admit the three girls behind him were really good girls, but at the same time, he wondered how out of millions of people in Tokyo, they were able to meet a scumbag like him. However, it didn't really matter since right now, he didn't have an interest in them, considering there was a succubus right beside him. Ayaka only looked at Shishio with an innocent smile before she asked, "Oh, right, you're going to stay tonight, right?" Shishio looked at Ayaka for a moment and asked, "I brought a car, though. Unfortunately, there's no parking space around your dorm. There might not be one around my dorm, but there's some nearby. I'll guide you there later," Ayaka said with a smile, and from her words alone, it had already been decided Shishio would stay in the Sunoara dorm too. Shishio glanced at the three girls through the back mirror, and they didn't seem to show any reactions, but he asked anyway since, unlike before, he stayed in the Sunoera dorm when there was only Nana and Ayaka. This time, there was Yuzu, Sumire, and Yuri. Even if they were just middle school students, they were still a girl, literally. Shishio was a male, and of course, his stay was bound to have many problems. Well, it's okay, isn't it? Shishio Nii is tired after driving so far and also walked around the park earlier. Isn't it better for you to stay with us at the dorm, resting there for a night before you go home tomorrow? Yuri said. Hearing Yuri's words, Sumire and Yuzu also didn't see a problem. However, Sumire suddenly asked, Shishio Nii, where are you going to sleep? When this question fell, the car suddenly turned in silence. The Sunoera dorm was quite huge, but of course, there was a limitation since, right now, every room was fully occupied. Therefore, there was no vacant room in the dorm. Even if there was a vacant room, it was either a storehouse, bathroom, or living room. Either way, those places weren't a place for one to sleep. However, this question was unneeded since, without doubt, Ayaka had prepared a place for him to sleep. If she didn't, why should she invite him before, right? Still, even if Ayaka had prepared a place for him to sleep, there was no way for her to tell everyone where he would sleep since she was afraid to taint their pure minds. My body is small. I don't take much space on my bed, so Shishio Nii can sleep with me, Yuzu suddenly said with a blush. Not only Shishio but Ayaka, Yuri, and even Sumire were dumbfounded by Yuzu's outrageous thoughts. Sorry, but I'll stay in the living room, right? Ayaka-ne. Shishio quickly said that he was afraid he would stay in prison instead of Sunoera dorm. Is that okay, Shishio Nii? Yuri asked worriedly. It's okay. I have slept there before, Shishio said. You have stayed in the dorm before. 3x. Yuzu, Yuri, and Sumire were dumbfounded before they looked at Ayaka at the same time. Ayaka only smiled and said, yes, he had stayed before during Golden Week. Yuzu, Yuri, and Sumire somehow felt betrayed by Ayaka, but they couldn't say anything since they were going home during Golden Week. Okay, you don't need to think too much. His body is tough and strong. It isn't a problem for him to stay in the living room. Ayaka pulled the collar of his shirt slightly, showing his muscular shoulder and neck. See? Gulp. It might be just a shoulder, yet they didn't know why. It made their throat dry somehow. Don't pull my shirt so suddenly, Ayaka-ne. You'll make the fabric around the collar baggy. Shishio was speechless at Ayaka, but he also felt speechless at 3 middle school students behind him, wondering why they were so precocious. Anyway, it had been decided Shishio would stay in the Sunoera dorm tonight, and somehow it brought a thump to the heart of 3 girls. On the other hand, Ayaka could smile bitterly since she also knew how dangerous his charm was. However, I'm sorry. While Ayaka was gentle and kind, Shishio was a different matter, and she also didn't want him to turn into a criminal, so tonight, she was going to tame this beast. Still, among everyone, Aki was peaceful. He slept soundly, without any interruption, while having a nice dream. Caretaker-san. Fortunately, no one heard his mumbling since everyone was too focused on what was going to happen tonight. Shishio parked his car, and he carried Aki in his arms. Aki was sleeping soundly in his arms and didn't seem to wake up even if he was carried by him. Shishio looked at Aki speechlessly and felt strange when this guy tried to hug him, but he quickly evaded, letting him curb his body slightly. He wasn't sure why, but he could feel many envious gazes aiming in his direction. Well, it isn't me. Aki didn't know why, but he frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable, but soon, his expression changed again, and he became comfortable again. Let's go back, Shishio said. They nodded and didn't want to waste their time staying any longer. The summer was nearby, so the temperature was slightly warm at night. Shishio suddenly realized it might be his first time spending a summer in this country, and he wondered how hot it was, compared to the country where he was born in his previous life. Well, no matter how hot it is, it shouldn't be as hot as Death Valley, right? Anyway, Shishio walked together with everyone while talking to each other quietly since they didn't want to wake Aki up. The distance between the parking space and Sunoera wasn't that far, and before long, they arrived. We have arrived. Yuzu said happily. Come in, Shishio-kun, Ayaka said with a smile. Hurry up, Shishio-ni. Yuri pulled Shishio's hand. Shishio-ni. Sumire kept staring at Shishio. Looking at the 4 females who were looking at him expectantly, Shishio took his first step to Sunoera. It might not be his first time here, but it was his first time staying with so many females in this place. Still, everything had nothing to do with Aki since he was sleeping so soundly and had a nice dream, thinking everything would be alright tomorrow. 434, anything can happen tonight. Shishio put Aki on his bed gently before he put a blanket over him. Looking at Aki, who was sleeping soundly, he felt weird at that moment. He might have gotten used to sleeping together and being gentle with a woman most of the time, but it was his first time doing this with a male. While Aki had a feminine appearance, without a doubt, this guy was a guy. However, Shishio didn't want to wake Aki up. It was better for Aki to sleep as much as possible, having a nice dream, so he could have a nice night with Ayaka. Shishio walked out of Aki's room and quietly closed the door. Is Akun still sleeping, Shishio-kun? Ayaka asked. Yes. Shishio nodded with a sigh. He sleeps so soundly. Ayaka chuckled and said, You'll also sleep so soundly tonight, alright. What do you mean by that? Shishio wanted to ask a question, but he didn't have a chance since he was pushed by Ayaka. What's wrong? Take a bath first. I am sure your body is full of sweat since you have walked in the park there, Ayaka said gently. What about the others? Shishio remembered that Yuzu, Yuri and Sumire also wanted to take a bath. It's okay. They can go later. You should go first. After all, they might feel uncomfortable letting a guy take a bath with the water of their used water. While there was something wrong with Ayaka's phrasing, Shishio was too lazy to argue, but he asked, Do you want to take a bath together? Ayaka stopped and blushed before leaning forward, pressing her chest towards him. Shishio knew Ayaka's chest was amazing, but this was outrageous. Do you want to take a bath with me? Ayaka whispered right into his ear. Ayaka-ne. Ayaka blew hot air into his ear and kissed his cheek. Let's do it early in the morning since it is too dangerous to do it tonight. She then smiled since she could see his blushing face and felt happy she could tease him, but who would have thought her butts would be slapped? Slap. Kaie. Ayaka touched her butts together and stared at Shishio with a blush. Shishio-kun. You naughty boy. She pulled his ear, then whispered, Wait until everyone fell asleep. With a flushed face, she quickly ran back to her room. Shishio looked at Ayaka's back for a moment before he looked at the palm that he used to slap her butts. While her boobs were outrageous, her butts were audacious. Shishio let out a sigh and thought the Sunoera gene was too amazing. He shook his head and decided to take a bath first since he needed to calm himself. After taking a bath, they gathered in the living room together, looking at the photo taken by Shishio. Yuri took her laptop and transferred some photos that she loved from memory. Yuzu, Sumire and Ayaka also huddled together while looking at the photos together. On the other hand, Shishio was sitting on the side while reading a novel he had brought with him. Still, while they looked at the photos on the laptop, they glanced at him since his appearance with his bangs was kind of cute. While he was reading, he felt a glance from his side. He closed his novel and asked, What's wrong? No, it's kind of nice to see your bangs down like this, Shishio-nii. It's kind of cute, Yuri said with a smile. Shishio wasn't sure why, but it felt weird to be called cute by a middle school student. Thanks, you're also cute, Yuri. Yuri's fox-like eyes turned into a crescent, showing a happy smile. Cough. Cough. Yuri, show the next photos, Yuri said with a pout. Sumire didn't say anything, only glanced at the two from time to time. Ayaka didn't seem to care about their banter. Instead, she looked at the laptop curiously, trying to understand it, considering she wasn't good with technology. Now that you mention it, did you bring your own clothes with you, Shishio-nii? Why didn't I see you bring them with you earlier? Yuzu suddenly asked. Hearing this question, Sumire and Yuri also looked at Shishio together. It was kind of weird since they didn't see him bring clothes when he came with them to Sunoerasu. However, when he had taken a bath, he had changed his clothes, which was something weird from where he got them. When you were in your room before, I went back to my car to take some clothes. Shishio then looked at Ayaka and said, Right, Ayaka-ne. Yes. Ayaka nodded before she stood up and offered. Do you all want some warm milk? Yes. 3x. Yuzu, Yuri and Sumire agreed without hesitation and forgot about what they had asked. Shishio looked at Ayaka and thought this woman was quite crafty, but he didn't hate it. After all, if someone thought carefully, they would think of a hole in his alibi, considering how the three girls had looked around his car and didn't see any clothes there. It was also the reason why Ayaka changed the subject of the conversation, so no one would ask him again. Also, having warm milk at night would help them to sleep faster. Shishio must admit Ayaka really couldn't be underestimated, and as expected, the girls quickly became sleepy. Yuzu and Sumire wiped their eyes slightly while yawning. My, you should go and sleep, Yuzu-chan, Sumire-chan, Ayaka said and helped Yuzu and Sumire to go to their room, leaving Shishio and Yuri alone in the living room. However, she didn't say anything since, according to the setting, Shishio was going to sleep in the living room, and Yuri asked for a photo from Shishio. Also, Yuri's eyes were like a fox, so it was hard to see whether she was sleepy or not. However, Shishio and Ayaka could tell Yuri wasn't feeling sleepy, so neither of them said much to her, even though the two of them wanted to go to the room now. When Ayaka, Yuzu, and Sumire left, Yuri suddenly asked, Shishio and can I ask you something? What's your relationship with Ayaka-san? If there's nothing wrong, she'll be my sister-in-law, right? Shishio answered plainly, but suddenly a photo was presented in front of him. It was his photo with Ayaka together, closely like a lover. But you two are like lovers. Yuri looked at Shishio with a smile and asked, are you two dating? But I am dating Nana, Shishio said. Is there a rule that one can't date two girls at the same time? Yuri asked while tilting her head. Shishio closed his book and faced Yuri directly. Still, he must admit her position was quite ambiguous. Yuri wore pajamas, causing her neck and the upper parts of her chest to show through a collar, especially when she leaned forward. Her collar dropped slightly, causing a huge gap opening. Shishio wondered whether Yuri did this deliberately, but he didn't ask her or glance at it since he knew this wasn't a time for that. Unlike before, Yuri opened her green eyes, staring at his profile with a serious expression. Shishio only smiled as he flicked her forehead gently. Ouch! While it didn't hurt, Yuri showed a grievance expression when her head was flicked. You're so sharp, Yuri, but it's still too early for you to understand. You should go and sleep, Shishio said. Yuri pouted and said, don't treat me like a child, Shishio and I am also a woman. I can also get pregnant. There were many things Shishio wanted to say, but he held them. You're not wrong. I date Ayakane and Nana at the same time. Really? Yuri was surprised and asked, is that okay? The two sisters are okay with it, but I know this isn't something we can be proud of talking to someone else, so I hope you can keep this a secret, alright? Shishio said. While it was something happy and amazing for him, it was a different matter for Ayaka and Nana since the public would think they were easy. He didn't care about his reputation since he could shut the mouth of the people who tried to mess him up, and he also had a strong mentality, so it was hard to hurt him, but his women were different. While they might be strong and love him, Shishio knew it would be wrong to take everything as something for granted. He needed to take care of them and protect them in this way. They wouldn't regret becoming his women. What to do? I might tell someone about this. Yuri said with a smile. Shishio was speechless and slapped Yuri's butts. Kaie. Yuri quickly covered her butts with blush and complained. Shishio and what are you doing? Still, she didn't hate the feeling of being bullied by him. You're younger than me, and you have learned to blackmail me. Shishio felt he might be too gentle and felt it was necessary to tell this girl not to mess up with him. Yuri pouted and said, I won't tell anyone, but can we go out together? Alone? Yuri nodded without hesitation. I date two girls at the same time, you know. Is there a rule for a man not to be able to date three girls at the same time? Yuri once again showed her unique rhetoric again. Say that again when you're older, but I don't mind if you want to go out with me. However, I can't do it right away. Okay. As long as you have promised, we can go out anytime, Yuri said cheerfully. Shishio showed a helpless expression as he patted her head gently. Go back and sleep. I am quite sleepy after driving for so long before. Okay. Yuri nodded and said, good night, Shishio and She quickly pecked his cheek before she ran away, but before she left, she stuck out her tongue cutely and returned to her room. Shishio looked at Yuri speechlessly before he shook his head and continued to read his novel. He wondered what was so good about this scumbag, but someone hugged his neck. Ayakane. He. Ayaka laughed and rubbed her face against his. Shishio smiled and threw his novel away, pulling Ayaka on his lap while hugging each other. Ayaka hugged his neck tightly and whispered, they have slept. Really? Shishio didn't say much nonsense and brought her to her room. Ayaka was shy, but she didn't move away from him. Either way, the two decided not to sleep tonight. Aki woke up in the middle of the night since he wanted to go to the toilet. After releasing the water on his body, he was about to sleep again since he was sleepy, but his heart was beating so fast when he heard a strange cry. Ghost! Aki was startled before he ran away back to his room, covering his body with a blanket with a trembling body. He had closed the door and everything, so nothing would enter, but then he realized the strange cry was coming from Ayaka's room. However, Aki was too sleepy to think, and before long, he was sleeping. Luckily, Aki quickly fell asleep, or else he might see something he shouldn't see. 435, Sunoarasu is a nice place. When someone sleeps early, they wake up early. Yuzu, Sumire, Yuri, and Aki, who had slept early because they were tired from playing around yesterday, had woken up quite early. As grown-up teenagers, they also felt hungry, considering they were still in a growing-up period. Usually, Ayaka would wake up early in the morning and prepare breakfast, but who would have thought she hadn't woken up, making them wonder what was happening. Morning. Hearing this voice, they turned and saw Shishio come out of the toilet. They suddenly understood why they didn't see him when he told everyone he was going to sleep in the living room. Morning, Shishio nii. They greeted him, but Shishio asked, so what's wrong? You have a frown on your face. He didn't need an answer since he heard a loud growl from their stomach. Yuzue blushed and lowered her head shyly. Kaiku. Sumire had a nosebleed when she saw how cute Yuzue was. I wonder where Ayaka-san is. Yuri was confused, then looked at Shishio and asked, Shishio nii, do you know anything? Shishio glanced at Yuri and said, she might be tired from yesterday's trip since she has to take care of you. Ah. They somehow felt guilty since they had troubled Ayaka many times, so they didn't realize she was tired. Looking at their guilty expression, Shishio was riddled with guilt at that moment since he didn't expect they would be so honest. Couldn't they doubt him a bit? Shishio sighed inwardly and felt worried about their future, but he must admit they were cute. If you don't mind, how about I make breakfast for you? Eh? Really? 3x. Sumire, Yuzue, and Yuri were surprised. Aki was dumbfounded. Yes. I can only make something simple, though. Shishio knew it was his fault for Ayaka not being able to wake up in the morning, and he also felt guilty for letting the 4 middle school students in front of him become so hungry. Please. 3x. They didn't hesitate and asked him to cook for them since they were curious about his food. Okay, let's go to the living room and wait there. Don't disrupt Ayaka's rest. Shishio pushed them gently to the living room since he was afraid to wake Ayaka up. They nodded while making a quiet gesture. While Aki, Yuzue, and Sumire seemed clueless, Shishio could see Yuri seemed to look at him with doubt. Shishio titled his head, showing a confused expression. Yuri stared at Shishio and felt there was a conspiracy, but she hadn't found evidence, so it was better for her to quietly lie down, waiting for a chance to catch him red-handed. However, even if Yuri caught him red-handed, she wouldn't tell anyone and kept it to herself. That way, it would even be fun. Phew. Shishio suddenly shuddered and glanced at Yuri. Luckily, he was well prepared, or else he would be caught red-handed by this naughty girl. With a slightly messy appearance, Ayaka woke up and felt at a loss when she saw no one was right beside her, but then she noticed a note on her side. She smiled when she read the note, before being dumbfounded since she realized she had woken up late. While Ayaka might be bold and also happy to do that with Shishio, she felt embarrassed if the people in this dorm knew what they were doing. Also, she forgot to prepare breakfast, which made him quite panicked since it had been a while since she woke up quite late. Ayaka woke up in a hurry before she flinched since her legs were quite wobbly. In the end, she sat down on the edge of the bed for a moment and wondered whether Shishio could stay for a night again. Ugh. I can't think of that. Ayaka blushed and felt that place throb, especially when she thought about how intense they had been last night. Ayaka rested for a moment before she stood up slightly and walked toward the living room. Strangely, it was so quiet, which made her confused, and she wondered whether the 4 middle school students would be still sleeping. If so, she would feel relief since she hadn't prepared anything. However, who would expect Yuzue, Sumire, Yuri, and Aki were there, eating breakfast quietly and with vigor. Ayaka-ne, good morning. Hearing this familiar voice, Ayaka's face flushed, then greeted Shishio with a bright smile. Good morning, Shishio-kun. Yuzue, Sumire, Yuri, and Aki realized Ayaka was there and stopped eating before they looked at her figure for the first time today. They didn't know why, but they felt something had changed about her. Ayaka's hair was slightly messy, and she didn't tie her hair in her usual ponytail. Her complexion was rosy, yet there was exhaustion shown on her face. However, one thing was for sure. She became even more beautiful and alluring. Aki was in a daze before he lowered his head since he didn't dare to look at Ayaka. However, Sumire, Yuzue, and Yuri looked at Ayaka in a daze and said, Ayaka-san, you're so beautiful. Eh? Really? Phew. Ayaka laughed and asked, have you eaten breakfast? Do you want to eat? She was too embarrassed to mention why she became beautiful and quickly changed the topic. Hearing Ayaka's question, Yuzue quickly said, Ayaka-san. Ayaka-san. Shishio nii's food is so delicious. You should try it. Eh? Shishio-kun has cooked. Ayaka was surprised and looked at Shishio. Shishio was in the kitchen and prepared a portion for Ayaka's breakfast. I know you're tired, so I have cooked breakfast in your place. Thanks. Ayaka smiled sweetly and sat on Shishio's side without hesitation while eating the breakfast prepared by Shishio, but when she ate, she was silent since she didn't expect it would be so delicious. Ayaka was in silence for a moment and said, Shishio-kun, tell me the recipe later, alright. She looked at Shishio with a serious expression since, for the first time, she felt she had lost to him. Okay. While Shishio wasn't sure why Ayaka had glared at him, it was better not to touch something carelessly since he was afraid he might be told to stay outside of her room later. Watching the interaction between Shishio and Ayaka, they somehow felt their relationship became even closer, which made them slightly uncomfortable. Only Yuri curled her lips upward, showing a mischievous smile. However, everyone had gotten used to seeing how close Shishio and Ayaka were. Still, that didn't mean they were alright with it. By the way, caretaker-san, Aki suddenly called Ayaka. What's wrong, Akun? Ayaka looked at Aki curiously. Is there a ghost in this dorm? Aki asked worriedly. Ghost. 5x. Not only Ayaka but Shishio, Yuzu, Sumire, and Yuri also showed confusion, but some of them showed a scared expression. Shishina, what were you saying? That there aren't any ghosts in this place. Yuzu said stammeringly with a pale face. Kaiku. Sumire had a nosebleed, looking at how cute Yuzu was. Shishio. Ghost? There shouldn't be one here. You might be dreaming, Akun, Ayaka said gently like an elder coaxing a little child. Bulletin, but when I went out to the toilet last night, I heard a strange cry in the corridor. When Aki thought at this moment, he felt weird because of the cry. It sounded painful and eerie. However, if it was someone else and Aki wasn't feeling sleepy, the person who heard that cry would say differently. However, no one could dispel Aki's doubt since the cause of the cry was. Ayaka flushed slightly and twisted Shishio's waist. Ouch! Ouch! Ayaka-ne! Shishio felt miserable since his waist was twisted by Ayaka. It might seem weird, but no matter how strong the human body was and how tough they had tried their durability, they would feel pain when they were pinched or slapped. It was the case with Shishio since it felt hurt when Ayaka pinched his waist. However, Ayaka felt that it had become a problem and thought it might be hard to do it with Shishio if Aki was here. Her dorm only accepted a girl, and Aki was an exception since she thought he was a girl. She knew there was bound to be a problem when a guy and a girl lived together. Ayaka felt it was better for Aki to move, but with her gentle personality, she wouldn't mention this matter directly and decided to put this matter aside. However, Ayaka knew there would be a problem if she wanted to do that with Shishio, considering Aki's room was on the first floor. Caretaker-san. Aki looked at Ayaka worriedly since she thought there was really a ghost in this place. Of course, there isn't a ghost in this place. You might hear a sound from the outside since the wind was quite intense last night, Ayaka said gently. Intense, eh? Shishio only glanced at Ayaka and didn't say anything. However, Ayaka flushed and felt embarrassed, pouting at Shishio slightly. Still, the pout of an older woman was adorable, Shishio thought. Shishio somehow wanted to visit Hiratsuka since he knew she spent most of her days either sleeping, reading manga, playing games, or drinking alcohol. If she wasn't a beautiful girl and his girlfriend, he would think of her as an uncle. Unfortunately, Shishio had an appointment with Tachibana Hina today, so he couldn't stay with Hiratsuka. Shishio somehow could imagine what Hina wanted to talk with him about, but he really wondered whether it was morally okay when he had decided to go out with the big sister of his girlfriend. While they talked to each other, Ayaka asked, Shishio, will you stay tonight? Sorry, I have something to do today, Shishio said and felt regret for rejecting Ayaka, especially when he thought how wonderful their night was, especially her muffled voice, which made him hard every time. I see. Ayaka felt disappointed, but then she kissed his cheek. Okay, do your best with your work, okay? She knew Shishio was working, so she thought that was the case today. Shishio wasn't sure why, but he felt he was a guilty husband who had cheated on his wife. However, Ayaka was okay with this relationship, so there was no need to entangle with this problem so much. Still, the scene of Ayaka kissing his cheek was shown to everyone, and they couldn't help but shout, Ayaka-san. On the other hand, Aki could only watch this scene stupidly while wondering whether he was dreaming. Still, Sunoaru was so merry today. 436, dull trip but my teacher is hot. When it gets cool under the night sky, I'll be back to being a lonesome kid, so take me to the amusement park. As the neon signs fade. With the BGM of the random music on the radio, Shishio watched the scenery of the coast through the window of the car. While it might be fun to open the window to feel the wind from the sea, he didn't do that since he had been to a place near the sea several times, so the scenery before him felt slightly dull for him. Still, while it might be dull, the situation he watched this scenery was quite unique since he was watching this scenery together with a woman who happened to be his teacher and sister-in-law. Without a doubt, if anyone saw them, they would think they had an affair at this moment. While Hina Tachibana hummed the song happily, she noticed Shishio's expression was slightly strange. However, her mood was naturally good right now, so she asked cheerfully, what's wrong? Nothing. Shishio shook his head and said with a sigh, I just felt like we're having an affair. Hina was dumbfounded and almost lost control of the car. Hina-chan sensei. The car. The car. You're going to get us killed. The two quickly stopped on the side of the road before they sighed in relief. Hina puffed her cheek and lightly hit his shoulder. Shishio-kun, what were you saying so suddenly? She felt her heart almost jump out at that moment. Still, her face was so red since she also felt the same somehow. However, even if she had to die, she wouldn't admit it no matter what. Sorry, I won't say that again. Shishio was almost dead before, so he had decided he wouldn't say something stupid again. Hina let out a sigh of relief and patted her chest slightly since she was still frightened when they almost crashed into another car. Luckily, Shishio was there and moved the car, so they wouldn't crash into each other. Do you want me to drive? Shishio asked. Can you? Hina asked. After all, her body was still shaking since she had almost crashed the car. Truthfully, I was having a scare when you told me you were going to drive a car by yourself. Why? Hina was unhappy with Shishio's words. You know, I thought you were a clumsy type of woman who would put an egg on the microwave and let it explode there. Shishio hadn't finished his words, but he could see Hina was looking away. Don't tell me you have done that. He was so speechless and wondered how there was someone so stupidly cute in this world. It's not my fault. I thought I could cook an egg faster in the microwave. Hina showed her sophistry. Shishio twitched his lips and wondered why there was such a huge difference between the two sisters. Rui was good at cooking, yet she was expressionless and wasn't good at communicating. On the other hand, Hina wasn't good at cooking, yet she was good at communication. Shishio suddenly wondered how the two sisters of the Tachibana family had grown. However, when he thought about it slowly, he knew that even if some sisters were similar to each other, most of them were different from each other, considering how they were two different people. Even if they had always been together, their personalities were different. By the way, do you want me to drive? Shishio asked. Shishio-kun, you're a high school student, right? How can you drive a car? Hina suddenly asked since she realized this scumbag was a high school. As for previously, she might be in a daze to answer his question, considering he was so dependable. It's okay. I have driven a car to Inoshima before. Also, isn't it better than a teacher who is asking her student on a trip like this? Shishio asked with a teasing smile. Hina. Okay, sit in the passenger seat. Let me drive the car. While your income as a teacher isn't bad, it'll be a disaster if you crash this rental car, right? Hina could only pout, but she obediently followed his words, letting him drive, and frankly, she regretted why she didn't tell him to drive from the beginning since it felt so nice. She didn't feel bumpy and felt she was driving a Rolls-Royce while the truth was she was driving on Suzuki. By the way, Hina-chan sensei. Shishio called, but Hina didn't answer. Hina-chan sensei. Geez, Shishio-kun. You shouldn't call me sensei. Hina pouted while looking at Shishio unhappily since she didn't want to be called sensei by Shishio during this trip. Well, that's true. I shouldn't call you sensei since it can give us a lot of trouble. Shishio nodded. Hina couldn't say anything since she asked him not to call her sensei because of her selfish desire, but she only realized the danger caused if he called her sensei during this trip and heard from someone. She sighed in relief since she had realized this before it was too late. Hina-chan. Hina was stunned while looking at Shishio. Can you call me again? Hina-chan. Shishio looked weirdly at Hina and asked, what's wrong? It gives me a tingling feeling on my body with someone younger than me calling me Hina-chan somehow. Hina flushed and felt slightly embarrassed, but she didn't hate this feeling. Also, while she didn't say anything, it made her body throb slightly. Hina squeezed her legs slightly since it had been a while since she did that with her ex-boyfriend, considering how they had fought each other before. Shishio suddenly smelled an intense yet familiar smell from Hina, but he didn't say anything since, as a gentleman, sometimes, it was better he pretended he didn't notice anything. By the way, Hina-chan. Yes. Why are you so nervous? You make me feel kind of weird. It's your fault. How can you call my name Chan so calmly like that? Hina was also quite annoyed since Shishio didn't show much embarrassment like how a young man should be and called her name Chan brazenly without much change in his emotion. She pouted and felt unhappy. She somehow wouldn't feel satisfied if she hadn't succeeded in teasing him. However, why did she feel her percentage to win was quite small? No. I can't give up so easily. Hina furiously shook her head. Shishio looked at Hina speechlessly and asked, by the way, can I ask something, Hina-chan? What's wrong, Shishio-kun? Hina, who had calmed down, asked calmly. Shishio ignored Hina's competitive spirit and asked, why are we going to Kamakura? Out of many destinations they could choose, she decided to bring him to Kamakura. Still, he would be lying if he didn't feel curious about this place since it was the old capital city during the Kamakura shogunate. What? You don't like it? Hina asked. No, truth be told, I love it. I like a place where there are many traces of history, so I am glad you invited me here, Hina-chan, Shishio said with a gentle smile. Hina was in a daze for a moment before she looked away, staring at the sea while stammeringly answering, is that so? Shishio laughed and said, you're so cute, Hina-chan. Shishio-kun. Don't tease your teacher. They bickered with each other while laughing. Neither of them mentioned Hina's ex-boyfriend or Rui since it might be their current understanding of each other that made them do this. But even so, their conversation wasn't awkward, and everything was so natural. Still, it's surprising you can get a driving license for a car, Hina-chan, Shishio said. Hey? Are you looking down on me? Hina felt unhappy again and wondered whether this scumbag was born to piss her off. No, I don't mean it like that. You should know there aren't many people in this city who get a driving license after all. Unlike people in other areas, Tokyo was convenient. There was a lot of public transportation, and they connected everywhere. Along with the price of land and house in this country, most people were too lazy to get a driving license. Really? Well, I am not one of them. I also have a license to drive a motorcycle after all. Hina proudly showed her two driving silence to Shishio without hesitation. Shishio only smiled, then asked, by the way, Hina-chan, can I ask you something? What's wrong? Hina asked while looking at Shishio curiously. Has Natsuo-senpai gone home? Shishio asked. Natsuo-kun. Hina let out a sigh and said, I wonder whether he's on his rebellious period. So he hasn't gone home? Shishio asked. Now, you mention it where you have heard Natsuo-kun hasn't gone home. Hina asked curiously since she was sure she had never mentioned this problem to Shishio. From Ruine. Ah, I see. Hina looked at Shishio while thinking the relationship between Shishio and Rui was so good that they could share with each other secretly. She should be happy, but she felt slightly uncomfortable. By the way, as for Natsuo-kun, he went home yesterday. I see, that's good. Shishio nodded while sighing in relief inwardly. Is your relationship with Natsuo-kun close? Hina asked curiously. Not really. His relationship with Natsuo was far from close. Shishio wouldn't even be surprised if Natsuo wanted to beat him up after what he was doing at Tachibana's house with Rui. Then why did you feel relief? Hina felt confused. I am just happy for your family. Can I? Shishio felt it was too troublesome to explain the matter of Natsuo, so he quickly changed the topic of the conversation and said, anyway, we're about to arrive at Kamakura. Where are we going after this? Wait for a moment. Let me check the guide. Hina quickly put a guidebook in her bag and opened the page that she had bookmarked. This one. Let's go to this famous sweet shop. Okay. Let's go there. Shishio nodded and agreed, but then he asked, by the way, Hina-chan. You're going to treat me, right? Hina looked at Shishio speechless and wanted to pull his cheek somehow. Okay. Okay. Let me treat you. Yahoo! How generous! Hina let out a sigh and said, Shishio-kun, you might have the talent to become a host then fool many women to give you their hard-earned money. Shishio wasn't sure what to say at this moment, but even if he had the talent to become a host, he wouldn't become one since the job to fool a woman to buy an expensive thing for him wasn't something that he loved. Anyway, let's forget about the strange and unhappy things since they were about to start their trip to Kamakura. Also, while everyone might have realized it, Shishio must admit Hina was hot. 437, last time? After they arrived in Kamakura, they stopped at the famous sweet shop to fill their stomachs. They ordered the famous anmitsu together as they sat at the free table. Please wait for a moment. Looking at the beautiful woman in her 40s, Shishio nodded and thought the service in this shop was good. Also. Shishio looked at the back of the waitress, whose body was constricted with a slim-fitted kimono, showing the tightness of her waist. He wondered whether the woman was the wife of the owner. If so, Shishio must admit the owner of this sweet shop was so lucky. Like an apple that fell from the tree because of the force of gravity. His eyes were naturally drawn toward that waist. However, as a gentleman, he had never shown such a rude glance. Instead, he glanced at that waist in an upright manner like an expert observed an antic. Still, it was just a moment, so Hina didn't seem to notice his glance. This shop is popular. It even enters the guidebook trip in Kamakura. When Hina started to talk, it seemed there was nothing that could stop her. Shishio wasn't sure whether it was her personality, but it was good he didn't need to talk much and only responded from time to time, causing her to talk about many things. At first, Hina talked about Kamakura. Then she talked about the supermarket near her home, then she talked about the comedian she often watched, and by then, it continued with various other topics that didn't have any connection with the previous topic. Somehow it felt like a loop. However, Shishio didn't complain and just listened while giving her a response from time to time since he was checking the rewards he got from Sunoera Ayaka. It was just a few hours before they parted, but Shishio just couldn't forget about Ayaka. While he took a bath in the morning, her smell could still be sniffed out from his body. His experience last night was incredible and unforgettable, especially her anguished expression when she was at the peak of physical ecstasy. Still, Shishio knew he was the worst for thinking like this, but the reaction of Ayaka and Nana were similar to each other when they reached the peak, and he thought even if the personalities of the two sisters and their appearances were different, their reactions to the bed were similar to each other. However, Shishio must admit that he didn't feel guilt or happiness when he gained rewards from the system after he did that with the woman he loved. Instead, it felt like he was in a state of enlightenment or something. Have I become the number one under heaven? It could be, but Shishio knew there were worse scumbags than him that had done with thousands of women in their lives. On the other hand, the number of women he had been could still be counted with his fingers, so he should be better, right? While listening to Hina's ramblings, Shishio wondered why he wasted his time on this meaningless thought. Anyway, it was better to open his rewards first. Shishio was silent since, similar to Ayaka's amazing boobs, the rewards he got were also amazing. What's wrong, Shishio-kun? Hina asked curiously since she could see Shishio smiling gently at her. Still, she must admit that if he wasn't his teacher, she hadn't just broken up, and he also wasn't her little sister's crush. She might have fallen for him at this time and at this moment. Nothing. I just thought you were cute, Shishio said smoothly. Hina only smiled smugly, then smirked. I am cute, right? So, shouldn't you feel lucky to go out with me? Yes, yes, Shishio answered perfunctorily, feeling the regret of praising this woman. Shishio-kun. While they bickered with each other, Shishio checked his rewards again after he divided them by assets and skill type of rewards. The assets he received were 5 billion yen and a building in Tokyo. The building he received was an office building that was fully rented, and from it, he could get quite a nice sum of money from the rest. As for the skills, he received sewing mastery, lockpicking mastery, microbiology mastery, and North God style mastery. Whether it was sewing mastery, lockpicking mastery, or the microbiology mastery, there was no need to explain them too much. However, he loved the microbiology mastery since, with it, he could create better fermented food and beverages. Whether it was alcohol, miso, umbashi, pickle, or many other things, Shishio knew he could create the best of them. Still, what surprised him the most was the North God style mastery. He could tell it was a sword technique, but instead of focusing on one or two specialties like a fast-drawing sword, two-handed sword, or something alike, this technique was more focused on staying alive and approaching a battle with the highest chance of winning. It relied heavily on the practitioner's adaptability and usage of one's surroundings, and as a result, this style involved using a lot of tricks instead of refined techniques. While this technique sounded dirty, Shishio loved it for as long as he could win. Everything was all right. It also helped him to combine and utilize all of his skills better. In the past, while Shishio could use his technique perfectly, there was a lag when he changed to the technique of the other styles. However, such a problem didn't exist again after he received this reward, and it was the reason why he loved it. While he was happy with his rewards, the anmitsu they ordered had come and served on their tables. Please enjoy. The beautiful waitress gave a polite bow before she left. After thanking the waitress, Shishio and Hina looked at each other before they ate together. Yummy. Hina smiled happily as she held her cheeks with a happy smile. She had heard the anmitsu in this shop was good, but she didn't expect it would be good. The red bean was carefully selected as agar-agar jelly made from Chilidaceae algae, and the black sugar syrup was made from sugar in Okinawa. The combination of various ingredients made them feel like they were in the festival of sweets. I must admit this is delicious. Shishio nodded in agreement. Right. Hina showed a smug expression. Shishio was speechless since Hina wasn't the one who made this anmitsu, yet she was the one who was proud of it. What a great couple. Are you two here for a trip? Suddenly the beautiful middle agrees waitress teased Shishio and Hina. Yes. Hina sighed and said, my boyfriend is begging me to go on a trip here. Luckily, I came, or else, I don't know if there's such a delicious anmitsu. She didn't even blush when she uttered those lies. Shishio. Really? The waitress was also happy by Hina's praise but secretly glanced at Shishio. The two talked to each other about the place they must visit in Kamakura. Shishio didn't say much and glanced at the waitress for a moment before he took a tissue and wiped the stain on Hina's lips. There's a stain of ice cream on your lips. Hina blinked her eyes and lowered her head, continuing to eat. Thanks. No problem. Shishio succeeded in shutting Hina's mouth instantly. After they ate, they walked out together to continue with their sightseeing. You're not going to say anything? Hina suddenly asked. What? I mean, I told that waitress we're in a relationship, you know. Hina wanted to see Shishio's reaction. It's okay, isn't it? It's better to lie since it'll be dangerous if they know how we are teachers and students, right? Hina couldn't say anything since Shishio was right, but she was unhappy since this guy didn't show any reactions. How uncut? Well, I might not be cute, but you're cute since you were blushing when I wiped your lips. Hina was silent for a moment before her face started burning red. Shishio. They bickered with each other again before they laughed and continued with their sightseeing. There were many things they could see in Kamakura. After all, it was known as the old capital city during the Kamakura shogunate. However, most of them were related to Buddhist or religious relics built during that era. While it might not be romantic, the two had fun in the city. Still, it's a shame we can't see the festival in Kamakura. Hina had heard there was a festival of demon banishing on Kamakura, but they didn't come at the right time, so they were unable to see it. Well, if we have time, we can watch it in the future. Shishio would be lying if he wasn't curious about the festival. He also had heard how the light on the Kamakura would be turned off, and only the burning fire on the shrine could be seen at night. He was sure it would be breathtaking scenery. Next time? Hina asked while looking at Shishio. You don't want to? Okay, next time, we can go here together, Hina said with a smile. Shishio looked at Hina for a moment and nodded. Okay. The two continued to talk again about many other things before they parked their car near the beach. They walked together in the sun without their shoes, watching the sun on the edge of the ocean. Ah! The sea breeze feels nice. Shishio looked at Hina, who stretched her hands high as her skirt was fluttered by the wind. I somehow want to get wild here. Get wild. Shishio was speechless since her words could be misleading. He didn't follow her, who wanted to get wild and sat down on the nice size log he found on the beach. Still, he was happy about his decision since her skirt was blown by the wind, showing off her unexpectedly black-colored lace underwear. Kya? Hina quickly pushed down her skirt before she turned, looking at Shishio with a flush. Did you see it? I see them perfectly. Shishio gave a thumb up and said, thanks. Hina was lost for words before she sighed and sat next to him. She let out a sigh and said, can you fluster a bit? Oh? Do you want to see me blushing while furiously shaking my head and telling you that I don't see anything? Yes. Yes. That's the response I want to see. You think this is a manga? Shishio was speechless and said, still, your underwear is unexpectedly bold. Hina blushed and hammered his arm several times. Okay, sorry. Shishio apologized while begging her to stop. Hina snorted while showing a satisfied expression. The two kept laughing at each other until Hina gazed into the sea and said, thanks. For what? Shishio smiled and said, I have fun here too. You don't need to think too much. Hina also smiled, but then a thought suddenly shrouded her mind. She knew after this trip that neither of them would continue to communicate with each other. They would part, and they would say goodbye to each other. Until now, she also wasn't sure why she invited him to come with her on this trip that they needed to keep a secret from everyone. Hina wasn't blind and knew her little sister was feeling toward this scumbag. She wanted to say it was wrong and it shouldn't be done, yet before she could even say anything, she was drawn by him like it was something natural. Hina let out a sigh as she rested her head on his shoulder. Hina-chan. Let's stay like this for a while. Shishio didn't say anything afterward. The two just stared at the sea absent-mindedly while enjoying their last time together. 438. Doing something that shouldn't be done. Shishio wasn't sure why, but when they watched the ocean together, a sudden downpour suddenly wet them. It might be near summer, and he knew it was the time with the most rain in this country, but even so, this happened too suddenly, right? Shishio and Hina quickly entered the car to protect themselves from the rain. While they sighed in relief since they didn't need to be worried about being wetted by the rain again, Hina suddenly sneezed and felt slightly chilly. Are you okay, Hina-chan? Shishio asked. I am okay, but I feel slightly cold. Hina rubbed her shoulders repeatedly, trying to warm herself. She then looked at Shishio and asked, how about you? You have to use your shirt to cover me after all. Aren't you cold? When they ran to the car, Shishio took his shirt off, so he could protect her from the rain. I am okay. I often work out, so I am healthier than normal people, Shishio said while looking at the rain through the window of the car. The rain was quite heavy, and it would probably become even more intense soon. It seems the rain won't stop anytime soon. It's dangerous to go back like this. Hina had a driving license, and because of this, she knew how dangerous it was to drive under the heavy rain. Well, do you want to wait here? Shishio asked. Still, even if the rain was heavy, it didn't bother him a bit since with his driving mastery and enhanced vision, everything was clearly seen by him. It's a bit cold here. Hina frowned slightly, then said something unbelievable, I have seen a sign of a hotel nearby. She looked at Shishio and asked, do you want to stay there? Shishio was in silence for a moment and wondered whether this woman was all right. However, he decided to think positively and thought the temperature was too cold, so staying in the hotel was better since that place should be warmer. Moreover, there was a hot spring bath and new dry clothes where they could change their wet clothes. After a moment of hesitation, Shishio nodded. Okay. The two had made up their minds to take shelter in the hotel from this intense downpour. The location of the hotel might be far if it was taken by foot, but it didn't take that long for them to arrive by car. While the rain made it hard for them to see, they could see the hotel building inside their car. The hotel had a mixed design of Japanese and Western. It had the shape of a rectangular. A wide window was clearly shown in each of the rooms of this hotel. Without a doubt, this hotel would be a great place when they wanted to see the sunrise. Hina observed the hotel for a moment and only realized it seemed quite expensive. Have I brought enough money? While her income as a teacher was all right, it didn't mean she could spend it without care. However, it was the case that she would ask for a 2-room. But if it's only 1 room? Hina blushed slightly while glancing at Shishio. What's wrong? Shishio asked. Even if he sometimes could read what someone was thinking through their expressions, it was impossible for him to think Hina was worried about money. It's all right. Let's go to the hotel quickly. Hina decided to throw the worry of staying with him in the same room aside since she just wanted to take a nice, warm bath. Okay. The two entered the hotel after Shishio parked the car. When they entered, they realized the hotel was bigger than they had thought, especially when there was a beautiful garden inside the building. However, neither of them had an intention to enjoy it since it was frigging cold. They quickly found the receptionist and asked the price of 1 room. As expected, Hina's lips twitched since the price of the room was expensive. However, Shishio paid them without hesitation and asked, Hina-chan, do you want 2 rooms? Hey! Hina quickly shook her head and said, no, 1 room is okay. She didn't think anything weird right now since she was worried Shishio would use too much of his money. While she had heard his family was rich, it surprised her when she saw 10 pieces of 10,000 yen banknote in his wallet. Hina suddenly felt malice in this world, considering how she needed to consider her monthly budget, yet this guy could splurge his money without hesitation. Shishio stared at Hina for a moment. What's wrong? Hina asked while rubbing her shoulders with her hands. Well, if you say so. Shishio nodded and didn't say much before paying the money. The receptionist didn't care about the relationship between Hina and Shishio. However, if the two really stayed in a different room, she thought to visit Shishio's room since she was worried he might get cold when he was wet, and as a good employee, she thought to take care of the guest of the hotel well. However, Hina and Shishio stayed in the same room together, so her plan was already foiled. Everything is 20,000 yen, and I receive the money. Please wait for a moment, and I'll let you to your room, the receptionist said while telling the other receptionists that she was going to take care of the guests. The other receptionist could only roll her eyes, but she didn't say anything. However, when the voice of the receptionist fell, Hina quickly realized one huge problem. Her mind had been preoccupied with the matter of the money that was needed to pay for the hotel and how cold her body was, but when she remembered another problem she was about to face, she felt her entire body was hot. Hina flushed, but she didn't dare to see his expression at this moment and only lowered her head while walking right on his side, following his pace. Shishio glanced at Hina, and without a doubt, he knew this woman realized the problem they were about to face. The first problem was their status as a teacher and a student. However, this problem was small, considering how Shishio had dated Hiratsuka and how no one in this town knew their status too, so they could exclude this problem. The real problem they were about to face was their identity as someone's sibling-in-law. Hina was Rui's older sister. Shishio was Rui's boyfriend. However, the two stayed in the hotel together after the secret trip without anyone knowing it. Even if nothing happened between them, would one believe nothing would happen? Probably. However, most people would think they had a secret tryst. They could pretend nothing had happened, but as they were about to arrive at their room, they started to become conscious of each other, and the heat from their bodies caused them to feel even chilly. They shuddered and thought it was better to think about the matter later after they had taken a bath. The receptionist guided them to their room and wanted to say something to Shishio, but when she saw Hina kept staring at her, she could only give up and left after bowing her head. What's wrong, Hina-chan? Shishio asked after the door closed. Nothing. Hina shook her head, showing a natural expression. She wasn't blind and could tell how the receptionist lady seemed to have an interest in Shishio. If she wasn't on his side, without a doubt, they might do something that couldn't be shown in public. Well, some people might love to see that act to the public, but let's put aside this matter later. It's good that we have a double bed in this room. Hina nodded while observing the room. The room had this comfy and cozy feeling. There was also a huge window that made it possible for her to see the scenery over the street. Hina's curiosity got her better, and she didn't feel cold anymore. It might be related to the room heater, but she was too preoccupied with her own things. She moved around, observing the surroundings while praising how amazing this room was. She somehow understood why this room was quite expensive. On the other hand, Shishio stared at Hina, who was looking around the room, before he asked, "Do you want to stay for a night?" Hina's movement stopped instantly, and she was in a state of freeze. It was like a deer who caught sight of a car that was about to hit it. She just stood there for a moment without moving until she asked, "How about you? Is this all right? You mean to stay with you for a night you?" Hina didn't dare to look at Shishio, and she nodded while looking at the window. Shishio didn't answer Hina's question, but he answered after a moment of pause. "It should be okay since even if we stay in the same room, we stay in a different bed." He felt his words were full of sophistry. It was like when a man said to his wife he didn't cheat on another because he hadn't put it inside. His situation was similar to that. However, those words might be something that Hina needed the most. "That's true. It is okay since we're sleeping in a different bed." She nodded and made up her mind to stay together for a night with him, especially when it was impossible for them to go back, considering how heavy the rain was. "But we need to return early in the morning since we have to go to school tomorrow." "That's true." Their trip was taken on Sunday, and the next day was a Monday. It was quite troublesome that they had to go back early in the morning, but they had no choice. While it was possible for Shishio to skip school, it wasn't a choice for Hina to skip work. However, they had made up their mind to stay for a night. "But you need to tell your family first," Shishio said. "Yeah, I'll call them, but I'll take a bath first." Hina hugged her body and walked into the bathroom inside the room. "You should call your Sengoku-sensei first while I take a bath." She knew Shishio was Chihiro's nephew, and she knew he needed to tell Chihiro if he wanted to stay out. "By the way, please keep our stay a secret." She knew he wasn't stupid, but even so, she needed to remind him. "Don't worry. I know something that I should and shouldn't say." Shishio wasn't an idiot, and of course, he knew many troubles could be caused if he blabbered about what had happened here in Kamakura. It was better to make an excuse that he was out with his girlfriends or friends or something instead of telling Chihiro and his girlfriends that he went out on Kamakura with a female teacher. "Hina-chan, while I know that you should understand, you shouldn't tell your family that we're staying together." "I know." Hina nodded without hesitation. She wasn't stupid, and she knew many troubles would arise if she told her family she stayed with the boyfriend of her little sister. The two had made up their minds to keep their stay a secret. Somehow, it might be how they perceived their world at this moment. This room, this hotel, and this town seemed to have become a separate world they had in Tokyo. It was kind of hollow and dark, yet there was this indescribable feeling that was born in their hearts, giving them an impulse to do something they shouldn't be done. Still, the lie they told to their families also wasn't something they should do, but their situation needed them to lie, so let's just blame it on fate. "By the way, Shishio-kun." "Don't peek, all right." Looking at Hina, who tried to tease him, Shishio also followed the cliché development that usually happened in the eke manga. I won't take a peek." Even though Hina knew Shishio was acting, she couldn't help but laugh out loud since, without a doubt, she was really having fun when she was with him. 439, Falling Deeper. Coming out of the bathroom, Hina didn't wear her previous clothes. Instead, she wore a yukata prepared by the hotel for the guests. She also tied her hair up, showing off her white and smooth nape. Her skin was slightly flushed with a hint of rossiness after taking a bath. Shishio, who had just talked with his girlfriends, stared at Hina in a daze. He knew she was beautiful, and if she wasn't beautiful, there was no way for many guys in the school to fall for her, but right now, he felt she was even more beautiful. However, she didn't know whether it was her yukata, her tied hair, her status as a teacher, or her status as Rui's big sister, which enhanced her beauty, but does it matter now? Hina, of course, noticed Shishio, who was mesmerized by her. She didn't know why, but it brought a skip to her heart. However, she couldn't show it since her position didn't allow her to do so. "What are you gawking for? Hurry up and enter the bath. You'll catch a cold." Hina pretended to show annoyance while telling him to take a bath hurriedly. "Okay, okay." Shishio also had woken up from his stupor. Still, he must admit that being a school teacher was dangerous since even though he had seen many beauties, the forbidden love had always excited him somehow. Watching Shishio enter the bath, Hina quickly said, "By the way, I'll take your clothes for the laundry later. As for what you'll wear, there's a yukata inside the bathroom. You can use it." "Thanks." Shishio didn't say much nonsense and took a bath after he became naked. "Don't you worry, I'll peek at you." Hina murmured in a low voice while looking at Shishio, who had taken a bath. Her face turned crimson as she pouted, showing a cute expression. After she heard the sound of the shower, she knew he had taken a bath, so she didn't hesitate and entered the bathroom to take his and her clothes from the laundry basket. There was laundry service at the hotel for every guest who stayed for a night. Hina thought to give their clothes to the laundry quickly so they could receive their clothes later after they had dinner or in the middle of midnight. If it was in the past, it would be impossible, considering one needed sun to dry their clothes, but with the advancement of technology, it was possible to dry their clothes with a machine. Hina heard the sound of the shower and shouted, "Shishio-kun, I am going to take your clothes to the laundry." "Yes." Hina could hear his voice even though they were parted by the door. The bathroom had two doors. One that led into the sink, place to change, and toilet. The other one was led to the bathroom. There was a single door that separated them, and from the frosted glass of the door, Hina could see Shishio's figure was there. She stared at him for a while, forgetting her intention to pick his clothes. "Don't peek. Who is going to peek?" Hina panicked when she heard his plain voice, but she sighed in relief since Shishio didn't seem to notice what she was doing. It might be her imagination, but she felt his nether region move around for a moment. However, Hina shook her head since she knew a phallus didn't have wings. Therefore, it was impossible for it to fly. So, is it moving for a different reason? Hina couldn't find the truth since she wasn't the descendant of a famous detective, nor was she a biology teacher. Anyway, she quickly came out after taking his clothes before calling the staff to pick up their clothes and asking them to help with the laundry. Still, as expected of an expensive hotel, Hina had to admit their service was superb when they told her laundry would be ready after they finished their dinner. Dinner. Hina touched her stomach and felt hungry all of a sudden. It might be because the tension of staying with a close friend of her little sister that caused her to forget about her hunger. However, she was a human, and she needed to eat. Still, Hina wasn't in a hurry since she could have her dinner after Shishio had taken a bath. Instead, she took her phone as she sat on the edge of the sofa. She looked at her phone for a while, feeling slightly nervous, before she found her house number on the list of her contacts. Hina knew as long as she called this number, Rui or her mother could answer her call. By then, she would tell them she would stay out for a night, but if they asked her why she would stay out for a night, she didn't have the confidence she could lie properly. Hina knew she needed to keep her trip with Shishio a secret. There were no people besides them that needed to know about this matter. It was a secret between the two. However, Hina wasn't a skillful liar. Hina was afraid when Rui or her mother answered, her nervousness and lies would be noticed in her voice. If that happens, what should I do? Hina wasn't sure, but she knew she couldn't rely on Shishio for this matter since if she relied on him, the situation would be even more serious. Still, she must admit, Shishio was quite a good liar since she had been listening to his conversations with his aunt, girlfriends and many others without blinking his eyes, telling them he had something to do. Hina wasn't jealous of Shishio's talent at lying. Instead, she was jealous of his composure. She hoped he could share some of his composure. However, she knew it was impossible, and she could only bite the bullet. Hina pressed the number of her house, and the sound of the ring of the call seemed so slow. Her heart was beating so fast, and she was riddled with many emotions. A second felt like an eternity for her. Hina knew she was being exaggerated, but this was how she felt at that moment, and after 5 ringing sounds, her call was answered. "Hello." Hearing this voice, Hina let out a sigh of relief inside her heart. Neither Rui nor her mother had answered her call. Instead, it was Natsuo who greatly relieved her. "Ah, Natsuo-kun? Is that you?" "Ah, sensei. Geez. Call me Hina-ne, all right? We're a family, right?" Hina pouted. However, she didn't realize Natsuo showed a bitter smile when she said those words. "So what's wrong?" Natsuo paused for a moment and said, "Hina-ne. That's good." Hina smiled, praised Natsuo like a good boy, then said, "Natsuo-kun, can you help me to tell everyone that I won't go home tonight?" "Eh? Why?" Natsuo was surprised. "I am going out with my friend, and it has been a while since we met each other, so I plan to stay with her until tomorrow, so you can tell Rui that she doesn't need to prepare my dinner." Hina might not have the talent to lie to Rui or her mother, but Natsuo was a different matter. Natsuo wanted to ask who that friend was, but he was bombarded with many questions and talked from Hina, so he could only nod when the call ended. He looked at the phone for a while and hadn't woken up since it felt nice to talk with Hina. It wasn't until his father called him out that he was awoken from his stupor. "What's wrong, Natsuo? You have been standing like a fool there," Fujii Akihito asked with doubt. Natsuo tried to calm the throbbing on his lips before saying, "Hina-ne told me she was going to stay with her friend tonight." "Oh, okay. I'll tell Tsukiko-san and Rui-chan too," Akihito said and walked into the living room, telling his wife and stepdaughter, Hina, was going to stay out tonight. Rui and Tsukiko only nodded since Hina was already an adult, so they didn't feel worried anymore about her and continued with the preparation of the dinner. On the other hand, Natsuo was still standing there, looking at the phone, and hoped for Hina to call again since it felt so nice to hear her voice and talk with her. However, Hina wouldn't call the house again. She put her phone on the side as she lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling absent-mindedly. She knew she had done something wrong, but it might be because she had done something wrong in the past. It wasn't as difficult as she imagined. Hina also wondered why she did this, spending a night with someone who happened to be her student and the crush of her little sister. She might become crazy, yet part of her wanted to go crazy, forgetting everything here and then. Hina somehow felt Shishio's existence really made her crazy. It started with just a normal greeting during the entrance exam, yet many things happened after that. After all, who would have thought she would stay with him for a night? Hina felt guilty yet relaxed and tickled. What are you smiling for? Come on. Let's go out and eat. I am hungry. Hina was startled and looked at Shishio, who suddenly appeared in front of her, staring at him speechlessly. He had changed his clothes into a hotel yukata similar to hers. His dry and calm expression somehow made her relaxed but also pouted since she wondered whether she wasn't attractive in his eyes. Shishio was, after all, a young man in his puberty. Shouldn't he feel something by staying together with his beautiful teacher in the same room for a night? While Hina felt relieved by his composure, she also felt annoyed by it. Let's see how long you can keep your composure. Hina lifted her body gently, causing two huge things on her chest to tremble slightly. Shishio looked away since her movement caused a reaction in his nether region. Hina wasn't sure, but she could see a slight blush on his face which made her blink her eyes for a moment. She thought it was only her imagination, but it seemed he was really blushing. As for the cause of his blush, it was probably her body. She looked at her body for a moment and must admit, her body was really good, especially her huge chest. Hina didn't realize she was smiling at this moment and jumped into his back without hesitation. Shishio-kun, I am tired. Carry me. Are you a kid? Hurry up and let go of me. Shishio tried to be a gentleman, yet this woman tried to tempt him. He gritted his teeth and wondered whether he should thrust her hole several times, so she would be obedient. No. Carry me. The two bickered at each other again before Shishio gave up and carried her to the dining. While being piggybacked by Shishio, Hina looked at his side profile before hugging his neck in silence. Neither of them said anything, enjoying the moment of silence between them as they fell deeper into the forbidden pleasure. 440, Night Mistake. After they bickered with each other, they had dinner at the restaurant together. There weren't many guests beside them since it was a Sunday and tomorrow everyone would have to go to work or school. Still, there were some people in this restaurant beside them, but they were mostly lovers. Hina looked around and blushed slightly, wondering whether she would be mistaken for a couple. What's wrong? Shishio asked, wondering whether this woman was sick. No, nothing. Hina shook her head and asked, Say, Shishio, can I order alcohol? Sure, but I'll drink it too. It had been a while since he drank alcohol, and he was in the mood to drink one. Still, he thought Hina would reprimand him, but she was unexpectedly cooperative. Okay. Hina nodded, but then she noticed Shishio's expression was slightly strange. What's wrong? I thought you might tell me not to. Shishio looked curiously at Hina. Hina thought for a moment and felt surprised by her answer since she didn't reprimand him. Instead, she let him drink alcohol. Well, you'll be able to drink it in 5 years after all, and from what I can see, you're the type of guy who isn't going to follow the rules. She felt that alcohol was better than drinking a car and having a secret trip with a teacher. But let's just order a beer. We're going to be back tomorrow, and you have to go to school, so it'll be horrible if you have a hangover. Okay. Shishio nodded and didn't complain. The two ordered some food and a beer together. Unexpectedly, Shishio thought Hina was going to order something heavy to numb her mind. However, he could see she didn't plan to get drunk and just ordered a juice which surprised him. He asked why she didn't order alcohol, but she just laughed and talked about different things. He didn't force her to talk and just followed the flow of the conversation since it didn't really matter whether she wanted to drink alcohol or not. It's delicious. Hina chewed as she held her cheeks. Shishio looked at Hina for a moment and drank the beer. Bitter, refreshing taste covered his taste buds. He often wondered why something so bitter tasted so nice when paired with food. The two talked to each other while eating together. It might be something simple, yet they had so much fun together. After eating, they returned to their room and saw their laundry was already placed inside the room. While they were amazed at the speed of the laundry, they continued to talk about many things while they sat on the sofa, watching the scenery of Kamakura that was drenched with the downpour. The sound of the rain somehow felt relaxing and made them feel sleepy. The hot tea they brewed before also started to get lukewarm. However, they felt it was too early for them to sleep. I wonder why I can talk with you so much. Hina sipped the tea slowly while looking at the Sagami Bay that spread over a distance. It's not me who is talking. It has always been you. Shishio was speechless and said, You even told me your favorite comedian. Ahaha. Hina laughed before she looked at Shishio with a smile. Next time, do you want to watch that comedian with me? I won't go. Shishio shook his head. Why? Hina asked and looked at him in surprise. I am happy that we can be so close, but it'll be dangerous if we become closer. You're a teacher, and I am a student. What if someone sees us together? They might have misunderstood us, and you might lose your job, you know. Shishio knew he didn't have a right to say this, especially when he dated Hiratsuka, but he didn't plan to do anything to Hina, especially after he had dated Rui. But it'll be different if you invite Rui-ne too. Shishio must admit he felt lustful toward Hina, and he didn't mind doing one stand night, especially when he could gain rewards from the system. However, he wasn't going to make the first move. Unless she attacked him, he wouldn't do anything. Rui. Hina was confused when Shishio suddenly mentioned Rui, but then she asked, have you dated each other? Yes. Hina opened her mouth before she closed it again. She felt quite confused at that moment. Even though she had expected this and prepared for it, she knew she should congratulate him, but it was just hard to say those words. The happy mood she felt disappeared, and she just wanted to sleep. By the way, are you planning to go back with your boyfriend? Shishio asked. No. Unexpectedly, Hina gave a straight answer without hesitation. She then looked at him with a smile and asked, why did you feel so surprised? No, I am just surprised because you said those words without hesitation. Didn't you tell me before you had loved him in high school, and you even had dated each other for so long? Yet, you forgot about him so quickly. Shishio wondered whether the memory of someone could be erased so easily. It's not so quick. Hina shook her head and said, I had been thinking for a long time, and you were the one who pushed my back. She looked at Shishio and smiled. Thanks, Shishio-kun. It's okay. I am happy I can help you. Shishio felt relieved since Hina was alright now. It was a good thing Hina's problem was solved since her partner wasn't good and could cause many problems for her family if they knew about her relationship with a married man. The father of Hina and Rui, not their stepfather, had been divorced by their mother because of infidelity. Hina, of course, didn't have a good impression of infidelity, yet she had an affair with a married man. If Rui, Akihito, Natsuo, or Tsukiko knew about this, without a doubt, they would scold her, telling her to break up without hesitation, considering how they viewed her relationship as something unhealthy and dirty. Fortunately, Hina met Shishio, and he gave her advice that one would never expect to give to someone. Shishio told Hina that everything was her choice. She could continue with her affair or just break up. In the end, Hina chose to break up since she couldn't see the future with her previous boyfriend. However, who would expect after she broke up with her boyfriend, she would go out with the boy who was loved by her little sister. Hina knew she was despicable to have this feeling inside her heart. Yet inside her heart, she felt jealous and envious of Rui. She knew she was her older sister, yet she felt something she shouldn't feel toward him. She knew she should stop before she was burnt, but just for tonight, she just wanted to feel how it felt to be burnt. Should we sleep, Shishio-kun? We need to wake up quite early after all. Okay. There was nothing weird about her words. Shishio knew they needed to wake up early in the morning since they needed to go back to Tokyo. He also needed to go back to Sakurasa quickly since tomorrow his manga with Shina would be sold in the entire country, and of course, he was going to buy it with her at the convenience store together when they were about to go to school. While Shishio knew it was something mundane for him, considering how his wealth had reached a level that one couldn't think of, it was some sort of happiness to be able to create something with the woman he loved. Shishio couldn't wait for tomorrow and slept on his bed before turning off the light. I am turning off the light. As the light vanished, the room was covered in darkness. It was as if they were in a different space. Shishio knew he should sleep, but he couldn't since Hina suddenly invaded his bed and slept on his side. Hina-chan. Her sweet smell invaded his nose, and her soft body was pressed against his back. Don't turn, Hina quickly said when she noticed Shishio was about to face her. However, Shishio didn't follow her words and turned around. Hina was speechless, and her face was burning red. You play a dangerous game, Hina-chan. Shishio wanted to reprimand Hina. He was a man, after all, a normal and a healthy one. Hina was a charming woman, and of course, if she seduced him, he could only follow his instinct. They were like opposite poles of two magnets brought together. They would become one if this continued. I know. Hina strangely calmed after she heard those words. She put her face on his chest, hearing his heart beating fast, and it also started to infect her. However, while her heart was beating so fast, she could utter the words she wanted to say from her heart. Then. You know, we have made many mistakes today. We have gone out together, eating together, chatting together, bickering each other, being mistaken as lovers. Hina narrated many things they did today. Shishio was in silence, listening to her every word. But, he must admit, he would be lying if he didn't have fun with Hina today. It's fun, but we can't say anything about it. They had decided to keep this trip a secret. No one else besides the two of them should know about this relationship. Yes, we will keep what we're doing here a secret, so how about we add another secret? Another secret? Shishio was confused, but then he was pushed onto the bed. What are you doing? Shishio was speechless when Hina pushed him. After we leave this place, we'll return to how we used to be. A teacher and a student. I might become your sister-in-law too, and you'll become my brother-in-law, but before that, before we return to how we used to be, can you grant me a wish? Hina asked with a shaky and eyes brimmed with tears. What? Can you hold me tonight? Shishio blinked his eyes, and he couldn't proceed with what he had heard. It wasn't until a moment later that he asked, Are you serious? However, Hina didn't say anything and just kept staring at him. While Shishio had expected this, the mood was just too weird for him. However, he didn't say anything and gently embraced her in his arms. Hina didn't fight back and fell on his chest, listening to his heartbeat. Just tonight? Shishio asked, smelling her hair that stuck into his nose. He must admit she smelled nice and different from her little sister. Hina smiled and said, Yes, just tonight. I won't ask any more after this. After tonight, we'll forget everything. You're not drunk. Did you see me drinking so much alcohol today? Hina pouted, looking annoyedly at Shishio, but she felt something hard on her stomach. She was dumbfounded by the size and quickly looked down. She blinked her eyes for a moment before she looked at Shishio. Did you put a remote there? Want to touch it? Big, Hina murmured with a red face. You really touch it? Sorry, I am just curious. Hina stuck out her tongue cutely. Shishio and Hina looked at each other for a moment. Neither needed words anymore since they had made up their minds. Just tonight. Just for tonight and tomorrow, they will forget everything. Shishio and Hina let go of their reasons and became animals controlled by their desires, forgetting everything in this dark space together, without anyone knowing. 441, last time. When the sun had just risen, two people entered the car together. One was a man, and the other was a woman. Their movement was quite sluggish, but their eyes and skin were full of vitality. Shouldn't you let me drive? It's okay. You should rest. It isn't a joke if you suddenly feel sleepy when driving the car. The woman pouted and murmured with a blush on her face, It's your fault that I am sleepy now, right? The man heard the voice of the woman, but he ignored it and just drove the car. The two were Shishio and Hina. They had just woken up from their short sleep and were on their way back to Tokyo. While Hina was still sleepy, she was awoken by Shishio at dawn. After that, the two simply took a bath together, erasing the smell on their bodies before going on the trip back to Tokyo. Hina only pouted when Shishio ignored her, but she didn't say anything and just stared at the rising sun that slowly rose from the edge of the ocean. We have woken up quite early, yet the sun has risen already, hey. Shishio knew Japan was known as the land of the sun, but even so, he felt it was too early for the sun to rise, or maybe, he was just too conscious about this matter after he just had an affair with Hina. Probably. I am not sure. I have never woken up so early after all, Hina said with a yawn. If you're sleepy, you should sleep. How about you? Don't you feel sleepy? You were so wild last night. When Hina mentioned the last part, her voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. Didn't you tell me you would forget everything last night? Shishio asked helplessly. I know, but... Hina knew she should forget about what had happened last night, but after, she just couldn't forget it since it was her first time to have such amazing pleasure. She might not have much experience. Instead, she only had an experience with one person. Yet, she must admit last night, every memory she had with her ex disappeared instantly, and it was all erased by Shishio ruthlessly. Hina knew she was the one who told Shishio to forget, but couldn't he feel some pity for her? Couldn't he act more gentlemanly, caring for her after what he had done last night? Still, Shishio didn't feel pity and acted quite heartless, telling her to forget without hesitation. Hina touched her womb gently and could still feel his thing inside. Even though he wasn't there, she could feel him, so how could he forget about him so easily? Hina's eyes were slightly red, but she didn't want Shishio to know, so she just stared at the sea, hoping the ocean sea could calm her down. However, she knew she needed to forget about him since he was Rui's crush. Shishio could see Hina's state, but he didn't say anything and stayed silent since this was what they had decided. After they returned to Tokyo, they would forget everything that they did in Kamakura and return to their previous relationship. Still, Shishio also knew he was at fault for not being able to hold back. However, he couldn't be blamed either since Hina had seduced him, and while it was their first time to do it, this would be their last time too. Shishio didn't hold back at all and did Hina in various positions, letting her do many shameful acts. The only thing he didn't do was to let it out inside her since he didn't want her to get pregnant. Even if he had an enhanced testicles, it was troublesome to explain, so he didn't do it. The car was quiet. Only the sound of the machine and the waves could be heard. Shishio thought to turn on the radio since he felt uncomfortable with this silence. Shishio-kun. If I am pregnant, what will you do? Shishio almost lost his calm. However, while he could maintain his expression, the corner of his lips twitched before he said, I didn't let out inside you last night, right? But you let out so much. Hina's face was also burning red. It's okay. If that happens, I'll be responsible for you, but can you accept how I am, scumbag? Shishio asked. He gave up arguing and decided to use a gentle method since he didn't want to crash his car, considering this woman might do something unexpected. Hina was silent since she had almost forgotten Shishio's status as a scumbag. Not only Rui, but he had many other girls too. However, after last night, she also understood how everyone could be so sticky toward him. She was almost crazy last night, or rather she had become crazy last night. Still, Hina was happy with his answer, and her lips curved upward, showing a smile. However, Hina knew they shouldn't be together since her little sister loved him. Last time. Hina knew this should be the last time, yet she became greedy and wanted more. Shishio glanced at Hina, who smiled while watching the ocean, wondering why this woman was so easy. However, it might be related to his ability at mating. His physical ability had become 6 times stronger than ordinary people. Shishio wouldn't be satisfied with just one woman again. However, this wasn't the time to mention this problem since Hina suddenly asked him about an unexpected matter. Have you dated Rui? Hina suddenly asked. Why do you ask? Shishio asked. I thought your relationship would become closer the last time you took care of her. Well, we're dating now, Shishio said truthfully. A silence permeated between them, but Shishio glanced at Hina, who showed an as expected expression on her face. Don't you feel surprised? Not really, I guessed it, Hina said lazily. Shishio looked at Hina and felt that a woman was really unpredictable. Before, she was all sad, lazy, happy, then like this. He rolled his eyes and wondered whether he should thrust her whole again. Still, even though she knew about his relationship with Rui, she seduced him, and they had sex last night. Even if you know, you still seduce me? Shishio asked. Forget it. Don't tell Rui about us, alright? When Hina thought about Rui, she felt so guilty. Before, she thought she was the most miserable woman, but when she thought about Rui, she realized what she had done was despicable. So we forget about what has happened here in Kamakura, right? Yes. Shishio looked at Hina, who was in a daze again. However, he didn't feel surprised until now. He just couldn't understand why this woman wanted to have sex with him. It might be because she was lonely, fell for him, or something else. The only one who knew was only her. Shishio didn't think too much, but he knew if he wanted to have Hina, it wouldn't be as simple as it seemed since he also needed to talk about this matter to Rui. However, he had the experience of taking down 2 sisters together, and he knew he shouldn't be in a hurry. Shishio-kun. Is Rui so special to you? Shishio didn't look at Hina and nodded. She's been special since she was the one I lost my virginity with. Hina was dumbfounded and asked, really? Yes. Shishio nodded and said, just don't tell Rui-ne about this since we want to keep this a secret. However, we're dating now, so it doesn't really matter. Strangely, when Hina heard Rui was his first woman, she didn't feel surprised or angry. Instead, she felt jealous of her little sister. Suddenly, she felt she had become such an ugly woman whose heart was so dark. However, Hina also knew what kind of feeling she felt toward him. Still, their status, their relationship, and all the situations around them make it impossible for them to be together. However, Hina knew if she asked, Shishio would accept her. But can I do that? Hina's mind and heart were jumbled around. She just didn't know what to do and wasn't sure whether what she wanted would be right or not. By the way, did you forget what I have told you before? Shishio asked. His words awoke her, and Hina looked at Shishio subconsciously. What? Just choose something that makes you happy. Don't think about whether it is right or not. Shishio held Hina's hand and said, this is the last time. After this, you need to think about everything by yourself about what you want to do. Hina didn't let go of his hand. Instead, she held it tightly and didn't let him go. She looked at him and asked, what about you? What do you want us to be? While I want to say I want you, it isn't that easy. You're a teacher, and I am a student. If someone knows what we're doing, you can be fired from the school. Is that okay with you? There's also a Rui. If she knew about us, I can't imagine what she'll do to us, especially when you tell me your father's situation. Anyway, Shishio was already a scumbag. The worst thing was that he might be stabbed one day. Still, with his skill, it should be impossible. However, Shishio must admit Hina was a fascinating woman. Her secret place had a suction that sucked him deeply. It was warm, clingy, and soft. Hina showed a helpless smile and said, somehow, my situation now is harder than when I was in the past. In the past, with her ex, she just needed to worry about his wife and her family. However, as long as her ex divorced his wife, everything would be alright. However, her relationship with Shishio was difficult. They were a teacher and a student. While it was okay as long as he graduated, his relationship with Rui would make it harder for them to be together. Don't make your decision in a hurry, and as you have said before, this is the last time. Last time, we were doing this despicable act. When you have made up your mind about what you want to do, whatever your decision is, I'll support you. Hina held his hand even tighter, feeling his warm and dependable hand for as long as she could, since she knew once they reached Tokyo, everything would end, and they had to go back to how they used to be. Thanks. It was the last time they did something like this, and next time they would be truthful with what they wanted to do. Hina leaned her head on his shoulder, and she pulled his left hand on her soft thighs, closing her eyes, sleeping to recover her energy since last night she was just dead tired. 442, Rui, if you like him, I'll support you. Is it enough here? Yeah, I'll just walk back to Sakurasa from here. You should go back, or else you might be late for school. Shishio stopped the car in an inconspicuous place, where no one would see them. It might seem he was too paranoid or too careful. However, their status required them to do so. After all, they were a teacher and a student. While there might not be many students that lived around Sakurasu, there were still some students who lived nearby. Whether it was Shishio or Hina, no one wanted their relationship to be known by random people. Even if their relationship was known, it should be either his girlfriend or her family first. Still, it was quite early in the morning, and not many people were seen on the street since they were still at home, either sleeping or preparing breakfast. Shishio wanted to go back immediately since he had something to do. I'll go back first. Be careful. You have just woken up after all. It's okay. I am fully awake now. Hina waved her hand, telling him she would be okay. However, she still looked at him for a moment and asked, say, can I ask something? What? Kiss? Last time. Shishio looked at Hina for a moment, wondering whether his charm was so dangerous or the night they did it, she just became crazy about him. However, either way, he wasn't going to follow what she asked. Shishio flicked Hina's forehead without hesitation. Ouch. Hina held her forehead and asked in a complaint, what are you doing? She thought Shishio would be happy, but who would expect him to flick her forehead? Last time. Last time. Next time we meet, it'll be the last time again. Shishio sighed and somehow felt something similar in the past. When one had a smoking addiction and wanted to stop, they decided to smoke for the last time. However, that last time kept going on for a longer time, and in the end, one didn't stop smoking. Their situation was similar to that, and if they didn't stop, and used the last time excuse to kiss each other again and again. Hina was silent since she felt that possibility was huge. If you can tell Rui about what has happened tonight, I'll kiss you, though. What? Hina was dumbfounded by an outrageous thing that came out of Shishio's mouth. If she dared to do that, without a doubt, her relationship with her sister would be destroyed. So you realize, what are you doing now? Right now, we don't feel anything. We have fun in this secret relationship, but once someone knows. Shishio didn't need to continue since he knew Hina understood. Hina's expression was pale, and she realized what she was doing. The pleasure and the fun that she got made her forget what kind of consequences they could have. After all, as she had said before, her relationship with Shishio was more difficult than her relationship with her ex-boyfriend. Still, Hina wanted her kiss. It seems you don't understand. Shishio kissed Hina's lips without hesitation, which surprised her. Shishio-kun. That's your kiss. The last time. Shishio's lips twitched when he said the last time since he was sure there would be more last time in the future before he walked away. As Shishio expected, Hina didn't understand what she was doing. She had been dating a married man in the past, and for love, she could do anything. However, she had lost the love she had for her ex-boyfriend, and her love was changed to someone else, but the identity of this person was quite difficult. However, Hina traced her lips and looked at his back until he disappeared before she started her trip back to her house. She had rented the car until today, and she would return it later after she was down with her work. Hina was still happy and thought that if that guy moved on her, she had a feeling she wouldn't be able to reject him since it was just wonderful. The pleasure of immorality made her feel guilty and cry in the pleasure of carnal desire. I am back. Hina said after she returned to her house. She thought to wash her body since she was afraid his smell would get stuck on her body. However, would it be so easy? Welcome back. Hina felt her heart stop and almost jump out. She looked up and saw Rui was there, looking at her with a gentle smile. The moment she saw this smile, she felt her entire body was so weak, and she wanted to run away from this place. What's wrong? Rui asked, feeling worried since Hina's expression seemed quite strange. Hearing her concerns, Hina quickly adjusted herself and took a deep breath before holding her head. I might drink too much. Is that so? You're going to work today. How can you have a hangover? Rui looked at Hina with a helpless expression. She walked toward her and helped her to stand up. Come on. You should rest first. I'll give you water later. Hina looked at Rui for a moment, but she didn't fight back, letting her little sister help her. She looked at Rui again and somehow felt quite annoyed at Shishio for deceiving her cute little sister. However, not only the little sister but the big sister also had fallen for him. She let out a depressed sigh and felt the two sisters were quite familiar with each other since they had a similar taste in a man. Also, Hina looked at Rui, who was expressionless and didn't show much expression but secretly, doing something naughty with Shishio. She must admit the gap between her sister was hot. Still, there was something she needed to ask. Rui. Did you date Shishio-kun? Rui looked at Hina for a moment and nodded. Yes. She knew her decision to date Shishio was quite hasty and might also seem a bad choice, considering he had many other women around him. Do you want to stop me too? She still remembered how Natsuo tried to tell her to stop dating Shishio since he wasn't a good boy. She must admit Shishio wasn't a good guy, but he was good at her, treated her gently, and also they loved each other. No, if you like him, you can date him, Hina said calmly, unexpectedly. Really? Rui was surprised since she knew even her mother would probably tell her to break up with Shishio if her mother knew what kind of scumbag he was. Still, when she mentioned her mother, she was quite troubled, especially when she tried to press her about what they were doing when he came. Rui was embarrassed, and there was no way for her to acknowledge she was having sex with Shishio, right? So Rui was just silent and didn't say anything. Still, Rui was curious about how Hina could accept their relationship. Why so suddenly, Hina nay? Also, is it really okay? It's okay. Hina took a deep breath and said, also, please don't tell anyone. Rui nodded without hesitation. I had dated a married man before. Rui was in shock, then asked, was it the reason you had been weird before? Yes. If it was before, Rui would tell Hina to break up with her married man boyfriend. However, she understood how unreasonable love was. Even if she knew Shishio was bad, she just couldn't stop loving him. Still, Rui didn't know what to say and thought she should consult this Shishio since she felt he could find an answer for her confusion. Watching Rui's various emotions, Hina felt warmth and said, but you don't need to worry, we have broken up. Why? Instead of really. And feeling happy about it, Rui was confused. After all, their relationship was similar to each other. She wondered why Hina had decided to break up. It might be because I can't see my future with him. Future. He is indecisive and unable to make his decision whether he wants to divorce his wife and be with me or just to play me around, especially when he keeps repeatedly telling me that he is going to marry me. Finally, I can't wait anymore, and we have been unhappy with our relationship, so I have decided to break up with him. Is it something so easy to do? Rui asked. While she understood the reason, she wondered whether it was an easy decision for Hina to do so. Also, she must admit that she was amazed by her sister's decision to break up with her boyfriend without hesitation. Of course, it's not easy. Hina shook her head and said, I have thought about this over and over. After all, he was my first love. It was hard to forget about him, but in the end, I made that decision because of someone's words. Someone. My friend. Hina decided to keep everything that had happened before a secret, especially when she saw the expression of her little sister. She could probably see Rui would show disgust toward her when she knew she had slept with Shishio. And now, she understood what Shishio had said to her. Their relationship wasn't as simple as she imagined. While they were happy, they slowly pulled into the depths of the abyss, and if they continued without caring about anything, they would drown sooner or later, destroying everything around them. Hina knew the consequences and was scared, yet why couldn't she get away from this poison? My friend told me if you could see the future and you felt happy with him, then why not? However, if you couldn't see your future and felt unhappy about it, you didn't need to continue. Our ego and feelings made us do many irrational things, and we also couldn't control our feelings, so you shouldn't make everything complicated. Hina held Rui's hands and said, do you feel happy with Shishio? Yes. Rui nodded without hesitation. Can you see your future with him? Can he be responsible for you? Hina asked. Yes. Rui nodded without hesitation, too, since she knew Shishio could be responsible for her. Hina gave a gentle smile and said, if you believe in him that much, I'll support you, but I'll beat him up if he just plays around with my little sister. She lifted her fist, telling her she would beat Shishio up. Hina nay. Rui was happy and hugged Hina happily. Hina let out a helpless sigh as she patted Rui's back. By the way, who is this friend of yours, Hina-ne? He seems able to give you good advice, Rui suddenly asked, which caused Hina to almost choke. He? Why do you think my friend is he? Hina asked with doubt. Isn't it obvious? Because you showed a happy expression when you told me about this friend. Rui smiled and said, if you like him, I'll support you. Hina was silent, and she couldn't say anything since Rui knew who her friend was. Without a doubt, many things would happen in the Tachibana family. Still, Hina realized she might be a better liar than she had imagined. 443, Manga An Unexpected Meeting. Everyone in the Sakurasu must admit, it was really nice to be able to eat breakfast cooked by Shishio. Still, if there was something they regretted, without a doubt, it was how he wouldn't cook most of the time, considering how often he stayed out. Right, Chihiro-ne, can I invite a lot of people tonight? Shishio asked. Hey? What's wrong? Are you going to hold a party or something? Chihiro asked absently. While the food was good and made her mood better, it couldn't hide the fact that her mood had always been in a strange state, especially after Shishio announced he was a scumbag. Chihiro knew what she had done was wrong, especially when they needed to consider their relationship. Without a doubt, what she had done wasn't something that could be praised. Instead, it would frown upon everyone when someone knew what she had done with him. Fortunately, Shishio didn't tell anyone, and he also didn't recklessly charge forward with their relationship. Still, Chihiro felt a bit disappointed, but it also made her realize what kind of danger it would be if their relationship continued. She knew she needed to stop this dangerous feeling, lock it in the corner of her heart, and bury it until it disappeared. However, the more she tried to hide this feeling, the harder it was for her to forget. However, right now, they were in public, and she was an adult, so she knew something that she should show and shouldn't show. Yes, I am going to hold a party. Shishio nodded. Huyuya. Not only Chihiro but everyone was surprised. Hey? What kind of party? Why all of a sudden? Sayaka Watanabe asked curiously. Is there going to be a lot of food? You're going to cook it, right? Mayumi Nishikino asked with excitement. Yes, you don't need to worry. You can also join in, eating together. Shishio didn't stop everyone from joining since he also planned to bring everyone to the party, but there was something he needed to ask. But let me ask you all again. After all, you're all living here. Are you all right if I bring many people here? Shishio asked. Sure, why not? They didn't see a reason not to stop Shishio, especially when they had a chance to eat his food again tonight. So, what is this party for? Shiro-san asked curiously. It's for a manga, Shishio said. Manga. They thought for a moment and looked at Shina. Shina only nodded and said, my manga with Shishio is published today. It should be sold in the convenience store now. She had this light smile on her face, showing how happy she was. If she gave an example, it was like a child between her and Shishio was born now. Still, it wouldn't be wrong to call it so, considering how this manga was made with the two of them. Everyone. Congratulations. After a moment of a pause, they congratulated them at the same time with a smile. While they were surprised, they were truly happy for them. As for the feeling of envy or something, no one had it, and they just wanted to congratulate them. Party. Party. We're going to have a party tonight. Let's get wild. Misaki shouted excitedly. Shishio, let's get Wagyu beef, Kobe beef, caviar. Mayumi was also excited, and her mouth was full of drool. Shishio ignored Misaki and looked at Mayumi. With your money. Mayumi. But really, what are you going to make? Sayaka asked. Are you guys more interested in the food than the manga? Shishio was lost for words. They only laughed awkwardly. Still, I'll buy the manga magazine when we go to the convenience store later, Shiro-san said. He was quite free and didn't have anything to do, considering how he had finished the research of his book. Thank you, Shiro-san. 2x. Shishio and Shina said at the same time. Even though Shiro-san was a masochist and a pervert, he was the most decent among everyone. By the way, who are you going to invite? Chihiro asked. Well, it should be the members of the literature club and a few of my friends, Shishio said subtly. Girls? Boys? Sayaka asked again. Girls? Everyone. All. Mayumi asked. All. Shishio nodded. Are they your friends or your girlfriends? Chihiro asked, but then she let out a sigh and said, well, it doesn't really matter, but you can't make too much noise since our neighbor might complain to us. Thanks, Chihiro-ne. With the matter of the party settled, they left the Sakurasu together, but before they went to the school, they stopped at the convenience store. Somehow, I feel nervous. Nanami held her chest as she was about to enter the convenience store. Still, she felt it had been a while for her to go to the convenience store, considering how she had stopped working part-time and became Shishio's maid. Why, you're the one who gets nervous. Shishio was speechless. But, you know, I wonder how your manga will be. Nanami hadn't read Shishio's story, and she also hadn't read the manga drawn by Shina. While she was curious and wanted to read it, but she knew their manga had become confidential, and she could only read it if she became an employee of the publishing house where Shishio and Shina signed a contract. Nanami had always wanted to read their manga, but when a chance appeared before her, she became nervous, wondering what the response of the public was about their manga. Of course, she hoped it would be successful, but she also felt their chances of failing were also small, considering how they had succeeded in publishing their own manga when they were still in high school. While Nanami prayed, the automatic door of the convenience store was opened. Shina and Misaki dashed inside. However, while Misaki went to the magazine arena to check their manga, Shina went to get the Bankuken. Shishio, Nanami, and Ritsu. As for Ryu Unosuke, he didn't come to the school since he had a lot of work with his programming jobs. Still, some way, Shishio was quite jealous of Ryu Unosuke since that guy could play a truant proudly. However, the school was fair since the students were free to do what they wanted to do as long as there was a clear achievement. Ryu Unosuke was a genius programmer, and geniuses had their own way to cultivate. Mashiro. Ritsu quickly chased and tried to stop Shina, who wanted to eat the Bankuken on the shelf at the supermarket. Nanami. Shishio looked at Nanami while telling her not to be nervous since the creator of the manga wasn't even the slightest nervous. Nanami couldn't say anything, and she could only roll her eyes since she knew there was a huge difference between a genius and an average person with hard work. However, she didn't feel inferior since right now, she felt she had the upper hand on Shina, especially in taking care of Shishio's needs in that area. Nanami suddenly blushed and threw her dirty thought into the gutter while looking at Shishio with a pout since he had made her, who was an innocent girl, into such a dirty girl. While Shishio didn't know what Nanami was thinking, he could tell that this girl was thinking something rude and perverted, which made him sigh somehow, thinking he was really a sinful guy. Oh. So this is the manga. Misaki shouted in excitement as she held the manga magazine. Hearing her shout, they quickly gathered around Misaki to see the cover of the manga magazine. The cover was carefully drawn by Shina, which caused many people to gasp at how beautiful it was. After all, Shina not only was a genius at drawing, but she also received tutelage from Shishio too, which caused her skill to be even better than before. The cover of the manga magazine was a picture of the heroine, Shinohara Akari, smiling, holding an umbrella under the scattering sakura flowers. The smile, her movement, and every detail of this picture caused them to feel they saw this girl playing and teasing them right in front of them. Wow! It was the only word they could say after they saw this beautiful drawing. Mamashiro, did you draw this? Ritsu asked in surprise. Shina nodded simply, but she was also quite satisfied with this result and looked at Shishio with a smile. Shishio, it's our manga. Yes, it's our manga, Mashiro. Shishio patted Shina's head gently. Shina smiled and laughed as she rubbed her head against him. Misaki, Ritsu, and Nanami could only stare at this scene in silence and bitterly, but they could only look away since they knew their position didn't allow them to do something similar. Okay, should we go to the school now? Shishio asked. They nodded and picked another manga magazine since they had a feeling it would be sold out sooner or later, and it was true since all the people who saw the cover of the manga magazine all bought them without hesitation until they were all sold out. However, it was only known later since they were all going to school. At school, they read the manga created by Shishio and Shina. After they read, they could only sigh, feeling slightly itchy and moved at the pure love of the characters in the story. However, it was hard to believe someone as perverted Shishio was the one who wrote the story, which made them speechless. What's with that gaze? Shishio felt he was hurt somehow. It's okay. It's okay. By the way, we're going to hold a party on the Sakurasu, right? Nana asked with a smile. Yes. Shishio looked at Nana weirdly, and he knew this girl should know he had slept with her older sister, yet this girl was all right. However, he took back his words since she whispered something outrageous to him. I want to do it in your room in Sakurasu. Nana whispered. Shishio looked at Nana for a moment and said, let's talk about this matter later. Everyone wanted to go to this party on the Sakurasu, and they were also quite curious about this place. After all, everyone in the school knew this place as a den of weirdos, but was it really? They somehow wanted to see what kind of place it was. While they talked to each other, Shishio excused himself and went to the toilet since he needed to release some pressure on his bladder. As he arrived at the toilet, he opened his zipper and released the water, but he didn't expect to meet his acquaintance. Mitaka-senpai. It's been a while, Oga-kun. Mitaka nodded with a gentle smile while peeking at Shishio's tool before his lips twitched. He stopped intending to take a leak since he was afraid his defeat would be known. Shishio didn't care even if his tool was seen. He cleaned it up and closed his zipper. If you need to use a toilet, you should hurry up, senpai. The class is going to start soon. Wait, Oga-kun, can we talk for a bit? Shishio stopped and looked at Mitaka for a moment before he nodded. Okay. Still, even if Mitaka didn't say anything, he could guess what Mitaka wanted to ask or tell him since everything must be related to the time when he dubbed Misaki's anime, and it was also the reason he was curious about what Mitaka was going to do. 444, it's been a while, senpai. It had been a while since Shishio met Mitaka. After all, unlike Sorita, who was in the same class as him, Mitaka was in the third year, and their class was on a different floor. Instead of going to the toilet near the literature club, which was located on the first floor, he felt Mitaka would be better to go to the toilet nearby his class. However, Shishio knew Mitaka deliberately came to him, and it was the reason why Mitaka came to this toilet. The two stood in the corridor near the toilet. From their position, they could see a few people on the outside, eating lunch together. Is it about Misaki-senpai? Shishio asked while leaning lazily on the window, looking at the scenery around. Mitaka showed a bitter expression and said, "You're so blunt, Oga-kun. I just don't want to waste my time, senpai. I don't think you have many reasons to come to be except for Misaki-senpai." Shishio knew love was an irrational thing. Even if Mitaka might have many lovers outside, they were all just for his lower body. His heart was all for Misaki. It might sound ridiculous and stupid, but if someone could control this feeling which was known as love, the world wouldn't be full of forlorn love songs. Also, Shishio knew there was nothing they could talk to each other about. Well, I am also worried about my junior, who has become a famous scumbag in school. Mitaka joked to lighten the mood, but inwardly, he must admit Shishio's skill was more amazing than theirs. Also, he must admit Shishio's girls were all high-level and beautiful, which made him sigh. I'll go back, senpai. Shishio didn't really want to spend a boring time with this senior. Their relationship also wasn't particularly close, and after Mitaka moved out, neither of them talked to each other. If this wasn't Misaki's crush, he would just ignore him. Wait. Even if Mitaka was good, he also felt annoyed by Shishio's act, considering Shishio was his junior. In this country, the seniority system was something that everyone abided by. Those older students would usually be respected by the younger students, and it was something normal, something those older students had expected. However, Shishio didn't really care about any of that. Shishio moved his shoulders slightly, dodging Mitaka's hand, and halted his movement while looking at him with a cold gaze. Mitaka felt his entire body was cold. He was like prey that knew he was about to be bitten by a snake. However, the aura around Shishio changed slightly, and he said, "Just tell me, what do you want to tell me, senpai? I don't have much time to listen to your jokes." Hearing a joking tone as if he had found a fun thing from Mitaka's mouth, even if they were acquaintances, he would cut their relationship without hesitation. Sorry. Mitaka knew that his joke might be quite too much, so he said, "Just what's your relationship with Misaki?" "It's just a normal senior and junior. If you ask whether there's something special, it is just that we're working on the anime right now. However, I don't help her anymore since my job has ended." "That's all," Shishio said everything in one go. "Do you have something to ask?" Mitaka knew from Shishio's expression that it was impossible for him to have an interest in Misaki. While he might have fallen in love with this weird girl, it was impossible for the others to do so, considering how weird her personality was. However, when he saw him being kissed on the cheek by her, he felt something almost explode inside him. He just wanted to go and come to them and ask them what was happening, but his inferiority complex made him unable to move forward to question them. Mitaka had walked away from Sakurasua before he felt he wasn't good enough for Misaki. His script was also rejected by her since she felt it didn't get exciting from it. It was also at that time that Mitaka decided to move away, but deep inside, there was a little hope in his heart that wanted Misaki to feel sad when he disappeared. However, unexpectedly, Misaki was all right. She was still full of life and smiling. While his part of him was a relief, Mitaka also felt ugly since he saw her happy. Here he was living miserably, working hard to catch her up, yet she was still on her usual, without thinking about him. He knew this feeling was selfish and irrational, but he couldn't stop it since he had fallen so deeply on Misaki. Shishio also didn't feel surprised by Mitaka's reaction or why he came here since he knew it was tough for someone to feel in love, especially when it was unrequired. While it was cold, it had nothing to do with him, and sometimes, choosing another might be a good thing. Still, when Shishio looked at Mitaka, he suddenly thought of Momo Kashiwabara. He hadn't answered her confession until now, yet she still didn't ask him to be in a hurry. He knew he needed to give her an answer as soon as possible, but he really wondered why Momo had always fallen for a bad guy. Still, as for how Mitaka had happened to see how Misaki kissed him on the cheek, Shishio decided to pretend that he didn't know anything since the longer they talked, the longer he stayed here. Senpai. Mitaka took a deep breath and asked, how is your anime? It should end soon. Do you want to watch it? Shishio asked. Mitaka was silent. Watch it? The anime that was created by Shishio and Misaki? Was this a joke? However, Mitaka wanted to see it. He wanted to see whether this anime would turn into a classic or just a joke. He wanted to see who would be between him or Misaki became a joke. Shishio also wasn't in a hurry and just stayed in silence, waiting for Mitaka. Love causes madness in some people. Shishio was sure of it, but there was nothing that we could do since we couldn't control it. While it was amazing, it was beautiful and unforgettable, it was also ugly, sad, and painful, especially when we fall for someone who didn't love the wrong person or us. Let me watch it, Mitaka said after a moment of hesitation. Shishio nodded and said, do you need me to bring senpai at that time? Mitaka couldn't say anything after this question came. While he wanted to see Misaki every day, it was also painful to meet her, especially when he couldn't become how he expected. If he could become a talented writer, who could write a perfect script for Misaki, he knew their relationship would be smooth sailing. However, he knew he couldn't become one. Still, Mitaka also knew even if he couldn't become one, Misaki would accept him, and they could become together, yet part of him couldn't accept it. He didn't want to become normal, and he also wanted to become special. Working hard silently after leaving Sakurasu and breaking up with all the girls, Mitaka had worked really hard to write the best script, but the trauma of the rejection still lingered inside his mind. Shishio didn't give advice or anything to Mitaka since he knew when one falls in love, it is impossible to listen to someone else. They would think they were right, especially for their loved ones, so instead of saying anything, it was better not to say anything. He also wasn't Mitaka's babysitter or close friend, so what Mitaka felt at this moment was nothing to do with him. Love is surely troublesome. Shishio thought, but when he thought about what he did in the past, he also couldn't condemn Mitaka. He was in luck. He could meet Shina, or else his state might not be much different from Mitaka, numbing his mind by dating many girls at the same time. Still, Shishio was worse since even if Shina had loved him and pulled him out of that place, he couldn't be single-minded and be with other women too. He let out a depressing sigh inwardly and thought to give the best party for Shina later. Mitaka couldn't make up his mind and stayed in silence. It's better if you meet her, Shishio said. Why do you think so? Mitaka asked with complex emotion. Why do I think so? Isn't that what you want? Shishio said simply. Mitaka knew Shishio was right. He wanted to meet Misaki, but he couldn't find the right timing, nor did he dare to call her out. It was also impossible to return to Sakurasu since it was this dorm's policy not to accept someone who had left Sakurasu to stay again. When the anime is ready, I'll tell you. By then, I'll also invite Misaki-senpai. You can meet each other while watching that anime, and by then, you should talk to each other and talk about how you are going to develop your relationship in the future, Shishio said. Mitaka opened his mouth and then closed his mouth. He didn't know what to say at that moment. Shishio knew Misaki was running away. While he had said that running away was okay, it wasn't a good solution. In the long run, either way, she needed to face Mitaka sooner or later. It was okay now since she had preoccupied her mind with the anime, but what after she was finished? What if she couldn't find anything to do? While Shishio wasn't sure and believed in Misaki, he decided to do this to make sure she was going to be alright. He also wanted to see Misaki's reaction toward Mitaka. Mitaka also needed to meet Misaki since when one falls in love, one could do anything. Whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, no one really knew. Okay. Mitaka nodded after a moment of hesitation. Then, I'll leave first. Bye, senpai. Shishio waved his hand and left. Bye. Waving his hand too, Mitaka then forgot to ask a question about Shishio's relationship with Misaki, but it was enough now since he knew what he needed was to prepare his heart when he watched their anime and what he was going to say to Misaki when they met each other. Mitaka knew he had time, and he was going to make up what he could do. But could he? No one was sure, but either way, hopefully, the relationship between Mitaka and Misaki could be solved. Still, Shishio must admit, he was caught in the troublesome situation again. 445, the party is going to start soon. The school ended soon, and everyone went to Sakurasu together to have a party together to celebrate the manga of Shishio and Shina. Still, their trip to Sakurasu attracted a lot of attention since the group of beautiful girls had always attracted people's attention. However, they had gotten used to it and ignored them while talking to each other. The people who saw them only looked at them for a while before they looked away. This was how the people in Tokyo were. They were mostly indifferent and individualist. It was cold, yet many people came since they were attracted by the most bustling city in this country, chasing after their dream and becoming rich. Unfortunately, most of them would work part-time in this city with their dreams ruined, living day by day until they died. However, that was a different story, and it had nothing to do with this group of students. While walking, Mai Sakurajima read the manga created by Shishio and Shina. While she was amazed by the story, the painting, and the delicate emotions painted on each character, she wondered whether it was possible to make it into a movie. She glanced at Shishio for a moment and saw him talking with a few girls. Let's talk about this later. The trip to the Sakurasu didn't take that much time, and after they walked over the bridge that crossed over the riverbank, they slowly walked before they arrived at their destination. So this is Sakurasu. Mai murmured since it was her first time coming here. It was also some of the girls' first time coming here. They might have heard the name, what kind of strange places this dorm was, and many other rumors, but even so, when they saw it for the first time, they felt it was a fairly normal place. There's nothing strange about this place, Miu Ashihara said of what was on her mind. They agreed with her words, but Saki and Yukinashita, who heard her words, could only smile bitterly since they knew what kind of weirdos were living in this place. Ah, Shishio-kun, you have come back? Are you going to prepare the party? Shishio turned and saw Shiro-san was there. He nodded and said, yes, I am going to prepare, but what is that on your arm, Shiro-san? Ah, this is. Shiro-san seemed happy when Shishio asked this question and proudly showed a stack of magazines in his hands. These are porn magazines that I have found on the street today. If you want to read it, I'll share some with you later. Everyone. Shishio's corner of his lips twitched, then suddenly, someone called him again. Shishio. Shiro. Come here. Help me to bring these beers. Shiro-san and Shishio turned and saw Mayumi Nishikino was there with her office lady, uniform and a pack of beers in her hands, sweating profusely, holding so much weight on her hands and her chest. Everyone could only stare at this scene in silence when they saw how much beer this woman had brought. Shishio-kun, have you prepared for the party? Everyone subconsciously turned to another woman who asked this question to check whether there was something weird about this person, but they somehow felt disappointed at how normal this beautiful girl was. Sayaka Watanabe, who had just come back from her university, looked at the group of cute girls who seemed to follow Shishio to the Sakurasu. She knew some of those girls were his girlfriends, but she wondered who those girlfriends were. Still, she didn't realize that almost all of them were his girlfriends. While bringing the pack of beers in his hands, Shishio decided to ignore everyone's reaction to each other and said, okay, should we prepare for the party? They looked at each other and nodded since right now, it was better to stay silent and pretend not to notice the strangeness that happened in front of them. While Shishio and his group prepared for the party, Chihiro and Hiratsuka were together since they still had jobs. Shishio told Chihiro to invite Hiratsuka, and she agreed without hesitation since it was a happy day for her nephew. Nephew. There was a depreciated smile on her face. What's wrong, Chihiro? You're not done with your job? Hiratsuka asked curiously. No, I am about to end soon. How about you? Chihiro asked. I have finished. I am just waiting for you. Hiratsuka rubbed her stomach and said curiously, I wonder what he's going to cook. Not sure, but it should be good. Chihiro had confidence in her nephew's cooking skills, and no matter what it was, she was sure it would be good. Well, that's true. Hiratsuka murmured while putting her two hands behind her head, stretching her body up and causing the size of her two mounds to become bigger. Chihiro looked at Hiratsuka for a moment before she poked Hiratsuka's chest with her index finger. Hiratsuka was startled and slapped Chihiro's hand away with a blush. What the hell are you doing? What are you being shy about? Chihiro pouted and said, we have even had a bath together in the past. You have even touched mine. But we're in the freaking teacher's office. Hiratsuka was almost exasperated. It's okay, isn't it? There are only the two of us here. Chihiro complained. It wasn't that the teacher's office was empty, but they were working on the box where Hiratsuka usually took the problem students on for the guidance counseling, so while there were some teachers around them, they wouldn't be seen since they were inside the box. I am jealous of your future husband. Chihiro muttered while staring at Hiratsuka's chest. Usually, Hiratsuka would get angry since Chihiro was saying sarcasm at her, considering she had been single for so many years. However, strangely enough, she didn't get angry and just sat there uncomfortably. Chihiro felt weird and asked jokingly, don't tell me you have a boyfriend now. Hiratsuka. Who? Chihiro was like being possessed by an evil spirit as her nails dug into Hiratsuka's shoulders. Ouch. Ouch. Your nails hurt me. Don't be too forceful. Hiratsuka patted Chihiro's hands several times so this woman would let go of her. It wasn't that she didn't want to slap her, but she was afraid Chihiro would pass out if she really slapped her, considering her power and all. Sorry. Chihiro quickly apologized, then asked, so who is this lucky guy? Also, why? She had never seen a man around Hiratsuka, but suddenly she heard she had a boyfriend? While she was in disbelief, like when she heard the moon drop from the sky, she was more curious about the man that was able to conquer her. Is this the reason why her skin has been good? Chihiro had noticed Hirotsuka's skin became brighter and rosy, which made her sigh, thinking Hirotsuka's luck was good since she had a man now, yet on the hand, she had almost fallen into the forbidden love, which made her depressed. Hearing Chihiro's question, Hirotsuka opened her mouth before she closed it again. She couldn't answer her question since her boyfriend was Chihiro's nephew. If she told the truth, what should she say? Hirotsuka didn't know, and she was also afraid to know. However, she could see how Chihiro wouldn't let her go no matter what. She knew she needed to tell the truth, but somehow she hesitated. She wanted to say something, but the box was knocked on by someone. Hirotsuka-sensei, Sengoku-sensei, are you here? Hirotsuka and Chihiro turned and saw Hina Tachibana was there. Hirotsuka sighed in relief and asked, "What's wrong, Tachibana-sensei?" "Ah yes, this is the document from the vice-headmaster." Hina quickly explained as she gave the documents. However, she noticed the expression of Hirotsuka and Chihiro was slightly strange on her. "Is there something wrong? Tachibana, you seem to be so happy today. Did something happen yesterday?" Chihiro asked curiously. Hina was startled, and her face blushed. She suddenly thought about what had happened yesterday and this morning. She was slightly panicked, and she wanted to escape when she realized Chihiro was Shishio's aunt. She had an urge to apologize, but she quickly realized neither Chihiro nor Hirotsuka realized what was happening, so she quickly calmed herself. "Ah, yes, I just came back from a trip." She suddenly felt regret since she said this reason. "Trip? Where?" Hirotsuka asked curiously. "It's Kamakura." Hina subconsciously said. With who you go with?" Chihiro smiled. With my family." Hina sighed in relief since, in the end, she didn't tell the truth. Family, 2x. However, Hirotsuka and Chihiro didn't seem to believe Hina's words. Without a doubt, Hina came to Kamakura with her lover. Still, they must admit, they were quite jealous and thought it would be wonderful to have a secret trip to the old capital city, doing something that shouldn't be done with their loved one. Hirotsuka made up her mind to invite Shishio. However, Chihiro quickly shook her head since she was thinking about Shishio again. Hina looked at Hirotsuka and Chihiro, then asked, "By the way, what are you talking about? You seem so happy for some reason." "Oh? Shishio is going to start a party on the Sakurasu," Hiratsuka answered generously. "Oga-kun? A party?" Hina felt bitter, but she didn't dare to show it since her relationship with Shishio was a secret. She also felt relief since she almost called Shishio by his first name instead of his family name. If Hirotsuka and Chihiro knew what her relationship was with Shishio, she was afraid something that shouldn't happen might happen. Yet. Chihiro nodded and said, "His manga has been published, so he is starting a party." "I see." Hina nodded and didn't say much, but then Chihiro said, "Do you want to join us, Tachibana-sensei?" Hina was surprised, but surprisingly, she agreed. "Is that okay? Am I not a bother? The more, the merrier, right?" Chihiro said while looking at Hirotsuka. "Yet." Hirotsuka nodded without hesitation. Then, please take care of me," Hina said while bowing her head. On the Sakurasu, Shishio didn't know what had happened to Chihiro, Hirotsuka, and Hina since he was making a baumkuchen on the open fire in the yard. While he baked, he looked at the rewards he got from Hina and thought about opening them. However, he didn't know what kind of storm was about to hit him soon. 446, does the party exciting enough? Shishio baked the baumkuchen on the open fire in the yard. The girls were in the kitchen, preparing and helping to cook various foods. While baking, Shishio thought to use this chance to open the rewards he got from Hina last night. Still, until now, he felt unexpected when he thought about what had happened last night. He glanced at Rui, who prepared the food with everyone, and wondered what would happen when she knew he had done it with Hina. Disbelief, anger, disappointment, or calm? Shishio wasn't sure, but he knew he didn't need to say it now. Instead, he needed to answer Momo's confession first, considering he had left her hanging for so long. It was quite surprising that she didn't force him to answer her and she felt happy when he invited her to the party without asking him anything. However, Shishio knew Momo was waiting for his answer. While Momo wasn't a virgin and had many experiences, Shishio knew this girl was still a good girl. Still, her luck with a man wasn't good since she had fallen for a scumbag again. He wondered whether there was a good guy who could take care of her, and if there wasn't, he was probably going to take care of her for a while. While Shishio thought to open his rewards, Momo was happy she could be with everyone, preparing dinner together and having fun with many people. He. What's wrong, Kashiwabara-senpai? Nanami asked curiously. You can just call me Momo-senpai, Aoyama-san. In exchange, can I call you Nanami? Momo asked. Yes, I don't mind. Nanami nodded. Thank you, Nanami. Momo smiled and said, it's just that it has been a while since I have had fun with many people like this. Is that so? Nanami wasn't sure how to respond, but Momo didn't make the situation difficult and asked her how to prepare the yakitori. Shishio didn't know what Momo was thinking and opened his rewards from Hina. Shishio felt his rewards felt quite mixed somehow, but since it was a reward, he didn't think too much and accepted them gracefully. The asset type of reward he got was 5 billion yen, 60% shares of Yoshimoto Kogyo, and a building in Osaka. While the money and the building were easy to understand, Yoshimoto Kogyo was the major Japanese entertainment conglomerate. It might sound strange, but this company was an entertainment company that was focused on comedians. It was also the largest comedian talent agency in the country. Shishio suddenly realized he had become a media conglomerate. Whether it was a movie theater, movie, television, newspaper, publishing house, talent agency, radio, etc., he owned all of them. It felt strange when he got all of them easily by seducing girls, but since they were given to him, he was going to take care of them without hesitation. However, Shishio knew media couldn't become the key to industries. As of now, Shishio is thinking of turning his pharmaceuticals or electronic products manufacturers into the main key of his company. However, if possible, he wanted to get a bank or two since, without a bank, his industry wouldn't be completed. Still, it wasn't that fun to talk about the money, so he quickly focused on his next rewards, which were quite amazing. Compass Sense, Prank Mastery, Massage Mastery, and Enhanced Kidney, hey. The Compass Sense was, in simple terms, just an ability to sense directions like a compass, knowing where a specific direction was. It might seem useless, but it was quite useful when he had gotten lost in the forest or deserted island. However, he felt such a thing wouldn't happen shortly. Also, it was quite useful for fighting since he could sense, track, and predict his opponent's movements and attacks as accurately as a compass. He could also discern their location regardless of direction and instinctively aim for their vitals. This ability was amazing, especially when he combined it with his enhanced vision and enhanced sense of smell. While his compass sense was quite amazing, his prank mastery was quite doubtful, but when he read the description of this ability, he felt this ability was quite nice. He had become proficient in tricks, physiological, surprise attacks, and unique weapons. This ability gave him an unexpected surprise since he didn't expect it would help him in the battle. His next reward was Massage Mastery. Shishio thought he could master a variety of massages, and it was just like that. However, it seemed this ability was far more than simple. It not only gave him mastery of all types of massages but also gave a variety of effects of massage, ranging from but not limited to instantly inducing, alleviation, comforting, healing, pleasure, orgasms, and relaxation. It's a nice ability. Shishio was satisfied with the massage mastery and checked it for a moment before he looked at his last reward. Enhanced Kidneys, et. The kidneys are an important organ in our body. They play many important roles in keeping our bodies in balance. For example, they remove waste, toxins, and excess water from the bloodstream, which is carried out of the body in urine. They help to make hormones to produce red blood cells, and they turn vitamin D into its active form, so it's usable in the body. However, Shishio also knew this organ also helped during the night activity too, since the healthier the kidney was, the better one at night activity. Overall, while the rewards were quite dubious at first, Shishio was satisfied, but his mood became weird when he heard words from Shiro-san, who was also baking the Baumkuchen on his side. I collected many of the treasures around the neighborhood, yet we used them to bake a cake. Shiro-san let out a long sigh. Shishio. Still, I wonder whether the taste of the Baumkuchen that is baked with a porn magazine will become more delicious. Shiro-san looked at Shishio and asked, what do you think, Shishio-kun? Shishio rolled his eyes and said, the porn magazine is, in the end, just a piece of paper, so I don't think it'll give a better taste to the Baumkuchen. Even if there is, it'll be just a placebo effect. Still, he must admit, it was surely interesting to bake a Baumkuchen using a porn magazine. It was such a luxurious act that he had never thought to do in his life, yet he did it right now and here. Hearing Shishio's answer, Shiro-san shook his head helplessly and let out a sigh. You don't have a dream, Shishio-kun. Still, is it alright for you to collect those porn magazines? Won't the police catch you for stealing? Shishio asked since he knew that picking up someone's trash could be considered an act of stealing in this country. If Shiro-san didn't have permission to collect the porn magazines, he would be considered a criminal. However, even if Shiro-san didn't take the porn magazines, his usual act would bring him to jail without hesitation. It's okay. The police around the neighborhood have known me well. If they see me, they just give me a helpless expression before telling me to hurry up and take the porn magazines. Shiro-san smiled happily and said, "Thank you for worrying about me, Oga-kun." Shishio was silent and had never thought to worry about Shiro-san, yet the information he got from Shiro-san was just too much for him to react to. He wasn't sure how to answer. However, he quickly shook his head and asked, "By the way, Shiro-san, can I ask you something?" "What's wrong? Do you want to know the spot where you can collect porn magazines?" Shiro-san asked kindly. "It's not that." Shishio shook his head and said, "There are many girls here. Don't you feel anything?" He wondered whether Shiro-san didn't show excitement when he was surrounded by many beautiful high school girls. "Ah, I don't really have an interest in high school girls." Shiro-san shook his head and said, "I am more interested in the housewives around the neighborhood." Shishio. Cough. Shishio and Shiro-san turned and saw Yuki Nashida was there. "Can I call the police now?" Yuki Nashida asked while holding a phone. Shishio and Shiro-san were in silence while looking at each other. Cough. Cough. "Calm down, senpai. You don't need to be in a hurry. Sit down first." Shishio pulled Yuki Nashida to sit on the rock next to him. Yuki Nashida showed a reluctant expression, but even so, she sat next to Shishio. "Let me introduce you again. He's Shiro-san. A member of Sakurasu. While he's a pervert, masochist, and porn magazine enthusiast, he's a good and harmless guy. Also, he's a famous novelist," Shishio introduced Shiro-san. "Thank you for the nice introduction, Oga-kun." Shiro-san showed an excited expression. Yuki Nashida was silent before she let out a long sigh. She had seen Shiro-san before, but she didn't think too much since they didn't talk much, but who would have thought Shiro-san would be? Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio, and hopefully, nothing had happened to him. Shishio didn't say anything, only patted Yuki Nashida's shoulder. Shiro-san also didn't say anything and just kindly shut his mouth. "He's all right, right?" Yuki Nashida whispered. "Senpai, while I know Shiro-san is a pervert, he's a great guy. I won't let you mock him," Shishio said with a serious tone. Shiro-san was a masochist, and being mocked was a great thing for Shiro-san, so he didn't want Yuki Nashida to entangle with this pervert due to her frank nature. While Yuki Nashida might not be his girlfriend, Shishio didn't feel good when he thought someone felt happy being abused by her, so it was better to draw a cross between Yuki Nashida and Shiro-san. Also, he didn't want her to be traumatized by Shiro-san either. "Oga-kun." Shiro-san was in tears. Yuki Nashida stared at Shishio for a moment before she nodded. "I am sorry. I know that what I have said was quite too much. It's all right. When I met him for the first time, I thought to call the police, but once you had gotten used to him, he was as harmless as a flea," Shishio said. "Thank you very much," Shiro-san said happily. Yuki Nashida was in silence and thought she might not get used to Shiro-san no matter how long it was. However, the three of them unexpectedly talked well, talking about literature. Shiro-san was, after all, a famous writer. Even if he was a pervert and a masochist, he was amazing. While the three of them talked to each other, Chihiro returned with Hiratsuka and another person. "I am back. Is the party ready?" However, Rui, who was attracted by the voice, was surprised when she saw her big sister. "Hina-ne." "Hello, Rui." Hina waved her hand with a smile. "Do you know her?" Hiratsuka asked curiously. "She's my little sister," Hina said with a smile. "Ah." Hiratsuka and Chihiro were surprised, and many people were also surprised since they had never known about the relationship between Hina and Rui. However, Shishio's lips twitched since he wondered what Hina wanted to do. 447, Treble Act 1. Hina's sudden appearance in Sakurasu surprised him, but it didn't let him lose his composure. Shishio quickly guessed the reason why Hina was here, and he couldn't help but look at Chihiro and Hiratsuka. He knew they had invited Hina and the reason was probably the more, the merrier, or something like that. Shishio suddenly couldn't help but sigh. Not only Hina, but there was also Momo. Hiratsuka was also there too, and Shishio couldn't help but imagine how Chihiro would react when she knew he and Hiratsuka dated each other. In this single place, there were three problems he needed to face. If it was someone else, they might get panicked and run away. However, as someone who walked on the path of the scumbag, Shishio knew he couldn't run, and he needed to face this problem head-on. Also, there were other members of his harem and their friends who might or might not have an interest in him. Without a doubt, they would cause more chaos. His situation was super-duper chaos, and the party might become a battle royal in the middle or at the end. However, everything was still clear, and there was no need to lose his composure. Everything is under control. Shishio thought. What's wrong? Yuki Nashida asked while looking at Hina, Hiratsuka, and Chihiro. She wasn't sure, but it might be her imagination that his expression slightly changed when he looked at the three women. She wasn't sure who it was, but she wondered whether he had dated a teacher too? While it made her speechless, Yuki Nashida felt that possibility wasn't small, considering she knew well what kind of bastard this guy was. However, Yuki Nashida felt it should be her imagination, considering Shishio's attention was all focused on the bongkuken he baked. Bongkuken will be ready soon, senpai. Do you want to try it? Shishio asked softly. Okay. The sweet smell from the bongkuken tempted her like a devil, and she would be lying if she didn't want to take a bite. Shishio nodded and continued to bake the bongkuken while telling Shiro-san to be careful, considering how one needed to be focused on baking this cake on an open fire. Still, while baking, he thought he might think too much since nothing might happen. If that's the case, it'll be the best. However, suddenly Sheena came and sat between his legs naturally while watching the bongkuken get ready. While Shishio didn't say anything, she could tell whether the bongkuken was ready or not with her sense of smell alone, so when the sweet scent suddenly hit her nose, she knew it was almost done. Yuki Nashida. Not only Yuki Nashida, Shishio and the rest were speechless at Sheena. Is it ready yet, Shishio? Sheena turned and asked eagerly. Shishio looked at Sheena for a moment and took a deep breath, put his chin on the top of her head, and said, "It's almost done soon." Wait for a moment. Sheena nodded while continuing to watch over bongkuken. Yuki Nashida was in silence, staring at Shishio and Sheena without saying anything. However, for the first time, Shiro-san wanted to escape right now, but was it his imagination? He could see Shishio seemed to force him to stay no matter what. The group was divided into several groups. Some of them prepared food, some prepared cakes, and there was a group who were lazying around. But let's not mention the group that lazied around. Hirotsuka drank a beer given by Chihiro while staring at how close Shishio and Sheena were. Even though she knew they were lovers, and she knew she couldn't monopolize him alone, she also wanted to do something similar to what Sheena had done. Hirotsuka was also sure that not only her but the rest members of his harem and the opposite genders who had feelings toward him also felt the same. However, unlike his harem, who could do what Sheena did openly, Hirotsuka couldn't do it since she hadn't said anything to Chihiro. She glanced at Chihiro, who drank a beer on the sofa lazily while watching television, wondering how her best friend was going to react when she knew she dated her nephew. It's going to be difficult. Hirotsuka didn't have a doubt, and she felt this wasn't the right occasion, considering how they were about to start a party. Are we not going to help? I am drunk. I'll make a mess if I help them. The best help I can do is not to do anything, Chihiro said, her excuse smoothly. I can't argue with that excuse. Hirotsuka was slightly bored and decided to help them with the meat preparation since they were going to have a barbecue. When she was in university, she often went outdoors and prepared a barbecue, so her barbecue skill was good. However, while her barbecue skill was good, it didn't mean it was a good memory since during that outdoor activity, she was the one who was being told to prepare barbecue, and the rest were flirting with their boyfriends. Hirotsuka was a single before but not anymore. However, Hirotsuka wasn't sure when she could say this to Chihiro. She thought for a moment and got an idea. Should I tell Satomi, Tachibana Satomi, and Aina Rumika, first? It was hard to talk with Chihiro, so it was better to talk with her two best friends. However, she was afraid they might give him a double lariat since they might see her as a showing off, considering how the two of them were single, without a single boyfriend in their lives. While Hirotsuka thought about her strategy, Hina and Rui talked to each other. However, Rui said, Hina-ne, you don't need to help. You're a disaster in the kitchen. How cruel. Hina almost cried when Rui blatantly told her weak point. Just sit down and drink a beer like the rest. Rui realized why Sakurasu was known as the den of weirdos. Even though she was just a transfer student, she learned many bits of knowledge from her classmates, including Sakurasu. However, she must admit this place was unique. As for why Hina was here, Rui didn't think too much since she knew Hina was invited by Hirotsuka and Chihiro. As for the other reasons, she didn't think there was such a thing, and she also felt the more people, the merrier it was. However, Hina stared at Shishio and Sheena before she asked, Is it all right, Rui? What do you mean? Rui asked and followed Hina's gaze before she understood everything. It's hard, but I have prepared for it. He has repeatedly told me not to get close to him, yet I don't listen to him, and I want to become closer and closer to him, so I think it is okay since I know he's going to make this up later. She already knew from the beginning their relationship wasn't fair to her, yet she still wanted this. She knew many people would think she was stupid for staying with him, but she was okay with it as long as she could be by his side. Love is irrational. Rui just couldn't control her feelings, and she just wanted to be with him. Hina nodded while looking at Shishio in a daze. How about you, Hina-ne? Rui suddenly asked. Hina was startled. The friend that gave you good advice. Rui had a light smile on her face and asked, Have you dated him? Hina was speechless, and the corner of her lips twitched. She wasn't sure how to answer this question since the friend she mentioned before was Rui's boyfriend, and if she dated him, wouldn't that friend date two sisters together? Still, if Nana knew, she would just give a thumbs up to Hina and Rui since when it wasn't bad for two sisters to have the same boyfriend. No, our relationship isn't like that. There was no way Hina would not and say she would date that friend, so she quickly shook her head. Why? Rui was quite surprised by Hina's answer. Well, Hina was in silence since there was no way she could explain what had happened to her and Shishio, right? After all, when Hina thought clearly, she knew she was at fault, considering how she was the one who seduced Shishio. Even though she had said that night was the last time, she just couldn't stop it and kept coming at him. Hina let out a helpless smile and said, I have just broken up. I want to take a break for a while. Hearing her older sister's reason, Rui nodded since she knew something couldn't be in a hurry. Even though she wanted her older sister to get a boyfriend as soon as possible, she knew her older sister needed to sort out her feelings first. Anyway, I want to help. Help me, Rui. Hina pouted while looking at her little sister. Geez. Rui couldn't do anything and decided to help Hina. While the two talked to each other, Miu looked at Momo curiously and asked, Momo, you seem so happy. What's wrong? Really? Momo laughed and said, well, I am happy. She looked at the people around her before she looked at Miu again. Usually, I spend my time alone in my apartment, so it has been a while since I have spent time with a lot of people like this. Really? Miu suddenly turned awkward since she didn't expect to have poked Momo's wound. It's okay. It's okay. Momo smiled and hugged Miu. Hey, don't hug me so suddenly. Miu panicked and also depressed, especially when she felt Momo's soft chest on her. She realized she might have the flattest chest among the girls in this place, making her even more depressed. Fortunately, Shishio loved her flat chest, but if possible, she wanted to have a bigger chest, though. However, Momo didn't realize Miu's depression and stared in Shishio's direction. She couldn't wait anymore, and she wanted to hear his answer now. Still, Momo knew this also wasn't the time, so if possible, she wanted to bring him to her apartment tomorrow. I have to get an answer from him. Shishio, who had finished baking the Bongkuchen, didn't know that something might happen at this party tonight. 448, Treble Act 2. Okay. Let the party start. Ooh. Everyone raised their glasses together. Even though some of them drank beer, many drank barley tea and carbonated drinks. Roberta sat next to Tsukasa and drank tea instead of alcohol, considering she needed to send everyone back to their houses later. Many foods were prepared. Bongkuchen, chocolate fondue, cheese fondue, and many types of meats and vegetable barbecue grilled over the fire. The delicious aroma from the meat permeated throughout the air, causing everyone to drool and grab the meat that was ready. The adult women drank alcohol and meat together, showing a satisfactory expression. Kyuh. Delicious. Roberta stared at everyone in silence and gulped slightly. Just drink alcohol if you want. It isn't like you can get drunk anyway, Shishio said. Roberta showed a complicated expression since it would break her rule as his maid. Also, while alcohol wouldn't affect her much, it would slow her reaction if something happened, so even though it was regretful, she decided to refrain from drinking one. No, it's all right. I won't drink, Shishio-sama. Shishio also nodded and didn't force Roberta since he knew how strict and disciplined she was against herself. Unless she was in bed with Shishio, she wouldn't let go of her guard and be fully prepared 24 hours a day. The two talked together, enjoying the food together. However, Shishio had to sigh since he was in charge of food, considering he was the one with the best cooking skill. Shishio, open your mouth. I'll feed you, Mai said as she brought meat near his mouth. Thanks, senpai. Shishio opened his mouth and ate the meat fed by Mai. Even though the meat wasn't A5 Wagyu beef or Kobe beef, they were good enough, and they were so juicy. Say, what are you going to do? Mai suddenly asked. Cough. Cough. Shishio suddenly coughed, and the meat on his throat made it hard for him to breathe. He panicked slightly and tried to search for a drink. Fortunately, Roberta reacted fast and gave Shishio her drink. Shishio drank the drink Roberta gave without hesitation before he let out a sigh of relief. Mai also panicked slightly and patted his back gently. Are you all right? Yeah. I am all right now. Shishio felt better somehow. Sorry, I shouldn't ask you this question while you're eating. Mai apologized since she could see some tears in Shishio's eyes, showing his throat choked for real. After all, unlike the choke play, it was painful when one got choked when they ate. Shishio didn't have a hobby of choke play, but let's talk about this matter later. What do you mean? I mean, whether Tachibana-sensei, Momo, Yuki Nashida, Ritsu, Maya, Meiko, the rest of the girls, and even some guys, what are you going to do? Are you just pretending that you won't see them paying attention to you? Mai asked. She could see how charming her boyfriend was. If her boyfriend wasn't a scumbag, it would be okay, she didn't need to worry too much, but this guy was an undeniable scumbag. She was afraid the number of girls around him had become so much that he couldn't control it anymore. While Mai didn't care if Shishio played around, it would be different if he made a serious relationship with someone, since that meant that girl would become her sister too. Her time with him was quite limited, considering how many girls there were around him. She didn't want that, and she wanted him to focus on her more. Shishio sipped the barley tea from Roberta's glass slightly and said, "You know, you're also like me, right, Mai?" Mai was confused. "You're a public figure, and of course, you have many guys who are interested in you, right? Not only you, but I am sure everyone here also has many guys to fall for them, considering their appearance. What do you want to say?" Mai asked directly, since Shishio was way too round way about. It was hard to explain. After all that, a man was different from a woman. While it might not be all, many guys were often attracted by many women, and while they had a girlfriend or wife, they loved their wife or girlfriend, but it didn't mean they couldn't feel attraction toward a beautiful woman. If they were asked by a beautiful woman to have sex, probably 9 out of 10 would agree without hesitation. On the other hand, a woman was different. While they might feel an attraction toward a handsome guy, they would only let the man they loved touch, kiss, and have sex with them. However, if the love had faded, it would lead to a complicated situation. While the women were attracted by appearance, too, they were more into feeling. If a woman had an interaction with a man for a long time, she might fall for him. However, there was also a case the man would become the best friend of the woman. Still, everything was complicated. However, it was normal, since if love wasn't complicated, the world would be full of couples, and no people would be troubled as single without a partner. What do you think of them? Many of them are rich and handsome. If they tell you they love you, what will you do? Shishio asked. Are you stupid? Mai pouted and said, of course, I'll reject and ignore them, then I'll tell them I have a boyfriend I love so much. She hugged his arm and rubbed her face on his arm. Shishio wondered how their conversation would suddenly turn into this. However, it was good that Mai had forgotten what they were talking about before, since he didn't really know how to respond to her question. If the women were just ordinary women that wouldn't give him rewards, he wouldn't think too much, but it was different if they could trigger his system. Shishio knew he was a bastard for thinking about rewards instead of the women's feelings. However, there was a beautiful woman who loved you so much and could give you a rich reward. Would you reject them? If Shishio could harden his heart, not his phallus, he knew he could become a loyal boyfriend. However, he had decided to walk on the path of the scumbag, so he knew even if he could hurt his women, he had to move forward. Still, he might have said something cool and all, yet what he was doing was just dating many girls at the same time, which made many people want to beat him up. However, you haven't answered my question. Mai stared at Shishio. Just, what do you want me to answer? My answer is obvious, right? Shishio held Mai's hands gently. Mai was dumbfounded, and her face was slightly reddened by his sudden action. The answer is no, since I love you, Mai, Shishio said softly. If you're not a scumbag, I'll be moved. Unfortunately, you're one. Mai let out a sigh and leaned on her shoulder, feeling slightly tired. While she was happy with his answer, the reality said otherwise, since this guy was a scumbag with many girlfriends, and she was one of them. Still, if possible, she also wanted him to stop, since there were too many girls around him already. However, Mai already knew about Shishio's answer about 2 women who had an interest in him. While Shishio might be alright with the fling, he didn't want to have a serious relationship with the 2 for now. Still, no matter who the girls were, it was possible for him to have a fling, even with the housewives in his neighborhood. The only thing that stopped him was his morale, since he knew even if he was a scumbag, he had a bottom line. Shishio. Can I open the pudding? Nana asked while bringing the bucket of pudding. Is that okay? Can you eat? Shishio asked worriedly. There has always been a place for dessert, you know. Nana said proudly and shared the pudding with everyone. Shishio shook his head and knew there was no need to worry about Nana too much, considering how often she used the gym room in his apartment, so while she ate a lot, she also burnt a lot of calories. There were sure many things that happened at the party, but nothing serious happened, and Shishio felt he could end this party peacefully. This time, he sat next to Hirotsuka, and he couldn't help but ask, have you told Chihiro-ne? Not yet. Hirotsuka's face was slightly flushed since she might have drunk a lot of beer. Do you want me to say it? Shishio asked. Hirotsuka was in silence for a moment before she shook her head. No, it's all right. I'll be the one who says it. She had decided to do it by herself, so she would do it. Is that so? Shishio wanted to say Hirotsuka was like the character of Sense in the Kokoro novel, showing indecisiveness before it led to the suicide of K. Well, many people didn't really know the story of Kokoro, but in simple terms, it was just a story of a love triangle that led to the death of someone because of one indecisiveness. While Chihiro wouldn't commit suicide, Shishio could also understand how hard it was for Hirotsuka to tell their relationship to Chihiro and how Chihiro would accept their relationship, especially when he thought about his relationship with Chihiro. Shishio was aware of how different and abnormal his relationship with his aunt was, and it wouldn't be weird if Chihiro had a feeling for him. The longer they stayed silent about their relationship, the harder it was for them to tell Chihiro. However, Shishio also knew how hard it was for Hirotsuka to tell their relationship to Chihiro. Still, Hirotsuka wanted to lean on his shoulder like everyone else before, but she knew it was hard for her to do so. "Hey, Shizuka, you're going to stay here, right?" Chihiro suddenly said. Is that okay?" Hirotsuka asked. "You're drunk. You can't drive like that. Just stay with me tonight," Chihiro said naturally. "Okay." Hirotsuka nodded without hesitation. Even if the party was eventful and nice, and everyone was happy, the party had to end since they needed to go home. Roberta, who was prepared, was also ready to send everyone back. Shishio also decided to help since the number of people who came to the party was a lot. His girlfriends joined Roberta without hesitation. On the other hand, Rui and Hina decided to join Shishio. Also, "Momo-senpai, are you okay to go back with me?" Shishio asked. Momo's eyes shone, and she nodded without hesitation. "Yes." 449, Doubt. Yukinashita glanced at Shishio's car for a while, but suddenly she felt warm air blow into her ear. "Hi Aeon." She quickly turned and looked at the girl who had caused her this trouble. "Nana." Nana only laughed and asked, "You want to go with him in his car?" Yukinashita looked away and said in a low voice, "No." You don't need to hide it, senpai." Nana pressed her body forward, causing Yukinashita to flinch since she must admit Nana's boobs were huge and soft. Yukinashita glanced at the steep cliff below and couldn't help but sigh. "Nana." Mai suddenly said, which caused Nana to pout, but she didn't say anything. The relationship between Mai and Nana had become closer, especially when they were living in the same apartment building and they often spent their time together. While Nana might be rowdy and slightly noisy, even if Mai was quite uncomfortable at first, she had gotten used to her now. If it was a different girl, Mai didn't say anything. However, Yukinashita was different. She had heard Yukinashita was a daughter of a rich family or something. If the relationship between Yukinashita and Shishio were known by their families, she wondered whether they might become fiancé and fiancée. Still, if that really happened, Mai didn't think Shishio would leave them, considering. Mai glanced at Yukinashita's chest for a moment before she looked away. Yukinashita wasn't sure why, but she felt like she was being looked down on for some reason. However, she must admit she was at a disadvantage in this place. Miu was confused and tilted her head when Yukinashita was looking at her. Looking at Miu, Yukinashita let out a sigh of relief. Miu wasn't sure why, but she wanted to beat up Yukinashita somehow. While his girlfriends were being sent back by Roberta, Shishio sent Meiko, Maya, Hina, Rui and Momo back one by one. He thought the car would be deserted and quiet, considering the group of people he sent were unfamiliar with each other. However, that didn't seem to be the case, considering how the five of them talked to each other normally and excitedly. It might be because they got to know each other during the party they weren't so stiff to each other and talked normally. Still, it might be partly because of Hina, considering she could talk with her students well. Shishio must admit that while Hina wasn't good at romance, considering how she kept falling for the worst type of man from time to time. While Hina wasn't good at romance, her mind was good, and she used her status as a teacher to sit next to Shishio. On the other hand, the others sat behind. However, they haven't had much of a complaint since they didn't think Hina would do something to Shishio. Maya and Meiko might have known Rui was also Shishio's girlfriend, but they weren't so close, considering how they weren't in the same class and how Rui wasn't a member of the literature club. "Rui-senpai, why don't you join the literature club?" Maya suddenly asked. "Literature club?" Rui looked at Meiko and Maya and asked, "Are you two a member of the literature club?" "Of course." 2x. "Do you like to read?" Rui asked curiously. "No." 2x. Rui, Hina, and Momo. "Is that okay?" Hina asked speechlessly. "It's okay. It's okay. Even if we don't read books, we read fashion magazines," Meiko said proudly without hiding anything. "Is that part of literature?" Rui asked speechlessly. If the fashion magazine was part of literature, she also loved to read books, considering how she read a cooking book. "Of course." Meiko nodded and said, "Shishio has said as long as there are words on it, everything is part of literature." Even porn magazines he keeps in his room are also part of literature. Oi! Shishio was speechless since he was mentioned. What? Aren't you hiding them? We have seen it inside your room. You can't hide anything. Meiko was full of smiles. Yeah, there's a lot of maids, teachers, and. Maya lowered her head with a blush. Hina. Even if you know, can you spare me something like this? There's a teacher right next to me, and why did you stop your explanation in the middle? Is there a genre that you can't say? Shishio was speechless. Of course, who has thought you like a housewife genre after all? Meiko murmured and thought she shouldn't let Shishio come to her salon in the future since she was afraid of her mother being seduced by Shishio. Momo, Hina, and Rui were silent, and they looked at Shishio at the same time. While they might accept the teacher and the maid genre, they were quite doubtful of the housewife genre. They also had heard that his relationship with the housewives around the neighborhood was good, which somehow made them feel suspicious. Don't tell me. 3x. Stop with your accusation. While I admit, I own the teacher and the maid genre, the housewife one isn't mine. Shishio felt regret for letting the girls enter his room on the Sakurasu. Still, he knew some people would say it was useless for him to have a porn book, considering how he had many girlfriends. He didn't use the porn book for the side dish. Instead, it was used for art appreciation. While there were many unsatisfactory things in this country, Shishio must admit the art development of this country was amazing. Unlike technology that could be lost and left behind with time, art was forever. It would last for an eternity, and it was also a powerful thing to remind the future about their culture. It also strengthened the nationality of the country. Still, while it was doubtful how one could strengthen one nationality with something erotic, without a doubt, everyone understood an erotic thing. They loved it. Shishio also used it for education since he often learned it together with Shina, Roberta, and Nanami. However, he needed to fix the misunderstanding, or else it would be hard to maintain his dignity in the future. I got the housewives genre from my friends in Ikebukuro. He had said his family might trouble him for a while, so he asked me to keep them for a while. They looked at Shishio in doubt since they had a feeling he really loved the housewife type of porn book, but they didn't have proof, so they decided to believe in him. But you still bought the teacher and the maid, et? Meiko asked with a smile. Well, yeah, I am a boy. Isn't it normal for me to have one or two, right, Hina-sensei? Shishio tried to pull Hina into the quagmire. Et? Hina was dumbfounded, and her face was slightly red. However, when she noticed everyone's gaze on her, she coughed for a while and said, "Bad boy." Then, she knocked Shishio's head lightly, trying to reprimand him. Everyone. Shishio, who was driving, rubbed his head slightly and didn't say anything since he wasn't sure what to say. Hina-ne, is that how you give a punishment? Rui was speechless. Eh? So what do you want me to do? I might be a teacher, but I am not his teacher. Also, I think it is normal for him to have a porn book since he's a teenager. While Hina said this, she was also speechless since she didn't expect Shishio to have a teacher genre of porn book, which made her mood happy. She knew she was dumb for thinking like this, but she could do nothing to control her emotion. Even if he has a teacher genre of porn magazine? Maya asked. Hina was speechless before she let out a sigh and said, "It isn't like we can control our feelings. Sometimes, we just love something that is different from other people. It's like when we know we shouldn't fall for someone, yet we fall for them. Still, I think the teacher genre is quite normal, considering how there are more extreme types of porn books." Oh? Have you read those extreme types of porn books, Hina-sensei? Shishio asked curiously. What do I mean by that, Shishio-kun? I have helped you, and you dare to tease me. Hina was annoyed and pouted, pulling his cheek mercilessly. However, she really had read the extremes type of porn books since in the past, when she was a new teacher, she thought she should learn the trend of the youngster. Still, she realized she had learned too much useless knowledge, and it didn't help her much in her career. Still, while Shishio and Hina bickered with each other, the girls behind were in silence and thought Hina's words were profound. We can't control our feelings and feel for someone we shouldn't. 4x. Momo, Maya, and Meiko were in silence, and they thought Hina was right since they knew even though they had repeatedly told themselves they shouldn't feel something like this, they just couldn't stop it. On the other hand, Rui thought Hina's words came from her experience, considering how she remembered how Hina had dated a married man in the past. Still, her words also gave her insight. Should she fall for someone she shouldn't be with again? Rui was in doubt and decided to throw this matter aside since she thought she was thinking too much. However, if her conjecture was true, and she wasn't wrong, who would Hina fall for? Ryu subconsciously moved her head to the person who drove the car. She looked at Shishio for a few seconds until she saw him ask her. What's wrong, Rui-ne? Shishio asked since he saw Rui kept staring at him. It's okay. I just want to look at you, Rui said calmly while staring at Shishio again. Shishio was speechless, then said, well, if you say so. He didn't bother to talk to Rui again since he felt their conversation might lead to a situation where this shouldn't be heard by the others. Rui kept staring at Shishio while thinking, it shouldn't be, right? She shook her head and decided to stop thinking, but she felt she should ask him for a date. That way, she could have alone time with him and talk about what she wanted to ask on her mind. 450, Natsuo is in a good mood. After he sent Maya and Meiko, Shishio went to send Rui and Hina first and decided to send Momo the last. While Rui and Hina were in doubt, they also understood Momo's house was the farthest among them, and it might take a while for him to go home if Shishio sent them back first. However, even if they spent a long time with him, they didn't really mind. Still, Momo was happy and didn't say much about the order since she knew Shishio planned to talk with her after he sent Rui and Hina back. The four talked to each other normally while listening to Hina's favorite channel radio. Unexpectedly, Hina had a hobby of listening to comedy channels on the radio. She also told them she often watched live performances of comedian groups after her work from time to time. So, Shishio, do you like housewives? Rui suddenly asked. Can you let me go? Shishio was speechless and regretted letting the girls enter his room. However, there was nothing he could do since it was their first time entering his room, and they were curious about it. Sheena also became a good guide and told them where he kept all of his porn magazines from A to Z. She told them all of his collections, which made him depressed. However, what could he do? Shishio felt that he might dote on Sheena too much, and he might need to punish her slightly. Should I stop her at Bangkuken ration? Shishio knew he was being too cruel, but it was for Sheena's good and his future. Still, Hina, Rui, and Momo laughed when they heard his words. However, Hina and Rui wondered whether this guy was interested in their mother. There's no way, right? But I have heard your relationship with the neighborhood housewives is good, Shishio-kun, Momo said. Well, it's because I want to erase the stigma of the Sakurasu. You should know that the housewives around the neighborhood can become a great force to erase the rumor around the Sakurasu, Shishio said calmly, smartly, without causing any misunderstandings. While he might be interested in the housewives, he had never touched the housewives around the neighborhood. Even if he touched them, it would be someone far away from where he lived, the mother and the wife of someone he didn't know. After all, if Shishio dared to seduce the housewives around the neighborhood, if someone knew about it, without a doubt, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Sakurasu again, and the reputation of the Sakurasu would become shit. The wife he had dated would also get persecuted and might be divorced by her husband. Also, while his relationship with the housewives around the neighborhood was good, his intention to get to know them was really what he had told Hina, Rui, and Momo. The housewives around the neighborhood knew each other, they often talked to each other, and if his relationship with them were good, they would give him and the Sakurasu a good reputation too. As for their husbands, Shishio didn't care much since they were rarely seen. Those husbands walked out in the early morning and returned late at night. They didn't have the energy to talk with Shishio or listen to their wives' ramblings, so he ignored them. Also, his hard work was paid for, especially when no one said much, even if they saw Shiro-san collecting the neighborhood-thrown porn magazines. After all, they knew he was a writer, and the writer had a quirk or two. Shishio also told them that Shiro-san tried to imagine becoming one of the characters in his novel, showing his dedication as a novelist, which greatly moved the housewives around the neighborhood. However, even if they knew Shiro-san was a dedicated novelist, it didn't change the fact that they were slightly disgusted toward him and might talk to Shiro-san, so they could get closer to Shishio. Shishio knew their intention, but he couldn't do anything since he wouldn't touch them. Still, frankly, the lives of the housewives in this country weren't bad. They controlled the finances of their families. Their husbands would give their salary to their wives so their wives could control it, giving the husbands some of the income for pocket money. If there was trouble, it would be a lack of sex and boring life. However, how could they blame their husbands? After all, working in this country, especially after the lost decades, was hard, and working overtime had become part of their culture. Tsukasa was lucky he had a system and retained the memory of his past lives. If he didn't, even if his family wasn't bad, he wouldn't be immune to the overwork culture. Well, if I don't have a system, I might probably become a police officer, a bureaucrat, or a banker. The best way to live in Japan was to choose a stable job, then use the money from the country or the company for their own use. In other words, embezzlement. Shishio rubbed his face and thought that no matter where he was still a bastard. Well, let's put aside the housewives. What about a maid and a teacher? Momo asked while looking at Hina, who sat next to Shishio. Hina's expression was stunned for a moment before she put on a natural smile that no one could find fault with. Is that a problem? It's pretty normal, right? Shishio said naturally. Hina, Rui, and Momo were speechless since it was their first time to see someone as shameless as him. However, they must admit his taste was pretty normal. Still, while the maid was alright, the teacher was. Rui and Momo looked at Hina at the same time. However, Hina knew what she should do in this situation. She pulled Shishio's cheek without hesitation and scolded him. Bad. Shishio, Rui, and Momo. Anyway, Shishio quickly sent Rui and Hina back to their houses, and they walked out of the car together. When they walked out, Momo decided to sit next to him since it would be awkward to sit in the back seat when they were alone. Shishio opened the window, looking at Rui and Hina, who was to enter their house. You don't forget anything, right? No, it's all right. Yeah, we don't leave anything behind. That's good. Shishio nodded and thought about leaving, but Rui suddenly stopped him and called him. Shishio. Shishio was in silence since Rui kissed his lips. Momo and Hina. When their lips parted, Rui looked at Shishio shyly. Shishio didn't say much and patted her head gently. Next weekend, do you want to go on a date? Rui asked. Next weekend? Shishio thought for a moment and said, if you're alright on Sunday, it's okay. What's wrong with Saturday? Rui asked curiously since it was better to go on a date on the Saturday since that way, they could stay at the hotel together until tomorrow morning. Well, if you want a Saturday, then it's okay, Shishio said after a moment of thought. He had a plan to go to the theme park this weekend, and he thought to go on Saturday, but when he thought about it for a moment, it didn't really matter if they went on Sunday. Well, do you have a plan for Saturday before? Rui asked. I thought I'd invite everyone to the theme park, Shishio said. Theme park? 3x. Is it Disneyland? Hina asked curiously and seemingly wanted to join. No, I plan to go to the one near Mount Fuji. You mean the Fuji Q? The one with the largest and longest roller coaster and the scariest haunted house? Hina asked. Shishio looked at Hina speechlessly and asked, you sure are very knowledgeable about this. Hee. Hina only laughed awkwardly since she spent time playing around during her university time. Shishio ignored Hina and asked, do you want all to join? Yes. 3x. They agreed without hesitation. While Momo and Rui were happy to join, they felt speechless at Hina, who decided to join. Hina-ne, do you think it is alright for a teacher to join? Rui asked with doubt. It's alright. If I dress normally, no one will think of me as an adult. I can even pass as a high school student, right? Hina asked while looking at Shishio. Shishio. Right. Hina still maintained her smile, but her smile was slightly scary. Shishio was in silence for a moment before he nodded like a robot. See. Hina looked at them with a smile. Rui and Momo. Anyway, I'll send Momo-senpai first. You should enter the house soon. The night is quite chilly. They talked for a while before Shishio drove Momo back to her house. When they had gone, Rui looked at Hina and asked, Hina-ne, you seem so close with Shishio-kun. Really? Hina was silent for a moment before she smiled and said, I guess it is because I want to know him better since he might become my brother-in-law. Ah. Rui blushed and felt shy by Hina's words. However, Hina felt bitter since she couldn't tell the truth, only lying in front of her little sister. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she swallowed them and said, let's enter. It's quite chilly. Yes. Rui nodded. The two entered the house together, but then they were startled when they saw Natsuo was there, seemingly eavesdropping on their conversation. While Rui frowned and didn't hide it, Hina acted like she was surprised and asked, Natsuo-kun, why are you here? Natsuo was startled when the two suddenly opened the door, and he fell to the ground. He was quite nervous, but hearing Hina's question, he quickly said, I thought I heard a voice on the outside, so I was curious. However, he didn't dare to look into their eyes since he was afraid to see their expressions. He really had tried to eavesdrop on their conversation, but it was hard to do so, considering they talked in a low voice, the sound of the car was quite noisy, and the distance between them was too far, especially when he was also inside the house. However, how could he say that? Still, Natsuo wanted to ask why Hina was also with Shishio. If it was only Rui, Natsuo didn't care much since he knew what kind of relationship she had with Shishio, but what about Hina? Natsuo's heart was filled with the thought of what had happened between Rui and Shishio, and it made his heart restless and tight. Rui didn't care much about Natsuo and just entered, leaving him behind, especially when their relationship turned nasty when he talked about her relationship with Shishio and how she knew Natsuo had been eavesdropping on what she was doing with Shishio in her room last time. Rui didn't want to talk with Natsuo at all. Hina looked helplessly at Rui before she said, well, I am a bit tired, so I'll rest first. You should also rest, Natsuo-kun. She patted Natsuo's shoulder gently with a warm smile before she walked inside. Wait, hi Tachibana-sensei. Natsuo couldn't bear to call Hina by her first name. Call me Hina-ne, alright? Don't be a stranger, Natsuo-kun. Hina pouted, showing a cute expression. We well, Hina nay. Natsuo said in a low voice with a blush on his face. That's good. Hina nodded with a satisfied smile before she left since she was really tired of lying to too many people today. On the other hand, Natsuo forgot to ask the question he wanted to ask. Well, there's tomorrow, right? Natsuo was in good spirits since he could call Hina by her first name now.